Chapter 1. Qingzhou, Great Qian Kingdom. On this day, winter had arrived in Yuzhou City. The biting cold wind swept through, accompanied by swirling snowflakes. The once bustling marketplace now lay desolate and deserted. A thick layer of snow blanketed the front of the Li residence, where passers-by tread cautiously, fearful of slipping and falling. Butler Lu Wanjian, with his hands tucked within his sleeves, shivered as he approached the entrance, calling into the house, "Old Jiang, the young lady wishes to venture outside to admire the snow, yet the carriage is not yet prepared." Upon hearing his call, the door of a modest room in the southeast creaked open, revealing an elderly voice from within. "Do not fret. I have sent Huji to prepare it. He will be here shortly." Soon after, a white-haired elder clad in a tattered cotton robe, wielding a riding whip, trembled as he made his way to the door. Lu Wanjian's teeth chattered from the cold. "You're still going at it, old Jiang? Nearly 70. And your constitution is more robust than mine. Are you not afraid of the chill?" Jiang Xuan grinned. "Cold it may be, yet I am accustomed to it." "Then I shall rest easy. Do take care on your journey." Lu Wanjian patted Jiang Xuan's shoulder before turning back inside, muttering to himself, "This icy wind on such a snowy day is truly unbearable." Jiang Xuan stood at the entrance, gazing up at the flurrying snow, flakes landing softly upon his aged visage. It was indeed frigid, yet his heart remained warm. "It is but a trifling frost," he murmured softly. He then cast his gaze upon his gnarled, withered hands, calloused from years of labor, unable to suppress a self-deprecating chuckle. "How have I managed to live this long?" Unbeknownst to anyone, today marked his 70th birthday. Once this day passed, he would officially enter the realm of the exceedingly rare longevity. In ancient times, barring those who diligently practiced martial arts, it was uncommon for ordinary individuals to surpass the age of 70. Surviving this milestone, it was possible that his masters might grant him freedom from servitude, bestowing a small sum of money to allow him to return and enjoy his twilight years. Of course, this was not something to celebrate. After a lifetime of servitude with no children or family, where could he possibly go? Reflecting on his life, he possessed no achievements, no land, merely a life of mediocrity, time squandered, and nothing to show for it, approaching the end of his days. The word failure had been a constant refrain throughout his existence. Moreover, Jiang Xuan was actually a transmigrator, having crossed over into this world 50 years prior. With no talent and no external aid, he was burdened solely with a lifelong identity as a servant, arguably the most tragic fate among transmigrators. When the original host was merely 7, his parents perished from famine, leading him to sell himself to the Li family to afford a coffin for them. This was only possible because the Li family was wealthy enough to take him in that era. A coffin was worth far more than a human life. Upon discovering this grim beginning after his transmigration, Jiang Xuan felt as though the sky had fallen. What kind of good person ends up as a beast of burden in reality, only to continue as one in another world? Eventually, leveraging the experiences from 2 lifetimes along with relentless practice, he finally secured the position of a coachman. A coachman was no ordinary servant. He had to be a trusted confidant of the master, and such positions were highly sought after. To have maintained this position until now was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Yet, despite managing to get by, thoughts of starting a family or having children were beyond his wildest dreams. In his youth, he had a few old flames, but they too had faded over time. Now, the only source of solace in his heart lay in the most notorious industry of ancient times. As he aged, his preferences for fragrant and alluring pleasures could only serve as a fleeting indulgence. Truly, all was dictated by fate, and nothing was under one's control. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Xuan suddenly heard a sound near his ear. Ding, detecting the host who was transmigrated, binding the supreme talent system. Jiang Xuan's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of astonishment darting across his usually placid expression. Could it be? Is my fortune finally arriving? Better late than never? As a transmigrator, he had spent countless days and nights attempting various methods to obtain a golden finger, yet to no avail. To think that this opportunity would arise on his 70th birthday? Could it be that I am the template for Jiangxia? Ding! Congratulations on binding the perfect life template. In this lifetime, you are destined to become an unparalleled talent, leaving behind an immortal legend that resonates through the ages. What on earth? Jiang Xuan stared at the 2 lines of text that materialized before him, his eyes wide in disbelief, almost thinking he was experiencing a moment of senility. At 70 years old, binding a perfect life template? An unparalleled talent system? Is this some kind of jest? Ding! Commencing the simulation of a perfect life. On the day of your birth, you were imbued with celestial bones, innately supreme, heralding extraordinary phenomena, compelling all beings to bow in reverence. At the age of 7, you cultivated to the 9th level of body refinement, beginning your journey into the martial world. As the words echoed, Jiang Xuan felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, his previously stooped posture straightening with newfound vigor, his murky eyes regaining clarity and brightness, and the coldness in his hands and feet gradually dissipating. Most astonishing to him was that a part of his lower body, long dormant for years, had begun to stir. Am I still capable? Jiang Xuan, feeling the resurgence of vitality within his body, wore an expression of utter disbelief. He slowly raised his arm, stretching and flexing it, and suddenly delivered a swift punch, causing the air to crackle with a resounding boom. By heavens! What does it mean to be vigorous in old age? This is it, 9th level of body refinement. I have truly reached the 9th level of body refinement. Jiang Xuan's face flushed with excitement, feeling as if he'd been granted a second spring in life. At that moment, a translucent attribute panel quietly materialized before his eyes. Name, Jiang Xuan. Age, 7. Cultivation, 9th level of body refinement. Techniques, none. Martial skills, none. Talent, celestial bones. 7 years old? Jiang Xuan glanced at his attribute panel, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This system truly perceives him as a child. However, despite the system's absurdity, the changes in his body were tangible. He had indeed reached the 9th level of body refinement. This world allowed for cultivation, body cultivation, Confucian cultivation, Taoist cultivation, Buddhist cultivation, and demonic cultivation. The vast majority of cultivators were body cultivators, also known as warriors. Body refinement was the entry-level stage for warriors, which could last anywhere from 7 to several decades. This stage was particularly grueling, and many could not endure it in their lifetime. The saying, "Scholars' poverty, warriors' wealth," held true. Children from affluent families had a distinct advantage during this phase, as they could consume precious elixirs and blood meals, significantly shortening the body refinement period. Once they surpassed the body refinement stage, warriors could condense true qi, truly embarking on the path of cultivation. Jiang Xuan had once tested his bone structure. His martial talent was mediocre, and he lacked the conditions for practicing martial arts, leading to a life devoid of martial aspirations. Yet now, at 70, nearing the twilight of his years, he had inexplicably leaped straight to the 9th level of body refinement. Who would dare believe such a tale? 70 years old, perhaps irreversibly so in the mundane world. But in a world where cultivation was possible, it might just be the prime age for adventure. Could it be that his life was truly about to restart? Optimistically speaking, if he were indeed born with extraordinary talent, in this cutthroat world, he would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives in no time. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasures brings trouble. The youth next door, who had his bones extracted, was a prime example. Yet now, he was merely an inconspicuous old servant, rich in experience, seasoned in wisdom, and with a calm demeanor, perfectly suited for navigating the martial world. With this thought, Jiang Xuan exhaled gently, forcefully suppressing his excitement, gradually regaining his composure. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in his ear once more. Ding, simulating the first scenario. As you enter the martial world, you unexpectedly meet a stunning young woman who is captivated by your talent and develops a deep admiration for you. Task triggered, a match made in heaven. Task requirement, win the admiration of the young lady. Task reward, indestructible. Jiang Xuan, what is this nonsense? Jiang Xuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Surely not. Is the old man expected to charm a young lady at this advanced age? Does she covet my poverty or my age? This is utterly ludicrous. Just then, glop, glop, glop. The sound of hoofbeats jolted Jiang Xuan from his reverie. Turning around, he saw his apprentice, Zhao Hu, leading a horse-drawn carriage towards him, a hearty smile adorning his face. Master, you look remarkably spirited today. Zhao Hu scrutinized Jiang Xuan, noting the latter's radiant demeanor, his skin appearing somewhat smoother. Good heavens, has the master experienced a rejuvenation? How is it that he seems to grow younger? Oh, it's you, Huzi. Jiang Xuan shook his head, casting aside the unrealistic thoughts swirling in his mind, and instructed, if the carriage is ready, please inform Butler Liu and ask the young lady to come out. Very well, master. Zhao, who scratched his head, turned and stepped into the Li residence, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. He had also entered the Li household at a young age, becoming an apprentice under Jiang Xuan. Once he managed to outlive Jiang Xuan, he would ascend to the position of the next coachman. However, year after year, Jiang Xuan showed no signs of aging, and the Li family had no intentions of replacing the coachman. Calculating his age, he was approaching 40. As long as Jiang Xuan remained alive, he would forever remain merely an apprentice. To grow old without dying is akin to being a thief. It was simply intolerable. With this thought, Zhao Hu's gaze hardened, and he once again donned a guileless facade. Before long, Lu Wanquan and Zhao Hu cautiously attended to a radiant young maiden who emerged. The maiden, named Li Yingling, was the youngest daughter of the Li family. The Li family was a merchant family, the largest textile merchants in the region of Yuzhou. In such a capacity, she could truly be considered a genuine heiress, quite precious indeed. Women are often most perceptive. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan, Li Yingling immediately sensed a newfound vitality in him and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Grandpa Jiang, you look so young today. Could it be that the Taoist Zhang next door has shared some longevity secrets with you?" Li Yingling was exceptionally well-mannered and had grown up under Jiang Xuan's watchful eye, lacking any airs of a typical young lady. Over time, she had even come to affectionately refer to him as Grandpa Jiang. Jiang Xuan replied with a warm smile, "Miss, you flatter me. The old servant has merely engaged in a bit of exercise lately. There are no secrets to longevity involved." Ding! Upon their initial encounter, your charming appearance has garnered the admiration of the young maiden. Task accomplished. Reward issued. Indestructible. Indestructible. By activating this talent, you will become impervious to blades and fire for a brief period, unable to be harmed by any means in this world. Upon hearing about the task's inexplicable completion, Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly considered winning the admiration of a young maiden? My apologies, esteemed system, I underestimated you. Your requirements for leniency are excessively generous. As he pondered over the new narrative unfolding. During your first foray into the Jianghu, you find yourself traveling alongside the young maiden, only to encounter a band of ruffians intent on mischief. You bellow, ready to take action. A new task is triggered. Hero saves the beauty. Task requirements: rescue the young maiden and drive off the ruffians. Task reward: basic sword intent. Hero saving the beauty. Jiang Xuan regarded the new task with contemplative intrigue. Though the system might sound nonsensical, it seemed to bear some semblance to reality. It could essentially be interpreted as a form of guidance. Could it be that someone intends to do harm to the young miss? With this thought, Jiang Xuan turned to Li Yingling and cautiously inquired, "Miss, do you not bring a few guard with you when you go out?" Though he had reached the 9th level of body refinement and could handle ordinary petty thieves easily, he was still an unrefined martial artist, lacking in combat techniques and stability. It must be noted that this world is filled with practitioners, and among the petty thieves, there are certainly those with considerable skill. The system may prompt him to be a hero, but it never specified that he must act alone. Li Yingling shook her head at his words, smiling gently. "No need. I simply wish to enjoy the snow and unwind. I'm not going anywhere dangerous, nor do I want to bring too many people. The security in Yuzhou is quite good, so you needn't worry, Grandpa Jiang." "Is the security in Yuzhou truly satisfactory?" Jiang Xuan silently shook his head. The young girl is just that too naive. With his years of experience in Yuzhou, he knew the local powers were intricate and fraught with perilous individuals. Many disregarded the authorities, and some even colluded with them. If any interests were at stake, whether you were a wealthy young lady or even a passing princess, they would dare to act. Nevertheless, since the young miss had voiced her opinion, as a mere servant, he could not press further and could only obediently remain silent. Good advice often falls on deaf ears. It is a lesson learned through blood and tears. The master cannot be wrong. It is always the servant who bears the blame. If he provides counsel that proves to be misguided, he could only await a beating. Zhao, who felt a wave of frustration and could not help but urge, "Miss Master, we should be on our way." Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, saying, "Huzi, how many times must I tell you not to be so hasty in your actions? Taking the young miss out is a significant matter. Everything must be arranged meticulously, and all details must be checked thoroughly to avoid any oversight." Zhao, who nodded eagerly, understood. "Thank you for the guidance, Master." "Ha, old sycophant. You prepare nothing. Am I not the one who handles everything? Just wait. I shall send you off to the netherworld soon. How tiresome it is to deal with someone who relies on their age." Once Li Yingling boarded the carriage, Jiang Xuan pulled Lu Wanquan aside, discreetly offering him a silver coin and whispering, "Old Lu, I cannot help but worry about the young miss' safety. Please arrange for some people to quietly follow us, providing protection for her." Lu Wanquan, upon feeling the silver in his left hand, immediately brightened. "Sure thing, old Jiang. With a bit of extra coin, it makes sense why your apprentice is always thinking about it. Ah, with this money, I can visit the Chunxiang Pavilion once more. I've heard a few new maidens have arrived. Quite fresh indeed. Jiang Xuan chuckled in exasperation, giving Lu Wanquan a light kick, and scolded with a smile. All you think about is that little bit of indulgence. Don't mess up the task. Lu Wanquan was unperturbed, merely grinning. If I don't think about it now, when will I? Once I find myself in the same predicament as you, we'll be thinking about it then. Rest assured, I, Lu, will handle this matter without a hitch. Jiang Xuan smiled, finding no cause to dispute. Though Lu Wanquan was rather greedy, he was still reliable when it came to getting things done. He was the second most senior person in the Li household, second only to Jiang Xuan himself. They had endured beatings together, stolen chickens together, and faced numerous challenges side by side. Their bond was quite close, albeit predominantly maintained through financial ties. With all arrangements in place, Jiang Xuan finally felt at ease as he stepped on the carriage, saying, "Miss, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Old legs are not as spry anymore." "No worries." Li Yingling's melodious voice floated from within the carriage. "Grandpa Jiang, let Uncle Hu drive this time. You can sit back and rest." "Ah, very well." Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile and promptly took a seat beside Zhao Hu. Officially, he was still the primary coachman for the Li family, and important figures such as the master, mistress, and young miss could only be driven by him. However, out of concern for the elderly, Li Yingling often instructed Zhao Hu to take the reins. This had become an established custom. "Miss, then we shall be off," Zhao Hu said with a smile, seemingly untroubled, as he cracked the whip in his hand. "Giddy up." Leaving the city for merely 2 miles, the carriage passes through a quaint grove. As Jiang Xuan listened to the howling winds through the surrounding woods, an unsettling feeling crept over him. After merging with the celestial bone, his senses had sharpened remarkably, and he faintly perceived several powerful presences lurking within the forest. Under ordinary circumstances, any traveler sensing such disturbances would immediately halt their journey. However, as a servant, Jiang Xuan could only tentatively inquire, "Miss, it seems that something is amiss ahead. Shall we pause for a moment to observe?" He harbored a concern that there might be thieves in the vicinity. Li Yingling, preoccupied with thoughts of enjoying the falling snow, paid little heed to his words and furrowed her delicate brows. "Grandpa Jiang, we frequently pass through here. How could there possibly be thieves?" Zhao Hu, however, felt a sudden chill run down his spine, and his expression shifted. This old fellow had indeed become increasingly perceptive with age. Zhao Hu chuckled in agreement, adding, "Do not take offense, miss. It is simply that master has grown older and more cautious." Li Yingling smiled lightly, assuring them, "It is nothing. Let us continue on our way. We shall arrive shortly." Jiang Xuan shook his head imperceptibly, resigned to the situation. Fortunately, he had instructed old Lu to arrange for some guards to follow discreetly behind. Otherwise, he truly lacked confidence in protecting such a delicate maiden amidst chaotic skirmishes. The carriage ventured several hundred meters deeper into the woods when suddenly, several shadowy figures darted out from the undergrowth, blocking their path with swift menace. "Halt! These trees were planted by us, this road carved by our hands. Bandits? Truly?" Yet, how utterly cliché and uninspired their opening lines were. Jiang Xuan stared blankly at the bandits who had suddenly appeared before him. The more he observed them, the more he sensed something amiss in their demeanor. It seemed as though they had lain in ambush here specifically awaiting their arrival, rather than this being a mere coincidence. What could possibly be going on? Just as bewilderment clouded his thoughts, a sharp, excruciating pain shot through his waist, as if someone had delivered a vicious kick. His aged face instantly twisted in agony. In the very next moment, to his utter disbelief, he was violently hurled off the carriage entirely. "Bloody hell!" Jiang Xuan turned his head, gazing incredulously at Zhao Hu in the carriage, a surge of blood rushing to his head. How could it be that his own disciple had kicked him off the carriage at such a critical moment? What was he planning? Was it an act of betrayal? In that instant, Jiang Xuan seemed to taste the bitter flavor of treachery. He had regarded the young man as his own, imparting knowledge generously, and yet, suddenly, he witnessed Zhao Hu furiously cracking the whip, effortlessly darting past the bandits, all the while shouting, "Master! Master!" Jiang Xuan exclaimed. "Was it not you who cast me down? How dare you feign innocence?" In truth, Zhao Hu's performance was clearly not intended for Jiang Xuan, but rather for Li Yingling inside the carriage. Li Yingling, her face drained of color, peered out cautiously. "Uncle Hu, what just transpired?" Zhao Hu, driving the carriage with relentless speed. "What bitterly, miss, we encountered a band of mountain bandits. Master selflessly jumped from the carriage to confront them in order to protect us." "Ah?" Li Yingling gasped, her face paling in shock. Were there truly bandits? Had I unwittingly brought harm to Grandfather Jiang? No. Uncle Hu. I must return to save Grandfather Jiang. Zhao Hu feigned wiping away tears, barely suppressing a smile, and urged her with heartfelt concern. No, miss, if you go back, Master will have sacrificed himself in vain. This. Li Yingling collapsed inside the carriage, her gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. It is my fault. I have caused Grandfather Zhang's demise. Cursed be this fate, cursed. Jiang Xuan brushed his waist and pointed furiously at the departing Zhao Hu, cursing vehemently. Zhao Hu, you ungrateful wretch, devouring the very hand that feeds you. Were it not for my fortuitous luck, your kick would have nearly caused me grave injury. This boy has sealed his own fate. It is evident that this is nothing less than a lethal trap devised specifically for me. And the mastermind behind it all is none other than my precious disciple. Those brigands had no intention of pursuing the carriage, allowing it to pass unimpeded. A hero saving a damsel, only to find it is myself he rescues? Is this sensible? Upon witnessing Jiang Xuan being kicked down yet managing to rise with vitality, the bandits could not help but mock. Ha! Old fellow, your constitution is remarkably resilient. Jiang Xuan took a deep breath, calming his emotions as his gaze fixated on the group of bandits ahead. A cursory glance revealed that each of them was robust and imposing, their demeanor steady and their strides exuding an air of formidable presence, unmistakably trained in martial arts. Particularly striking was the man at the forefront, bearing a scarred visage, who emanated a terrifying aura, subtle waves of true energy radiating from him. Having witnessed the ways of the world, Jiang Xuan recognized at a glance that this individual was a genuine martial artist, far superior to any mediocre practitioner. All he possessed was an indomitable innate talent. So be it, he would take a gamble. Jiang Xuan abruptly halted his steps, appearing to have only just noticed their presence. With an air of composure, he inquired, youngsters, you belong to the black market, do you not? Pray, which faction do you represent? Upon hearing these words, the group of thieves instinctively narrowed their pupils and took a collective step back. Who are you, exactly? They stammered, astonished that this old man could so effortlessly discern their true identities. Observing their exaggerated reaction, Jiang Xuan realized he was indeed correct and let out a cold snort. Humph. When I was navigating the underworld, you were still sipping milk. Do you truly believe you are worthy of inquiring about my identity? The black market is a clandestine force lurking in the shadows of the great Qian Empire, with various factions established across numerous locales, engaging in disreputable enterprises. This power is immensely formidable and entangled with the imperial court, known only to a select few esteemed individuals who traverse the underbelly of society. Jiang Xuan had traveled far and wide with masterly conducting business, so he possessed keen discernment. The bandit's expressions darkened upon hearing his words. This old man spoke with such arrogance, as if he held them in utter contempt. Either he was a true master or a complete fool. One hot-tempered bandit could no longer endure it and stepped forward, snarling. Old fool, stop pretending to be some mystical figure trying to intimidate us. We weren't raised on empty threats. Watch your tongue, or I'll cut you down where you stand. They had been paid to ambush and kill an old man. No mention of nobility or importance. Moreover, the old man's breathing was erratic, his steps uncoordinated, clearly no martial expert. He had to be bluffing. The other bandits quickly caught on, their gazes turning hostile. Damn it. We nearly let ourselves be frightened by a half-dead old man. But just as they prepared to strike, Jiang Xuan's next words froze them in place once more. His gaze was calm, his demeanor unshaken. Ignorant whelps who know neither heaven nor earth. Very well, I shall grant you 3 moves. Make your strike. The moment these words left his lips, the bandits were utterly stunned. They exchanged uneasy glances, their gleaming blades trembling in their hands. Impossible could this frail, aging man truly be a master? Yet there was no fluctuation of Jinqi around him. Unless a chilling realization struck them, legend spoke of martial grandmasters who had transcended the middle realms, capable of concealing their Jinqi, appearing no different from ordinary folk. Could he be? Yuzhou was a bustling trade city, home to countless hidden experts, even martial grandmasters who moved like shadows, unseen and untraceable. Better to err on the side of caution. The burly leader broke into a cold sweat, clasping his fists in sudden deference. Elder, this lowly one failed to recognize your eminence. My deepest apologies. However, we of the black market take pride in our honor. If the elder would deign to instruct us, his tone had shifted entirely. Old bones became elder. Kill became instruction. A clever play. If defeated, he could plead mercy. I only sought guidance. I had no choice. Spare me, elder. And if victorious? Then Jiang Xuan was indeed a fraud, to be cut down without hesitation. A flawless gamble. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brows deeply. Despite the imposing stature of this band of thieves, their wits were surprisingly sharp, making them difficult to deceive. It remained uncertain whether he could intimidate them. Ahem. Jiang Xuan coughed lightly, his expression remaining remarkably indifferent, as though gazing upon a swarm of ants. He beckoned to the burly man with a casual gesture, implying, "Come forth. You worthless one. Take this." The hulking figure bellowed, raising his glimmering long knife, advancing towards Jiang Xuan with small, measured steps. With that single strike, he believed he could discern Jiang Xuan's strengths and weaknesses. Yet, Jiang Xuan stood his ground, unflinching and seemingly unaware of the impending attack. What audacity! Clang! In the next moment, the long knife struck fiercely against Jiang Xuan's shoulder, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal, as if it had struck a piece of refined iron. The burly man's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief. What on earth is this physique? He was truly taken aback. As a ninth-level body refiner, he wielded several hundred pounds of force, yet he could not inflict harm upon a frail, elderly figure. Jiang Xuan was inwardly astonished. The legendary indestructible Vajra technique lived up to its reputation, defying all reason. To withstand blades without feeling even a hint of pain? Seizing the moment, his withered palm struck the burly man's chest with devastating force, the visceral explosion of ruptured organs resonating like thunder. At such close quarters, he had unleashed his full strength, a blow weighing no less than several hundred pounds. Thud. The towering figure felt an overwhelming impact crush his ribcage before he was hurled backward, crashing to the ground in a spray of blood, his fate unknown. In that instant, every bandit stood frozen in disbelief. The scar-faced leader's eyes bulged grotesquely, as if they might burst from their sockets. A living deity. They had truly encountered a living deity. From start to finish, this aged figure had not so much as channeled a wisp of chi, relying solely on mortal flesh to repel steel. What manner of transcendent being was this? Jiang Xuan withdrew his right hand, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he clasped it behind his back, exuding an air of a sage. Young man, you still have a long way to go. Damn, that hurt. It seemed the indestructible divine power could only be sustained for a mere 3 seconds and could not be employed consecutively. Witnessing this, the thieves dared not make another move. Their gazes towards Jiang Xuan were filled with trepidation, and unable to stand any longer, they fell to their knees, pleading, "Forgive us, esteemed one. We were blind to your greatness and have offended you. We humbly request your mercy and implore you to spare us." Jiang Xuan's expression was indifferent as he stood silently in place. The leader, a man with a scarred face, glanced at Jiang Xuan's demeanor and instructed the others, quickly, swiftly. "Bring forth all your valuables to show respect to our esteemed senior." Oh. The other thieves suddenly understood. At this moment, if they did not offer some form of tribute, who would spare their lives? It was no wonder he was the leader in times of crisis. He demonstrated greater intelligence than the rest. Immediately, the thieves scoured their belongings, gathering a pouch of silver coins and several inferior spirit stones. The scarred man respectfully presented them before Jiang Xuan, wearing a fawning expression. "Esteemed senior, we set out in haste and could only bring this modest amount of wealth to offer you as a token for your drinking expenses. Should you grace us with your presence in the future, I assure you, we shall honor and serve you well." Jiang Xuan effortlessly accepted the bag, his expression as profound as an ancient well, and nodded, saying, "Indeed, you are merely fortunate to have encountered me. With age comes a gentler heart. I harbor no desire for bloodshed. Had I been a mere 100 or 200 years younger, I would have surely slayed my way to the Xuanwu Hall to demand an explanation. Hiss, this old man has lived for several centuries? He truly is a formidable relic of the past, perhaps even a master of martial arts. The most daunting beings in this world are the elderly. The hall master has proven to be truthful in his warnings." The scar-faced man, filled with trepidation, slapped himself fiercely, bowing and scraping. "Senior, your admonition is well taken. I, a youth with poor discernment, deserve my fate." Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, his voice deep and resolute. "Be gone." "Thank you, senior." The bandits, as if granted a reprieve from the gallows, hastily lifted the unconscious, burly man from the ground and swiftly vanished from sight. What began as an ambush had unexpectedly transformed into an act of benevolence. This venture had proven to be a considerable loss. As he watched the thieves retreat into the distance, Jiang Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief. He weighed the silver and a few inferior spirit stones in his hand. Unable to suppress a faint smile, Jiang, indeed, was as cunning as ever. The bag contained no less than 50 or 60 taels, equivalent to several years of his salary. What mattered most, however, were those inferior spirit stones. Spirit stones served as the universal currency for warriors and were essential for their cultivation, as they were indispensable for condensing true energy. One inferior spirit stone was nearly worth 20 to 30 taels of silver, yet they were scarce in the market. In summary, it was a lucrative endeavor. Ding. You valiantly fought to protect the maiden's escape, and her heartfelt gratitude is palpable. Mission accomplished. Reward granted. Elementary sword intent. New plot development in progress. You saved a stunning maiden, only to be met with the jealousy of traitors from her family, who plotted your assassination under the cover of night. Enraged, you retaliated with extreme vengeance. Triggered mission, an eye for an eye. Mission requirements, eliminate the traitors. Mission reward, chi condensation pill. Reward dispersed. Jiang Xuan suddenly felt a profound understanding of the sword path materialize in his mind, accompanied by an exhilarating sense of clarity. Upon grasping the rudiments of sword intent, any sword technique became effortlessly accessible, as if the sword moved in harmony with his thoughts. Contemplating this, he drew forth the whip from his person and nonchalantly flicked it. With a resounding thud, a faint blade of air was released from the whip, striking the ground and leaving behind a delicate scar resembling a sword mark. Jiang Xuan was left utterly astonished. Is this truly the essence of sword energy? Without even possessing true chi, he managed to wield a mere whip and unleash a wave of sword intent. Every blade of grass and every tree could serve as a sword. It turns out that the tales he had heard were indeed authentic. With this newfound sword intent, he was destined to become a formidable master of the sword. The sword energy stretched across 30,000 miles, a blade's light chilling 19 continents. By heavens! Merely contemplating this stirred profound emotions within him. As for the next task assigned by the system, he could surmise its meaning. The traitor must face reckoning. Jiang Xuan was deeply immersed in the comprehension of sword intent when he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he discovered that it was the group of guards arriving rather late. If he were merely an ordinary elderly man, he would surely have been cut into pieces by now. The leader of the group, a robust man named Wu Yong, rushed to Jiang Xuan's side, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Old Jiang, you're still alive, you old rascal." What insolence! Jiang Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you truly wish for my demise? Why have you arrived so tardily? What is old Lu doing? Wu Yong took a gentle breath and, with an apologetic smile, replied, "We all presumed you had perished, so we prioritized escorting the young lady back to the residence. We have come to retrieve your remains." He then inquired, "By the way, where have those rogues gone?" Heh. Jiang Xuan wore a facade of laughter while his heart remained unamused, expressing his discontent. "I was chased away by that old man." What a boast! Wu Yong could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "Old Jiang, at your age, why still throw tantrums? The lady's life is far more precious than ours. So do not take it to heart. If you were in her position, you would act likewise, would you not?" Jiang Xuan remained silent. Having served as a servant for so many years, he was acutely aware that his life held no value. Better safe than sorry. The guards prioritized ensuring the young mistress's safe return to the manor. It was their duty, and nothing could be said against that. That they even returned to collect his corpse was already more than he could ask for. But that traitorous disciple Zhao Hu, who dared plot against him, truly deserving of death. The only question was, where did Zhao Hu get the money? Seeing Jiang Xuan still brooding, Wu Yong threw an arm around his shoulder and laughed heartily. "All right, old Jiang. Let us just say we weren't the most honorable this time. Next time we drink, you want to have to foot the bill. How is that? The older you get, the fiercer your temper grows. Still, thank the heavens you had the foresight. Who'd have thought there'd be thieves bold enough to strike in broad daylight? Come now, tell us, how exactly did you escape?" Jiang Xuan let out a sigh and retorted with annoyance. "Wu Yong, oh Wu Yong, you truly possess the intellect of a swine. I, an old servant in my 70s, have neither status nor wealth. What could anyone possibly covet from me? Is it for my riches or my allure? A mere exchange of words, a few sentences, and I can easily deceive them." Wu Yong scratched his head and, with a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Ah, you old Jiang, do indeed possess a kernel of wisdom." Jiang Xuan cast a glance at Wu Yong and casually inquired, "Old Wu, do you possess any swordsmanship?" Wu Yong, the chief guardian of the Li family, was already a master of the qi condensation stage and was likely to have some knowledge of sword techniques. After all, having just comprehended the essence of the sword, it would be rather unwise not to learn a few sword arts. Wu Yong was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyebrows danced with excitement. What? Have you set your sights on some young lady again? Jiang Xuan's face darkened with displeasure. I am not referring to that wretched individual, you foolish one. Oh. Wu Yong suddenly came to a realization, grinning widely. Are you talking about that sword? I possess a rudimentary understanding, I suppose. What? Do you intend to stretch your limbs a bit? At your age? Be careful not to strain your back. Laughter erupted among the other guards, who joined in merriment. What purpose is there in practicing swordplay at 70? After a prolonged bout of laughter, Wu Yong noticed Jiang Xuan still wore a serious expression, and he couldn't help but be astonished. Old Jiang, are you truly intending to practice swordplay? Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, saying, just tell me whether you will or will not. Wu Yong pondered for a moment before retrieving an old tome from his bosom and handing it to Jiang Xuan. Old Jiang, this sword technique is called the horse stance sword, a fundamental martial skill commonly employed by sword practitioners. Although it is merely a first-tier martial art, it poses considerable challenges for those lacking a foundation in martial training. Are you certain you wish to pursue it? Wu Yong felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Since Jiang Xuan was momentarily inclined to practice the sword, he decided to indulge him. After all, swordplay would not lead to fatality. With time, he would likely abandon it. Jiang Xuan accepted the book, breaking into a broad smile. I suppose you have a bit of conscience, young man. Ha. Wu Yong laughed heartily again, exclaiming, Old Jiang, tell us the truth. Are you hoping to revive your youth through martial arts? At your age, do you wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Li and marry a 16-year-old girl to leave a legacy? Upon hearing this, the surrounding guards erupted into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Master Li, older than Jiang Xuan, had taken a 16-year-old bride in his 50s, who is now his current wife. Remarkably, even in his 50s, he remained vigorous, fathering a son and a daughter, the latter being Li Yingling. Now, Master Li is nearing the end of his days, while his wife is still in her 40s. Jiang Xuan wore an expression of utter disbelief, yet he could scarcely muster the energy to retort. At the age of 70, the notion of embarking upon the path of cultivation seemed incredulous to anyone who might hear him. It is a universally acknowledged truth that the pursuit of cultivation should commence in one's youth. However, his circumstances were unique. He possessed a system, and his life had not yet reached its conclusion. He still had the potential for further cultivation. As for women, they would merely serve to impede the swiftness with which he could draw his sword. Jiang Xuan followed the guards back to the Li residence. After the recent incident, Li Yingling had lost her desire to enjoy the snowfall, anxiously standing at the front of the manor, fervently awaiting the return of the guards. She held deep affection for Jiang Xuan, having been accompanied by him since childhood. This time, he had selflessly risked his life to protect her safety, leaving her profoundly touched. She resolved that if he were alive, she would see him. If he were dead, she would ensure a proper burial for him. Zhao stood alongside Li Yingling, equally anxious, desperately hoping for the guard's return. He, too, needed to see Jiang Xuan's body to find solace. Rest assured, master, I will give you a proper burial and observe mourning for 3 years. Please don't blame me from the heavens. This was truly unavoidable. The two shared similar expressions, yet their thoughts diverged. After what felt like an eternity of anticipation, they finally spotted a group of figures approaching from a distance. Among them was one figure, elderly yet exuding vitality, moving with a vigorous stride. Was it not Jiang Xuan? In that moment, the identical expressions they wore began to transform. The young girl's delicate brows gradually unfurled, and her lively eyes sparkled with joyous astonishment. Grandfather Jiang. Zhao Hu's pupils slightly contracted, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. How was he alive? Jiang Xuan and the guardians approached Li Yingling, bowing respectfully. Greetings, miss. Li Yingling, filled with joy, embraced Jiang Xuan's arm, exclaiming, Grandfather Jiang, how wonderful it is that you are safe. Sensing the fragrant aura of the young lady enveloping him, Jiang Xuan discreetly withdrew his arm, cupping his hands together as he replied, Thanks to the young lady's benevolence, this old servant has miraculously escaped with his life. Master? Zhao Hu, still reeling from shock, spoke with a hint of trepidation in his voice. Jiang Xuan turned to Zhao Hu, his gaze calm, and with a faint smile remarked, Ah, my disciple, I appreciate your efforts in safeguarding the young lady. Zhao Hu nodded, momentarily taken aback. It is but my duty. How could it be otherwise? That old wretch. How is it that he cannot meet his end? What are those ruffians in the black market doing? They cannot even dispatch an old man who is half in the grave. As he watched Jiang Xuan, supported by Li Yingling, step into the Li residence, Zhao Hu's expression darkened entirely. This old scoundrel, growing more favored with age. He truly deserves death. He truly deserves it. That very night, under a moonless sky with the wind howling and snow swirling, Zhao Hu donned a mysterious black garb, concealing his face as he stealthily approached Jiang Xuan's chamber. With a creak, the door to the room slowly opened. Quietly, Zhao Hu tiptoed inside, fully aware of his master's habits. At this hour, Jiang Xuan would typically be fast asleep, impervious even to thunder. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He cautiously approached Jiang Xuan's bedside, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He lunged forward, smothering the figure beneath the covers with the bedding, his expression contorting into a frenzied grimace. Master, do not blame me. Blame only yourself for living too long. You obstructed my path. After a moment of pressing, Zhao Hu suddenly sensed something amiss. The figure lying on the bed was not resisting at all. It was unervingly still, as if lifeless. Zhao Hu's face shifted in alarm as he pulled back the covers, revealing what appeared to be a scarecrow lying within. This is bad. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Zhao Hu turned to flee. Suddenly, a swift strike landed on his neck, and his consciousness began to fade. Desperately, he spun around, and before losing awareness, he glimpsed an aged face. Though undeniably old, the clarity in the man's eyes was striking, coldly regarding him with palpable disappointment. Master, how could this be? How could he have rendered me unconscious? I refuse to accept this. Zhao Hu, a martial artist himself, though only at the 6th or 7th stage of body refinement, could not fathom being subdued by an old man. This question lingered in his mind, but he had no time to ponder it further. Ah, what futility! Jiang Xuan gazed at Zhao Hu with a complex expression, his heart filled with emotions. At 70 years of age, even if he were to survive, he would inevitably depart from the Li residence. Oh, who's he? Why can't you simply wait? Jiang Xuan opened the door and walked towards the adjacent room of Zhao Hu. He was certainly not foolish enough to plunder Zhao Hu's belongings at this moment. Rather, he was intrigued about where this audacious young man found the courage to attempt his life. Indeed, upon investigation, he was astounded by what he uncovered. Within Zhao Hu's quarters, he discovered a staggering 100 taels of silver with a floral pattern. How could a mere apprentice cart driver accumulate such a fortune over a lifetime? Furthermore, the silver of a merchant family is typically marked with distinctive symbols. This was evidently the property of the Li family. Had it been stolen? Jiang Xuan did not believe that Zhao Hu possessed such audacity. Stealing the master's silver was a far greater act of bravery than slaying an old coachman. Nevertheless, regardless of where it had come from, this silver was sufficient to cost him his life. Jiang Xuan was just about to depart when he suddenly noticed a rolled-up painting hanging on the wall. This was indeed a novelty. How could a rough man, who could not even recognize a single character, possess such a collection of calligraphy and paintings? Could it be that he had stolen it from the master? Previously, he thought this tiger was rather simple-minded, but it seems that one can never truly fathom another's heart. How naive he still was. Jiang Xuan casually took down a painting from the wall, and upon opening it, his pupils instantly contracted, filled with disbelief. This expression was 100 times more shocking than the day Zhao Hu had attempted to kill him. My goodness, the young man truly knows how to indulge. Before him lay a vivid depiction of a spring scene, yet regrettably, the figures within the painting possessed only their bodies, devoid of heads, leaving no clarity to the situation. Jiang Xuan wore an expression of bewilderment. I am on the verge of losing my trousers, and you present me with this? This young man truly knows how to dampen the mood. Jiang Xuan returned to his chamber in a sullen mood, placing the 100 taels of silver upon the unconscious Zhao Hu. Hoisting the man upon his shoulders, he strode out of the dwelling. With a casual toss, he flung Zhao Hu over the towering walls of the Li estate, whereupon a cacophony of agonized shrieks and the sickening crunch of shattered bones erupted from beyond. In ancient times, the walls of affluent households stood imposingly high, no less than 30 feet, with the Li estate's barriers reaching a staggering 50 feet. Beneath these formidable ramparts lay an array of lethal traps designed to claim lives. To kill was no arduous feat. The true challenge lay in committing the deed without soiling one's hands. Jiang Xuan was exceedingly cautious. Before departing, he meticulously tidied the crime scene, creating the illusion that Zhao Hu had stolen valuables and fled over the wall. Even if others suspected him, they would have no evidence to substantiate their claims. An hour later, Jiang Xuan lay in bed, struggling to find slumber, until a voice from the system pierced the silence. Ding. You have valiantly avenged the traitors of your clan, displaying remarkable decisiveness at such a tender age. Task accomplished. Reward granted, a chi condensation pill. Now automatically placed in your backpack. Commencing the simulation of a new narrative. The annual clan competition is about to commence. You are poised to showcase your prowess and vanquish all the prodigies, creating a sensation throughout the clan. Task triggered, clan competition. Task requirements, defeat all prodigies. Task reward, a profound level martial art. The following day, Zhao Hu was found dead. Early in the morning, a corpse clad in dark attire lay frozen by the roadside in front of the Li residence, stirring a flurry of activity within the authorities, who promptly dispatched personnel to investigate. After a cursory examination, the officials concluded that Zhao Hu had attempted to steal from the Li estate, sustaining grave injuries while scaling the wall in his escape, ultimately succumbing to the cold. The case of the servant's theft was all too common. One servant's demise hardly warranted concern, and the authorities hastily closed the case. Yet, those from the Li household were left perplexed. Zhao Hu was not known for his extravagant spending. How could he have perished from the cold while attempting to pilfer silver? It was only later that Wu Yong chanced upon Jiang Xuan discarding a scarecrow into the stable, an icy chill creeping down his spine. "Old Jiang, was it you?" Jiang Xuan broke into a smile. "Do you believe that I would fall from the carriage for no reason?" Wu Yong suddenly realized. The master and disciple both possessed a multitude of cunning thoughts. At that moment, within the elegant confines of the Li family's courtyard, a dignified and exquisite woman sat anxiously upon a stone pedestal, her expression fraught with worry. This was Su Qin, the current mistress of the Li household. Upon seeing the steward Lu Wanquan approach, Su Qin hastily inquired, "What news? Did Zhao Hu truly perish in an accident?" Lu Wanquan offered a slight bow. "Madam, I have accompanied the authorities throughout their investigation, and it indeed appears to be an accident." "How could that be?" Su Qin's complexion turned pale. "If that wretch sought money, he could have simply asked me for it. Why resort to thievery?" Lu Wanquan glanced at Su Qin and remarked, "Madam, this is precisely what baffles me. 100 taels of silver were discovered on Zhao Hu, seemingly belonging to you, rather than stolen." "Ah?" Su Qin gasped in shock. "Are you suggesting that someone may have murdered Zhao Hu?" Lu Wanwan responded, "I have heard that old Jiang has recently taken up martial arts and possesses considerable strength. It is not entirely implausible. After all, Zhao Hu had long sought to eliminate him." At this, Su Qin's anxiety deepened. "Could he possibly know of my connection to Zhao Hu? What shall I do?" Lu Wanwan slightly inclined his body. "Madam, please do not panic. These are merely conjectures. I have visited Zhao Hu's room, and there were no signs of disturbance. It might indeed be an accident. Moreover, even if old Jiang were involved, he would not have the audacity to threaten you. That will not do." Su Qin struck the stone table with force, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in her eyes. "It is better to be overly cautious than to take chances. We must find a way to expel old Jiang from the Li estate." Lu Wanquan's expression turned troubled. "Madam, old Jiang has served the master for many years and has just saved the young miss. This may prove difficult. The master intends for him to remain in the Li household to live out his days in peace." Su Qin's face darkened. "Difficult or not, it must be done. Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, I cannot afford to gamble. This matter is far too grave. Jiang Xuan must vanish." In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. During this time, apart from occasional outings to drive, Jiang Xuan has remained secluded in his abode, diligently honing his skills. On this particular day, he slowly opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. The effects of the chi condensation pill exceeded his expectations, enabling him to successfully refine his true energy and officially step into the realm of chi condensation. In this world, the cultivation path is divided into 9 realms. The lower 3 realms are body tempering, chi condensation, and returning to origin. The middle 3 realms are earth spirit, heaven spirit, and profound communication, and the upper 3 realms are void breaking, nirvana, and the universe. Beyond these lies the legendary terrestrial immortals, capable of traversing the heavenly gates and ascending to immortality. True energy is the demarcation line that separates ordinary individuals from martial practitioners. Once one possesses true energy, even a frail scholar can effortlessly lift boulders weighing hundreds of pounds or strike down a robust man with a single blow. To his astonishment, his lifelong dream has been realized within this month. Furthermore, during this period, he has also perfected the horse stance sword technique, with the enhancement of sword intent. Mastering a fundamental sword style has become as effortless as breathing. Additionally, the practice of martial arts and the cultivation of health significantly transform one's vitality and appearance. Jiang Xuan's complexion has noticeably improved compared to a month ago, and his once frail physique has gradually become robust. His flowing white hair adds to his vibrant aura. Clad in a black and white martial arts robe, he exudes an air reminiscent of a master of his craft. If he were to return to his previous life, he would undoubtedly be the most distinguished elder in the park, captivating the hearts of countless elderly ladies. A chime sounds, congratulating the host on breaking through to the chi condensation stage, and the attribute panel is being refreshed. Name: Jiang Xuan. Age: 7 years. Cultivation level: chi condensation. First layer cultivation method: Nun martial technique. Horse stance. Sword talent: celestial bone, indestructible. Beginner sword intent. Current task: family grand competition, incomplete. Jiang Xuan gazed at the considerably luxurious panel, his aged face brimming with satisfaction. From this day forth, he had officially embarked on the path of cultivation. However, he remained perplexed by the task of the family competition. How could a merchant family like the Li clan possibly hold such a grand event? Never mind, possessing celestial bones was sufficient. He would leave the task to fate. Jiang Xuan exhaled softly, offering himself a moment of solace, and slowly stepped out of the dwelling, only to encounter the hurried figure of Wu Yong. Hey, Lao Wu, halt. Jiang Xuan called out to Wu Yong, chuckling. Old Wu, in such a hurry, where are you off to? Wu Yong wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. With the year-end approaching, the third young master is returning. These rascals only know how to smoke and frequent brothels. If we don't pull them out for some serious training, I fear they will all be cast aside by him. It's quite worrisome. Training in martial arts, is it? Jiang Xuan's eyes twinkled as he grinned broadly. Perfect timing. Old Wu, shall I join you for some practice? Suddenly, a realization struck him. With no Grand Clan competition on the horizon, he could create one of his own. After all, the family's martial arts training consisted merely of those few guardians. You? Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, old Jiang. Do you really think a few days of sword practice makes you a master of the art? These brats are clumsy. I fear they might shatter your old bones. Jiang Xuan had long grown accustomed to such jests, offering a faint smile. It matters not. Engaging in some physical activity with the youth is quite invigorating. Wu Yong, taken aback, inquired, are you serious about training? Indeed I am. Excellent. Ah, old Jiang. Your spirit alone is worthy of being emulated by those young rascals for a century or more. Wu Yong laughed heartily, yet as he chuckled, he scrutinized Jiang Xuan closely. A look of astonishment dawning upon him. Goodness, old Jiang, you truly seem to be growing younger. At a glance, your physique nearly rivals that of our guards. What a pity, though. If not for your age, you would undoubtedly be an exceptional martial artist. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly without a word. Waving his hand lightly, lead the way. Soon, Wu Yong escorted Jiang Xuan to the training ground not far from the Li manor. At that moment, over 100 guards of the Li household were gathered there, their long swords slicing through the air with sharp whistles. A sweeping glance revealed that most were merely mediocre martial artists at the 7th or 8th level of body tempering. Fortunately, they were still young. With a few more years of training, they might reach Wu Yong's level. Wu Yong clapped his hands to draw their attention and shouted, listen up. You brats. Old Jiang here thinks you're all hopeless and wants to personally teach you a lesson. So, do you dare to face him? The guards below burst into laughter. Haha. Don't worry, Boss Wu. We'll gladly take him on. Just afraid we might strain old Jiang's back. Wu Yong shot Jiang Xuan a teasing look, grinning widely. Old Jiang, the stage is yours. Very well. Jiang Xuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked into the arena with a demeanor of maturity and composure. Smiling gently as he inquired, who among you shall step forward first? Observing this spectacle, the guards erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, old Jiang. If you were to perform in a play, you would undoubtedly be a sensation. Your posture is so convincing that one might truly be deceived by your act. Jiang Xuan let out a cold snort, dismissing the idle chatter. When I roamed the martial world, you young rascals were still playing in the mud. Quickly ascend the stage. Upon hearing this, the guards erupted into even more raucous laughter, gasping for breath as they exclaimed, ha ha ha, old Wu, I can't take it anymore. Old Jiang is about to make me die of laughter. Shall we just consider ourselves defeated? Alas, the younglings of Nan village truly take advantage of my old age. Jiang Xuan sighed inwardly, picking up a wooden sword from the ground with a casual motion, his gaze gradually sharpening like honed steel. With a swift flick of his wrist, the sword tip traced a razor-sharp arc through the air, cleaving the wind with a piercing whistle before landing on a wooden post not far away. Whoosh! In the next instant, the wooden post was cleanly severed in two, revealing a perfectly smooth cross-section. The raucous laughter of the guards died abruptly, plunging the courtyard into stunned silence. Bloody hell! An expletive burst forth from someone as the guards snapped out of their daze, erupting into astonished exclamations. Holy shit! Old Jiang, you're actually serious. Heavens above, the old man just unleashed sword chi. Has he truly mastered the horse stance swordplay? Impossible. He's only been practicing for a few days. Is he some kind of martial prodigy? I'm done for. What's the point of being a guard when I can't even match a 70-year-old man? At that moment, the guards stood utterly dumbfounded, scarcely believing their own eyes. Wu Yong was the first to regain his composure, his voice thick with awe. Old Jiang, have you stepped into qi condensation? As an established qi condensation practitioner himself, his discernment far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. The sword energy unleashed by Jiang Xuan embodies a subtle yet potent essence of true qi, surpassing that of ordinary swordsmanship. No wonder those ruffians chose to spare the old man. It turns out they were unable to confront him. Jiang Xuan remained calm and composed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Having lived for over 70 years, what significance does mastering a hint of sword energy hold? Well done, old Jiang. You had concealed your prowess quite effectively, revealing yourself to be a master. Pray tell, when did you attain this level of skill? Wu Yong was utterly astonished. While it is true that there are indeed martial artists who achieve the condensation of energy in their later years, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Even more so than extraordinary prodigies. It is said that within the Qingqing sect, there exists an elderly Taoist who, upon a moment of enlightenment, ascended directly into the middle tier, becoming a revered master of martial arts, causing quite a stir throughout the entirety of Qizhou. If Jiang Xuan were indeed one of these exceptional beings, the implications would be nothing short of terrifying. Jiang Xuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do not overthink it. I only condensed my qi at the age of 70. What does that make me but an ordinary practitioner? Come now, young ones. Allow me to impart some lessons upon you. Who will step forward first? The guards exchanged glances, a palpable tension hanging in the air. This time, they dared not continue their mockery of Jiang Xuan. After all, he had achieved the condensation of qi, setting him apart from them, mere ordinary individuals. The difference between possessing true energy and lacking it is indeed more pronounced than that between man and dog. Just look at how timid you all appear. Jiang Xuan regarded them with disdain and proposed, very well. I shall refrain from utilizing my true energy and engage with you solely in martial arts. What say you? Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes gleamed with excitement as they eagerly prepared to challenge him. If he refrained from using his true energy, he would be no different from an ordinary individual, an elderly one at that. A group of robust men, intimidated by him, one burly guard, wielding a wooden sword, boldly stepped forward and declared, Old Jiang, this was your assertion. Do not falter when the time comes. Jiang Xuan stood with one hand resting behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. I, an old man, speak with utmost conviction. Come forth. The crowd erupted in jeers. How pretentious. Xiao Peng, take him down. I am coming. Xiao Peng bellowed, stepping forward with precise, delicate footwork. He then leaped into the air, thrusting his sword fiercely towards Jiang Xuan. The speed of the attack was astonishing. The onlookers could barely discern his movements. Wu Yong nodded approvingly. Xiao Peng was indeed the most gifted among the guards of the Li Mansion, and he seemed poised to achieve mastery before the age of 30. Moreover, Xiao Peng's swordsmanship was commendable, renowned for its swiftness. Even without employing his own vital energy, Wu Yong found himself evenly matched against Xiao Peng. However, what transpired next left him utterly astounded. In the face of Xiao Peng's fierce thrust, Jiang Xuan remained unfazed. His hands still behind his back, his expression tranquil. Calmly, he slightly shifted his body, and with a gentle flick of his wooden sword, he effortlessly intercepted Xiao Peng's strike. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Peng's wooden sword was sent flying from his grasp, leaving him in a state of shock. The entire exchange unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time the spectators processed the event, Jiang Xuan's wooden sword was already poised at Xiao Peng's throat. The outcome was unmistakable. The guards were left dumbfounded. They had scarcely grasped what had transpired before Xiao Peng had been defeated. This was an overwhelming demonstration of skill. The guards stood in stunned silence before erupting in astonished exclamations. What just happened? How did Xiao Peng lose? How could he not even hold on to his sword? This strike was so swift. How did the old man deflect it so effortlessly? This old fellow truly possesses remarkable abilities. Wu Yong, equally astonished, exclaimed, Old Jiang, with such swordsmanship, why seek my instruction? Jiang Xuan's seemingly casual sword strike was in fact executed with impeccable timing, angle, and force, a masterful display of finesse overcoming brute speed. This effortless grace could only be manifested by a true virtuoso of the blade. How long has Jiang Xuan been practicing swordsmanship? Could it be that he is truly a prodigy in the art of the sword despite his advanced years? If he were to be several decades younger, would he not become a paragon of swordsmanship? No wonder it is said that a true master always harbors the heart of a novice. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Xiao Peng, your sword speed is commendable, and your technique is quite proficient. However, alas, your force is excessive. Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. A swordsman must strike at the enemy with 3 parts of his strength while reserving 7 for himself. The momentum of the sword must be unceasing to remain invincible. A decisive strike to the throat should rest upon an overwhelming superiority in power." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Peng experienced an epiphany, abruptly awakening from his confusion. He bowed deeply and said, "Old Jiang, I sincerely appreciate your guidance." In that moment, he felt genuine admiration, his tone imbued with newfound respect. The world invariably reveres the strong, regardless of one's identity. Only the powerful command respect and honor from others. The youth is indeed teachable. Jiang Xuan smiled and nodded, brandishing his wooden sword towards the other guards. "Come on, next." The guards, undeterred by their previous experiences, stepped forward one by one to challenge Jiang Xuan. As expected, they all succumbed effortlessly beneath the might of his sword, offering no resistance whatsoever. In Jiang Xuan's words, their swordsmanship was utterly worthless, adorned with superficial flourishes yet lacking in fundamental strength. An hour later, the guards were sprawled on the ground like defeated hounds, gasping for breath, utterly unwilling to continue sparring with Jiang Xuan. "No more. No more. Old Jiang, we concede. Go challenge Wu Laoda instead." Jiang Xuan's comprehension of swordsmanship was entirely on a different plane. It was akin to an adult toying with a child, rendering the latter's efforts utterly frustrating. Moreover, what astonished them most was that after 2 full hours of relentless combat, Jiang Xuan remained unfazed, not even a hint of breathlessness. Was this truly an elder of 70 years? At last, the voice of the system resonated, declaring, "Ding, you have showcased your prowess in the family competition, decisively defeating all the outstanding talents of the clan and claiming the top position, leaving the audience in awe. Task completed. Reward granted. Supreme grade, Xian level martial art. Eternal green sword technique." The narrative was now evolving. On the day of his 8th birthday, a prodigious young woman from the sect arrived to annul their engagement. How could a young man endure such humiliation? In a fit of anger, he penned a letter of dissolution, establishing a 3-year pact. Task triggered. Do not underrate the young and impoverished. Task requirements. Dissolve the engagement with the sect's prodigious young woman. Task reward. Intermediate sword intent. Ah? Jiang Xuan gazed at the ethereal words before him, his expression peculiar. This task was becoming increasingly absurd. Was it truly a matter of abstraction? Which sect's young lady had come to him to annul their engagement? Moreover, he had heard the adage, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty," yet had never encountered the phrase, "Do not underestimate the elderly in poverty." Wu Yong, witnessing his subordinate's complete defeat, felt a surge of excitement and laughed heartily. "Ha, well done. Old Jiang, you've ignited a spark in me. Shall we spar a little?" However, Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his wooden sword and shook his head. "No more fighting. I am feeling somewhat fatigued." Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances of disdain. Did the man truly seem weary? His breath remained steady, and he showed no signs of exhaustion. Where was the fatigue? Jiang Xuan remained indifferent, not out of fear of Wu Yong, but rather from a concern that he might inadvertently defeat him, which would undoubtedly lead to widespread rumors. A 70-year-old servant besting a practitioner of the qi condensation realm? Furthermore, he had long surpassed the impetuousness of youth, now favoring a steadiness akin to an old hound. With his task accomplished, he chose to withdraw gracefully. Wu Yong sighed, reflecting. "Old Jiang, if only you were a few decades younger, my position as captain of the guard would surely be in jeopardy." Such fanciful thoughts. Jiang Xuan scoffed, exclaiming that the guard captain's salary was even lower than his own. Only an old fool would vie for your position. The moment these words were uttered, the guards below erupted into laughter, though their mirth was tinged with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, they were mere guards, earning a pittance that paled in comparison to that of a mere coachman. What absurdity was this? Days passed, one after another, and half a month slipped by once more. Jiang Xuan's life remained as tranquil as flowing water. Aside from the occasional venture out in his vehicle, he was consumed by fervent cultivation. The sole delight in his existence was the exquisite Xian-level martial art, the evergreen sword technique. As far as he knew, martial arts in this world were exceedingly rare. far surpassing the value of martial skills. The vast majority of martial artists lacked any form of martial arts altogether. These arts were generally categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, with Xian-level techniques being extremely scarce in the Great Qian Kingdom. As for earth-level techniques, one would be hard-pressed to find even a few throughout the entirety of Qizhou, and thus, he had no ambitions to reach beyond his grasp. The evergreen sword technique was particularly unique, emphasizing the nurturing of the body through swordsmanship, complemented by a remarkable breathing method. This technique allowed him to continuously restore his physical strength and true energy during combat. Furthermore, with this breathing method, he could essentially achieve a state of serene composure, returning to a state of simplicity, appearing as an ordinary elderly man. It is noteworthy that such a feat could only be accomplished by a martial arts master at the intermediate 3rd realm. From this perspective, the breathing method accompanying the evergreen sword technique might be even more invaluable than the sword technique itself. Additionally, this sword technique possessed certain body-refining properties, enhancing vitality, fortifying the physique, and nourishing true energy, making it exceptionally suitable for someone of his age. In summary, this martial art resembled a breathing technique and a body refinement method, yet bore little resemblance to a traditional sword technique, as it offered scant sword moves. Who could have imagined that beneath his ample black martial robe lay a body of sinewy muscle? Nevertheless, the evergreen sword technique comprised 3 levels, and he had barely mastered the first. It remained uncertain what extraordinary effects awaited him in the subsequent stages. As Jiang Xuan entered the qi condensation realm, the dominance of his celestial bone gradually became evident, accelerating his cultivation at an astonishing pace. In a mere fortnight, he subtly sensed a tendency to break through to the 2nd layer of qi condensation. Should this rate of cultivation become known, it would likely stir a considerable uproar. Typically, ordinary martial artists take 2 or 3 years to advance through a single layer after reaching qi condensation. However, rapid cultivation also brought a significant drawback. It consumed an excessive amount of spirit stones. Situated in a remote region, Yuzhou City lacked the veins of heaven and earth, resulting in an extremely thin spiritual energy. Under such circumstances, cultivation without the aid of spirit stones became nearly impossible. The few low-grade spirit stones he had acquired from bandits had long since been depleted, leaving him in dire straits. He was in desperate need of funds indeed. He was profoundly short of money. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. If he wished to traverse the long path of cultivation, he must find a way to leave the Li residence, where he had spent his entire life, and venture out to seek opportunities. It is not only he, a humble coachman of common birth, who must do so. Even disciples of the sect frequently descend the mountain to undertake tasks in exchange for resources for their cultivation. Warriors are akin to beasts that devour gold, and there exist many necessities that cannot be purchased with mere silver. Remaining in a secluded corner, his prospects were indeed limited. At that moment, a series of firecracker explosions erupted, followed by a cacophony from outside. The year's end had finally arrived. Jiang Xuan murmured to himself, "The Lunar New Year is the most significant day for common folk throughout the year. It is only during this time that people are able to savor offerings of sacrificial meats. However, this year holds a particular significance for Jiang Xuan. He is on the verge of redemption. Once freed, he would soar high as a bird in the sky and swim freely like a fish in the vast ocean. In the Grand Qian dynasty, filial piety is highly esteemed, and when an individual surpasses the age of 70, it is customary for the master to voluntarily release them from servitude, providing a sum of money to ensure a comfortable retirement as a gesture of kindness and benevolence. Should the master remain silent, a servant may redeem themselves using their own funds, paying back the original price for which they were sold. Nevertheless, very few servants choose to leave their masters. After all, they enjoy sustenance, shelter, and wages, albeit a modest existence. For those who are elderly and alone, however, their days are truly numbered. The Li household is no ordinary family, and the customs surrounding the new year are numerous and intricate, requiring preparations to commence a month in advance. They must open the ancestral hall, clean, conduct rituals, slaughter pigs, and replace peachwood charms. All significant undertakings that allow no room for negligence, lest they become the subject of ridicule for an entire year. This year is even more exceptional, as it is rumored that the 3rd young master is returning home. Master Li has 3 sons and 1 daughter, all renowned as exceptional individuals. The youngest daughter, Li Yingling, is both beautiful and wise, a celebrated beauty in Yuzhou City. inspiring countless suitors wishing to join the Li family. The eldest son, Li Huairan, possesses both literary and martial talents. He enlisted in the army early on and is said to have attained the rank of general. The second son, Li Huaiji, excels in commerce and is rumored to be thriving in the capital. The third son, Li Huai, began his martial training at the tender age of 3. By 12, he had reached the 9th level of body refinement, and at 16, he entered the Tao of Qi, being accepted as a disciple by the esteemed Yunxiao sect, making him the most accomplished son of the Li family. Of these claims, Jiang Xuan, who has served in the Li household for decades, is well aware that aside from Li Yingling's beauty, the rest are mere fabrications. Li Huairan joined the military in a fit of anger after Master Li married his fiancée, Su Qin. Li Huaiji, due to frequent quarrels with a younger concubine, chose to leave home with some money, declaring his severance from the Li family. As for Li Huai, born of Su Qin, he has long abused his privileged status, indulging in vice and debauchery, mistreating the servants, and casting a pall over the Li household. Unable to endure his behavior any longer, Master Li expended considerable resources to secure his admission into the Yunxiao sect, from which he has not returned for 4 years. Recently, he sent word that he intends to return home for the new year, inviting disciples from the Yunxiao sect to join him. Upon receiving this news, Master Li and his wife rejoiced for several days. However, the other servants and guards within the estate were shrouded in gloom, anxiety permeating their ranks. The fear that once accompanied the third young master's presence had returned. The slightest misstep could result in dire consequences, including the risk of being struck down on the spot. Who among the family understands this feeling? In these times, a master can indeed kill a servant without fear of repercussions. On this day, Jiang Xuan prepared a luxurious carriage and hurriedly made his way to the southern city gate, eagerly anticipating the return of the third young master. Along the way, he overheard a bustling rumor circulating through the streets. It was said that a maniac with an elusive fighting style had recently appeared in Yuzhou City, committing acts of robbery for spirit stones and elixirs, and had slain numerous skilled martial artists. Various factions were in a state of alarm, fearful that this murderous figure might pay them a visit. Consequently, the atmosphere in Yuzhou City grew tense, and the festive spirit of the season diminished significantly. However, Jiang Xuan merely regarded these tales with indifference. As a mere impoverished old servant, he felt assured that he would not be of interest to such a notorious figure. Yet, fate has a peculiar way of playing tricks on one when the impossible seems to loom. Jiang Xuan, with an air of composed authority, skillfully maneuvered his horse-drawn carriage, to the point where he couldn't help but admire his own prowess. Suddenly, a dark figure streaked past with a whoosh, landing beside Jiang Xuan after gracefully alighting from the carriage's roof. "Old man, if you wish to live, abandon the carriage and roll away." A pale-faced middle-aged man emerged abruptly, seemingly bearing significant injuries, yet his imposing presence remained undiminished. "Damn it!" Jiang Xuan was startled, instinctively grabbing the whip and swinging it towards the intruder. The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with disdain. How could such a mere old carriage driver dare to strike him with a whip? It was utterly reckless. However, in the next moment, the man felt an overwhelming sword intent emanating from the whip, causing him to pause in shock. Was this not merely a whip? Where did this sword intent arise from? Reacting with remarkable swiftness, the middle-aged man leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding Jiang Xuan's strike. Bang! In the following instant, he witnessed a surge of sword energy unleashed from the whip, carving a 5-meter-long gash into the street, causing the ground to shatter. The middle-aged man's expression turned one of horror as he instinctively gasped. If that whip had unexpectedly struck him, it surely would have caused him excruciating pain. A master. At that moment, even the dullest of minds would grasp that this seemingly unremarkable old carriage driver was, in fact, a formidable expert, a master of the sword. To think that such hidden talent could be found in this small town of Yuzhou. "Don't run." Just then, an enraged voice echoed from behind. Jiang Xuan turned around and beheld a group of men clad in black, brandishing gleaming long knives, ominously charging towards him. To be precise, they advanced towards a middle-aged man beside him. Among them, one man with a scarred face struck Jiang Xuan as remarkably familiar. Was he not the very bandit leader who had obstructed their path outside the city on that fateful day? Yet this time, he appeared to be merely a subordinate, as he was flanked by several formidable warriors. The burly man at the forefront, with a rugged visage and a bushy beard, seemed to have already transcended the Gu Yuan realm, emanating a profound aura. Upon recognizing Jiang Xuan as the enigmatic elder he had previously encountered, the scarred man could not help but exclaim, "Senior, This individual is a relentless murderer. Please, intervene to stop him. Jiang Xuan, are we acquainted? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Jiang Xuan instantly turned frigid. It became evident that this old fellow was allied with them. No wonder his prowess was so formidable. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man produced a white-patterned shuttle from his person, brandishing it with one hand. Old man, your path to demise is already set. Receive my shuttle. Be cautious of his shuttle, senior. Scar-faced urgently warned Jiang Xuan. The middle-aged man's shuttle was exceedingly terrifying. It was nearly a guaranteed fatal strike upon release. Throughout the relentless pursuit, no fewer than 10 condensation realm warriors had perished at the hands of his shuttle, including a black market Xuanwu Hall steward of the returning Yuan realm. In the face of his shuttle, a warrior's body was as fragile as tofu, pierced through in an instant, resulting in immediate death. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan felt a sharp whistling sound by his ear as the dart pierced toward his temple with astonishing speed, far beyond what an ordinary martial artist's eyes could perceive. Had it been any condensation realm practitioner, the outcome would have mirrored that of the previously slain black market expert. Instant death by a single dart. Yet just as a glimmer of triumph flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes, something utterly jaw-dropping unfolded before him. Clang! A piercing metallic clang resounded. The dart struck Jiang Xuan's head as if meeting an indestructible adamantine boulder, merely causing his head to tilt slightly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. I must be too gravely injured. My vision is failing me. This is the cloud-piercing dart, a weapon famed for slaying even mid-tier martial grandmasters. And yet, when it struck this old man's head, it only made him sway slightly. Not just him, even the elite martial artists of the black market behind him were utterly dumbfounded. By the heavens, is this old man's head forged from refined steel? Even refined steel would have warped under such a terrifying projectile. Jiang Xuan extended his hand and grasped the shuttle that had struck him on the head, turning it over in his palm. Remarkably, this seemingly insignificant shuttle had elicited a twinge of pain even from his indestructible form. He was curious to uncover the nature of this phenomenon. Upon witnessing the theft of the cloud-piercing shuttle, the middle-aged man snapped back to reality, his expression gradually transforming into a fierce scowl. Old fool, return what belongs to me. He. Jiang Xuan chuckled softly, unhurriedly storing away the cloud-piercing shuttle. Young man, once something falls into this old man's hands, there's no retrieving it. You old bastard, you're courting death. The middle-aged man, consumed by fury, disregarded his injuries and forcefully channeled his vital energy, raising a palm to strike viciously at Jiang Xuan. This was a supreme-grade treasure he had obtained through life and death trials, even at the cost of slaying his own sect brothers. To lose it now, he felt he might perish from sheer rage. Jiang Xuan's gaze was icy as he drew a long sword from the carriage. In an instant, he unleashed 3 streaks of azure sword energy that cleaved through the air towards the middle-aged man. Startled, the man struck out with a palm to shift into a defensive stance, shielding himself. A resounding explosion echoed through the sky as the sword energy detonated. The middle-aged man was instantly knocked to the ground, staggering back several paces, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. His already injured body was further ravaged by this new assault. Witnessing this scene, the skilled fighters from the black market finally regained their composure and rushed forward in unison. Elder, I come to assist you. The middle-aged man glanced back at the approaching black market experts, a look of unwillingness etched upon his face. Old fool, have the courage to reveal your name, for I shall take your life on another day. Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his longsword, calmly stating, I shall not change my name, nor alter my surname. It is Zhao Hu. The middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark and menacing as he fixed it upon Jiang Xuan. Very well. If the mountain does not yield, then the water will flow differently. Zhao Hu, is it? We shall see, he declared. I, Lu Jian, vow not to live as a man if I do not slay you. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind the lingering echo of his venomous words in the air. A formidable opponent. As Jiang Xuan's eyelids twitched, he sensed the formidable aura exuded by Lu Dian in his final moments, a presence that seemed to verge upon the realm of returning origin, likely fueled by the combustion of some arcane technique. Truly, he had been driven to desperation. With the figure having already vanished, Jiang Xuan, intrigued, took out the shuttle and tossed it lightly. Suddenly, a line of ethereal text materialized before his eyes. Ding! Detecting a treasure. Cloud-piercing shuttle. Supreme artifact. This object is forged from celestial iron fallen from the heavens, impervious to all forms of assault, and under certain conditions, capable of vanquishing a formidable foe within the third realm. What an astonishing discovery! Jiang Xuan was startled, nearly dropping the cloud-piercing shuttle in his hand. Could this unassuming little shuttle actually be a treasure artifact? Treasure artifacts are crafted from rare materials, specially forged for martial artists to fully unleash the potency of their true chi. Legends speak of even more extraordinary implements, spirit artifacts, divine artifacts, and even celestial artifacts. Though such wonders were far beyond his current station, even a mere treasure artifact was considered exceptionally rare. This shuttle appeared to be a concealed weapon-type treasure artifact, its design perfectly suiting a radiant elder like himself. The black market experts arrived just in time to witness Liu Dian's disappearance, their eyes brimming with regret. Alas, that madman has escaped us again. Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance at the crowd and replied nonchalantly, "Had it not been for your unwarranted disturbance, I would have captured him already." With that, he grasped the whip once more, preparing to resume his journey. "Please, esteemed senior, do not rush away." The burly man at the forefront of the black market experts called out to Jiang Xuan, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I am Jiang Yuan, an officer of the black market Xuanwu Hall. Might I request a moment of your time for a conversation?" "There is no need," Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have pressing matters to attend to. If you have anything to say, do so swiftly." The scar-faced man approached with an obsequious demeanor, saying, "Esteemed senior, I am Li Huan from the Xuanwu Hall. I regret the unintended offense I caused during our last encounter and have yet to properly host you. I humbly request the honor of your presence." Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance at Li Huan and, with a dismissive flick of his whip, commanded, "Go." To offer unsolicited kindness often conceals ulterior motives, thus, Jiang Xuan consistently rebuffed such ambiguous invitations. Furthermore, the denizens of the black market are notorious for their ruthlessness, and as a principled elder who abides by the law, he preferred to minimize his interactions with such individuals. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. This elder possessed quite the temper. After all, they were inhabitants of the black market, and his disdainful demeanor was unexpected. Jiang Yuan called out loudly, "Senior, we have a lucrative proposition at hand. Should you be interested, feel free to visit me at the Xuanwu Hall in the black market." Jiang Xuan's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. A lucrative business? At this moment, he was indeed in dire need of funds, and the black market undoubtedly promised substantial profits. With this in mind, the principles seemed to lose their significance. Ahem. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat and replied, "When I have the time, I shall naturally seek you out, awaiting your esteemed presence." Jiang Yuan slightly bowed towards the departing carriage, only straightening up once the vehicle vanished from sight. Li Huan smacked his lips, his face filled with wonder. "I wonder what the old senior is thinking. Possessing such profound skill yet content to be a mere coachman. Zhang Zhisher, do you truly believe he is a martial arts master?" Jiang Yuan squinted into the distance. From his earlier actions, it does not seem so. However, his control over his aura indeed hints at the semblance of a martial arts master. Thus, one should refrain from hasty conclusions. What astonishes me most is his body refinement technique, which must be extraordinarily formidable. Rumors in the Jianghu speak of a method specifically designed for skin hardening and bone tempering. Those who master it can become impervious to blades and fire. I had always thought it a mere legend, but witnessing it today has truly broadened my horizons. Should we have the opportunity, we must surely acquire his body refinement technique. Li Huan nodded in agreement, recalling the scene from that day, still filled with trepidation. This old senior is indeed unfathomable. At the southern city gate, Jiang Xuan sat in the carriage, his gaze fixed on the horizon, anxiously awaiting the return of the third young master of the Li family. This young man simply had no regard for punctuality. It had been agreed that he would arrive in Yuzhou City by noon, yet as the sun began its descent, there was still no sign of him. At last, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed in the distance. Jiang Xuan cast his eyes upon a spirited group of young individuals, each mounted upon a splendid steed, making their way towards the southern city gate. Clad in uniform white Taoist robes adorned with embroidered clouds upon their chests, they were none other than disciples of the Yunshao sect. Upon spotting Jiang Xuan, a strikingly handsome and imposing young man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you old Jiang?" This individual was none other than Li Huai, the third young master of the Li family. He recalled this coachman, who had seemingly served at the Li estate since his earliest memories. After all these years, how is it that he appeared even more vibrant than before? Jiang Xuan slightly bowed, saying, "Indeed, it is this old servant. It is rare for the third young master to still remember this old servant." who has been waiting here for quite some time. Li Huai glanced around and, furrowing his brow, inquired, "Where is Zhao Hu?" This. Jiang Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and chuckled. Zhao Hu has encountered a bit of trouble. The young master will naturally be informed upon his return home. Indeed. Li Huai nodded slightly, not dwelling on it, and continued to inquire, "While in Yuzhou City, have you heard of a man with an elusive agility?" "A man with elusive agility?" Jiang Xuan pondered. Could it be the notorious murderer from before? Jiang Xuan felt a sense of foreboding and replied, to the third young master, "I am unaware." Li Huai nodded slightly, having not expected to glean any information from such an inquiry. What could a mere coachman possibly know? He turned to the disciples of Yunxiao's sect behind him and said, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, we are now in Yuzhou City, where the Li family holds considerable prestige. If that wretched traitor who harmed our fellow disciples is indeed here, no matter how he conceals himself, we shall surely unearth him." The disciples of Yunxiao's sect sighed. Expressing their hopes, let us wish for such an outcome. Their mission was to capture the traitor Lu Dian, who had once been a disciple of Yunxiao's sect. During an excursion for training, driven by greed for a particular treasure, he had brutally slain 2 fellow disciples and defected from the sect. This incident had stirred great turmoil within the sect, inciting the elders' wrath and a mandate for Lu Dian's capture. Until today, they had only just discovered that Lu Dian was hiding in Yuzhou City, prompting their visit to ascertain the truth. As the group pondered, a young woman, her gaze filled with suspicion, suddenly spoke, "Li Shixiang, I have long heard that Yuzhou City is a hub of merchants, teeming with hidden talents. I did not expect that an inconspicuous old coachman would also be a practitioner at the qi condensation level." Her words instantly captured the attention of the Yunxiao sect disciples, who expressed their astonishment. "Is it true? This old man exudes a faint aura of true energy? How did we overlook this earlier?" In reality, Jiang Xuan was even more surprised. He had meticulously suppressed his aura through breathing techniques. Yet this young woman had discerned his hidden prowess. In that moment, he resolved to reveal a hint of his true energy. To feign ignorance would only betray insecurity, potentially leading to greater complications. Alas, age was a hindrance. One disciple of Yunxiao's sect lamented, "His vitality seems waning. His true energy is feeble. Even at the qi condensation level, making further advancements is exceedingly difficult. It is remarkable that he has maintained his current state." The group was only momentarily astonished before losing interest. Under normal circumstances, for someone of Jiang Xuan's age to reach the qi condensation stage was indeed an impressive feat. Had he been a few decades younger, he might have had a chance to be recruited as an outer disciple by some sect. Now, however, he was no longer worthy of their attention. Li Huai was also somewhat taken aback. He did not recall that his coachman was a martial artist. Nevertheless, receiving praise from a talented female disciple of the sect was quite gratifying. Our Li family has always enjoyed good fortune, and old Jiang is certainly reaping the benefits. Old Jiang, I shall not be taking the carriage today. Instead, I will accompany my brothers and sisters to explore Yuzhou City. You may return and report our safety." Li Huai said with a hint of pride, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Am I to be toyed with? I have waited for you, you rascal, all afternoon, only to be dismissed now. Had it not been for my good fortune, I might have met my demise at the hands of that traitor you mentioned." Jiang Xuan felt a sense of gloom as he turned the carriage to leave. "Wait, please." At that moment, the young girl called out to Jiang Xuan and turned to Li Huai with a gentle smile, "Senior brotherly, I have never had the pleasure of riding in such a luxurious carriage. May I give it a try?" This remark instantly inflated Li Huai's vanity. "Of course. Junior sister Luo, please." Li Huai assisted the young girl into the carriage and instructed, "Old Jiang, ensure that you drive smoothly and follow closely behind us. Do not let it be bumpy along the way, understood?" Jiang Xian's lips twitched involuntarily, unable to suppress the curses that surged within him. What an insufferable sycophant! Does a martial artist truly fear a little turbulence? Here I am, an elderly man, having waited for you all for ages without a word, only to accompany you on your shopping spree as a mere third wheel. Truly, earning money is arduous, and enduring this nonsense is a trial. Jiang Xuan nodded, "I understand." Esteemed elder, Li Huai, pleased, nodded in return and cast a glance at the young maiden within the carriage, a flicker of unabashed fervor illuminating his gaze. Throughout their journey, the maiden of the Luo clan remained silent, seemingly burdened by unspoken thoughts. As the distance between their carriage and the disciples of Yunxiao's sect gradually widened, she finally spoke. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire your esteemed name and your age? Are you perchance married?" Jiang Xuan. What an opening line. Why does it sound so familiar? If this question were to reach the ears of the earlier impetuous young men, wouldn't they be compelled to fight for their honor? Jiang Xuan cleared his throat and, with a warm smile, remarked, I am the aged Jiang Xuan, 70 years old this year, and I have yet to find a spouse. However, to his surprise, the young girl's voice was tinged with a hint of indignation as she retorted, Old sir, how is it possible that you remain unmarried? Please, do give it some thought. At your age, do not emulate the unfaithful. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xuan felt even more bewildered. It is indeed a source of embarrassment for an old man like me, having lived for so many years without a wife. But there is no need for you to be so provocative. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of displeasure. At my age, whether or not I am married should hardly concern a young lady like you. The young girl, realizing her indiscretion, softened her tone. I apologize for my rudeness. What I meant to inquire, esteemed sir, is whether you have ever had a spouse or fiancée. Why are you delving into my romantic history? He retorted, feeling that merely being regarded as her grandfather was quite sufficient. Jiang Xuan wore an expression of helplessness. My dear girl, I am but a solitary man, having never taken a wife nor even an intended, living a life of unblemished integrity. How could that be? The young lady's tone carried a hint of bewilderment. Jiang Xuan, at 70 years of age in Yuzhou City, could there truly be another? Upon hearing these words, it seemed as though the other party was genuinely searching for him, as if on a quest to find a long-lost relative. Could it be that, in his youth, he had unwittingly sown the seeds of parenthood? Had he fathered a daughter? Jiang Xuan felt a sudden pang of apprehension. My dear lady, if you are indeed referring to the 70-year-old Jiang Xuan, then I must be the sole survivor in Yuzhou City. The young woman bit her lip gently and replied, Esteemed elder, please ponder this carefully. Did you not once promise a betrothal in your youth? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xuan experienced a moment of clarity. Within the depths of his memories, he recalled that in his childhood, there had been a child bride in his household, who later vanished during a famine. He had always believed her to be deceased. Could it be? Jiang Xuan murmured, In my youth, it seems I indeed had a child bride. The young girl's eyes instantly brightened as she straightforwardly asked, Old sir, could you please write a divorce letter? A divorce letter? The task awaits me here. Jiang Xuan's face was a picture of astonishment. Young lady, what relation do you bear to her? The maiden hesitated briefly, as though struggling with some unspeakable difficulty, then murmured in a barely audible voice, She is my mother. At this moment, if Jiang Xuan were to hold a mouthful of water, he would undoubtedly spew it forth in disbelief. Goodness, could it be this farcical? The original owner was already entangled in such matters at a tender age. However, the daughter's age seems incongruous. Could it be that she had been betrayed? The young girl seated in the vehicle felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and mustered the courage to explain the circumstances. It turns out that her mother was originally a child bride in the Jiang family, who encountered an elder named Luo from the Yunxiao sect during a time of famine. Upon noticing her remarkable aptitude for martial arts, Elder Luo took her back to the Yunxiao sect for adoption, renaming her Luo Xiaolan. From that moment on, the Jiang family believed her to be dead. In time, Elder Luo had a dashing son, Luo Jintian, who became infatuated with Luo Xiaolan. As days turned into years, their affection blossomed into love, and amidst the fervor of passion, they bore an illegitimate daughter named Luo Li. Yet, the two never formalized their union. This was largely because Luo Xiaolan was burdened by an unresolved sentiment, believing herself to still be the Jiang family's bride, which instilled a sense of guilt within her that lingered throughout her life. Even on her deathbed, she implored her daughter to seek out Jiang Xuan, hoping to obtain a divorce decree to find peace in the afterlife. Should Jiang Xuan have already passed, she wished for her ashes to be interred alongside his. Despite the awkwardness of the request, Luo Li, as the dutiful daughter, felt compelled to fulfill her mother's dying wish and readily agreed. Coincidentally, she was set to return to her mother's childhood hometown, prompting her to accompany the journey. In summary, although Luo Xiaolan held the title of Jiang Xuan's child bride, there existed neither affection nor marital reality between them. It was merely a hollow designation, a burden that a woman could not surmount in her lifetime. It is indeed a perplexing situation, truly too difficult to assess. What a perplexing matter this is. Jiang Xuan listened quietly, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, left momentarily speechless. What a striking example of not underestimating the youth due to their poverty. This was genuine destitution. The child bride had been abducted, and he was none the wiser. In the end, the person returned, seeking a divorce. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. Seeing Jiang Xuan's prolonged silence, Luo Li felt a twinge of guilt and hastily added, "Old sir, my mother has always felt deeply remorseful towards you and left behind a relic, hoping you would honor her final wish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan inquired, maintaining his composure, "What is it?" Luo Li hesitated for a moment before producing a pristine white jade tablet and extending it from the carriage, saying, "This item is known as the Dragon and Phoenix Jade. It was a cherished possession of my mother throughout her life. She said that if you were still alive, it should be given to you." Jiang Xuan casually took the spiritual jade in hand, instantly sensing a refreshing coolness emanating from it that invigorated his entire being, as if he had undergone a session of cultivation. The Dragon Phoenix Jade, superior treasure artifact carved from an exceedingly rare fragment of North Sea Ice Spirit Jade. This artifact bestows longevity upon its wearer while also enhancing cultivation efficacy. What a remarkable treasure! Jiang Xuan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. At the age of 70, with his life nearing its twilight and devoid of wealth, this jade was precisely what he needed in his moment of urgency. To him, this exquisite piece of Dragon and Phoenix Jade was likely far more precious than the deadly cloud-piercing shuttle. It is only in the twilight of life that one truly comprehends the exorbitant value of health and wellness. Jiang Xuan gently stroked his beard and said with a faint smile, "Miss Luo, the events of yesteryears have long faded from my memory. Since your esteemed mother holds such a desire, I shall fulfill her wish and compose a letter of divorce." Luo Li felt a surge of joy in her heart and expressed her gratitude, saying, "I am deeply grateful, esteemed elder, for your understanding on behalf of my mother. There is one more matter I wish to request of you, if you would be so kind as to consider it." Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it?" "My dear lady, feel free to speak candidly." Luo Li gently bit her lip, expressing, "My mother, during her lifetime, always wished to meet you once more. Yet she felt unworthy to face you again. Now that she has passed, I earnestly request that you visit her grave. I believe her spirit would be immensely gratified." Jiang Xuan hesitated for a moment and sighed, "My dear lady, I am but a mere servant now. How can I possibly meet with old acquaintances? Let us agree on this. If, after 3 years, I regain my freedom and have not yet succumbed to the ravages of time, we shall meet again. What do you think?" Luo Li felt a pang of disappointment, but upon hearing the latter part of his statement, her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "It is settled then. I am most grateful, esteemed sir." The old gentleman, having embraced the path of enlightenment in his 70s, surely has the potential to live for another century. Ha ha ha! Jiang Xuan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You clever girl, you possess a silver tongue and know how to articulate your thoughts. In this regard, you resemble your mother." Jiang Xuan accompanied several young individuals on a leisurely tour of Yuzhou City before eventually returning to the Li residence. By then, the elderly Master Li, his wife Su Qin, and their youngest daughter Li Yingling had been anxiously awaiting their arrival at the entrance. "Father." Li Huai dismounted swiftly and hurried forward to support his aged father. Master Li, overjoyed, patted his youngest son's shoulder with pride, his smile stretching from ear to ear. It was no wonder he doted on this son. Truly, the boy had proven himself worthy. At that moment, he nearly exclaimed aloud, "My son possesses the makings of a grandmaster." Madame Su Qin and Li Yingling also stepped forward. "Dear, third brother." Su Qin was particularly elated. While Master Li regarded Huai as his youngest son, to her, he was her only biological child. "See, my offspring is clearly the most outstanding." Li Yingling, however, remained noticeably indifferent. She had never been fond of this brother, finding him rather uncouth. Instead, she harbored greater affection for her 2 elder half-brothers who had long since left home. The other disciples of Cloudreach sect dismounted as well, approaching to offer their respects. "Uncle, Aunt, we've troubled you during our stay." A senior disciple among them, Qi Hong, bowed slightly with impeccable courtesy. Master Li laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, no trouble at all. Nephew, you are most welcome to linger in Yuzhou City. Let Huai show you the customs and charms of this place." To host such a gathering of prodigies was an honor. He secretly wished they would extend their stay indefinitely. Given time, even the city lord might pay a visit to the Li household. Li Huai gestured toward Qi Hong and introduced, "Father, this is senior brother Qi Hong. Our master predicts he may attain grandmaster status before the age of 40. He stands among the finest of Cloudreach sect's 13th generation disciples." "Ah, junior brother, you flatter me too much," Qi Hong replied with feigned humility. "You are the true prodigy. I dare say you'll surpass me soon enough." The younger generation is formidable indeed. Thus began their mutual exchange of exaggerated praise, though in truth, neither held significant standing within Cloudreach sect. After this ritual, Li Huai introduced the remaining disciples, one dark-skinned and earnest, the other taciturn. This is senior brother Chinpeng, and this is junior brother Lu Yu. Finally, he indicated Luo Li. This is junior sister Luo Li. Among them, only Qi Hong was older, already 30, and the most advanced in cultivation. The rest were youths in their teens, yet without exception. Each had reached the Qi condensation realm, all bearing the potential of future grandmasters. Never before had Master Li encountered so many prodigies at once. Beaming with delight, he ushered them inside with boundless enthusiasm. Tonight, the prestige of the Li family would soar to unprecedented heights. Jiang Xuan completed the divorce decree, his emotions in a tumultuous state. Having lived for 70 years, he had never experienced the sensation of establishing a family. Yet here he was, penning a letter of separation. What a perplexing turn of events. At the moment he sealed the letter, the system's voice finally resonated. Ding! You have furiously written a divorce decree. Slapping it across the face of the celestial beauty, declaring, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The entire clan was stirred with fervor. Mission accomplished. Reward granted. Intermediate sword intent. The narrative shifts. Your furious rejection of the celestial beauty has incited a pursuit from her sect, compelling your youthful self to forsake your homeland and embark on the path of the strong. Mission triggered. Forsaking one's homeland. Mission requirements. Leave your family and seek a new sanctuary. Mission reward. A high-tier martial technique. The proclamation lingered in the air. Jiang Xuan felt that his comprehension of sword intent had deepened considerably. The previously perplexing points had now become clear. As far as he knew, those who grasped intermediate sword intent were exceedingly rare, nearly all of whom were martial arts masters. Thus, one could say that from this day forth, he too bore the demeanor of a master. Regrettably, despite the strength of his sword intent, his repertoire of sword techniques remained insufficient, and he needed to devise a means to acquire more martial skills. As for this new task, it likely hinted that the time to depart from the Li family was approaching. Time has a way of making one nostalgic. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of emotions and let out a sigh. Having lived a lifetime in the Li family, the day of departure was swiftly approaching, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia within him. With such thoughts, his drowsiness dissipated entirely. Jiang Xuan rose slowly, grasping his longsword as he stepped out of the dwelling and made his way to the training grounds near the Li estate. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the lofty moon suspended in the celestial expanse. The hour had deepened into the silent watches of midnight, with naught but the mournful howling of the bitter wind to accompany him, as all mortal souls had long surrendered to slumber. Jiang Xuan donned a thin black martial arts robe, his robust muscles subtly discernible beneath the fabric, yet he felt no chill whatsoever. This is the advantage of cultivation. The protective qi enveloping his body was sufficient to withstand typical frigid temperatures, rendering age's effects on him almost negligible. Jiang Xuan, with his eyes tightly shut, wielded his longsword, which emitted a resonant hum, as he practiced in the frigid winter night. Over the past month, Jiang Xuan had risen from his slumber nearly every midnight to train, diligently mastering the eternal greensword technique. Remarkably, he did not feel fatigued the following day. Instead, he radiated vitality and vigor. A master who has reached the third realm of cultivation can essentially subsist without food, drink, or rest, enjoying an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan. Such beings are akin to deities in the eyes of ordinary mortals. Jiang Xuan was engrossed in his sword practice, oblivious to the graceful figure observing him from a distance. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Normally, at this hour, the residents of the Li household would be fast asleep. However, today was exceptional, as guests had arrived at the Li residence. Luo Li, troubled by the events of the day, found herself unable to sleep and wished to discuss the matter of the body text with Jiang Xuan before the night stretched on, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped outside, she spotted Jiang Xuan heading out of the estate. Curiosity compelled her to follow, and she was met with the astonishing sight of a 70-year-old practicing swordplay. The overwhelming sword intent, the fierce sword techniques, the profound vital energy, and his robust physique all struck the young girl with great impact. Such a stark contrast. Was this truly the kind-hearted elder she had seen during the day? Now, it was clear that he was far from being weak and feeble. To her eyes, this elder's vitality likely surpassed that of the elite disciples from the sect, and his foundation was remarkably solid. It was indeed peculiar. How could such a state exist in a man of 70? Luo Li was filled with curiosity. Who goes there? At that moment, Jiang Xuan sensed an intruder lurking nearby and swiftly unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy. Startled, Luo Li quickly sidestepped to avoid the strike. Elder. It's me. Do not strike. Luo girl? Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, questioning her intent for shadowing him in the dead of night. Luo Li cautiously stepped forward, her gaze a mixture of emotions as she regarded Jiang Xuan. She practiced the highest level of heart technique from the Yushao sect, enabling her to move silently and blend seamlessly with the night. Was this elder truly so perceptive? With a tentative smile, she replied, Elder, you jest. I simply found myself unable to rest and wished to finalize our discussion regarding your affairs. Jiang Xuan suddenly realized and promptly produced a letter of divorce from his person, extending it into Luo Li's hands. Thank you, sir, Luo Li replied, bowing deeply, her voice resonating with palpable excitement amidst the frigid night. At long last, she could fulfill her mother's dying wish. Even with the letter in hand, Luo Li showed no intention of departing. She remained quietly rooted in place, gazing at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan could not refrain from inquiring, Miss Luo, do you have any further matters to discuss? In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman remained together. Although it was an elderly man and a young girl, Jiang Xuan had only recently regained his vigor and youthful spirit, making it difficult for him to endure the situation. He quickly decided to withdraw, lest he squander his time in sword practice. Luo Li gazed at Jiang Xuan with sparkling eyes, a hint of competitiveness shimmering within them. Esteemed sir, I too wish to learn the art of the sword. Might I request your guidance? While her words were modest, there was no trace of humility in her gaze. Rather, it was brimming with a fervent thirst for knowledge. She was genuinely curious about the capabilities of an old carriage driver. Practice swordplay? Jiang Xuan chuckled softly. Miss Luo, as an old coachman, how could I possibly instruct you in swordsmanship? Luo Li replied with a gentle smile, Dear sir, please do not be so modest. Such exquisite swordplay is not something an ordinary coachman could possess. She assured him, Rest assured, whatever your intentions at the Li residence may be, they are of no concern to me. I shall not breathe a word of tonight's events. Indeed, she was astutely perceptive, fully aware of Jiang Xuan's apprehensions. Given Jiang Xuan's remarkable skills, his late-night practice must surely be a secret he wished to keep from others. Moreover, Luo Li speculated that Jiang Xuan's apparent subservience in the Li residence likely concealed some ulterior motive. Jiang Xuan smiled broadly and said, Very well. It is indeed a solitary endeavor for an old man like me to practice the sword alone. Having Miss Luo accompany me is truly a delightful occurrence. Luo Li produced a slender and exquisite sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light, appearing to be a formidable artifact. Esteemed sir, please bestow upon me your guidance. Jiang Xuan remained composed, standing alone with his sword, showing no inclination to initiate an attack. Luo Li's delicate brows furrowed. After all, she was a renowned prodigy of her generation, and yet this old man dared to exhibit such arrogance. Very well, I shall ascertain his true capabilities. In the next moment, Luo Li's figure blurred, transforming into four swift sword shadows that assailed Jiang Xuan from all directions. This initial move was a remarkably fierce killing strike. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Xuan, with an air of calmness, casually unleashed 3 azure sword energies, shattering 3 sword phantoms in a swift motion. With the final sword, he boldly met the true form of Luo Li head-on. As the blades made contact, an astonishing spark erupted from the 2 swords. In that fleeting moment, Luo Li sensed an overwhelming essence of sword intent emanating from her opponent's blade, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she was compelled to retreat several dozen steps. In this initial clash, she found herself at a disadvantage. How could this be possible? Disbelief filled her eyes. Having trained in swordsmanship since the tender age of 3 and comprehended sword intent by 12, she was hailed as the youngest swordsmanship prodigy of the Yushao sect. The move she had just executed was one of the sect's signature martial arts, known as the Flowing Cloud Illusionary Sword. When cultivated to perfection, it could conjure 7 sword phantoms, merging reality and illusion, with unpredictable and versatile sword techniques, epitomizing the pinnacle of the fusion of body movement and swordplay. At her age, being able to manifest 4 sword phantoms was already a testament to her extraordinary talent, rendering her nearly unmatched among her contemporaries. Yet today, the very technique she took pride in was effortlessly countered by her adversary. This blow was indeed a staggering setback for a gifted individual. Jiang Xuan sheathed his sword and, with a gentle smile, inquired, Miss Luo, will you continue? Luo Li bit her lip, a flicker of defiance crossing her face as she resolutely declared, "I humbly request your guidance, senior." In her speech, she had elevated her address from old sir to the more respectful term senior, clearly treating Jiang Xuan as a venerable master of the sword. Despite her initial confidence, doubt began to seep in. Fortunately, her cultivation level surpassed Jiang Xuan's by several minor realms, having reached the 6th layer of qi condensation. If her swordsmanship fell short, she would rely on her strength. As the proud daughter of the Yunxiao sect, she was unwilling to concede defeat to an old carriage driver and was determined to reclaim her honor. Jiang Xuan maintained a warm smile, saying, "Miss Luo, please." He was well aware that the young lady harbored feelings of reluctance, eager to reclaim her lost dignity. However, this precisely aligned with his intentions. For Jiang Xuan, engaging in a duel with Luo Li would prove to be immensely beneficial. Jiang Xuan, a swordsman who embarked on his journey later in life, primarily learned his sword techniques by studying manuals. The application of each move in actual combat relies heavily on his personal comprehension. Consequently, this gives rise to a dilemma. His grasp of intricate details lacks a certain finesse. With the same sword technique, a mere variation in stance or a slight downward pressure on the blade can yield vastly different outcomes. A minuscule deviation can lead to significant consequences, akin to the disparity between a professional athlete and a mere enthusiast. The gap in foundational skills is not negligible. Once the fundamentals are lacking, subsequent efforts are often insufficient to bridge that chasm. Nevertheless, despite the imperfections in his training, his profound sword intent and innate talent, bestowed by his celestial lineage, allow him to wield his sword with remarkable prowess, appearing quite seasoned. Yet, underlying risks remain. In contrast, Luo Li, having practiced swordsmanship from a young age and hailing from a prestigious lineage, has mastered the essentials: thrusts, slashes, points, flicks, and lifts, each executed with utmost precision, rivaling seasoned swordsmen with decades of experience. She serves as the ideal model for correcting his foundational skills. Clang, clang, clang. On this frigid, snowy night, the martial arts arena resonated with the sounds of their clashing sword techniques. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, employing little true energy, focusing instead on mutual refinement and understanding. Jiang Xuan strolled leisurely, yet he was quietly observing and meticulously recording Luo Li's swordsmanship. Who could have anticipated that the greatest benefit from this sparring session would be reaped by him, the senior? In stark contrast, Luo Li was engulfed in a state of profound shock. Each of her exquisitely executed attacks was deftly countered by Jiang Xuan, who refrained from launching a counterattack. Akin to an adult playfully engaging with a child, seemingly not taking the contest seriously at all. This inflicted significant damage to Luo Li's pride, as she desperately sought to reclaim her standing through her swordplay, yet she could not discern any flaw in Jiang Xuan's technique. The only explanation for this predicament was that Jiang Xuan's sword intent surpassed hers, having attained an intermediate level of sword intent. In the realm of swordsmanship, intermediate sword intent is often referred to as clear sword heart. To him, any extravagant swordplay could be distilled to its essence, enabling him to effortlessly neutralize his opponent's assaults during combat. But how could this be possible? Within the entire sect, only her master had comprehended intermediate sword intent. Being a true sword master, how could an ordinary carriage driver rival her master? Luo Li found this notion utterly unacceptable, and even more disconcerting was Jiang Xuan's remarkable endurance. After a full hour of sparring, she felt fatigued, while Jiang Xuan remained composed, his breathing steady, his complexion unchanged, as if he had expended no energy at all. This was indeed perplexing. Am I the young one, or is it you, esteemed senior? With a flushed face and labored breaths, Luo Li reluctantly admitted, "Senior, you truly possess the vigor of youth. I concede my defeat." It was utterly unimaginable that she had genuinely lost to an inconspicuous carriage driver. The young girl's resolve was left somewhat shattered. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, remarking that the young lady was a paragon of excellence and a prodigy in swordsmanship. Engaging in sparring with her had been immensely beneficial for the old man. These words caused Luo Li's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. After all, she had been thoroughly teased throughout the encounter, rendering her unworthy of any such benefit. This venerable elder certainly had a way with words. At that moment, in her heart, Jiang Xuan had transformed into an elder who had devoted decades to the art of the sword, and his presence in the humble Li residence must surely be due to some compelling reason. She even contemplated inviting Jiang Xuan to join her at Yunxiao sect as her swordsmanship partner, just as she was wavering in her thoughts. A scene that left Luo Li even more astonished unfolded before her eyes. Jiang Xuan, wielding his long sword, began to mimic her sword techniques, executing each move with flawless precision, mirroring her own performance perfectly. As the demonstration continued to its conclusion, Jiang Xuan appeared to sense something, and his figure split into 5, astonishingly executing a technique known as the flowing cloud illusion sword. Luo Li, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "The flowing cloud illusion sword?" She could scarcely fathom it. Jiang Xuan merely observed her practice once and subsequently mastered this profound swordsmanship. Such comprehension is truly extraordinary. Regrettably, he has yet to fully grasp its essence. Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his long sword, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. After all, he had never truly mastered this martial art. He was unaware of its profound essence. He merely imitated a technique, managing to conjure no more than 5 sword shadows. These 5 shadows represented the pinnacle of his understanding of this swordsmanship, not the limits of his innate talent. Once he acquires the sword manual, he is confident he can cultivate this art to perfection, unleashing 7 sword shadows with a single strike. If this notion were to reach the ears of Luo Li beside him, she would likely erupt in fury. How could it be? After a year of practice, she had only managed to produce 4 sword shadows, and here he was, dissatisfied with 5? Who, indeed, is the true prodigy? The chemical reaction produced by the fusion of celestial bones and intermediate sword intent is utterly formidable. Jiang Xuan sighed with a hint of regret and asked with a smile, "Miss Luo, might I have the honor of observing this sword technique?" Luo Li immediately appeared somewhat troubled, responding, "Esteemed elder, the martial arts of our sect are not to be shared with outsiders." Jiang Xuan, momentarily taken aback, waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, then." With that, he turned to depart. In truth, he had merely inquired casually and had no intention of pressuring the young lady. Though this sword technique was commendable, he possessed a system that would undoubtedly grant him access to far superior martial arts in the future, rendering this particular skill inconsequential. Observing Jiang Xuan's retreating figure from a distance, Luo Li gritted her teeth and called out, "Esteemed sir, I am willing to offer this martial skill in both hands. Might I request your guidance in practicing swordsmanship for a few days?" Having witnessed Jiang Xuan's formidable mastery of the sword, Luo Li felt admiration for another for the first time. In his presence, she felt akin to a struggling student standing before an academic prodigy, her heart brimming with profound insecurity. This sensation was one she had never experienced even in the company of her own master. "Oh?" Jiang Xuan paused in his tracks, turning to gaze upon the young prodigy before him, whose face bore a hint of stubbornness and an indomitable spirit. A smile broke across his lips as he replied, "Very well, but only during the night." Name, Jiang Xuan. Age, 8 cultivation level, 2nd layer of Qi condensation technique. Evergreen sword technique. Martial skills, horse stance sword. Flowing cloud illusion sword. Innate talents, celestial bone, indestructible, intermediate sword intent. Jiang Xuan sat in his chamber, gazing at the panel of his subordinate, and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. At last, he had broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi condensation. The fierce battle with Luo Li the previous night had greatly benefited him, enabling him to surpass his previous limitations. Indeed, youth is meant for exploration. It is within the throes of combat that one can fully awaken their potential, whether it was due to his celestial bones or the Qingqing sword technique. He felt invigorated rather than fatigued after an entire night of confrontation. As dawn broke, he and Luo Li reluctantly parted ways, each returning to their respective quarters. In the days that followed, Jiang Xuan's life underwent subtle changes. By day, he continued his work as a coachman, while by night, he practiced swordsmanship with the young lady, whose cultivation surpassed his own and whose sword techniques were more advanced. Yet, despite her prowess, he found amusement in the fact that she could not best him. She was often left exhausted by their daily sparring. Meanwhile, Li Huai remained busy, frequently taking the disciples of Yunxiao sect outside the city. Their activities consisted mainly of enjoying scenic outings and collaborating with the authorities to search for Lu Dian's whereabouts. The only perplexing matter was that his little junior sister, Luo Li, remained secluded, appearing utterly fatigued from her endeavors. Eager to connect with her, he offered his concern daily, yet was consistently met with a closed door, driving Li Huai to the brink of frustration. As time went on, the residents of the Li Manor became aware of their young master's interest in the enchanting beauty. Although she treated him with indifference, it was no wonder that his demeanor had improved upon his return. He sought to impress the fair maiden, In the martial training grounds of the Li Manor, groups of guards gathered to discuss this juicy gossip, inevitably turning their conversation to this intriguing affair. Jiang Xuan mingled among them, quietly listening. One of the guardians initiated the conversation. Do you think our third young master can win the heart of that lovely young lady? Wu Yong stroked his chin thoughtfully. I find it unlikely. That girl appears quite haughty, rarely uttering a word. Several guardians nodded in agreement, and another remarked, have you noticed? The third young master's senior brother, whose surname is Qi, has been casting rather inappropriate glances at our young lady. Wu Yong grinned. That fellow, from my years of experience, is undoubtedly a ravenous wolf in disguise. However, his strength is not to be underestimated. He likely possesses considerable prowess, perhaps even at the returning origin stage. Let us hope our young lady does not fall prey to his wicked schemes. Jiang Xuan shook his head, pondering how these young individuals were consumed by matters of romance, which only served to hinder their cultivation. He considered himself fortunate, as an old man, to remain undistracted even in the presence of beautiful women. Nevertheless, he was quite concerned about the mission assigned to the disciples of Yanxiao sect. He recalled vividly that the notorious murderer had brazenly threatened his life. Jiang Xuan casually inquired, do you know the purpose of the third young master's recent return to Yuzhou City? Wu Yong stroked his chin thoughtfully. In recent days, the third young master has been frequently visiting the government office, seemingly investigating the notorious serial killer that has stirred up such a commotion in the city. It is said that he is also a member of the Yuxiao sect, having slain his fellow disciples and seized a treasured artifact, now hiding within Yuzhou City. The prowess of this serial killer is truly formidable. Many martial artists of the returning origin realm have perished at his hands. Indeed, it appears to be so. Jiang Xuan's face was etched with concern. Could it be that this person was the one assigned to eliminate him? As the saying goes, while one can evade an open attack, it is far more challenging to guard against a hidden strike. If he were to be taken down in his sleep, he would be left without a place to weep. Therefore, it seems imperative that he find an opportunity to lure this individual out and eliminate him. On this particular day, in the early morning, the snowfall in Yuzhou City intensified, transforming the entire world into a vast expanse of white. Tomorrow marks the eve of the Lunar New Year. Jiang Xuan had long since resolved to leave the Li family after celebrating one final New Year. However, little did he know that the Li family could not wait that long, and a turn of events transpired today. Early this morning, the third young master, Li Huai, led a group to search Jiang Xuan's quarters, uncovering 100 taels of silver, which he falsely accused Jiang Xuan of stealing the previous night. Upon hearing the commotion, Madame Su Qin rushed over and feigned astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Oh dear, this indeed belongs to me. The mother and son played their parts in unison, immediately drawing the attention of old Master Li. At that moment, old Master Li sat in the great hall, his gaze weary. Old Jiang, do you have anything to say? Jiang Xuan maintained a serene expression, neither raising his voice nor causing a disturbance, merely inclining his body slightly. I have served the master for many years, but it is up to him to decide. Indeed, he was disinclined to offer explanations. The truth was, being expelled from the Li residence aligned perfectly with his own desires. Should they wish to press further, they would need to consider whether the sword in his hand would acquiesce. Li Yingling, unable to bear the injustice any longer, stepped forward and said, Father, Grandfather Jiang would never covet these 100 taels of silver. There must be some misunderstanding. Li Leoi remained impassive, his eyelids not even flickering, and offered no response. He naturally trusted the integrity of his old coachman. Such a deceitful scheme could not escape his discernment. Without delving into details, how could Jiang Xuan have pilfered 100 taels of silver without alerting Madame? Undoubtedly, akin to the Zhaohu case, this was a miscarriage of justice. Yet, Jiang Xuan was, after all, merely a servant, with both his wife and son directing their accusations towards him, armed with mountains of incriminating evidence. He found himself at a loss on how to defend Jiang Xuan. It was worth contemplating. Jiang Xuan had indeed aged. Perhaps leaving the Li residence was ultimately a fortuitous turn of events. Madame Su Qin discreetly glanced at Li Leoi's countenance and sighed, My daughter. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Old Jiang, at his advanced age, seeking to earn some silver for a comfortable twilight is understandable. However, he ought not to have resorted to theft. Li Yingling, feeling a surge of urgency, exclaimed, Mother, Grandfather Jiang saved my life not long ago. He could never be such a person. Truly, she was a kind-hearted young lady. Jiang Xuan sighed inwardly. This child was perhaps the only master with whom he shared a profound emotional bond within the Li residence. Su Qin gently patted Li Yingling's head, her expression one of distress. Alas, I too find it hard to believe, yet the reality unfolds before our eyes. Let us do this. I shall endeavor to persuade your father, urging him not to send old Jiang to the authorities, but merely to dismiss him. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's eyes instantly glistened with tears as she choked out. But, mother, grandfather Jiang is already so old, without any children or family. Where could he possibly go after leaving the Li residence? Li Huai's expression hardened at her words. Linger, do not be willful and cause distress to your parents. That treacherous old ding should have been expelled from the Li residence long ago. The mother and son engaged in their respective roles, one playing the villain and the other the victim, conspiring together to impose hardship upon the old man. At that moment, the household servants and guards gathered around, their faces betraying expressions of sympathy. Poor old Jiang, indeed. In the great hall of the Li residence, the scandal surrounding Jiang Xuan's alleged theft of silver has escalated, spreading like wildfire throughout the Li residence. Servants, housekeepers, guards, and even several disciples from Yunxiao sect have gathered to discuss the matter. After learning the details, the expressions of the housekeepers and servants were peculiar. Once again, a case of silver theft, a familiar pattern. Previously, it was the apprentice Zhao. Now, it is the master Jiang Xuan. Who will be next? The disciples from Yunxiao sect also arrived, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding drama. The usually taciturn Lu Yu unexpectedly spoke up. I recall that old coachman was also a martial artist. I never imagined he would succumb to greed for mere money. Qi Hong's gaze lingered on the tearful Li Yingling, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Junior brother, your words are misguided. It is human nature to be tempted. Who does not desire wealth and beauty? Not everyone shares your penchant for asceticism. Li remained non-committal. In terms of lineage, he was the most distinguished among them. Yet, his devotion lay solely in cultivation, leaving him bewildered by the desires of these mundane beings. Upon hearing of the incident, Luo Li furrowed her brows and made her way to the hall. The Yunxiao sect disciples were taken aback. What business did Luo Shimi have with the affairs of junior brotherly? Inside the hall, while everyone deliberated on how to deal with Jiang Xuan, they were startled by Luo Li's entrance. Li Huai's eyes lit up. Shimi, what brings you here? Luo Li pointedly ignored him and addressed old Master Li. Uncle Li, Mr. Jiang is certainly not a thief. Please do not wrong an innocent man. Her assertion was both resolute and impolite. In her heart, Jiang Xuan was akin to a swordsmanship mentor. How could she tolerate any injustice towards him? However, Li Huai was left dumbfounded by her words. Luo Li was known for her reclusive nature. Now, she had emerged to defend an old coachman? What audacity! Shimi, this is a family matter. How can you speak to my father like that? Li Huai's expression darkened. My apologies. Luo Li's cold gaze flicked towards Li Huai. But I am merely stating the facts. It was evident that someone was deliberately framing Jiang Xuan. Even the servants of the Li household could discern this, let alone someone as astute as her. Yet, she was taken aback to realize that the brother she had trusted was such a despicable, duplicitous character. To frame a loyal old coachman was utterly disgraceful. Old Master Li, with a subtle expression, inquired, Why are you so certain that old Jiang is innocent? Without hesitation, Luo Li replied, Because Mr. Jiang is with me every night. Suddenly, she paused, biting her lip. She had intended to say that Jiang Xuan practiced swordsmanship with her nightly, leaving him no time for thievery. Moreover, with his noble character, how could he possibly covet such trivial wealth? Yet the words caught in her throat. She remembered Jiang Xuan's desire to conceal his true abilities, fearing her revelation. However, her hesitation only incited chaos among the listeners. What? Li Huai's incredulous shriek pierced the air, his disbelief palpable. He recalled his recent encounters with Luo Li, who had appeared listless, as if drained. Could it be that? Li Huai felt as though the sky had fallen. His eyes widened in shock. You mean you are together every night? Together doing what? The last part was nearly a roar, as if he had just discovered an egregious betrayal. The disciples of Yunxiao sect exchanged bewildered glances. Was their junior sister so indiscreet? Qi Hong's face flushed with excitement, internally cheering. Idol, my idol. I've wasted my years. Luo Li, with her icy demeanor, resembled a beautiful iceberg, captivating countless talented individuals from various sects, including Li Huai. If word of this were to spread back to the sect, the entire Li family would be in peril. The servants and guards of the Li household wore expressions of disbelief, as though they had witnessed a ghost. It was too explosive. Wu Yong even secretly gave a thumbs up. Well done, old Jiang. What was once a jest has become reality. Have you truly learned from the old master? Moreover, surpassing expectations, he had wooed a talented young woman from the sect. At that moment, Jiang Xuan, the subject of the scandal, was utterly stunned. "No, Miss Luo. If you must pause, please do so properly. Are you not pushing me into the flames?" The intensity of Li Huai's glare felt as if it could pierce him. "My reputation is at stake." In that moment, Jiang Xuan felt a deeper anguish than being accused of theft. If he were guilty, it would be one thing. But he was innocent. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Luo Li suddenly realized her words had led to a misunderstanding, her face flushing crimson as she waved her hands. "No, you misunderstand. I am unfamiliar with this city. I asked Mr. Jiang to accompany me in tracking down thieves, nothing as you presume." At this point, Luo Li cast a panicked glance at Jiang Xuan, her eyes pleading, "Mr. Jiang, say something." Jiang Xuan gently rubbed his forehead, a look of exasperation on his face. "My dear girl, your lack of explanation is better than the one you provided. It only complicates matters further. Who ventures out to investigate in the dead of night? Your fellow disciples conduct their inquiries during daylight. Yet here you are, making an exception and going out after dark. As if that weren't enough, you dragged along an old man like me. How do you justify that? Good heavens." Indeed. Upon hearing his last two remarks, the expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly complex. Li Huai, filled with indignation, drew his sword in a furious outburst. "Shameless old lecher. Receive my blade." He had long regarded Luo Li as a cherished possession, unwilling to allow anyone else to lay claim to her. Startled, Luo Li swiftly unsheathed her own sword to block Li Huai. "Senior brotherly, what are you intending to do?" "What am I intending to do?" Li Huai's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "I demand to know what this old man has done." Luo Li's beautiful face flushed with anger. "Senior brotherly, do not presume that there is anything between me and the old gentleman. Even if there were, what business is it of yours?" At her words, Li Huai staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. After all that self-importance, he found himself overshadowed by an old man. "Are you truly infatuated with the elderly?" This dramatic scene nearly caused the attendants outside the hall to burst into laughter, tempted to bring out snacks just to enjoy the spectacle. "This is utterly entertaining." Unfazed by the crowd, Luo Li fixed her gaze upon Elderly. "Uncle Li, can you now prove Mr. Jiang's innocence?" Elderly was left dumbfounded. This unexpected girl was relentless, willing to sacrifice her own reputation to defend old Jiang's honor. "Old Jiang, what merit do you possess to deserve such loyalty?" Just as Elderly prepared to relent, Lady Suqin intervened. "No, we cannot let old Jiang off the hook." Everyone turned their attention towards Suqin. Another twist? A flicker of humiliation crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by determination as she declared, "My lord, you must stand up for me. Old Jiang has wronged me." Jiang Xuan, Li Yingling, the household servants, disciples of Yunxiao's sect, old Master Li, who had been drinking water, spat out in shock. Surely not. This extreme? At that moment, the servants and sect disciples present nearly lost their composure, stifling laughter with great difficulty. Luo Li studied Jiang Xuan's peculiar expression and fell silent. Qi Hong's gaze toward Jiang Xuan grew even more complicated, a mix of envy, resentment, and an inexplicable trace of admiration. Just look at him. Look at him. 70 years of age, yet gliding through blossoms without a single petal clinging to him. First, he toyed with youth. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he ensnared a woman in her prime. Good heavens, why couldn't it have been me? Jiang Xuan was utterly bewildered. He truly did not anticipate that the lady would harbor such resentment towards him, resorting to such tactics. In front of so many witnesses. To claim that an old man in his 70s had taken liberties with her, was that even appropriate? According to the laws of Deqian, a servant offending their mistress would be subjected to the most severe punishment imaginable. Master Li was equally astonished, although he found the notion utterly absurd. It had nonetheless been uttered by his wife. With such a crowd present, the Li family's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. Nevertheless, one must concede that Madame Suqin was indeed quite charming. In her youth, she must have been a stunning beauty, otherwise one could not explain the existence of such a breathtaking daughter as Li Yingling. Moreover, she was still relatively young, not yet 40, and in the prime of her life. In contrast, masterly with this thought, the gazes of the onlookers towards the lady shifted, as they began to consider the possibility that she might indeed be telling the truth. Madame Suqin was in a state of deep distress. She had no desire to resort to such underhanded tactics. However, with Jiang Xuan now entangled with a young woman from a prominent sect, he would likely become even more challenging to manage. If he were to uncover her vulnerabilities and use them to blackmail her, the consequences would be dire. Upon this realization, her face drained of color, and with a quivering voice, she implored, "My lord, you must stand up for me." Li Huai looked at his mother in utter disbelief. "So, This old wretch not only sought to usurp love but had also betrayed his father? Li Yingling, with her innocent mind, gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Grandfather Jiang. Could it be true? No way. Jiang Xuan gazed at Su Qin, suddenly reminded of a spring painting he had once seen in Xiaohu's room. Their figures gradually overlapping in his mind. He had never considered this aspect before, but today the resemblance grew more pronounced. Hiss. Surely not. Cough. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat gently and spoke slowly. Madam, I am unaware of how I have offended you, to provoke such resentment. However, I cannot accept the accusation of being disrespectful to the matron. After all, I am not akin to my shameless traitorous disciple. Should you refuse to restore my honor, I shall be compelled to present evidence to vindicate myself. His words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving those present utterly perplexed. How could one prove their innocence in such a manner? Was the old man to disrobe on the spot to demonstrate his capabilities? Upon hearing this, Su Qin was taken aback, exclaiming in alarm, there is truly no need for that. Oh, dear Jiang, please do not take offense. I was merely jesting with you. After all, who could resist teasing someone so unrefined who flirts with young ladies? Su Qin hurriedly donned a smile, though it appeared rather frantic. This abrupt change in demeanor left the onlookers utterly astonished. The esteemed matron had never before condescended to speak in such a manner to a servant. It was simply unprecedented. Li Huai felt his mind was struggling to comprehend his mother's intentions. Mother, what is this all about? Luo Li, her cheeks flushed, whispered, Aunt. I have already explained that it is not as it seems. You have misunderstood Mr. Jiang. Ah, yes, indeed. It is all a misunderstanding. I do not see Mr. Jiang as such a person. It is my fault for making such a jest during the festive season. This time, Su Qin refrained from disputing and instead fervently supported Jiang Xuan. At that moment, her mood was exceedingly tumultuous. To Su Qin's astonishment, Jiang Xuan indeed possessed incriminating evidence against her. Though her heart was heavy with discontent, a facade of awkward smiles adorned her face as she turned to Lord Li. My lord, let us consider this matter settled for today. After all, old Jiang has lived many years and it is not easy for him. Perhaps we can increase his remuneration next year. Lord Li's expression darkened upon hearing this. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration at the farcical performance staged by the mother and son duo. The situation had spiraled into a debacle. Were these two truly bereft of reason? With such a ruckus, how could they celebrate the new year? Others were merely waiting to witness the embarrassment of the Li family on this festive occasion. Just as Lord Li was about to voice his indignation, he was interrupted by Jiang Xuan's low, somber tone. There is no need for that. He continued, My lord, I am willing to return home and live out my days in peace. I implore your mercy to release me from my servitude. Jiang Xuan's voice was sincere, tinged with a faint weariness. To anyone witnessing this scene, it was a poignant portrayal of a septuagenarian servant cruelly abandoned by his master, evoking profound desolation. Li Yingling looked on with palpable compassion. Grandfather Jiang, please stay. Upon hearing her words, the other house servants and attendants could not help but shed tears, instinctively feeling a shared sorrow akin to the plight of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Indeed, where could they call home? As they aged, would they meet the same fate as Jiang Xuan? If he faced such a dismal end, what hope could they possibly hold? Well, Master Li gazed at the old coachman who had served him faithfully for many years, suddenly overcome with guilt. Yes, Jiang Xuan, at your advanced age. Where could you possibly go? It would be better for you to remain in the Li residence and spend your twilight years in comfort. From now on, there will be no need for you to drive. Simply enjoy your days. Master Li's words, laden with benevolence, were indeed generous for a master. Just a few months prior, Jiang Xuan would have accepted them with gratitude. However, now his spirit had shifted entirely. He was unwilling to remain ensnared within the confines of the Li household. Jiang Xuan slightly bowed, saying, Master, your goodwill is appreciated by this humble servant. However, my decision to leave is resolute, and I implore you to grant me this wish. Lady Su Qin, her heart filled with joy, glanced around before urging, Master, old Jiang wishes to return home to enjoy his twilight years. Please grant him this request. At most, we can provide him with some additional silver. Lord Li shot a disapproving glare at Su Qin, his expression tinged with displeasure. Is it not your fault for causing this scene? If it were not for your provocations, we would not find ourselves in such an awkward predicament. Should this matter become public, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Li family. The rumor mill would surely spread tales of our mistreatment of servants. And who would then wish to serve the Li family? A family's reputation is of utmost importance. With a gentle sigh, Lord Li conceded, Very well, old Jiang. Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not detain you. Over the years, your unwavering loyalty and diligent service to the Li family have not gone unnoticed. Thus, I shall arrange for your release contract, and there shall be no need for a ransom. Additionally, I will gift you 100 taels of silver as a token of consolation. Jiang Xuan was filled with overwhelming joy. Thank you, my lord. That night, under a sky dotted with stars, Su Qin stealthily summoned Li Huai, and the mother and son clan destinedly conferred in a room. Mother, what brings you to seek me at this late hour? Li Huai inquired. It was evident that due to Jiang Xuan's earlier predicament, his mood remained rather dismal. The reason was simple. Luo Li's attitude towards him was so disdainful that it felt worse than being treated like an old man, a notion he found hard to accept. Su Qin cautiously opened the door, peered around, and promptly closed it again, whispering, Child, during your many years at Yushao sect, have you come to know any reliable assassins? Assassin? Li Huai was taken aback. Mother, who do you intend to kill? A glint of coldness flickered in Su Qin's eyes. I need you to discreetly eliminate old Jiang and reclaim that painting. Eliminate old Jiang? Li Huai was even more astonished, seemingly realizing something. He exclaimed, Mother, you can't possibly. Su Qin hastily covered Li Huai's mouth, urging, Shu, keep your voice down. Do you wish for your mother to meet her demise? Still shaken, Li Huai's indignation flared. Shameless old lecher. Mother, just wait. I shall go and slay this old scoundrel right now. Come back. Su Qin sharply commanded, quickly grasping Li Huai's arm. Not old Jiang, but your uncle who? Uncle who? Zhao who? Li Huai furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by his mother's words. One moment it was old Jiang, the next it was Zhao who. Could it be that they were all? No way? Alas, all of this was his mother's fault. Su Qin sighed and recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Huai. It was, in essence, quite straightforward. Li Laoyi was aging and ineffectual, while she had reached a fervent age, increasingly unsatisfied. By chance, Su Qin had caught sight of Zhao's robust physique, and their passion ignited. From that moment on, she found herself ensnared, even allowing Zhao to depict their blissful life through his art. It was only after Zhao's demise that she regained her senses. She had initially believed that Zhao had incinerated all evidence, only to discover that he had left behind a painting that had ultimately fallen into Jiang Xuan's possession. Mother you. Li Huai's expression grew peculiar, unsure of how to respond. However, if his mother were to be dismissed by his father because of this, it would bring shame upon him as her son. Should this affair leak, he would become a laughingstock within the sect. It appeared that old Jiang must indeed perish. The following day, New Year's Eve, a day meant for family reunions. Yet Jiang Xuan had already packed his belongings and stood in the courtyard, prepared to depart from the only home he had known for a lifetime. His possessions were rather meager. After a lifetime in Li Manor, he possessed merely a quilt, 3 sets of clothing, and a small sum of money. Li Manor. Jiang Xuan gazed at the 2 grand characters emblazoned before the residence. A wave of nostalgia washing over his face. In the blink of an eye, over 50 years had slipped away. At this moment, the household servants and attendants bustling within the estate gathered to bid farewell to Jiang Xuan. Wu Yong clapped Jiang Xuan on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Old Jiang. You old mudfish, you finally made it ashore. Once you find your footing, do let me know. I hope you want to be discovered in a state of utter embarrassment. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter, their mirth tinged with poignant reflections. At Jiang Xuan's age, without children or kin, facing the prospect of wandering the streets alone, the outcome was all too predictable. Yet, who among them could genuinely laugh at one another? Who could guarantee that they themselves would not one day find themselves in a similar plight? At that moment, the steward, Lu Wangquan, approached, holding out a contract of servitude. Old Jiang, here is your contract. Keep it well. You are free now. Lu Wanquan's expression was one of wistfulness, laced with a hint of envy. Despite living quite comfortably in the Li household, far better than the average commoner, he was still, after all, a servant, an uncomfortable truth to acknowledge. He mused that when the time came for him to grow old and frail, he too would aspire to experience the taste of freedom that Jiang Xuan had finally attained. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile and remarked, What is there to discuss regarding freedom? It merely signifies the commencement of yet another arduous chapter of existence. He then addressed Lao Lu. In the vastness of mountains and rivers, we shall surely meet again. Let us share a drink when the day comes. Just as the farewell party was about to depart, Jiang Xuan hefted his satchel, ready to leave the Li residence. Wait a moment, Lu Wanwan suddenly called out to Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan paused, turned around, and furrowed his brow as he inquired, Old Lu, is there something else? Lu Wanquan hesitated, glancing around before stealthily stepping forward and whispering, "Old Jiang, you must tell me truthfully, do you possess any leverage over the lady?" Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, remaining silent, neither affirming nor denying. Observing this situation, Lu Wanjian gritted his teeth and said, "Old Jiang, considering our long-standing friendship, if you hand that item over to me now, I can lend you a helping hand." Jiang Xuan exhibited a perplexed expression, inquiring, "What is it? How do you intend to assist me?" Lu Wanquan momentarily froze, exhaling a sigh. "Never mind, you old fool. Take care of yourself. Next year, I shall burn more joss paper for you." Alas. With that, Lu Wanquan shook his head in lamentation and turned to leave. Jiang Xuan gazed at Lu Wanqian, who was returning to the manor, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. The so-called leverage was not something he wished to withhold. Rather, he simply possessed none. The Spring Palace painting had only been partially completed by Zhao Hu, rendering it insufficient as evidence. Furthermore, he had never taken it away, leaving it in its original place. Should the lady harbor intentions of violence as a result, the last remnants of goodwill between him and the Li family would be irrevocably severed. Jiang Xuan shook his head, hoisting his belongings once more before turning away. With age comes nostalgia. Should he linger any longer, he feared unforeseen complications might arise. In a corner outside the Li residence, Luo Li gazed at the distant figure of Jiang Xuan, a sudden sense of emptiness enveloping her heart. This old gentleman was truly an enigma. Meanwhile, Li Huai and Qi Hong observed Luo Li from afar, their silence laden with unspoken thoughts. Li Huai's expression was one of indignation. How could she still be concerned for that old wretch? It infuriated him. Qi Hong patted Li Huai's shoulder with an amused grin. "Do not fret, junior brother. Trust in the wisdom I have garnered over the years. The fragrance of our sister Luo remains that of a maiden, untouched by that old scoundrel." Humph. Li Huai struck the corner wall with force. His countenance contorted with rage. Were it not for this, that old fool would have long since been a corpse. However, he ought not to linger much longer. May he find peace in the earth soon. Jiang Xuan, burdened with his luggage, traversed the thoroughfare leading to the city lord's mansion. According to the laws of the great Qian, once a servant redeems himself, he must visit the authorities to erase his status as a lowly individual and be incorporated into the ranks of respectable citizens, thereby assuming the responsibilities of taxation and labor. However, given Jiang Xuan's age, it is likely that he would not be required to perform labor. Merely fulfilling his tax obligations sufficed. Due to the occasion of New Year's Eve, the streets were particularly desolate, as most residents were at home preparing their festive meals. As he passed a waterway, Jiang Xuan suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance in the air, with snowflakes swirling furiously around him. Who goes there? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Xuan's eyes. He had anticipated that someone might come to assassinate him, yet he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. "Old fool, I did not realize your perception was quite so keen." Amidst the swirling snow and wind, a young man clad in white, as pure as snow, emerged. His expression was exceedingly grim. "I had intended to wait until you found a place to settle before personally escorting you to hell. Yet it seems you are far too eager." Jiang Xuan's pupils constricted. "Young master, it is indeed you." He had contemplated the possibility of an assassin sent by the madam or perhaps the long-vanished Lu Dian. He never anticipated that it would be Li Huai himself who had come. Was it because of Luo Li? Any discerning individual could see that Luo Li's words had caused a misunderstanding. There was no way he could be associated with her. How petty could this fellow be? Humph. Li Huai let out a heavy snort. "Old Jiang, do not blame me. You can only blame yourself for taking what does not belong to you. Hand it over swiftly." "I do not quite comprehend your words. What is it you seek? Do not feign ignorance with me. Hand over that item, or I shall send you to the afterlife this very moment." Li Huai's expression darkened further. Jiang Xuan's gaze was peculiar. Could it be that provocative painting? It seems that both the lady and Zhao Hu are indeed facing significant issues. Truly, he has fostered a troublesome apprentice who brings unrest even in death. Jiang Xuan wore an expression of utter helplessness. "That painting has always remained in Zhao Hu's room. I have never laid a finger on it." Li Huai's pupils constricted, and he silently took note of this, yet he had no intention of letting Jiang Xuan off the hook. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Humph. Do you think this young master would believe your words? Old fool, meet your demise." Jiang Xuan shook his head and sighed. "Young master, if you depart now, considering the long-standing favor of the Li family, I shall refrain from taking action against you." He seemed to have comprehended the situation. In truth, rather than avenging his mother, Li Huai was more perturbed by Luo Li's animosity towards him, who wished for his demise with unwavering intent. A beauty brings disaster. What a calamity! Preposterous! You seek death. Old man. Li Huai, filled with murderous intent, drew his longsword and lunged at Jiang Xuan. He had already assessed the disparity between them. Jiang Xuan was merely at the second or third layer of qi condensation, while he had already attained the third layer. Furthermore, he possessed the profound techniques and martial arts of the Yunxiao sect, an inheritance that Jiang Xuan could not hope to rival. With this single strike, he could claim Jiang Xuan's life. Indeed, it appeared that Jiang Xuan did not even register the danger of the sword aimed at his head. Die! Li Huai's lips curled into a triumphant smile. However, in the next moment, his expression froze in astonishment. He realized, to his shock, that he had only pierced through an afterimage. The tip of his sword had passed through the illusion, striking nothing but empty air. Was this a sword shadow? Li Huai's pupils constricted. He recognized that this sword shadow was none other than the flowing cloud illusionary sword of their Yunxiao sect. Jiang Xuan actually masters the pinnacle martial arts of their Yunxiao sect. It is worth noting that this sword technique is one he has never learned. Only Luo Li has grasped the essence of the swordsmanship. Damn it! You and Luo Li are indeed having an affair. Li Huai's eyes burned with fury, bloodshot, and filled with rage. His jealousy not only stemmed from Luo Li's connection with Jiang Xuan, but also from his envy of Jiang Xuan's ability to wield the martial arts he had long desired. After narrowly evading a strike, Jiang Xuan transformed into 7 sword phantoms, each wielding a long sword, attacking Li Huai from all directions, with every thrust aimed directly at his vital points. The old fool, his swordsmanship is unexpectedly profound, and he has concealed it well. With a furious roar, Li Huai brandished his long sword, unleashing a frenzied wave of sword energy in a desperate attempt to fend off Jiang Xuan's assault. However, despite his formidable cultivation, his sword technique was utterly inadequate to withstand the onslaught of the flowing cloud illusory sword, a premier martial art. Among the myriad sword energies converging from all directions, one struck Li Huai with lightning speed, leaving him no time to react. The sword energy unleashed by Jiang Xuan's true form surpassed the speed of the sword shadow's energy by several folds. With a single strike, it pierced through Li Huai's protective vital energy, landing directly on his vital points, causing a gushing torrent of blood to erupt. Splutter! Li Huai spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to turn around, his eyes filled with disbelief. You mere dog servant, do you dare to kill me? Jiang Xuan stated calmly, I am no longer a servant of your Li family. Li Huai, with a face full of resentment, spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing straight to the ground. Jiang Xuan's sword had severed his heart's meridian, and it was evident that he could not survive. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how, after years of arduous cultivation in the Yunxiao sect, he met his demise at the hands of a mere coachman from his own sect. Jiang Xuan gazed upon the fallen Li Huai, his eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions. The young master he had called for an entire lifetime ultimately met his demise at his own hands. From this very moment, his connection to the Li family was irrevocably severed. Yet, despite Li Huai's death, Jiang Xuan showed no inclination to lower his guard. He still gripped his sword tightly, his expression vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. Have you been watching for so long, yet still refuse to reveal yourself? With the utterance of his words, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed through the air. The figure of a middle-aged man gradually materialized before Jiang Xuan, a knowing smile adorning his face. Lu Dian? Jiang Xuan squinted slightly, recognizing the man before him as Lu Dian, who had mysteriously vanished for several days. At present, the disciples of the Yunxiao sect were scouring the city for him, and yet here he was. Lu Dian glanced at the fallen Li Huai with a sorrowful expression, lamenting. Alas, it appears my junior brother from the Yunxiao sect has met a most tragic end. Fear not, for I shall shatter this old relic and avenge you. Ever since Jiang Xuan had seized the Chuan Yun Su, Lu Dian had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the old man, relentlessly seeking his whereabouts with the intent to reclaim his treasure. However, the disciples of the Yunxiao sect and the local authorities were also on the hunt within the city, causing him to tread cautiously and avoid revealing himself. Eventually, upon discovering Jiang Xuan's residence, he was astonished to learn that Jiang Xuan was residing with the disciples of the Yunxiao sect, forcing him to remain outside, biding his time for an opportunity. Today, as Jiang Xuan finally departed from the Li residence, Lu Dian saw his chance to strike. Just as he was about to act, he noticed another figure stealthily trailing Jiang Xuan, seemingly intent on making a move as well. Witnessing Jiang Xuan wield the flowing cloud illusionary sword left him utterly astounded. That was a pinnacle martial art of the Yunxiao sect, one he was not even qualified to study. Who exactly was this old man? Fortunately, from the manner in which the two engaged, it was clear that neither would pose a threat to him. He had intended to play the role of the man stalking the cicada, only to find that Jiang Xuan had already caught wind of his presence. Jiang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Dian and said nonchalantly, "Stop your whimpering, you audacious killer. How dare you appear before me?" Ha ha. Lu Dian laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with arrogance. "Old man, you truly are putting on an act. With your mere second level of qi condensation, I could crush you with a single hand." Lu Dian's laughter echoed on, overflowing with confidence. He had thoroughly discerned Jiang Xuan's capabilities. Although his swordsmanship was exquisite, his cultivation was barely at the second level of qi condensation. In contrast, Lu Dian had already attained the 9th level and, after recovering from his injuries, fortuitously broke through to the returning origin realm, making him a formidable figure in Yuzhou City. Had he not been concerned about encountering Qi Hong and Qin Ping, he would have long since stormed into the Li residence to drag Jiang Xuan out. Jiang Xuan regarded Lu Dian with a peculiar expression, slowly drawing forth the Chuan Yun Suo. Did this fellow truly forget the formidable nature of the device he held? Upon witnessing Jiang Xuan brandish the Chuan Yun Suo, Lu Dian could not suppress a derisive smirk. "Humph, old man. Do you really believe this artifact is within your capabilities?" Although the Chuan Yun Suo was indeed a devastating weapon, it demanded an immense expenditure of true energy. With merely the cultivation of the second layer of qi condensation, it was doubtful whether he could even wield the Chuan Yun Suo effectively, let alone employ it for lethal purposes. "Old man, if you were to return the Chuan Yun Suo to me and hand over the sword manual of the Lu Yun Huan Jian, I might consider." Lu Dian's eyes gleamed with a sense of strategic triumph. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected gust of wind rushed towards him. Jiang Xuan had actually activated the Chuan Yun Suo, sending it hurtling through the air towards Lu Dian. Lu Dian's expression shifted dramatically. Hastily unsheathing his long sword to intercept the Chuan Yun Suo, as the situation escalated into a perilous crisis. Nevertheless, he remained composed, confident in his strategy. The Chuan Yun Suo consumed an excessive amount of true energy, and he could not believe that an old man at the second layer of qi condensation could unleash any substantial power. As the two forces collided, Lu Dian's sword shattered before his astonished gaze, fragments scattering everywhere, followed by a resounding explosion. It was important to note that this sword was no ordinary weapon. It was a treasured artifact, and yet it had been so easily destroyed. How could this old man possibly master the Chuan Yun Suo? Not good, Lu Dian exclaimed in horror, retreating rapidly as the thought of flight crossed his mind. However, the Chuan Yun Suo relentlessly pursued him, striking precisely at the back of his head, instantly creating a gaping, blood-soaked wound, accompanied by a chilling scream that sent shivers down spines. The Chuan Yun Suo penetrated Lu Dian's skull as if it were a mere watermelon, leaving him irrevocably deceased. Such is the terrifying might of a supreme, treasured artifact. Jiang Xuan's gaze was cold and indifferent as he effortlessly summoned the Chuan Yun Suo with a single hand. Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. After cultivating the evergreen sword technique, his martial foundation had become so formidable it was almost unsettling. His vital energy was exceptionally abundant, continuously replenishing during combat. In this regard, the Chuan Yun Suo, despite its energy consumption, was perfectly suited for him. However, the expenditure was excessive. A single activation had completely drained him of all his vital energy. Had Lu Dian not chosen to flee at the critical moment and instead fought to the death, he might have avoided such a fate. Yet, paralyzed by fear, he only thought of escape, ultimately rendering himself a target. That afternoon, the entire city of Yuzhou was in an uproar. The streets and alleys buzzed with discussions surrounding a singular event. The murderous fiend had struck again, this time claiming the life of the third son of the affluent Li family and a disciple of the Yuzhou sect. The authorities were immediately alerted, dispatching dozens of officers to investigate the matter thoroughly. The Li family was thrown into chaos, with Lord Li and his wife fainting from rage, while their servants clandestinely set off firecrackers in celebration. Disciples of the Yuzhou sect arrived at the scene, their expressions a mix of shock and horror. The traitor they had searched for tirelessly had been slain here, alongside Li Huai. Only Luo Li and Qi Hong exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with contemplation. "Have you heard?" One patron exclaimed in the tea house. Li San Gongzi battled the murderous fiend for 300 rounds, only for both to perish in the end. A group of diners gathered, their voices rising in fervent discussion about the events that transpired that morning. Jiang Xuan was also among them, quietly listening to their narration. Who could deny it? I heard that the notorious murderer was originally a disciple of the Yunxiao sect and was a brother-in-arms to young Master Li. Is that so? I heard that when the officials came to collect the bodies this morning, both individuals had been pierced by over a dozen swords. That was truly a manifestation of deep-seated hatred. What did the officials have to say? What else could they say but that it was a case of vendetta in the martial world, a scenario all too common? Nevertheless, we must express our gratitude to young Master Li, for he has rid us of a menace in our Yuzhou city. Otherwise, the festive season would have left the populace in a state of trepidation. Yet, one cannot help but feel pity for Lord Li, having lost 2 sons. And now his last remaining son has met a tragic end. I hear he fainted from sheer grief. Wait, let me share something with you. I have heard there is more to this story than meets the eye. What do you mean by that? Some suspect the presence of a third individual at the scene, claiming that young Master Li and the murderer were both slain by this unknown assailant. Please elaborate. Recount the details. Ahem. It was said by Qi Hong, a disciple of the Yunxiao sect, that the disparity in strength between young Master Li and the murderer was so great that it was implausible for them to have perished together. It must have been someone else who intervened. Good heavens! Then how did young Master Li meet his demise? Well, it is said that he was pursuing an old cart driver and inexplicably met his end. Jiang Xuan sat quietly, sipping tea, his expression impassive as he listened to the discussions of the diners around him. The dramatic demise of Li Huai and Lu Dian was orchestrated by him, intended to mislead the authorities and divert suspicion away from himself. However, the incident unfolded unexpectedly, and he had not made prior preparations. Inevitably, someone would discern the underlying clues. Nonetheless, as a mere retired coachman, it would be arduous for others to suspect him as the orchestrator. At most, they might sense a mere connection. The sole complication lay with the faction from Yunxiao sect, which likely would not relinquish their pursuit easily. He had not intended to align with any power so soon, as he harbored numerous secrets. Yet, it seemed imperative to venture to the black market, which had frequently extended olive branches to him. A powerful dragon cannot easily subdue a local snake. Should Yunxiao sect pursue the matter, the black market could serve as a formidable shield. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xuan rose to make his way to the black market. The diners cast a fleeting glance, suddenly noticing Jiang Xuan beside them, and one sharp-eyed individual recognized him. Isn't that the old coachman from the Li residence? Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance before leaving several copper coins on the table, his figure vanishing in an instant. This place is not suitable for lingering. Hiss, a master. The patrons collectively gasped, clearly astonished by Jiang Xuan's display of skill. Did you see clearly? Is he truly the old coachman from the Li residence? Absolutely. I once had dealings with Lord Li and have seen his coachman. Though he appears significantly more robust, it is undoubtedly him. Hiss, the old coachman from the Li residence is actually a master? Could it be that he was responsible for the deaths of those 2 individuals? That seems unlikely. I've heard that the murderer is a formidable practitioner of the returning origin realm, and this old coachman does not appear to possess such capabilities. Indeed, such peculiar occurrences abound in these times. On the first day of the new year, a day that should be filled with the sounds of firecrackers and joyous laughter, the Li residence was shrouded in an unusual silence and sorrow. The red lanterns that once hung high had all been taken down, replaced with stark, white mourning banners that clashed harshly with the surrounding festive atmosphere, rendering them particularly jarring. The servants moved hurriedly about, and the sound of muffled weeping occasionally echoed within the estate. Oh, my child, your death is so tragic. It is all due to your mother. Lady Su Qin knelt before the coffin, sobbing uncontrollably. Moreover, upon hearing the news of his son's demise, Lord Li fell gravely ill, utterly oblivious to the world around him. There is no greater tragedy than a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child. With the Li residence undergoing such a profound transformation, the disciples of Yunxiao sect felt it inappropriate to remain any longer. Furthermore, with Lu Dian deceased, they intended to return to the sect to report. To their astonishment, that traitor had perished alongside junior brother Li. Truly, fate can be cruel. Shen Peng lamented. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, pondering. But who could have been capable of killing them? Lu Dian was a master who had entered the returning origin realm. Who knows? Qi Hong shrugged with a smile. Perhaps it was that old coachman who did it. Li Huai had set out to kill Jiang Xuan, only to meet his demise on the way. The entire situation struck him as suspicious. He could not believe that it bore no relation to Jiang Xuan. Additionally, Lu Dian's prized possession had vanished, likely taken by someone. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng and Lu Yu could not help but chuckle and shake their heads. How could an old man who has just entered the condensation realm possibly have killed those two? If that were the case, their years of cultivation in Yunshao sect would have been in vain. Qi Hong glanced at Luo Li, playfully inquiring, "What do you think, junior sister Luo Li?" Chen Peng and Lu Yu also turned their attention toward Luo Li, intrigued by her ambiguous connection with the old coachman. Luo Li, burdened with thoughts, shook her head. "I do not know." Qi Hong's gaze held an inscrutable meaning as he lightly smiled. "Fellow disciples, we should first bring Lu Dian's body back to the sect. The matters here are far from over." The group of disciples nodded in agreement and promptly mounted their horses to depart from the Li residence. On this day, Jiang Xuan arrived at the black market. The power of the black market was immense, akin to an underground empire within the great Qin kingdom, with branches in nearly every major city across the nation. In Yuzhou, over 100 streets fell under the black market's control, impervious even to governmental interference. At the entrance of the black market, two burly men clad in black attire expressionlessly blocked Jiang Xuan's path, demanding, "Please present your credentials." "I have none," Jiang Xuan responded. According to the rules of the black market, free entry requires an admission pass, which can only be possessed by members or shop owners of the black market. Otherwise, one must pay a protection fee to gain entry. A substantial sum is required, and once inside, private disputes are strictly prohibited. Otherwise, death is the consequence. Understood. Jiang Xuan was well acquainted with the rules of the black market. Following the established protocol, he retrieved a substantial sum of money from his pocket and handed it over to the two men clad in black. Upon receiving the silver, the black-clad individuals permitted Jiang Xuan to pass. Although this place was referred to as the black market, it bore little distinction from an ordinary street at first glance. It was merely a unique gathering point for vendors, offering an assortment of eclectic goods. Only those with discerning eyes could uncover treasures within this gray area. Rumors suggested that unsavory dealings were afoot here, including the illicit trade of salt, the trafficking of slaves, the auctioning of contraband, and even contracts for murder. Yet, these activities remained beyond the reach of the average person. Ironically, despite its reputation as a black market, the order maintained here surpassed that of the markets overseen by the authorities. No one dared to create a disturbance on this turf. Everything had to be conducted according to the established rules. For instance, Lu Dian brazenly engaged in murder, theft, and robbery within the black market, only to find himself relentlessly pursued and forced to relinquish all the treasures he had acquired. Were it not for his peculiar agility, he might have already fallen victim to the assaults of the market's skilled practitioners. In summary, with the protection of the black market, conducting business here, though costly, remained relatively safe. On this occasion, Jiang Xuan sought to meet Zhang Yuan, a steward of the Xuanwu Hall, having previously heard of a significant business collaboration. The profits within the black market were indeed substantial. As he made his way to the Xuanwu Hall's premises, he looked up to see the grand characters Xuanwu Hall elegantly inscribed above. At the entrance stood a pair of young disciples, dressed in azure robes, their collars adorned with an unusual emblem resembling the legendary beast Xuanwu, which lent an air of youthful extravagance. However, the prowess of these two individuals was not to be underestimated, as they both possessed cultivation levels of at least the third or fourth layer of qi condensation. The black market indeed concealed formidable talents, as evidenced by the commendable abilities of the gatekeepers. "Halt! Who goes there?" the leading disciple bellowed upon spotting Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan remained composed and unperturbed. "I'm Jiang Xuan, here to seek out your steward, Zhang Yuan." "Steward Zhang?" The two disciples of the Xuanwu Hall were taken aback. As if a realization struck them, they immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Elder Jiang, please wait a moment. We shall inform Steward Zhang at once." Before long, a hearty and boisterous laughter echoed from within. "Ha! Elder Jiang, I have long awaited your arrival with eager anticipation." Zhang Yuan, clad in a blue martial attire, strode out with an air of confidence, warmly welcoming Jiang Xuan as if they were old friends reunited after many years. As Jiang Xuan entered the Xuanwu Hall, he was immediately struck by its opulence, a grandeur so profound that even after 70 years of life, he found himself utterly astonished. The Xuanwu Hall alone sprawled over several acres, housing multiple resplendent halls, and the fully equipped martial arts arena boasted several sections, where the sounds of combat echoed regularly. Just from the noise, it was evident that all present were martial artists of at least the qi condensation stage, each on par with Wu Yong. Such scale and extravagance could rival even a second-rate sect. It was likely that no premier sect within the great Qian realm could compare to the entirety of this black market. In the afternoon, after Zhang Yuan guided Jiang Xuan through the Xuanwu Hall, he arranged for a lavish feast to honor his guest, presenting a grand table laden with exquisite wines and dishes. To speak candidly, this was the finest meal Jiang Xuan had experienced since his arrival in this world. Lobsters, fish, and abalone were served in abundance, and he savored a 30-year-old vintage of Nahong wine in one gulp, nearly succumbing to inebriation in its depths. By heavens, this was what it meant to truly live. What hardships had he endured before this moment? Jiang Xuan secretly sighed, feeling an immense sense of joy. After several rounds of wine, Zhang Yuan, inebriated, grasped Jiang Xuan's hand earnestly and said, "Brother Jiang, with such remarkable abilities, why stoop to being a mere carter? Instead, why not come and showcase your talents in our black market? Join the black market?" Jiang Xuan fell into a deep contemplation, for he indeed harbored intentions upon his visit to the black market. However, upon witnessing the extravagant decadence of the place, an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within him. He could not shake the impression that this was not a reputable establishment. Observing the hesitation etched upon Jiang Xuan's countenance, Zhang Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Brother Jiang, I am aware of your principled nature and your biases towards our black market. Yet, even within darkness, there exists a code. Our black market operates with far greater transparency than those so-called righteous sects, and we would never engage in the duplicitous acts of hypocrisy that they do. Furthermore," Zhang Yuan continued, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Xuan, "you have casually dispatched 2 disciples of the Yunxiao sect, and I fear they shall not take this lightly. The Yunxiao sect boasts a multitude of disciples, including martial masters, and I worry that your fists alone may not suffice against their numbers. Of course, while others may fear the Yunxiao sect, we in the black market harbor no such trepidation. Should you choose to ally with us? No matter how arrogant the Yunxiao sect may become, they would dare not trouble the black market." Zhang Yuan confidently patted his chest, vowing earnestly. His words bore no semblance of exaggeration. The influence of the black market spanned the entirety of the Dacian nation, with a number of formidable figures surpassing that of the Yunxiao sect. It was unlikely that they would instigate a conflict with the black market over the fate of 2 disciples. However, the black market was fiercely protective of its own, valuing loyalty above all, and would never allow its members to be easily bullied. With these persuasive words, Jiang Xuan felt a stirring within him, his doubts beginning to dissipate. Zhang Yuan reflected for a moment before continuing patiently, "Brother, our branch in Yuzhou City is in its nascent stages, brimming with potential yet in need of guidance from seasoned individuals like yourself. There are vast opportunities ahead, and I am confident that with your capabilities, you shall achieve great success." "Very well, Brother Zhang, I shall place my trust in you this once." Jiang Xuan nodded emphatically, having finally made up his mind. With no other place to turn, he resolved to venture into the black market. "Ha ha ha, how splendid. Tomorrow, I shall take my elder brother to meet the guild leader." Zhang Yuan laughed heartily, his joy palpable. At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Departing from your homeland at such a tender age, you have finally severed ties with your family and embarked on the path of seeking enlightenment on your own, joining a commendable faction and commencing a new chapter in your life. Mission accomplished. Reward granted. 5 thunder seals. 5 thunder seals. Harness the winds and thunder to refine your true energy, condensing 5 thunder seals that can unleash boundless thunder with a mere flick of your hand. However, the cultivation of this technique is exceedingly perilous. Use it with caution. New plot development underway. You have joined a new organization, and soon you will face your first arduous task. Strive to complete it. Triggered task, initial brilliance. Task requirements. Fulfill the mission assigned by the organization. Task reward, 1 essence pill. 1 essence pill? How stingy." Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the reward for this task. It was said to be a difficult endeavor, yet such a meager compensation was offered. He was aware of the significance of the spirit essence pill. Although it was indeed precious to him, capable of enhancing his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels and possessing the efficacy of nourishing vitality, it appeared rather conservative in the eyes of the esteemed system. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan continued to speak animatedly, sharing intricate details about the black market with Jiang Xuan. It was evident that he earnestly wished to recruit Jiang Xuan into their ranks. On one hand, attracting powerful individuals to the black market would yield him rewards. On the other hand, his curiosity about Jiang Xuan was palpable, particularly regarding his invulnerable body refinement techniques, which he found exceedingly covetous. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xuan chuckled and said, "Old brother, I hope you won't find it amusing, but I must confess that I was quite envious when I witnessed your body refinement skills that day. If I could learn even a single technique, it would bolster my confidence in navigating the martial world, wouldn't it? Are you waiting for me?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, contemplating. "My dear younger brother, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you. Rather, it is a matter of innate talent that you may struggle to grasp." However, he did not voice these thoughts directly. Instead, he recalled the recently acquired 5 thunder seals, and a subtle smile played on his lips. "If Brother Jiang wishes to learn, as an elder brother, how could I possibly refuse?" "Oh, truly? Elder brother, you are indeed my true kin," Jiang Xuan exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement, almost ready to leap from his seat to engage in a profound brotherly bond with Jiang Xuan. "Hold your horses. My method of physical cultivation is rather unique, and not everyone can endure it," Jiang Xuan solemnly added. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Xuan laughed heartily. "My dear elder brother, you underestimate me. I, Jiang Xuan, am no ordinary man. What kind of training could possibly overwhelm me? Just give the command." Jiang Xuan smiled mysteriously and nodded slowly. "A hero? In the moment of tempering with wind and thunder, even a hero must become a subordinate. Elder brother, today I am exceedingly delighted. Please accept this essence pill as a token of my humble intentions." With that, he retrieved a small vial of elixir from his bosom and presented it before Jiang Xuan. "Another essence pill?" Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. "Have you conspired with the system?" Again, Jiang Xuan was also surprised. The essence pill was indeed a rare treasure. If his memory served him correctly, it could fetch over 100 taels in the black market. Damn it! Could it be that he had inadvertently given one away while intoxicated? Well, it was done. If it was given, so be it. "Here, dear brother, take it. It will surely prove useful." Jiang Xuan leaned closer to Jiang Xuan, his smile taking on an oddly lewd quality. Jiang Xuan wore a perplexed expression, however. He could not decline the offering that had been presented to him, promptly accepting it into his embrace. The two indulged in several more cups, finding their conversation increasingly agreeable. Joyful topics elicited bursts of hearty laughter. It was not until the late hours of the night that Jiang Xuan, supported by Jiang Xuan, was escorted to the room that had long been prepared. "Dear brother, enjoy yourself. Tomorrow I shall introduce you to the hall master," Jiang Xuan said with a cheerful grin. With that, he gently pushed Jiang Xuan into the room, where he fell upon a soft surface. With a creak, the door closed behind him. Jiang Xuan groggily opened his eyes, only to be met with the flickering candlelight around him, casting a soft glow, while the faint scent of flowers wafted through the air. Rising to his feet, he noticed 2 enchanting young women in the room. Though they may not rival the unparalleled beauty of Li Yingling or Luo Li, their charm was nonetheless exquisite. Beside them stood a wooden tub ample enough to accommodate 3 or 4 individuals, filled with steaming water, adorned with fragrant rose petals floating atop. This, indeed, was the black market, demonstrating a flair for indulgence. At last, he understood why that lad had such a playful demeanor when bestowing the essence pill upon him. "My lord, shall we proceed directly, or?" The 2 women inquired softly, their heads bowed in shyness. "No rush," he replied. Jiang Xuan coughed lightly, momentarily unaccustomed to being addressed as my lord. Yet this discomfort would soon fade, for he knew he would grow familiar with such honorifics. "My lord, allow us to assist you in undressing," murmured the 2 women as they approached, their movements delicate and reverent. With practiced grace, they removed his embroidered sleeves, then gently guided him into the wooden bathing tub. Throughout the entire ritual, Jiang Xuan remained passive, surrendering himself to their meticulous service. The sensation, he mused, was not entirely unpleasant. 2 hours later, as he gazed upon the 2 women resting beside him, an inexplicable hollowness settled in his chest. "Ah, indeed," he sighed inwardly. "I must rededicate myself to cultivation. My vigor is not what it once was in my youth." Just then, the cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Ding. You have flawlessly accomplished the organization's assigned mission on your first attempt. Mission complete. Reward issued. Essence replenishment pill. Calculating new plot developments. Your exceptional performance has swiftly drawn the attention of the organization's higher echelons. You have been promoted to a core member, solidifying your standing within their ranks. New mission triggered. Pillar of the organization. Objective: ascend to the position of core member. Reward: first tier alchemy technique. Reward distributed. Jiang Xuan gazed at the 2 essence pills in his palm with a peculiar expression, though he found this leisurely existence rather agreeable. He understood all too well that in this world, might makes right. Only sufficient strength could safeguard such tranquility. Yet currently, his abilities remained mediocre. After a brief indulgence, Jiang Xuan soon grew weary of idleness and settled into a cross-legged position to cultivate. That very night, he consumed both essence pills in one go. The toll on his body had been too great. He needed substantial replenishment. In an instant, a surge of warmth welled up from his dantian, alleviating the hollowness in his heart. His bones burned with heat, as if forged anew. Jiang Xuan focused his mind, commencing the absorption of the medicinal potency, urging his vital energy to circulate throughout his meridians. The following dawn arrived. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickering within them. The gains of this night were immense. In just one night, he had unexpectedly ascended to the 6th level of qi condensation, achieving a remarkable leap of 4 minor realms in succession. Moreover, he could still discern the solid foundation of his cultivation, devoid of any superficial sensation that often accompanies a forced enhancement from medicinal elixirs. The efficacy of the Essence Yuan pill was indeed extraordinarily potent. Jiang Xuan felt a sense of disbelief. It is well known that medicinal pills possess a degree of resistance. Consuming one will significantly diminish the efficacy of any subsequent doses. Yet, the effects he experienced were akin to a direct amplification. Jiang Xuan rose to his feet, and beside him came a soft murmur, as 2 enchanting women awoke. Their beautiful faces flushed with a lingering blush. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly elderly man, Jiang Xuan, possessed such remarkable vigor. "My lord, allow me to assist you with your attire," one of the women offered, as they struggled to rise, only to find their bodies heavy with fatigue and soreness, rendering movement quite arduous. "There is no need," Jiang Xuan replied. "I shall manage it myself." Jiang Xuan chuckled softly, splashed some water on his face, and donned the most appropriate attire he could find. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their clothing, just as a Buddha is adorned in gold. Clad in a resplendent martial arts robe, Jiang Xuan appeared several years younger, radiating vitality. If one did not inquire closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern that he was over 70 years of age. The 2 women gasped in shock, fervently shaking their heads. "Master, you mustn't. If the steward finds out, we shall face dire consequences." "Is it truly that severe?" Jiang Xuan furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, "What are your names?" The 2 girls exchanged glances, as it was the first time someone had taken the initiative to ask for their names. One replied, "I am called Chunlan." The other added, "She is Qiujiu." "Chunlan and Qiujiu? Are you sisters?" The 2 girls nodded in affirmation. Jiang Xuan gently touched his nose and smiled faintly. "Splendid. Our meeting is indeed fate's design. Should the opportunity arise, I shall assist in securing your freedom." "Ah?" Chunlan and Qiujiu gasped in astonishment, immediately kneeling to kowtow. "Our deepest gratitude, my lord." Though merely an uncertain promise, to them it was already immeasurably precious. Alas, what pitiable maidens! How many lost souls in this vast world still await this old man's salvation? How profoundly moving! Jiang Xuan shook his head and strode out the door. Upon arriving at the side hall of the Xuanwu Hall, he found Zhang Yuan waiting for him there early in the morning. Seeing Jiang Xuan approach, Zhang Yuan greeted him with a beaming smile. "Good morning, my dear brother. You are up so early. How is your night?" "Quite well." Jiang Xuan lightly uttered 2 words, casually inquiring, "What is the price to redeem them?" "Redeem them?" Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "My dear brother, I would gladly give them to you without any need for redemption." Jiang Xuan nodded and extended his hand. "Hand me the indenture contract." "Old brother, are you truly serious about this?" Zhang Yuan was startled and discreetly pulled Jiang Xuan aside, whispering, "Old brother, if you fancy them, simply summon them as you wish. I assure you no other soul shall lay a finger on them. But this contract, is it troublesome?" Jiang Xuan inquired, perplexed. "Never mind." Zhang Yuan sighed. "Since you are so fond of them, I shall make an exception and procure it for you, just this once. This violates the sex regulations, you know." "So grave a matter?" Jiang Xuan gasped in surprise. "Indeed, even if it were kin of our own brethren seeking redemption." Zhang Yuan abruptly halted mid-sentence, then chuckled softly. "Ah, old brother, I shall assist you in this. I'll have the contract delivered to you shortly." Jiang Xuan nodded, expressing his gratitude to Zhang. "Thank you, my dear brother Zhang. One must honor their word. If I am to assist someone in redeeming their freedom, I shall see it through." Suddenly, he recalled that he himself had only recently been freed. Such are the plights of the unfortunate. In the black market of Yuzhou City, there are 4 main halls. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, each overseeing various streets and associated black market affairs, operating as the primary business venues. Beneath them exist several smaller halls, including the Discipline Hall, the Law Transmission Hall, the Alchemy Hall, and the Accounting Hall, among others. In terms of personnel, the Yuzhou City branch boasts a headmaster and a vice master, alongside the 4 principal halls and the respective leaders and stewards of the smaller halls, followed by inner and outer disciples. Additionally, some martial experts from the realm may be invited as guest elders, requiring a position of considerable esteem. Soon, Jiang Xuan led Jiang Xuan to a grand residence within the Xuanwu Hall to meet its master. The disciples, upon seeing Jiang Xuan, displayed expressions of curiosity. A newcomer of such age was indeed a rarity, as most were elders or esteemed patrons, and none held such a distinguished status in their midst. Inside the residence, a burly man with a rugged visage lounged in a tiger-skin chair, embracing 2 beautiful women with a lewd grin. Master Zhu, Jiang Xuan requests an audience, announced a disciple clad in green, bowing respectfully. Jiang Xuan? Zhu Hongfei replied with evident irritation, let him in. After a brief moment, Jiang Xuan escorted Jiang Xuan into Zhu Hongfei's chamber, and both offered slight bows. We pay our respects to Master Zhu. Zhu Hongfei scrutinized Jiang Xuan before casually remarking, you must be Brother Jiang. I've heard that your skills are commendable. You shall remain in my Xuanwu Hall. I think you are more than fit to be an inner disciple, and you will oversee the street outside. Inner disciple? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback by this statement, while Jiang Xuan was utterly astonished. He had previously recommended Jiang Xuan to Zhu Hongfei, clearly stating that the individual might be a hidden master, suggesting he be appointed as a vice master. At the very least, he should have been granted the title of elder. Was it not an affront to assign him the role of a mere inner disciple? Master, Jiang Xuan is indeed an esteemed figure. You must not overlook his potential. Jiang Xuan implored, his expression filled with concern. Overlook talent? Zhu Hongfei shot him a sidelong glance, his jaw twitching slightly. He recognized that while Jiang Xuan's aura was restrained, he did possess the demeanor of a master. However, the fluctuations of his true energy were far too weak, certainly not exceeding the level of returning to origin. A master? Nonsense. At this age, and with such limited strength, allowing him to linger in the black market to contribute was already a generous act on Zhu Hongfei's part. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan was now considered one of their own, and Zhu Hongfei opted not to voice his thoughts too harshly. The black market has its rules. Anyone who enters must spend years honing their skills. If you truly have the ability, we shall discuss it further post-assessment. Jiang Xuan appeared anxious, about to speak, but was interrupted by Jiang Xuan's gesture to silence him. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, Master Zhu. He was fully aware that his method of concealing his presence could not escape the keen eyes of this esteemed master of the Xuanwu Hall. This was, however, quite reasonable, as even that girl Luo Li could discern his background. It would indeed be peculiar to deceive such a formidable expert. Yet, this was fortuitous, for he had no desire to masquerade as a great master. Climbing steadily from the grassroots was the most prudent approach. Unfortunately, his current status as an inner sect disciple appeared insufficient to fulfill the system's tasks. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for with strength comes opportunity for advancement in the future. With the system at his command, who could he possibly fear? Indeed, Zhu Hongfei nodded slightly, revealing an expression that conveyed a sense of understanding. Soon after, the two exited the Zhu residence. Alas, Brother Jiang, I truly regret that things went awry. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, Jiang Xuan expressed with a look of remorse. Jiang Xuan patted Jiang Yuan's shoulder and smiled lightly, saying, it matters not. If I were to cherish such ephemeral titles, I would not have served as a coachman at the Li residence for so many years. Jiang Xuan could not help but feel a deep respect. Raising his thumb in admiration, elder brother, your magnanimity is truly beyond what mere mortals like us can compare. Haraha. Jiang Xuan stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Such flattery was indeed quite gratifying to hear. However, it was not out of modesty, for he truly lacked the capability. Nevertheless, Brother Jiang, regarding the grand enterprise you previously mentioned to me, Jiang Xuan pondered whether he might miss out on the lucrative opportunity due to his relatively humble status. Jiang Yuan, understanding the unspoken concern, assured him with a hearty pat on his chest, rest assured, my dear brother, this matter is entirely in my hands. There will be no unforeseen complications. This venture is directly overseen by the helmsman, who places significant emphasis on capability rather than rank. However, It is still too early to draw any conclusions. Jiang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. A business personally managed by the leader of the black market was indeed a significant venture. One could only wonder whether he possessed the capability to partake in it. Jiang Xuan inquired with curiosity, "Brother Zhang, could you divulge some information to me?" Zhang Yuan smiled broadly. "To be candid with you, my dear brother, my knowledge on this matter is rather limited, yet it is undeniably lucrative. After the spring of June, the leader will personally select 20 skilled individuals from the 4 halls and has also invited several experts from the martial world to partake in a significant endeavor." At this juncture, Zhang Yuan lowered his voice. "It is said that engaging in this task will lead to a fresh start, and at that time, I shall rely on my esteemed brother to assist our comrades." A fresh start is colloquial jargon within this profession. Simply put, it means to wash one's hands of it all and attain legitimacy. Jiang Xianwei listened with growing trepidation. This business was likely far larger than he had ever imagined. What kind of enterprise could be so substantial that one could secure their fortune with a single transaction? The black market is teeming with experts. It seems that I may not stand a chance. "Alas, my dear elder brother, you are being overly modest." Zhang Yuan replied with a nonchalant smile. "With your invulnerable skills, you are undoubtedly the ideal candidate." Yet, the more he listened, the more he sensed something amiss. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship and found himself in a precarious situation. Despite Zhang Yuan addressing him as old brother repeatedly, should he express a desire to withdraw from this venture, it was likely that their camaraderie would dissolve in an instant. With a wry smile, Jiang Xuan acknowledged his predicament. He could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Fortunately, it was still early in the year, with several months remaining until June. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength swiftly. As for everything else, he would face challenges as they arose. The worst-case scenario would merely entail fleeing. Zhang Yuan led Jiang Xuan to the accounting hall to register his identity. Upon hearing that Jiang Xuan was 70 years old, the disciple responsible for the registration nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. At such an age, he could easily be a grandfather. Yet he was out adventuring in the martial world. "Master Jiang, your registration is complete. Here is your identity token. Each month, a disciple will deliver your stipend to your residence." However, the disciple hesitated, unsure of how to continue. "But what?" Zhang Yuan inquired sharply. "I must warn you, Master Jiang is not just any ordinary inner disciple of the Xuanwu Hall. He is my elder brother, and you are to serve him with utmost respect." The disciple was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Xuanwu Hall, being a principal hall, had its stewards who were essentially equivalent to the heads and deputy heads of smaller halls, and he dared not show any disrespect towards Zhang Yuan. Jiang Xuan is unexpectedly the elder brother of Zhang Yuan, which makes him someone not to be trifled with. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow as he addressed a disciple who hesitated before responding with a pained expression. "All the small courtyards for the inner disciples have been allocated. The only remaining accommodations are residences reserved for the newly appointed stewards of each hall." "Bring it to me for inspection," Zhang Yuan commanded, his frown deepening as he perused the registration book, erupting in anger. "Nonsense. Isn't there's still one unoccupied room?" The disciple wiped the sweat from his forehead, helplessly replying, "That room has already been reserved by Lord Song, who intends to keep it for his newly arrived nephew." "Lord Song? Songhe?" Zhang Yuan's gaze sharpened, his fury escalating. "Nonsense. Does that good-for-nothing nephew of his even deserve to reside in the steward's residence? Clear it out. You shall make way for my elder brother." "This." The disciple appeared distressed. Songhe was also a steward of the Xuanwu Hall and had a long-standing rivalry with Zhang Yuan. Neither of them was someone he dared to offend. Jiang Xuan spoke. "Brother Zhang, there is no need for any trouble. Simply find me a modest side room." He sighed. "Ah, how can I allow my older brother to feel wronged here? Rest assured, everything will be shouldered by me. And I doubt that Songhe would dare to cause any trouble." Zhang Yuan displayed an expression of unwavering loyalty, ready to take on the responsibility. Observing Zhang Yuan's steadfastness, the disciples of the accounts hall had no choice but to inscribe Jiang Xuan's name on a room at the back of the estate. As for Songhe's nephew, they could settle matters amongst themselves later. The completion of the registration signified that Jiang Xuan was officially establishing his residence in the black market starting today, and he would be able to commence work with his credentials the following day. However, before that, Jiang Xuan resolved to finish his cultivation of the 5 Thunder Seals, ensuring he possessed an additional trump card. Coincidentally, it seemed that this very night would be a stormy one. That night, thunder roared as rain poured down. The raindrops pattered against the tiles, creating a rhythmic symphony of sound. Jiang Xuan, holding an umbrella and a wooden box, entered Jiang Xuan's residence with great enthusiasm. "Older brother, I have brought you the contract for your servitude." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping his jaw. There sat Jiang Xuan in the courtyard. Behind him stood an iron pillar entwined with chains, the end of the chain gripped tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated through the sky, and a thick bolt of lightning struck the iron pillar, unleashing a blinding brilliance. With his hair standing on end in a shock of white, Jiang Xuan remained steadfast, his body enveloped in a swirling tempest of true energy intertwined with crackling lightning, creating an imposing spectacle. In the next moment, the ferocious lightning seemed to be absorbed by Jiang Xuan, gradually subsiding. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. My goodness, is this how my elder brother usually cultivates? No wonder he has forged an indomitable body, impervious to blades and spears. How many martial artists possess the ability to temper their physique with lightning? Initially, he had hoped to learn this body-tempering technique from Jiang Xuan, but now he resolved to abandon that notion. After all, he wished to live a little longer. In truth, while the display appeared terrifying, it was far less perilous than Jiang Yuan's imagination suggested. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Xuan had not genuinely utilized lightning to temper his body. Instead, he employed the 5 thunder seals to capture the formidable essence of the lightning in a unique manner, condensing it into several thunder seals stored within his palm. With a maximum of 5 seals possible, the potency of these thunder seals was extraordinary, according to Jiang Xuan's estimation. Even a single seal would suffice to annihilate a martial artist at the returning origin realm. If all 5 were unleashed, even a martial grandmaster would find themselves in a dire predicament. Regrettably, these thunder seals could only be replenished during thunderstorms, each use diminished their quantity, rendering them a consumable martial technique. Nonetheless, they were sufficiently formidable for self-defense. Once he had successfully condensed 5 thunder seals, Jiang Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, unshackled the iron chains binding his hands, and allowed a sly smile to grace his lips. Piercing through the clouds, 5 thunder seals, indestructible like diamond. Though I may be an old man, my methods are truly fearsome. Brother Jiang, have you completed your training? Came Jiang Yuan's quivering voice from a distance. Gazing apprehensively at Jiang Xuan had long noticed Jiang Yuan, yet at this moment, he feigned surprise as if he had just discovered him, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Jiang, what brings you here in person?" Jiang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward, remarking, "Brother Jiang, you truly are a remarkable individual. This method of cultivation is indeed unprecedented. I initially wished to seek your guidance on a few techniques, but it appears I was overly ambitious." "Ha." Jiang Xuan laughed heartily, neither affirming nor denying. "Brother Jiang, what brings you here this evening?" Jiang Yuan promptly handed over the wooden box he held, speaking earnestly, "Elder brother, within this box lie the contracts of spring orchid and autumn chrysanthemum. This matter must remain confidential and should never be disclosed." Jiang Xuan took the wooden box and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Brother Jiang, what is the true identity of these 2 maidservants?" He had always been perplexed as to why Jiang Yuan would treat the release of 2 mere servants with such gravity. Was it merely to elicit his gratitude? That seemed entirely unnecessary. Jiang Yuan, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "To be candid, dear brother, the concern does not lie with the maidservants themselves, but rather with the disruption of established protocols." "Protocols?" Jiang Xuan asked, his confusion deepening. Drawing closer, Jiang Yuan whispered, "Brother, I have come tonight specifically to enlighten you about this matter, so that you may avoid infringing upon the established norms in the future." "Please elaborate," Jiang Xuan urged. "Unbeknownst to you, dear brother, our branch in Yuzhou City is divided into 4 principal halls, each managing a significant enterprise, and interference among them is strictly forbidden. The Qinglong Hall oversees the gambling business, often referred to as the killing pig scheme, which is designed to deceive affluent individuals into gambling, subsequently lending them money until they are utterly destitute. The Baihu Hall manages the auction business, dealing in contraband such as illicit salt, slaves, and banned substances. The Zhuke Hall presides over the flesh trade, controlling the majority of brothels in the black market, including the acquisition of these contracts for selling oneself, which cannot be easily redeemed without due process. Lastly, the Xuanwu Hall handles the assassination trade, overseeing various acts of murder in the underworld. Of course, in our legitimate endeavors, we must merely maintain order in every street of the black market, but we must never breach the established protocols. Jiang Xuan spoke with fervor, causing Jiang Xuan's heart to race. He had long suspected that the business of the black market was far from legitimate, fearing that it treaded perilously close to the line of legality, yet the scale of it seemed overwhelmingly vast. I comprehend now. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your warning. Jiang Xuan exhaled lightly, yet his mind was calculating. The black market was certainly not a place for prolonged stay. If the opportunity presented itself, it would be wise to depart at the earliest. However, if it were a reputable sect, it was unlikely they would accept a frail, silver-haired elder such as himself. Unless, of course, he could secure a position as a guest elder or an esteemed member of their sect upon arrival. Jiang Xuan grinned widely, saying, Brother Jiang, you are too modest. We are like family. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Xuan reluctantly took his leave from Jiang Xuan's residence. The events of the evening only solidified his belief that Jiang Xuan was a remarkable figure, perhaps capable of elevating him to great heights in the future. His current investments were indeed a timely boon. Jiang Xuan returned to his chamber, holding a wooden box, and summoned the two sisters, Chunlan and Xiubai. I have procured your contracts of servitude, Jiang Xuan declared with a smile. The sisters were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe their ears as they received their contracts. And they promptly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed sir. On that fateful day, after Jiang Xuan's promise, they had turned away, dismissing it as inconsequential. The words of a man in bed are often deemed untrustworthy. Little did they expect that this venerable gentleman had genuinely considered their plight, leaving them somewhat touched. Jiang Xuan waved his hand and said, Ah, our encounter is indeed fated. I, too, once occupied the position of a servant. It is merely a trifling matter. The two women remained kneeling on the ground, hesitating to rise, showing no intention of departing. What troubles you? Are you unwilling to leave? Jiang Xuan inquired, puzzled. Chunlan hesitated for a moment, biting her lip as she spoke. My lord, you may not be aware. According to what I know, every woman who has emerged from the Vermilion Bird Tower, even after redeeming herself, has met with a tragic fate. It seems that they are all killed. As she uttered these words, Chunlan trembled, her eyes filled with dread. My lord, I am willing to serve you faithfully. Qiujuan, equally terrified, bowed her head and echoed. We beseech you, my lord, do not forsake us. We sisters are devoted to serving you endlessly. This, Jiang Xuan was left utterly speechless, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. Was death inevitable even after redeeming himself? This fate was 100 times more tragic than his servitude in the Li family. Indeed, the Zhuke Hall was not to be trifled with. Jiang Xuan gazed upon the two sisters, their heads bowed upon the ground, and was unable to suppress a surge of compassion. With a sigh, he declared, Very well. If you wish to remain, then stay. You may take the contract of servitude with you, and depart whenever you desire. Ah? The sisters' eyes sparkled with astonishment, overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of joy that brought them to tears. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. You are truly kind-hearted. Kind-hearted indeed. Jiang Xuan chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. To rescue a wayward girl could indeed be deemed as an act of kindness. However, in his previous life, there were far too many benevolent souls. The following day, at dawn, Jiang Xuan rubbed his weary waist and rose from between two alluring figures. To his astonishment, he realized that life could indeed be so vibrant and colorful. The previous 50 years had felt utterly mundane. After indulging for 2 consecutive nights, he sensed a decline in his physical condition, prompting him to contemplate the essence of existence. At 70 years of age, he had little time left to squander. With outsiders present in the manor, he felt a certain discomfort, for he harbored many secrets he preferred to keep hidden. You two shall reside in the annex from now on. I will summon you if needed, Jiang Xuan declared as he stood. At his words, the two women's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes glistening with tears as they gazed at him. My lord, have we not served you well? It is not that, he replied. Jiang Xuan gently shook his head, remarking that your presence here greatly tested his resolve, for he had numerous pressing matters to attend to. The two young women, realizing this, felt their cheeks flush with a delicate crimson and nodded in unison, Yes, my lord. Despite their words, an inexplicable sense of disappointment surged within them. It must be said that the beauty of these two sisters was indeed remarkable, each possessing her own unique charm. Were it any ordinary young gentleman, he would likely be utterly entranced, lacking the composure displayed by Jiang Xuan. On that day, Jiang Xuan assumed his duties. According to the regulations of the black market, each inner disciple of the four major halls was assigned to oversee the affairs of a specific street, a role known as a steward, which included maintaining public order, collecting protection fees, and mediating disputes, among other responsibilities. Unless tasked with a special assignment from the hall, the daily routine entailed strolling along the street, ensuring that no disturbances occurred. However, there were certain businesses he was prohibited from managing, specifically the ones Jiang Xuan had explicitly mentioned to him. These enterprises were under the direct supervision of the hall's stewards, independent of any particular street. The street managed by Jiang Xuan is known as Qinghe Street, which boasts approximately 30 shops, with an innumerable array of street vendors. Most of these vendors are local residents selling eggs, vegetables, and other goods to supplement their household income. Although the black market stalls are expensive, their heightened security makes them appealing. In contrast, the official market often attracts young aristocrats and troublemakers who cause disturbances. Yet such individuals dare not disrupt the order of the black market. However, this does not imply that the black market is particularly equitable. Ordinary citizens still suffer when relatives of black market members encroach upon their business. The intricacies of human relationships and social dynamics are omnipresent. Who approaches? Jiang Xuan approached the street corner, where two burly men advanced towards him, barking commands. It was evident that these two were the enforcers of this thoroughfare, commonly referred to as thugs. Jiang Xuan, with a cheerful demeanor, produced a token from his bosom and presented it before the two men. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and their attitude became notably more respectful. It was none other than Master Jiang. The two realized their oversight, acknowledging the hierarchy. After all, the authority of a higher official can overshadow the lesser, and the outer disciples find themselves in a precarious position without formal status. Should they fail to pass the assessment, they might never ascend to the ranks of inner disciples, their standing far beneath that of Jiang Xuan. At that moment, a man with a scarred face hurried over from a distance. It was none other than Li Huan, who had previously crossed paths with Jiang Xuan. Li Huan approached briskly, first reprimanding the two burly men. "You two, lacking discernment, how dare you obstruct Master Jiang?" He then turned to Jiang Xuan, his expression shifting to one of sycophantic delight. "Ah, Master Jiang, these two are newcomers, unaware of their place. Please do not take offense. Elder Zhang specifically sent me to familiarize you with the surroundings. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Jiang Xuan nodded. Indeed, this Yuan was quite meticulous in his arrangements, even ensuring that he introduced a familiar face to himself. Under Li Huan's guidance, Jiang Xuan greeted each shop owner in turn, establishing a sense of familiarity. The shopkeepers were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Xuan, some unable to grasp the reality of a person of such advanced years managing the streets. Nevertheless, they dared not offend Jiang Xuan and warmly welcomed him, insisting on offering him some local specialties. Jiang Xuan found himself in a state of bemusement. On his very first day in office, he received an abundance of gifts, far surpassing the earnings he had accumulated during a lifetime of service at the Li residence. Is this the advantage that power bestows? Nevertheless, while he accepted these offerings, he was acutely aware that he would still be required to fulfill his duties. These individuals were merely seeking familiarity. Jiang Xuan was patrolling the streets when he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance, causing him to frown slightly. On the very first day of work, someone dared to cause trouble in the black market? As he approached, he noticed a pale-faced man clad in an ornate robe confronting a father and daughter who were selling vegetables. This man was Song Xiaowu, the nephew of Song He, a steward of the Xuanwu Hall. Song Xiaowu was a notorious scion of the wealthy Song family in Yuzhou City, spending his days idly and delighting in harassing respectable women, which ultimately led to a tragic incident. It took a considerable sum for the elder Song to extricate him from prison. However, he could no longer remain with the Song family and sought refuge with his uncle Song He in the black market. Today marked Song Xiaowu's first day in the black market, and as he strolled along, humming a tune and showing off his pet birds, he was flanked by a couple of burly henchmen arranged by his uncle. Recognizing Song Xiaowu, some locals hurriedly avoided him, fearful of incurring his wrath. It was truly astounding. Having come to the black market, they still encountered this debauched scion. Soon, Song Xiaowu's gaze fell upon a young woman of about 18 or 19, who was purchasing vegetables on the street, and he was instantly captivated. She possessed a delicate figure and a charming face, her long legs surpassing even his waist, and her ample bosom hinted at exceptional potential. Unable to restrain himself, Song Xiaowu licked his lips and approached, deliberately brushing against the vegetable stand, staining his white robe. He then began to berate the father and daughter with practiced ease. Apologies, apologies, Master Song. I'll clean it up for you. The elderly vendor, Tian, wore a bitter expression, repeatedly apologizing in an attempt to assist him in cleaning his garment. Apologies? What good are apologies? What Jiang Xuan arrived just in time to witness the assault. Without hesitation, he unleashed 3 razor-sharp sword auras with a flick of his wrist. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 3 burly men mercilessly beating old man Tian were each struck by a lethal arc of energy, their bodies erupting into crimson mist before they could even react. These were mere low-level martial artists, utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike from Jiang Xuan. Murder. The nearby street vendors recoiled in horror, scattering like frightened birds, fleeing as far as they could. Who dares kill my men? Song Xiaowu, initially stunned, quickly boiled with uncontrollable fury. His uncle was none other than Song He. Who in the black market would dare oppose him? Turning around, he saw an elderly man clad in flowing azure martial robes, exuding an aura of transcendent grace, yet his piercing gaze was as cold as death itself. Why you? Who are you? Song Xiaowu stammered, momentarily cowed by the overwhelming presence of Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance at Song Xiaowu, deliberately ignoring him, and addressed the crowd in a resonant voice. Fellow townsfolk, do not be alarmed. This humble elder, Jiang Xuan, serves as the overseer of this street. The recent disturbance was merely the dispatching of a few unruly troublemakers. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd exhaled in relief, their tension dissipating. So, this was the overseer of the black market. No wonder he dared to strike down offenders. Though, they couldn't help but note his advanced age. Overseer? Song Xiaowu's eyes narrowed sharply. A sudden recollection struck him. His uncle held the higher rank of steward, surely outranking a mere overseer. Instantly, his arrogance swelled. You insolent old fool. How dare you disregard this young master? Song Xiaowu bristled, his mustache quivering with indignation. A lowly overseer, yet you dare slaughter my men? Kneel at once and beg for forgiveness. Or else, before he could finish, a flash of cold steel flickered before his eyes. To his utter shock, he found his head severed from his body, blood gushing violently. In his final moments, he beheld his own back. Had he truly been decapitated? By the time this realization dawned upon him, Song Xiaowu was already dead. Until his last breath, he couldn't fathom why this elderly man had struck him down without hesitation. Did he not fear retribution from his uncle? Wasn't he just an overseer? Meanwhile, Li Huan, who had just caught up, stood frozen in disbelief, staring blankly at the scattered corpses. In the blink of an eye, this elder had claimed so many lives? Upon closer inspection, he recognized the fallen young noble. Wasn't this the very same young master Song he had entrusted to his care just yesterday? Song Xiaowu. Li Huan gasped in horror. Elder Jiang, how could you have killed him? Jiang Xuan remarked nonchalantly, this individual has transgressed the rules, manipulating affairs in the black market. What is wrong with me eliminating him? Oh dear, Li Huan replied, his face etched with bitterness. Master Jiang, you are unaware that this is the nephew of Steward Song. You have now stirred a significant predicament. The nephew of Steward Song? Jiang Xuan mused. Is he not the very one who brazenly seized the property that was reserved just yesterday? Well, this resolves the conflict splendidly. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow with an air of nonchalance. Pray tell, if I conduct myself by the rules, what can he possibly do to me? Master Jiang. Li Huan sighed and shook his head. The rules are rules. Steward Song is known as Madman Song. It would be prudent for you to avoid provoking him henceforth. Killing the nephew of a steward, this matter will not be so easily settled. Moreover, Song He is infamous in the Black Tortoise Hall for his madness. His strength is unremarkable. Yet he clawed his way to the position of steward purely through sheer ruthlessness. Those who cross him almost invariably meet their demise. At the height of his madness, he even dared to challenge Zhu Hengfei, the hall master of Black Tortoise Hall. Ironically, it was this very audacity that earned him Zhu Hengfei's admiration. Jiang Xuan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Did the old man intend to evade his brilliance? After living a life of submission within the Li residence, was it not time to embrace a more assertive existence? Thank you, Lord Jiang. At that moment, old man Tian arrived with his daughter, bowing in gratitude, expressing their heartfelt thanks for his salvation. Jiang Xuan cast a complicated glance at the father and daughter pair before speaking calmly. Go home. Do not return to the black market tomorrow. Yes, yes. Thank you. Master Jiang. Old Tian hastily agreed, immediately pulling his daughter away as they fled the black market. To them, this place had already become treacherous. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Li Huan watched the retreating figures of the father and daughter, shaking his head slightly. Once entangled in such matters, escaping unscathed was never so simple. This was the black market, after all. Those two were doomed. Meanwhile, within the Song residence of the Black Tortoise Hall, Song-He was in his chambers, laboring breathlessly between two alluring women. Despite being in his 40s, he remained childless. Though he couldn't fathom why, he certainly put in the effort daily. Thus, he had readily agreed when his elder brother proposed sending his nephew, Song Xiaowu, to serve as his adopted son. Song-He had vowed to mold the boy into a capable subordinate. Steward Song, disaster has struck. Just then, frantic shouts erupted outside his door. Who dares disturb me? Have you lost your heads? Song-He shuddered, hastily disentangling himself from the women and pulling up his trousers as he stormed outside. Several burly men stood there, carrying a headless corpse into his courtyard. The stench of decay thick in the air. Bastards! What is the meaning of bringing a headless corpse into my home? Are you trying to sicken me to death? Damned omen! Song-He roared, his mood thoroughly ruined. Had they not startled him into losing his vigor, he might have lasted longer. And now this, a headless corpse. Master Song. This is young Master Song. The men wailed. They had been sent by Song-He to retrieve Song Xiaowu, fearing the boy might stir trouble in the black market and provoke someone beyond their reach. Though Song-He was a steward, the black market teemed with figures even he dared not cross. Young Master Song? Which young Master Song? Song-He's eyelids twitched before his face drained of color. Xiaowu? This is Xiaowu? It is. The men dropped to their knees, weeping. The young master was inexplicably slain while out today. By the time we arrived, only this headless corpse remained. Song-He staggered, nearly collapsing, before stumbling toward the body. His vision darkened, and he toppled over like a felled tree. Moments later, an earth-shaking roar of fury erupted from the Song residence. Who dares to murder my nephew? Jiang Xuan brazenly took the life of Song Xiaowu in broad daylight, an act that was swiftly uncovered by Song-He. How dare this Jiang Xuan commit such an atrocity against my nephew? Song-He seethed with fury. One of the burly men below spoke up, reporting to Master Song. I have heard that an old man brought back by Jiang Yuan became an inner disciple upon arrival and even seized a residence that was reserved for young Master Song. Jiang Yuan? An old man? Song-He paused momentarily, then his rage intensified. Bah! I knew it. That scoundrel has been plotting against me from the shadows. He has long disapproved of my bringing Xiaowu here, and now he dares to kill in my presence. Enough is enough. For every nephew he takes, I shall take one of his elders. With a stormy expression, Song-He rose, grasping a weapon as he marched out of the estate. Who dares to kill my kin? Do they not know the origin of my moniker, the Madman of Song? Before long, Song-He, accompanied by a group of skilled underworld fighters, strode ominously towards Jiangxian Street, exuding an aura of menace. As they went, the surrounding citizens and members of the underworld scrambled to avoid them, reminiscent of thugs parading through the streets. Who has angered the Madman of Song to such a degree? Who knows? He always wears a sour expression as if someone owes him. I heard that a headless corpse was carried into the Song residence. It must be related to the Madman. Oh, could it be that someone dared to kill someone close to the Madman? This is getting interesting. Let us go watch. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Zhang's residence, Jiang Yuan was constructing iron pillars and chains, resembling the lightning calling apparatus within Jiang Xuan's abode. He pondered deeply, unwilling to relinquish Jiang Xuan's body refinement technique so easily. Although perilous, he believed that if an old man like Jiang Xuan could endure it, then he, a robust man of 8 feet, had every reason to withstand it as well. He had resolved to attempt it during the next thunderstorm. Master Zhang, trouble is afoot. At that moment, Li Huan rushed into Zhang's residence in a state of panic, shouting hoarsely. Jiang Yuan discreetly concealed the lightning calling apparatus and stepped out of the courtyard, demanding, Li Huan, what brings you here? Have you grown too bold to intrude upon my estate? And no, it's not that. It's Jiang Xuan. Li Huan gasped, breathless. Jiang Xuan? What has happened? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. After catching his breath, Li Huan hurriedly explained, Master Zhang, it's dire. Jiang Xuan has killed Master Song's nephew. And now Master Song is on his way to confront Jiang Xuan. What? Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Jiang Xuan had only just started and already killed the Madman of Song's nephew? He had hoped to learn martial arts from him. If this band of lunatics were to beat him to death, where would he go to lament? Li Huan's face showed distress. Master Zhang, You must gather some men and hurry over. It may soon be too late. Yes, rescue him. Jiang Yuan began to pace, commanding Li Huan. Take my token and gather some capable hands from within the hall. You must be swift. Li Huan accepted the token, bowing. Yes, Master Zhang. He turned to leave, but was halted. Wait. Jiang Yuan's gaze flickered as he called out to him. Li Huan turned back, puzzled. What is it, Master Zhang? Time is of the essence. Hold on a moment. I have yet to discern Jiang Xuan's true capabilities. This situation presents an opportunity to see how he fares against the madman of song. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Li Huan was taken aback. Master Zhang, the madman is no weakling, and he is bringing many experts with him. Jiang Xuan may be in grave danger. Humph. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. If Jiang Xuan were so easily slain, he would not be worthy of our favor. Delaying a little longer will allow us to gauge his true strength. Li Huan slowly raised a thumb in admiration. Master Zhang is truly astute. Qinghe Street. Jiang Xuan was patrolling the streets, and over the past few days, he had nearly acclimatized to his duties here. It must be said that this role in maintaining public order was far more intriguing than his previous occupation as a coachman, often allowing him to hear various curious tales, such as the scandalous affair between the butcher selling pork and the widow Lu next door, or the demise of the 60-year-old Zhang Laohan who met his end in the embrace of a courtesan. Suddenly, he heard a tumultuous group approaching from a distance. Their faces contorted with malice, exuding an aura of menace, and their gleaming blades reflecting a cold light. At the forefront stood a particularly sinister figure, with a square face and octagonal beard, unmistakably a nefarious character, none other than Song He. The vendors nearby, upon witnessing this, hastily scattered in fear of attracting trouble. The old wretch in front. Are you Jiang Xuan? Song He growled menacingly, clearly indicating that his intentions were anything but benevolent. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, acknowledging, indeed. It is I. And who might you be? Is it you? Then there is no mistake. Let me handle this. Dispatch this old fool. Without uttering another word, Song He, brimming with fury, gestured emphatically, commanding his subordinates to advance en masse, even too indifferent to introduce himself. Villains often perish by their verbosity, rather than dilly-dally. It was time for action. Having spent a lifetime in the role of an antagonist, he understood this principle all too well. Otherwise, how else could he earn the moniker of a madman? In an instant, the skilled mercenaries behind him encircled Jiang Xuan, their gazes ablaze with murderous intent. Jiang Xuan cast a glance at the individuals before him, noting that their cultivations were around the 7th or 8th layer of qi condensation, all belonging to the outer disciples, a rather unflattering designation akin to mere cannon fodder. Though his own strength was comparable to theirs, a single strike would suffice to eliminate them. Such was the confidence bestowed by his intermediate sword intent. As for Song He, Jiang Xuan speculated that his prowess was likely on par with Jiang Yuan, merely at the initial stage of the returning essence realm. Upon witnessing Jiang Xuan easily ensnared, Song He's expression twisted into a snarl. With such meager abilities, you dare to threaten my nephew? Today, I shall dismember you into 1,000 pieces, proving to certain individuals that I am not to be trifled with. This proclamation was overheard by Zhang Yuan and Li Huan, who were covertly observing from a distance. Li Huan frowned and remarked, Master Zhang, it seems this madman's song is challenging you. Should we intervene? Jiang Xuan appears to be surrounded. Zhang Yuan, his countenance darkened, replied, let us wait a moment longer. This reckless fool is destined to meet his end at my hands. For now, let him experience the prowess of Brother Jiang. I refuse to believe it will conclude so swiftly. Song He, having deliberately paused, noticed the surrounding stillness and shook his head in disappointment. Old fool. It seems Zhang Yuan has abandoned you. Thus, prepare to meet your demise. Amidst the tension, with weapons drawn, Jiang Xuan exhibited no hint of trepidation. He had long desired to test the might of the 5 thunder seals, and this madman's song appeared to be an excellent target. However, before proceeding, he deemed it necessary to occupy the moral high ground to preempt any potential slander. With a calm demeanor, he regarded Song He and offered a faint smile. You are the esteemed song steward, are you not? You must be aware that it was your nephew who first violated the black market rules. I am merely acting in accordance with the established protocols. Are you not concerned about the master's reproach? In response, Song He erupted into a boisterous laugh, his mirth bordering on madness. Ha ha ha, old man. You truly are a source of amusement. Do you think yourself of any significance? Reproach? The master would have to be a fool to blame me for your actions. For killing my nephew, you deserve nothing less than death. How absurd. Jiang Xuan mused. Jiang Xuan shook his head and gazed at the formidable figures surrounding him in the black market, solemnly advising, "My brothers of the black market, I implore you to reconsider your course. Do not be as reckless as this madman, oblivious to the gravity of the situation." "You speak nonsense," Songhe retorted furiously. Waving his hand, "Attack. Do not waste words on this old fool." In an instant, over a dozen skilled fighters from the black market, without a second thought, lunged towards Jiang Xuan. Each one, fierce and menacing, brandished their weapons with the intent to strike at Jiang Xuan's vital points, exhibiting a brutal determination to end his life. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he stood with an air of effortless grace, hands clasped behind his back without the slightest movement. He had resolved to deliver a modest, yet striking lesson to the black market, lest they continue to mistake him for some feeble clay figurine, repeatedly sending men to harass him. With the indestructible Vajra technique at his command, even 100 so-called masters like these wouldn't so much as make him bat an eyelid. The system's gifts elevated him beyond the mundane. Seeing Jiang Xuan remain utterly still, his demeanor infuriatingly composed, Songhe's fury erupted. "You damned old fossil, putting on airs even more insufferable than mine. Even if the Hall Master himself were here today, I'd still see you dead." Songhe, though slower to act, could no longer restrain himself. Leading the charge, he swung his blade downward toward Jiang Xuan's head, surging with formidable chi, a strike so terrifying even a return-to-origin realm expert would retreat rather than face it head-on. Yet in the next moment, something occurred that left Songhe utterly dumbfounded, as he and over a dozen chi condensation experts simultaneously struck Jiang Xuan with their blades. The old man remained as immovable as a mountain. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clashing of blades rang out. Every single one of those chi-infused sabers shattered upon impact, as if they had struck an unyielding diamond, splintering at the slightest touch. Songhe and the dozen or so black market experts surrounding Jiang Xuan froze in stunned disbelief. What in the blazes is this? What kind of monster is this old man? There it is, that technique again. From a distance, Zhang Yuan and Li Huai's pupils contracted. Witnessing Jiang Xuan's indestructible Vajra once more, they couldn't help but feel another wave of awe. How terrifying. What kind of martial art is this? Zhang Yuan admitted to himself that if he were to stand motionless and allow over a dozen chi condensation experts to strike him, he'd be reduced to little more than minced flesh. No defensive chi could possibly withstand such a concentrated assault. So powerful. I must master this. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes alight with fervor. Fall back. After a prolonged moment of shock, Songhe finally snapped back to reality, bellowing in alarm. By now, it was painfully clear he had kicked an iron plate thicker than the heavens themselves. This elder was unfathomably profound. He might very well be a mid-tier grandmaster, disguising his strength to prey on the unwary. With a subtle smile, Jiang Xuan addressed the assembly, "Since we have begun, let us leave our lives behind." Upon hearing these words, Songhe and a dozen chi condensation experts were taken aback, retreating hastily to distance themselves from Jiang Xuan. Yet, it was already too late. Jiang Xuan raised his robust right hand, lightning crackling within his palm, as 5 blue lightning seals flickered into existence, emanating a terrifying aura of annihilation. "Oh no!" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm as he dashed forward. "Brother Jiang, stop!" Boom. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air, causing the entire street to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake, with chaos ensuing all around. The atmosphere hung heavy for several seconds. Zhang Yuan gazed in Jiang Xuan's direction, a profound sense of dread swelling within him. The pure, celestial might of the thunderclap made his very soul quiver. Jiang, my dear brother, appears to be even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, within the nearby Zhu residence, upon hearing the resounding explosion, Zhu Hongfei, who was indulging in grapes while attended by 2 beautiful women, suddenly sprang to his feet, drenched in cold sweat. What on earth is happening? In that fleeting moment, he too sensed an imminent threat of death. What could this possibly mean? Someone, quickly, summon help. On Qinghe Street, the scene was already deserted, with the populace having fled without a trace. Occasionally, a couple of brave souls dared to observe from a distance, only to be struck by fear, wetting themselves at the sight of the thunderous explosion. As the smoke dispersed, a massive pit several meters deep appeared in the center of the street. An elderly figure stood at its core, gazing oddly at his bloodied and mangled right hand. Jiang Xuan had once envisioned the formidable power of the 5 thunder seals, yet he never anticipated its astonishing might to such an extent. It seemed that any martial artist beneath the level of a grandmaster would surely perish amidst this thunderous explosion. The terror was overwhelming. so much so that he found himself unable to control this force, resulting in the destruction of one of his own hands. As for others, including Songhe, they were utterly annihilated, reduced to mere remnants. He possessed 4 more of such devastating artifacts. Moreover, they could be replenished on stormy nights. Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang! At that moment, a voice tinged with fear echoed from afar, calling out to Jiang Xuan. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the scene, a chill running down his spine. Although this was the black market, and the deaths of a few would go unnoticed, the gruesome nature of this demise was utterly horrifying, leaving no complete remains behind. Jiang Xuan, maintaining an air of composure, discreetly concealed his injured right hand behind his back and remarked with a hint of detachment, "They instigated trouble first. I merely acted in accordance with the rules. Indeed, it is they who deserve condemnation." Zhang Yuan suddenly regained his senses, displaying a semblance of a solicitous smile. "Brother Jiang, they did not harm you, did they?" Jiang Xuan shook his head, proclaiming that he was unharmed, merely having tested a newly developed martial art, resulting in some backlash. A newly developed martial art? Zhang Yuan was further astonished, realizing that the recent explosion was indeed a product of Brother Jiang's own creation. Good heavens! Even a master could not conceive a technique of such formidable power. Truly remarkable. This is a colossal opportunity. I must seize it firmly. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan, with a look of chagrin, remarked, "Alas, it is entirely my fault for arriving late, forcing my esteemed elder brother to take matters into his own hands. This is indeed my transgression. Fear not, my elder brother. Henceforth, no whispers regarding Songhe will surface in the black market. I assure you, I shall see to it with utmost diligence. That maddened Song should have met his demise long ago." Jiang Xuan nodded silently, surveying the chaotic streets around him. This place. Zhang Yuan understood, patting his chest confidently. "Rest assured, elder brother, I will ensure that everything is tidied up impeccably, without causing any delay for your duties tomorrow." "That is reassuring," the elder replied, weary from the day's exertions. "I shall take my leave now and entrust this matter to you." Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and nodded, then strode away. Li Huan hurried after him, first gasping in shock, then gazing at Jiang Xuan's retreating figure with a look of lingering fear. "What should we do now, Zhang Yi? Should we apprehend Zhang Yi and await Master Zhu's orders?" With a sharp slap, Zhang Yuan silenced Li Huan, his voice filled with fury. "Li Huan, how could you be so foolish? Capture him? Nonsense. The dynamics of the black market are about to shift." Upon returning to his quarters, Jiang Xuan began to channel his vital energy to heal the injuries on his hand. Although the wounds appeared severe, his cultivation of the resilient Cha-Ching sword technique, complemented by the extraordinary dragon and phoenix jade, would allow for a swift recovery. If he had access to healing elixirs, his recuperation would be expedited even further. Reflecting on the events, he recognized the black market as a gray area devoid of legal governance, rife with intricate relationships. To ensure his survival within this realm, mere cultivation and compliance would not suffice. He must also devise ways to ascend to a higher echelon. Otherwise, troubles would perpetually arise. However, the path to elevation was fraught with challenges. "Very well, I shall take my time," he resolved. In the hall of Xuanwu Hall, Zhu Hongfei sat up abruptly, his expression one of disbelief as he looked at Zhang Yuan. "Are you saying that the explosion earlier was caused by the old man Jiang, and it resulted in the deaths of Songhe and several outer disciples?" "Indeed," Zhang Yuan replied, his face pale with trepidation. He claimed that the martial art was his own creation. "How can this be?" Zhu Hongfei lay back down in his tiger-skin chair, murmuring to himself. "That old man appeared to be merely at the qi condensation stage, yet he managed to kill Songhe? Could it be that I was mistaken? Qi condensation?" Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard an absurd tale. "Master, this is utterly impossible." "Oh, why is it impossible?" Zhu Hongfei inquired, curiosity piqued. With his own capabilities, he was loath to admit he could misjudge an old man. Swallowing hard, Zhang Yuan recounted his encounters with Jiang Xuan to Zhu Hongfei, detailing how Jiang had withstood treasures and weaponry with his bare body, summoned thunder to temper his physique, and single-handedly vanquished a dozen skilled fighters, including Songhe. He concluded with certainty that Jiang Xuan could not merely be at the qi condensation stage. Listening intently, Zhu Hongfei found the narrative increasingly perplexing. In the entire Deqian nation, there are few masters of such age. Is he perhaps from a hidden sect? If so, what could his purpose for joining our black market be? To amass wealth? With a heavy sigh, Zhang Yuan replied, "Master, this is the very aspect I find most confounding. Jiang was once a mere coachman for the Li family, an unnoticed figure who seemingly appeared out of nowhere." "Really?" Zhu Hongfei sat up again, astonished. The Li family's coachman? I have conducted business with him and encountered the coachman. He was so unremarkable that I scarcely remembered him. How could he suddenly transform into a master? Casting a cautious glance at the contemplative Zhu Hongfei, Jiang Xuan added, Master, regardless of Jiang's true identity. Now that he has joined the black market, he is one of us, far superior to Songhe. Indeed, Zhu Hongfei concurred. That is true, once he is here. Whether dragon or tiger, he must obey. A mere master poses no threat. However, we must still ascertain his background. The leader has emphasized that the significant business in June concerns the very survival of the black market. We cannot afford any disturbances. The survival of the black market? Jiang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The implication seemed increasingly far-fetched. What could possibly threaten the existence of the black market? Then what about Jiang, Master? Investigate further. If no issues arise, let him take over Song's position, Zhu Hongfei commanded. Understood. Time slipped by, and a month passed quietly. Jiang Xuan spent his days adhering to a routine of patrolling the streets, cultivating his skills, and healing his wounds, occasionally enjoying a drink with Jiang Yuan. Life was quite leisurely for him. Ever since that incident, no one dared to cause trouble on Qinghe Street, and the public order was remarkably good. With such an old killer as Jiang Xuan around, who would dare act recklessly? As time passed, Jiang Xuan's reputation gradually spread throughout the black market, and his thunderous explosion technique became a topic of fervent discussion, akin to a celebrated battle for fame among the common folk. A rather whimsical title emerged for Jiang Xuan, the Thunder Punisher. This moniker implied that those who failed to adhere to rules within his territory would face divine retribution in the form of thunder. Nowadays, disciples from both the inner and outer gates of the Xuanwu Hall respectfully addressed him as Elder Jiang, a testament to his illustrious reputation. It must be said that maintaining public order is indeed the hallmark of the black market. Thanks to Jiang Xuan's presence, Qinghe Street became exceptionally vibrant. With the protection fees for stalls doubling within a month, the populace eagerly flocked to Qinghe Street, vying to conduct business there. Zhu Hongfei, in charge of collecting these fees, found himself overwhelmed, his face alight with joy. Furthermore, Jiang Xuan was a stickler for rules. Regardless of one's identity, adherence to regulations was mandatory, or else he would demonstrate his sword techniques. Issues such as stall occupation, bullying, and disorderly conduct were all dealt with decisively on Qinghe Street, and no one dared to provoke him. This approach garnered Zhu Hongfei's admiration, leading him to frequently praise Jiang Xuan, who was now affectionately referred to as Brother Jiang. On this particular day, Jiang Xuan sat in his room and opened his long-neglected attribute panel for a look. Name: Jiang Xuan. Age: 8. Cultivation level: 8th layer of Qi condensation technique. Evergreen sword art: 2nd level. Martial skills: horse stance sword, flowing cloud illusion sword. 5 thunder seals talents: celestial bone, indestructible, intermediate sword intent treasures, cloud piercing shuttle, dragon and phoenix jade at the 8th layer of Qi condensation. He was on the verge of breaking through to the return to origin realm. Jiang Xuan gazed at the panel, murmuring to himself. After joining the black market, inner sect disciples received a monthly stipend of 20 taels of silver and 5 low-grade spirit stones, which sufficed for his extravagant indulgences. Coupled with the immortal bone and the dragon and phoenix jade, his cultivation speed could be described as soaring at a pace of 1,000 miles a day. What delighted him most was that he had advanced the Qingqing sword technique to its 2nd tier, imbuing his true energy with greater richness and fortifying his physique to a level that nearly rivaled any formidable practitioner of the returning origin realm. Moreover, he had comprehended a new sword move, the Qingqing Sword River. This technique was exceedingly demanding on true energy and exuded an overwhelming force. Designed to infuse boundless true energy into the sword, unleashing an endless torrent of sword chi with each swing, akin to a surging river, relentless and formidable, rivaling the might of the 5 Thunder Law seal. However, this move bore a critical flaw: it was excessively taxing on the sword. An ordinary mundane sword could hardly withstand such immense true energy, resulting in catastrophic explosions upon execution. Should the sword shatter, it would be tantamount to severing one's own limbs. Jiang Xuan now merely hopes that the forthcoming mission system will grant him a sword befitting his status. Just then, an excited voice from outside the door broke the silence. Brother Jiang, congratulations. You are about to be promoted. Come, follow me to meet Master Zhu. A promotion, you say? Jiang Xuan was taken aback upon hearing this, gazing at Jiang Yuan, who was brimming with excitement. Indeed, Brother Jiang, come swiftly with me to meet Master Zhu. He has been eagerly anticipating to reward you. Jiang Xuan dared not to be negligent and promptly followed Jiang Yuan towards the Zhu residence. At this moment, within the Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei gazed at the information regarding Jiang Xuan in his hands, murmuring to himself, Jiang Xuan, sold into the Li family at the tender age of 7, has served as a coachman for over 50 years without any indication of cultivation. Yet, suddenly, over 3 months ago, he exhibited profound cultivation that seems unfathomable. Could he have acquired a method of physical refinement akin to bronze skin and iron bones? How curious. How curious indeed that a seemingly unremarkable 70-year-old coachman conceals such depths. What fortune or misfortune does this individual portend for our black market? Just as Zhu Hongfei pondered this, footsteps echoed from outside. He hastily concealed the documents in his hands. Outside, Zhang Yuan and Jiang Xuan entered the Zhu residence. Slightly bowing in greeting, we pay our respects to the esteemed Zhu Hall master. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang, come, take a seat. Upon seeing them, Zhu Hongfei laughed heartily, gesturing for the two to sit. Brother Jiang has been in our black market for quite some time now, diligently managing Qinghe Street with remarkable order. This hall master has observed all of it. Indeed, Brother Jiang, you are thriving in your elder years. Zhu Hongfei grinned broadly, his demeanor significantly warmer than during their first encounter. The hall master overestimates me. It is merely my duty, Jiang Xuan humbly replied. Indeed, Zhu Hongfei nodded with a smile, appearing quite satisfied with Jiang Xuan. He continued, previously, I failed to recognize your capabilities, and it was unjust to confine you to the position of a mere inner disciple. Henceforth, with Song he deceased, I propose you take on the role of steward. Please do not decline, for it is you who has eliminated him, and thus the vacant position rightfully belongs to you. Replace Song he. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was slightly taken aback. What did it mean that he was the one who had killed him, and thus should take his place? Was it truly the case that in the black market, one could ascend to another's position simply by eliminating them? Was it truly a world governed by the law of the jungle? Noticing Jiang Xuan's surprise, Zhu Hongfei grinned and said, Brother Jiang need not be astonished. Such are the rules of the black market. Only the strong survive, leaving no room for the weak. And the one who has been slain? They were merely a waste. Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss for words, utterly unsure how to counter such a statement. Zhu Hongfei took a sip from his tea bowl and continued with a smile, should there come a day when you, my esteemed Brother Jiang, desire my position as the hall master, feel free to challenge me. If you lose, it shall be but death, and there will be no hard feelings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan maintained his composure, while nearby, Zhang Yuan was so startled that he dropped his tea bowl. With a loud crash, it shattered on the ground. Zhu Hongfei turned his gaze towards Zhang Yuan, expressing his displeasure. Look at you, so flustered. How can one achieve great things in such a manner? Take a lesson from Brother Jiang, exhibit a bit more poise. Yes, I apologize for my rudeness. Zhang Yuan hastily stood up, repeatedly offering his apologies. Jiang Xuan also rose to his feet, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Master, you are overthinking. I merely wish to earn a modest fortune in the black market, harboring no grand ambitions. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongfei was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. I truly appreciate your candor, Brother Jiang. However, rest assured, I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions. Otherwise, you would not be in my presence at this moment. Once you have entered the Xuanwu Hall, we shall be like old brothers. Jiang Xuan sighed inwardly, pondering who could possibly consider you a brother. Such a fate would indeed befall one with the utmost misfortune. He had discerned that Zhu Hongfei harbored an exceedingly suspicious nature, as every seemingly casual remark was, in truth, a means of probing him. Should he exhibit even the slightest irregularity, it would not merely jeopardize his role as a steward. Escaping this residence might become a formidable challenge. Thank you, Hall Master, for valuing this old man. Zhu Hongfei commanded. Very well, Zhang Yuan. Please escort Brother Jiang to complete the registration. He shall assume Song He's position starting tomorrow. With that, Zhu Hongfei dismissed Jiang Xuan and Zhang Yuan, contemplating Jiang Xuan's information with a pensive expression. Was it truly so simple for this old fellow to profit in the black market? Upon departing from Zhu's residence, Zhang Yuan smiled and congratulated Jiang Xuan, saying, Congratulations, elder brother. To ascend to the position of steward in merely a month is truly unprecedented. Just a stroke of luck. Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Xuan waved his hand and then inquired, Brother Zhang, is what the hall master said truly the case? He was referring, of course, to the rule that whoever is killed in the black market allows another to take their place. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Elder brother, you cannot be implying. Jiang Xuan shook his head, expressing, I am not particularly interested in these matters. My curiosity merely piques. Oh. Jiang Yuan sighed in relief and solemnly replied, Dear elder brother, you must not take these words lightly. The dynamics of our black market forces are exceedingly intricate. Anyone could betray you from the shadows. Should you harbor intentions of usurping Master Zhu, I fear you would be dealt with by others before you even had the chance to act. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. He had not taken it seriously initially, merely surprised by the perilous nature of the black market. Understanding this, he reassured himself, feeling weary in his old age, disinterested in becoming entangled in the conflicts of the younger generation. Jiang Xuan's promotion to a steward was devoid of any elaborate ceremony. All that was required was a visit to the accounting hall to exchange his token and update his residence, salary, and asset information. Upon his arrival, the disciples at the accounting hall were momentarily taken aback. Just a month prior, this elder had registered his identity, and now he had ascended to a higher position. Master Jiang, everything has been duly registered. Here is your steward token. The assets previously belonging to Steward Song will also be allocated under your name, one disciple informed him. The assets of Songhe? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that ascending to power through murder could yield such unexpected benefits. The instant the registration was finalized, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations on your promotion to core member of the organization. Mission accomplished. Reward issued. Level 1 alchemy technique. New narrative progression is underway. Upon becoming a core member, you swiftly demonstrated unparalleled talent, your assessment results overshadowing those of your contemporaries, making a remarkable impression. A new task was triggered. Make a mark. Task requirements. Achieve first place in the assessment to receive the reward. Task reward. Qingyan sword. At long last, it was completed. Jiang Xuan let out a soft breath, and soon felt a surge of alchemical insights flooding his mind, causing an overwhelming joy to arise within him. Alchemists have always been regarded as the affluent elite among cultivators. A single exquisite elixir can be worth its weight in gold. Yet, the art of alchemy is exceedingly arduous, and ordinary warriors find it impossible to master its intricate techniques. To his knowledge, in Yuzhou City, alchemists are as rare as phoenix feathers, with most potions available in the market being imported from the grand capital of the great Qin dynasty. If he were to master this craft, what concern would he have about lacking wealth? Jiang Xuan's gaze continued downward, and upon seeing the new task of securing first place in the competition, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Presumably, this was yet another assessment of martial prowess, given his current abilities. Unless he resorted to utilizing formidable weapons such as the cloud-piercing shuttle and the 5 thunder seals, it would indeed be quite challenging to triumph over the other stewards. Most importantly, it would likely expose his true capabilities, which posed a significant dilemma. After completing the registration, Jiang Xuan proceeded directly to Songhe's residence, which now also constituted part of his assets. Jiang Xuan raised his gaze and beheld the grandeur of Songhe's residence, which far surpassed his own in opulence. The sheer expanse of the estate dwarfed his own by several multiples, and its imposing presence rivaled that of the Li residence. It seemed that Songhe had amassed considerable wealth. At the entrance of the Song residence, nay, now it ought to be referred to as the Jiang residence, stood 2 elegant women. Their figures graceful and their skin as smooth as jade. They inclined their bodies slightly in a gesture of respect towards Jiang Xuan. We have the honor of meeting you. Master Jiang. Master Jiang? He was taken aback, gazing at the 2 women. Their delicate faces flushed with a hint of crimson as they lowered their heads, addressing him, Master. We are the concubines of Steward Song. Now that you have assumed his position, according to the regulations of the black market, all that belonged to him is now your inheritance. This. Jiang Xuan was utterly astonished. He had presumed that the assets belonging to Songhe were merely confined to the property. Indeed, from this day forth, we are entirely yours, the 2 women spoke softly, their voices tinged with a hint of shyness. After all, they were not courtesans, and the abrupt shift to a new master left them feeling somewhat disconcerted. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, suddenly feeling as though he were a grand villain. He had slain Songhe. He had taken a life, ascended in status, usurped another's residence, and was on the verge of seizing their concubine. He was indeed a quintessential antagonist. One could only wonder, did Songhe have a legitimate wife, or perhaps a daughter? Alas! Jiang Xuan cleared his throat and inquired, What are your names? Esteemed sir, I am called Xiao Tian Tian, and she is known as Xiaomini. We have grown up in the black market since our childhood, and it was Steward Song who bestowed these names upon us. If you find them unsatisfactory, we can certainly adopt different names. Jiang Xuan was fortunate not to have taken a sip of water. Otherwise, he might have spluttered it out. What an absurd name. Sweet and honeyed? Coughing slightly, he declared, "From now on, you shall be called Xiaozhu, and you shall be called Dong Mei." He pointed at the two women as he spoke. "Yes, my lord," they replied, bowing respectfully, showing no sign of disturbance at the change of names, resembling obedient automatons. Jiang Xuan gazed at the two women, an unusual glimmer flickering in his eyes. Having traversed the realms of commerce with Lord Li for many years, he had also engaged in numerous dealings within the black market and had heard a rather dubious rumor. It was said that many young girls, abducted by traffickers and sold into the black market, were subjected to peculiar methods of conditioning. Once they were matured, they were bestowed upon subordinates as rewards, serving as spies and laying down roots of betrayal. Should anyone harbor thoughts of treachery against the black market, these women would transform into lethal weapons, turning against their masters. Even the most diligent individual would ultimately see all their wealth revert to the black market, much like Songhe. One could assert that if he were to be ensnared by such a woman, his life would be irrevocably ruined. These two women were undoubtedly spies placed by the black market beside Songhe, now having shifted their focus to him. However, with a resolute heart, Jiang Xuan would not be swayed by such temptations. Led by the two concubines, Jiang Xuan commenced his exploration of the estate. It must be said, Songhe truly knew how to indulge. This residence could only be described as resplendent, its opulence rivaling, if not surpassing, that of the Li Manor. Within, there was a flower pavilion surrounded by a plethora of vibrant blossoms and exotic plants, as well as a remarkably precious spiritual herb garden, ideal for future alchemical endeavors. Aside from the essential rooms such as guest quarters, kitchens, and grand halls, the estate boasted a study adorned with priceless calligraphy and paintings, a refined chamber for the enjoyment of wine, music, and dance, a treasure house brimming with rare curiosities, and a bathing and dining area dedicated to the pleasures of the concubines. Elegance, indeed, reigned supreme. Jiang Xuan arrived at the bathing and dining chamber, where a grand wooden tub, spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 revelers, had already been prepared, alongside an array of exquisite delicacies. This scene evoked memories of a celestial abode from his previous life, reminiscent of a hot spring buffet. "Master, please dine first," the two women murmured softly, their heads lowered in shyness. "Indeed." Jiang Xuan nodded and proceeded towards the dining area, gazing at the lavish spread of delicacies before him. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration how remarkably indulgent Songhe was. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. At over 70 years of age, he thought it only fitting to relish such pleasures. "My lord, allow me to attend to your dining needs," murmured Xiaozhu, her voice as gentle as flowing water, her breath fragrant as she gracefully drew near. Jiang Xuan, who had toiled for a lifetime, was experiencing for the first time the sensation of being served while dining. He felt a bit out of sorts, yet reluctantly acquiesced to the situation. "My lord, allow me to assist you with your attire." Winter May, with her fair complexion and striking beauty, approached with a voluminous robe, carefully helping Jiang Xuan don a new ensemble. How exquisite it is that one must change clothes even for a meal. Jiang Xuan felt a profound sense of reflection until he noticed a delicate little head shyly bowing down, at which point he suddenly understood. Soon, Jiang Xuan and the two enchanting women had their fill. "My lord, I shall fetch something delightful," one of them said. Thereafter, Jiang Xuan, under the attentive care of the two ladies, made his way to the bathing area of the bathhouse, all the while remaining relaxed, occasionally murmuring, "Professional, quite professional." 2 hours later, Jiang Xuan reclined in a vast wooden tub filled with rose petal-strewn water, his head emerging languidly, his eyes devoid of focus. This lifestyle truly tests one's fortitude. Suddenly, he grasped the reason behind the black market's method of controlling subordinates without inciting strong backlash. Rather, it seemed to be a source of relentless pleasure. Who could possibly withstand such indulgence? Fortunately, he was older, not like those impetuous youths, fully aware of the perils of a decadent existence. "Please tidy your belongings and depart. Feel free to take any treasures you wish and return home," Jiang Xuan unexpectedly declared. In response, the two women's expressions shifted, their eyes brimming with tears, evoking a sense of pity. "My lord, how could you be so heartless? Have we not served you well enough?" "It is not that." Jiang Xuan shook his head. "Then why must you send us away? We have no home to return to." "Please, do not dismiss us," the two women cried, tears cascading down their cheeks, their sorrow truly poignant. It was a jest. They had come bearing a sacred mission. How could they simply be dismissed by Jiang Xuan? Jiang Xuan carefully considered his words before speaking. "You have misunderstood me. I do not wish to drive you away, but rather to invite you to reside in another place. Not far from here, I possess another residence where the sisters Chunlan and Chopu dwell. I suggest you move there. It would be pleasant for the four of you to keep each other company, and I shall frequently visit to see you. Well, Xiaozhu and Dong Mei were momentarily taken aback, realizing from the names that Chunlan and Pu were also Jiang Xuan's concubines. Throughout their journey, they seemed to have no valid reason to refuse. But, sir, if we all move there, what will happen to your daily needs? Xiaozhu hesitated, biting her lip as she inquired. You need not concern yourselves with that. I am not so old as to be incapable of caring for myself. Should I require assistance, I will certainly call upon you. Jiang Xuan's expression turned stern, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Very well, I shall comply. The two women exchanged a helpless glance, then began to pack their belongings and departed from the premises, their eyes filled with lingering resentment and reluctance. The once bustling residents now felt considerably desolate. The following day, at dawn, two disciples clad in blue stood patiently at the entrance of the Jiang residence, awaiting Jiang Xuan's emergence. Jiang Xuan opened the door to his residence and was taken aback upon seeing two individuals. Who might you be? He inquired. The two disciples clad in green stepped forward with haste, offering their respects. I am Qi Feng, the steward of Weishui Street, and it is an honor to meet you. Master Jiang. I am Mingwei, the steward of Shishui Street, also honored to meet you, Master Jiang. Master Jiang, the examinations for February are about to commence, and we have been dispatched to escort you to the council hall, where the hall master is already awaiting your arrival. Jiang Xuan suddenly comprehended his situation, momentarily failing to realize that he had become a steward. He waved his hand and said, Please, lead the way. The black market occupied over 160 streets in Yuzhou City, divided into 4 districts, east, west, south, and north, each managed by one of the 4 major halls. The Xuanwu Hall resided in the northern district, overseen by a hall master, 3 stewards, and dozens of inner disciples responsible for its administration. Monthly assessments were conducted, ranking the profits generated by the 4 districts, with rewards and penalties allocated accordingly, ensuring a fair distribution of labor. The entire hall thrived or faltered together, yet specific management of each street also faced their individual evaluations. Jiang Xuan was indeed the individual who achieved the highest scores in the assessment last month, earning him the admiration of Zhu Hongfei. However, now that he has assumed the role of steward, his aspirations can no longer be confined to a singular path. Upon arriving at the council hall, Zhu Hongfei occupied the principal seat, his countenance marred by worry. Below him sat the stewards Zhang Yuan and Liu Bai, both of whom were visibly apprehensive, hesitant to speak, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan, Zhu Hongfei's face brightened with joy, and he rose to greet him, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, you have finally arrived. Zhang Yuan and Liu Bai also stood, as if they had spotted a beacon of hope. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Master Zhu, what has transpired? With a heavy sigh, Zhu Hongfei lamented, Alas, it is these disappointing individuals that caused me such distress. Last month, our Xuanwu Hall once again ranked at the bottom during the assessments, and the vice leader scolded me quite harshly as a result. Oh, as he spoke, his gaze turned toward Jiang Xuan, and he earnestly inquired, Brother Jiang, though you are new here, your assessment results surpass all of ours. Please, impart your wisdom upon us. How have you achieved such success? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow and said, I kindly request the hall master to elaborate, so that I may consider how I can offer my modest assistance. Zhu Hongfei nodded in agreement and proceeded to recount the circumstances surrounding the 4 major halls to Jiang Xuan. It is indeed a lamentable situation. The profits of the 4 halls derive primarily from 2 sources, the black market trade and specialized businesses. Given the relatively equitable distribution of the 4 regions, the black market dealings do not vary significantly. The crux of the matter lies in the specialized businesses, the gambling operations of the Qinglong Hall, the auction dealings of the Baihu Hall, and the flesh trade of the Zhuke Hall are all extraordinarily prosperous, yielding substantial profits. However, the operations of the Xuanwu Hall and the assassination trade have proven to be exceedingly challenging. The city of Yuzhou is, by and large, a peaceful locale, where one seldom finds individuals seeking to hire assassins daily. Consequently, the Xuanwu Hall has suffered considerable losses in this specialized sector, only managing to turn a profit during rare, significant transactions. Even though the hall master has lowered the assessment standards for the Xuanwu Hall, it still remains at the bottom among the 4 halls. If this persists, who would still choose to affiliate with the Xuanwu Hall? Such is the predicament. Jiang, having accompanied Masterly in business for many years, must possess considerable wisdom. Might he have any clever strategies to assist our Xuanwu Hall? Zhu Hongfei gazed at Jiang Xuan with eager anticipation. Jiang Xuan sighed inwardly. He was merely a cart driver, lacking any experience in the realm of commerce. Nevertheless, he realized he must devise a strategy for this matter. At that moment, it dawned on him that this might very well be an evaluation within the system's task. The black market was not akin to traditional sects, where matters were prioritized based on monetary gain, and there was no room for martial assessments. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brows in deep contemplation for a moment before speaking. Master Zhu, do not be anxious. I have a plan. Oh, Brother Jiang, please do share, Zhu Hongfei replied, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Xuan thoughtfully analyzed. Our Xuanwu Hall is engaged in the business of taking lives. It seems highly improbable that we could secure a multitude of assassination commissions in such a short span of time, thus rendering completion unattainable. Therefore, we must endeavor to expand our dealings in the black market as much as possible. Oh, Zhang Yuan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He interjected, indeed, for the black market business. Let us raise the rent for each stall to 1 tael per day, and the rent for shops to 100 taels per month. What do you think? His suggestion abruptly tripled the protection fees. Fool! Zhu Hongfei exclaimed in exasperation, striking Zhang Yuan across the face. He berated, 1 tael per day? Have you lost your mind over money? Use your feeble brain to consider whether any fool would come to our northern district to conduct business at such rates. Huh? Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Indeed, with such exorbitant rents, who would dare venture into the black market? For instance, a vegetable seller might barely earn 700 or 800 won in a day, only to incur heavy losses. Where there is a hidden dragon, there will naturally be a phoenix chick. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Bai also interjected, Master, how about this? We keep the rent unchanged, but raise the market entry protection fee to 3 big coins. What say you? Silence. Zhu Hongfei retaliated with another slap across Lu Bai's face, gritting his teeth. Think carefully with that muscle-bound brain of yours. Do you truly believe that any imbecile would come to our northern district to make purchases at a 3 big coin entry fee? Huh? Lu Bai, holding his swollen face, felt utterly aggrieved. Master, it was Brother Jiang's suggestion, not mine. Zhu Hongfei sighed, turning his gaze towards Jiang Xuan. Brother Jiang, is there no other solution? Jiang Xuan smiled gently and said, You gentlemen have misunderstood. My intention in venturing into the grand black market is not reliant on exorbitant rents or entry fees. Oh dear. Brother Jiang, please do not keep us in suspense. You are driving me to distraction, Zhu Hongfei exclaimed, his face alight with urgency. Patience, esteemed hall master. Allow me to elaborate, Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Xuan spoke slowly. The art of commerce is fundamentally a study of interpersonal relations. It is far more prudent to learn how to extract a single tael from the pockets of 10 individuals than to wrest 10 taels from one. The latter is considerably more arduous. Although our black market possesses its unique attributes, at its core, it adheres to the principles of business. The crux lies not in pricing, but in reputation and foot traffic. When the pedestrian flow on a street increases, the collection of protection fees naturally escalates as well. Zhu Hongfei, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Bai listened in perplexity, utterly bewildered. Alas, dear brother, we are but simple folk, lacking comprehension of your intricate business dealings. Just tell us plainly what we need to do, Zhu Hongfei remarked with evident impatience. Ah, very well, Jiang Xuan conceded. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat, feeling as though he were playing a lute to a cow. He spoke, Chief Zhu, I would like to propose several suggestions. First, let the rental fees for each stall and shop be reduced by half. Second, abolish the market entry protection fee and replace it with a membership protection fee. Citizens should be allowed to register for a month-long membership to freely enter and exit the black market. Third, strengthen protective measures, ensuring that no one may oppress those conducting business within the black market. Violators shall face immediate and severe consequences. Fourth, establish dedicated personnel to cater to any reasonable request from citizens entering the black market, ensuring that all requests are met. Jiang Xuan, with an exuberance that bordered on the absurd, unleashed a torrent of 7 or 8 suggestions, leaving Zhu Hongfei and the others utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, has he lost his mind? Is this a black market or a charitable institution? My dear brother, do you truly mean what you say? Please refrain from uttering such nonsensical ideas. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he discreetly gestured to Jiang Xuan, signaling his concern over the latter's reckless pronouncements. Ha ha ha, splendid. I propose we heed Brother Jiang's counsel. This month, the Northern District shall be entrusted to your stewardship. Zhu Hongfei's laughter boomed. Thank you for your trust, esteemed leader. However, Zhu Hongfei's tone shifted as he grinned widely, continuing, Brother Jiang, our black market abides by its own rules. Should one wish to alter these regulations, achieving results would be acceptable. However, failure to do so would lead to significant consequences. Jiang Xuan suddenly comprehended and slightly bowed, saying, I am grateful for the trust bestowed by the hall master. Should I fail to achieve results, the losses shall naturally be borne by this old man. Oh, I wonder how Brother Jiang intends to shoulder that responsibility? Zhu Hongfei's eyes instantly brightened. However, he quickly realized he had overstepped and, with an embarrassed smile, added, Brother Jiang, please do not take offense. This hall master is merely concerned that this matter is of great significance, and I do not wish to place undue pressure upon you. It is best to clarify everything beforehand. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, fully comprehending the intentions of the hall master. He was well aware that Zhu Hongfei harbored no goodwill. The ostensible purpose of summoning him today was to seek his counsel on managing the black market, yet the underlying motive was to entangle him in a predicament. The matter of Xuanwu Hall's dismal performance had been shifted entirely onto Jiang Xuan's shoulders, leaving him no avenue for evasion. Otherwise, he would be guilty of uttering falsehoods. In truth, Zhu Hongfei harbored deep suspicions towards him, meticulously probing into his background at every turn. However, had this been a common individual, they might have felt grateful for his patronage. Jiang Xuan continued, Rest assured, esteemed leader, though I am but an old and unworthy man, I once practiced the art of alchemy. Should the performance of the Xuanwu Hall decline, I shall have no choice but to return to my former trade, selling elixirs to repay our debts. The profits from these potions, I trust you are well aware, are substantial. What? Zhu Hongfei exclaimed in shock, grasping Jiang Xuan's hand with urgency. My dear elder brother, you are indeed an alchemist? Is this truly the case? Generally speaking, alchemists are revered by powerful factions and seldom venture into public view. Although the black market in Yuzhou City boasts its own apothecaries, the potions found therein are typically purchased with coin or allocated from a central source rather than crafted by their own hands. Such a commodity is exceedingly rare, especially in the black market. Alchemists, proud of their esteemed status, often disdain such unrefined locales, regardless of the black market's expansion. It is said that the headquarters of the Dakiankan black market harbors few renowned alchemists. To think this old fellow is an alchemist himself. Jiang Xuan smiled and nodded, saying, I dare not speak recklessly. Wonderful! Zhu Hongfei exclaimed with delight, his smile radiant. With Brother Zhang's assurance, I can rest easy. From this day forth, you shall be the vice president of our Xuanwu Hall. The rules of the Northern District can be altered as you see fit. I will bear all consequences. Should Brother Jiang wish to refine pills, all necessary materials will be provided by Xuanwu Hall, and profits will be shared equally. What do you say? With an alchemist on our side, who could possibly contest our profits? The pill industry is a realm of immense profit. Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. In just a few short days, Jiang Xuan had remarkably risen to the position of vice president. Jiang Xuan feigned hesitation, his heart brimming with unrestrained joy. Since Zhu Hongfei sought to exploit him, why should he not reciprocate by leveraging Zhu Hongfei's ambitions to ascend the ranks? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Although he had never concocted a pill before, possessing first-level alchemy skills would enable him to master the craft independently. However, alchemy is notoriously expensive. If he could utilize the resources of the Xuanwu Hall for practice, it would be the most economical option. Moreover, this endeavor would allow him to elevate his status even further, an opportunity too advantageous to overlook. Thus, amidst their insincere smiles, the agreement was sealed. Zhu Hongfei personally accompanied Jiang Xuan out of the conference hall, wearing a cheerful demeanor, and instructed Zhang Yuan to escort him to the pharmacy for the selection of medicinal materials. Inside the conference hall, Lu Bai cautiously addressed Zhu Hongfei, Hall Master. Do you think granting him 50% of the profits is excessive? After all, the cost of materials is quite considerable. Not to mention the matter of the deputy Hall Master. Zhu Hongfei displayed a smug smile and replied, Lu Bai, if I were to say you have the brain of a pig, you would stubbornly deny it. The idea proposed by old Jiang is bound to incur losses for our northern district. We shall take this opportunity to attribute all the long-standing debts of the northern district to him. When the time comes, he won't see even 50% of the profits. He won't even be able to claim 0.5%, and instead, he will be indebted to our hall for a lifetime of alchemy. He laughed heartily. Such a significant matter is surely within the capacity of the deputy hall master to handle. Ha ha ha. The Northern District has languished at the bottom for years, not only due to poor performance but also because of substantial deficits and debts. Zhu Hongfei has misappropriated an unfathomable amount of public funds from the Xuanwu Hall. If this were to come to light, 100 heads would not suffice for his downfall. Naturally, nearly everyone within the Xuanwu Hall was complicit in this scheme, and none would dare to report it. Liu Bai suddenly understood and raised his thumb in admiration. Zhu Yi, you are truly astute. Furthermore, we can also attribute a significant amount to him concerning the medicinal materials. Zhu Hongfei regarded him with a look of approval, praising, "You've finally grasped the concept. I never expected that my initial intention was merely to swindle him and uncover his secrets, only to inadvertently expose his identity as an alchemist, thereby resolving one of my pressing concerns. What a stroke of genius! Zhu Yi, what exactly is Jiang Lao's background?" Liu Bai inquired, puzzled. "I'm not certain," Zhu Hongfei replied, shaking his head, his gaze flickering with intrigue. "But I have a hunch that this old man harbors secrets. Regardless of his background, as long as he can generate profits for me, he shall be my fortune bringer. Ha ha ha." Soon, the narrative unfolded further. Jiang Xuan and Zhang Yuan arrived at the apothecary, ready to procure some medicinal herbs for alchemy. Naturally, the expenses would be charged to the account of the Xuanwu Hall. To be candid, such errands could easily be delegated to a disciple, yet Zhu Hongfei insisted that Zhang Yuan accompany him throughout the process. Driven by a singular objective, to ascertain whether Jiang Xuan was indeed capable of refining pills. Indeed, despite Jiang Xuan's fervent declarations of his alchemical prowess, Zhu Hongfei, Zhang Yuan, and Liu Bai remained skeptical. Zhang Yuan's primary intention for this outing was to determine whether Jiang Xuan truly possessed the skills of an alchemist, thereby offering reassurance to the others. It must be acknowledged that individuals in the black market exhibit an extraordinary level of caution. Zhang Yuan inquired, "My dear elder brother, may I ask what type of elixir you intend to concoct?" Jiang Xuan replied, "It has been quite some time since I last engaged in alchemy, and I have unfortunately lost all my formulas. Therefore, I shall begin by refining some body-tempering pills to hone my skills." Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "The body-refining pill?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed with delight. The body-refining pill is a first-grade elixir. As its name suggests, it aids martial artists at the body-refining stage in honing their bones, allowing them to swiftly advance to the qi condensation stage. It is considered a rather popular elixir in the market. To think this elixir is merely a practice creation. I wonder, Brother Jiang, what is the highest grade of elixir you can refine? Zhang Yuan inquired cautiously. Jiang Xuan stroked his beard and sighed gently. In my youth, crafting fifth-grade elixirs was as effortless as eating and drinking. Alas, with age, my hands have grown clumsy, and I fear that even producing a third-grade elixir would be quite exhausting. Ah? Zhang Yuan gasped in shock, nearly overwhelmed by Jiang Xuan's words. Were it not for the speaker's esteemed reputation, he might have dismissed such a statement outright. To suggest that creating fifth-grade elixirs was as simple as a meal? Surely, one must reflect on the gravity of such claims. In the great Deqian kingdom, alchemists capable of refining fifth-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare, revered as masters by countless admirers. To put it bluntly, even a martial arts master newly emerged in the middle tier is insignificant in the presence of a fifth-grade alchemist. As for third-grade elixirs, they are regarded as high-end commodities, often unattainable. Do you not believe me? Jiang Xuan frowned. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. Of course, I believe you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Xuan's face revealed his displeasure. If you choose not to believe me, then let us proceed this way. The fifth-grade elixir is too unfamiliar. Provide me with a formula for a third-grade elixir, and I shall demonstrate the refinement process before your very eyes. Mastering the first-level alchemy allows one to concoct elixirs of the highest grade, which is the third grade. The alchemical formulas in Jiang Xuan's possession were exceedingly scarce, limited to a few of the more popular elixirs available on the market, while other exclusive recipes remained elusive and hard to come by. However, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for the Xuanwu Hall to acquire them. If Brother Jiang were inclined, this matter would indeed require reporting to the hall master. Zhang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke, feeling overwhelmed by Jiang Xuan's formidable presence, which made him feel unworthy of addressing him as a brother. Jiang Xuan replied with a slight nod. Ah, Zhang sir, what a pleasant surprise to see you at my apothecary. Are you here to procure some elixirs? A stout, good-natured man approached with a welcoming smile. He was none other than Gao Yao, the hall master of the apothecary. Although he held the title of hall master, his status was comparable to that of a steward at the Xuanwu Hall. In fact, due to the limited number of alchemists at the apothecary, his practical standing was even inferior to that of the stewards from the four great halls. Master Gao, Zhang Yuan greeted with a smile. Today we are not here to purchase elixirs, but rather to acquire medicinal materials, as Brother Jiang intends to refine some potions. Oh, Jiang Sir can also refine potions? Gao Yao's eyes narrowed in surprise. He too was an alchemist, albeit a mere second tier one, which was the reason he had ascended to the position of hall master at the apothecary. Jiang Xuan nodded lightly. Indeed, I intend to concoct some body-refining pills. As the esteemed hall master is also an alchemist, I trust you are aware of my requirements. Body-refining pills? Gao Yao exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. These pills, often referred to in the industry as novice pills, are relatively simple to produce. So it turns out he is merely a beginner at such an advanced age. What purpose does pursuing alchemy serve? However, given that Jiang Xuan holds a position as an attendant at the Xuanwu Hall, Gao Yao deemed it inappropriate to undermine his dignity and could only manage a forced smile, saying, I understand. Please wait a moment, and I shall prepare the medicinal materials. With that, he instructed his subordinates to gather the necessary ingredients for the body-refining pills, quietly advising, just procure some inferior quality materials. There's no need to waste anything. In his estimation, Jiang Xuan was merely a novice, unfamiliar with the quality of herbs, and would likely squander a considerable amount. Thus, it seemed more prudent to provide him with subpar ingredients to waste. Before long, Gao Yao had a collection of herbs brought forth, grinning as he announced, Master Jiang, the materials for the body-refining pills have been gathered. I wish you great success. Uncertain about the procurement costs, Zhang Yuan interjected, no need for unnecessary chatter, simply charge it to the account of the Xuanwu Hall. Very well, Gao Yao grinned, thinking to himself how generous Hall Master Zhu was, spending money for an old man to dabble in alchemy. These materials were quite valuable, after all. Wait a moment. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brows and called out to the departing Gao Yao. What troubles you, Master Jiang? Guild leader, the herbs you provided are incorrect. Jiang Xuan picked up a handful of yellow buds from the ground and inhaled deeply, frowning as he remarked, the optimal age for refining the body-quenching pills yellow buds lies between 10 to 20 years. Only during this period do they exude a clear liquid. Is it too much to expect the esteemed hall master to be aware of this? Gao Yao was rendered speechless. He certainly knew. But who could have anticipated that Jiang Xuan, a novice, would discern the age merely by scent? Are we playing games here? Hall master, what is your intent? Zhang Yuan's tone turned icy as well. After all, Brother Jiang is a fifth-tier alchemist. Do you truly wish to offend him and jeopardize your standing in the black market? What? A fifth-tier alchemist? Gao Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, his tongue stumbling over words in panic. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan remained crouched on the ground, continuing to examine other herbs by scent. As for this danshan, it should be sourced from the south. The northern variant is too arid and has lost its medicinal properties. And this sunflower leaf. Jiang Xuan incessantly pointed out flaws, causing Gao Yao to feel utterly disheartened. Regardless of the type of medicinal herb, this esteemed gentleman could discern its age, efficacy, and processing methods with just a glance and a whiff, exhibiting an unparalleled level of expertise. Preposterous, Gao Yao exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to the face of a nearby disciple. Wasn't it instructed for you to present the finest herbs? What are you even doing? Hurry back and fetch them anew, you inept fool. The disciple, with a face full of grievance, responded, Yes, Master Gao. After reprimanding the disciple, Gao Yao turned to Jiang Xuan with a sycophantic expression, Master Jiang, are you truly a fifth-grade alchemist? Jiang Xuan waved his hand and sighed. A true hero does not boast of past glories. I am but a mere third-grade alchemist now. Third grade. Gao Yao's eyes sparkled with interest. That is still commendable. I have remained stuck at the second-grade level for many years, unable to make any progress. Master Jiang, I implore you to teach me the art of alchemy. This. Jiang Xuan wore an expression of great difficulty. Alas, I have never intended to take on a disciple in my alchemical pursuits, but I fear. There's no need for you to accept me as a disciple. I only wish to observe you refine alchemical potions just once, the young man implored fervently. I am willing to provide the finest alchemical furnace and materials. I beseech you to grant me this opportunity. Gao Yao's face glowed with excitement as he spoke, nearly falling to his knees in a plea to Jiang Xuan. To witness a master alchemist at work is a rare and invaluable opportunity. Perhaps it would lead him to profound enlightenment. Jiang Xuan stepped forward and steadied Gao Yao, sighing, very well, just this once. Under Gao Yao's enthusiastic hospitality, Jiang Xuan resolved to perform an alchemical demonstration at the apothecary hall. He was acutely aware that both the apothecary hall and the Xuanwu Hall harbored skepticism regarding his alchemical prowess. Thus, he sought an opportunity to showcase his skills, hoping to secure their willing support for medicinal materials in the future. Within the apothecary hall, Jiang Xuan stood in the center of the grand hall, a time-worn azure alchemical furnace before him, which appeared to be no ordinary artifact. At this moment, the hall was filled with disciples of the apothecary hall. Among them were Zhang Yuan and Gao Yao, both of whom gazed intently at Jiang Xuan as he prepared to refine his elixir. Jiang Xuan did not rush into action. Instead, he closed his eyes to thoroughly recall the method of refining the body-quenching pill. Once he confirmed the accuracy of his memory, he began his task. Strictly speaking, this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, and it would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no anxiety. The first step involved selecting the medicinal herbs. Under the supervision of Gao Yao, a plethora of superior ingredients for the body-quenching pill had already been meticulously prepared for Jiang Xuan, including Huangya, Danshun, and Kuei Yi, among others. Typically, an alchemist would choose the finest or most suitable herbs from this collection before commencing the refinement. However, Jiang Xuan did not linger over this selection process. He casually grabbed a handful of Huangya and tossed it into the mixture, exuding the confidence of a seasoned master. "Master Jiang, will you not take the time to select them carefully?" Gao Yao inquired, puzzled. Zhang Yuan also cast a glance at Jiang Xuan. Although he was unfamiliar with the art of alchemy, he understood the importance of choosing the best ingredients. Jiang Xuan's actions are rather frivolous. There is no need for such extravagance. Any young shoots aged between 10 to 20 years would suffice. Why squander time on unnecessary pursuits? Jiang Xuan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, shouldn't we select the finest quality?" Gao Yao seemed to experience a moment of enlightenment and continued to inquire. Let me ask you, what defines the best quality? Is it the herbs closest to 10 years in age, or those closest to 20 years? Jiang Xuan countered. This question left Gao Yao momentarily speechless. The notion of best quality is multifaceted. Each alchemist possesses their own interpretation. Some analyze color, others consider age, while some assess moisture and texture, each with their own rationale. Yet, regardless of the analysis, the ultimate aim is to gauge the potency of the herbal materials. Gao Yao had intended to discern how Jiang Xuan evaluated potency, but was taken aback to find that Jiang Xuan seemed indifferent to such considerations. "I understand," Gao Yao asserted. "You wish to say that the most potent herbs are paramount. However, with first-grade elixirs, even the most potent herbs can yield second-grade results during refinement. The essence lies in the ratios. If older herbs are potent, then the other materials must also possess a degree of strength, for perfect proportions are of utmost importance. If you fail to grasp this, it is no wonder your skills are lacking." Jiang Xuan spoke without restraint, yet he stood comfortably. For who could guarantee that a casual application of medicine would yield a flawless concoction? He possessed an innate talent for alchemy, a natural affinity for elixirs, which rendered him fearless. However, ordinary alchemists still needed to meticulously select their materials beforehand. The selection of the finest quality was to ensure a uniform potency. Essentially, alchemists were not merely choosing quality, they were determining the precise ratios of medicinal properties. Hence, there were various interpretations, and consensus was elusive. Gao Yao, appearing enlightened, gazed at Jiang Xuan with awe and exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Jiang, for your teachings. I have truly learned." After placing the ingredients into the cauldron, Jiang Xuan flicked his fingers, channeling a surge of energy into the alchemical furnace, igniting a roaring flame. The furnace relied on this energy as fuel. Ordinary wood was inadequate for the art of alchemy. This endeavor required considerable physical exertion and was immensely draining on one's energy. As the temperature rose, Jiang Xuan skillfully regulated the flame's intensity, gradually adjusting it to the optimal heat for refining the materials. His movements were calm and methodical. Throughout the process, Gao Yao watched in rapt attention, alternating between moments of understanding and confusion. Generally, alchemists adhered to established formulas for flame control, detailed explicitly in alchemical texts. For instance, when crafting a body-enhancing elixir, the formula might dictate alternating between a high flame for a breath and a low flame for 3 breaths, repeated 100 times to fully realize the material's properties. Yet, Jiang Xuan unexpectedly altered this to a high flame for a breath and a low flame for 2.5 breaths, later adjusting to half a breath of high flame followed by 3.5 breaths of low flame. Such a deviation rendered Gao Yao utterly baffled. What compounded his bewilderment was that Jiang Xuan's method seemingly intensified the fragrance of the materials, indicating a more potent extraction of their properties, though it was a subtle enhancement. Seasoned practitioners like Gao Yao understood the immense difficulty in achieving such precision. Often, the distinction in the quality of elixirs hinged on minute variations in potency. Truly, this was the mark of a master. Master Jiang. Gao Yao could no longer contain his curiosity. Before he could finish his inquiry, Jiang Xuan interjected calmly. I know what you wish to ask, but this skill is beyond your current capabilities. When you can master the fluctuations of medicinal properties, then you may approach me for guidance. In essence, it was about making timely adjustments to the flame in response to changes in potency, elevating the quality of the elixir to near perfection. Naturally, those who penned the recipes did not expect everyone to produce elixirs of perfect quality, which is why they formalized the formulas for flame control. Gao Yao was left astounded, feeling a sense of frustration. Controlling the variations in medicinal properties? How could one do that? The properties of the materials evolved continuously during the refining process. Capturing these changes was an arduous task, a domain reserved for true masters. How could he possibly learn such a skill? It was utterly unattainable. As an hour passed, Gao Yao and the other disciples of the pharmacy were on the verge of despair. They could not comprehend Jiang Xuan's techniques, from the selection of materials to flame control, and finally to the steps of forming the elixir. They were utterly perplexed. How could ordinary individuals like them ever master the techniques of a master like Jiang Xuan? Level 1 alchemy represented far more than just the proficiency of a third-tier alchemist. It signified a rare talent. In other words, mastering level 1 alchemy inevitably meant reaching the standard of a third-tier alchemist, whereas a third-tier alchemist might not necessarily grasp level 1 alchemy. Soon, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted from the top of the furnace, enchanting the senses. This scent indicated a perfect quality elixir. Gao Yao stared intently at the cauldron, his breath quickening as he spoke. What? Perfect quality? Jiang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Although he lacked knowledge of alchemy, he understood the market for elixirs. Elixirs of exceptional quality commanded prices 3 times that of ordinary ones and were exceedingly rare. Brother Jiang, truly a remarkable individual. With a single hand clap, Jiang Xuan summoned a smooth and lustrous pill from the alchemical furnace, emanating waves of delightful fragrance. Merely inhaling its aroma invigorated the senses. Gao Yao fixed his gaze intently upon the pill, his face flushed with excitement. Jiang, would you consider selling me this exquisite pill? Oh, duo-shao? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. 20 low-grade spirit stones. Gao Yao gestured, for it is known that a single body refinement pill typically commands a mere 5 low-grade spirit stones, and even one of perfect quality would only fetch 15 stones at most. His offer of 20 stones reflected a profound respect for Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the alchemical trade was a realm of exorbitant profits, one that ordinary individuals could scarcely afford. A mere handful of medicinal herbs cost at most 20 taels of silver. Yet when refined into elixirs, they could fetch a staggering price of 20 inferior spirit stones, equivalent to 400 or 500 taels of silver. It was simply a windfall. Very well then. Jiang Xuan flicked his finger, sending the elixir soaring towards Gao Yao. Startled, Gao Yao quickly retrieved an exquisite wooden box, carefully placing the pill within. Although his cultivation level rendered such an elixir unnecessary, it held immense reference value. In the future, when concocting pills, he would have a comparative template to guide him. Jiang Xuan cheerfully collected 20 spirit stones and purchased a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs before departing the apothecary with Jiang Yuan. He did not intend to use all these herbs for alchemy. Instead, he planned to cultivate them in his own spiritual fields, harvesting them gradually. Oh, how diligent and frugal he truly is. Jiang Yuan could not help but praise, Elder brother, your alchemical skills are truly extraordinary. Jiang Xuan waved his hand in modesty. After witnessing Jiang Xuan's alchemical prowess firsthand, Jiang Yuan's gaze began to waver. He was well aware of Zhu Hengfei's intentions, which were merely to deceive Jiang Xuan, essentially taking advantage of a good-natured person. Yet, something in his instinct suggested that Jiang Xuan was not so easily manipulated. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yuan inquired, Elder brother, do you genuinely have confidence in improving the performance of the Northern District? Jiang Xuan abruptly halted his steps, directing his gaze towards Jiang Yuan. What is the matter? Do you not trust me, my dear brother Jiang? Not at all. Jiang Yuan hastily waved his hands, offering an explanation. It's merely that this task is a laborious endeavor that offers little reward. Should you succeed, it would be commendable. However, should you falter, it may lead to considerable trouble. Oh, Jiang Xuan chuckled softly. What? Do you think the hall master can kill me if I fail? Jiang Xuan grasped Jiang Xuan's arm and whispered, "My dear elder brother, there are 100 fates worse than death in this world. If you relinquish control of the northern district now, given your alchemical skills, I am confident I can secure for you a 10% share of the alchemical profits. The hall master would surely agree to that. However, if you insist on claiming that 50% and the northern district's business suffers losses this month, I fear." At this point, Jiang Xuan fell silent, refraining from further words. He felt he had done all he could, hoping Jiang Xuan would grasp the gravity of his concerns. The implication was clear. Should the northern district incur losses, Zhu Hengfei would lay a treacherous trap for him, one that could lead to his utter ruin. "Are you planning to bury me in a deep pit?" Jiang Xuan immediately understood and couldn't he help but smile faintly, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Jiang. Rest assured, I will not suffer any losses." Jiang Yuan sighed in resignation. After leaving the apothecary hall, Jiang Xuan proceeded directly to the Hall of Elders at the Xuanwu Hall, summoning all the stewards of the Xuanwu Hall to convene. Soon, all the inner disciples and stewards of the Xuanwu Hall gathered here. Jiang Xuan occupied the foremost seat in the hall, his gaze serene as he surveyed the numerous stewards below. He inquired, "Is everyone present?" "Greetings, Master Jiang. Everyone has arrived," replied the disciple responsible for roll call. "Excellent," the venerable Jiang Xuan declared. "From this day forth, I shall assume full responsibility for our black market operations in the northern district, as decreed by the hall master's mandate." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan tossed a medallion onto the table, a token of the deputy hall master, capable of mobilizing all personnel of the Xuanwu Hall. The gathered assembly was taken aback, quickly bowing in respect. "We pay our respects to Master Jiang." "Very well, please take your seats." Jiang Xuan waved his hand and then took out a piece of yellow paper from his bosom, presenting it to Qi Feng with the command, "This is the new regulation for our northern district. Read it." "Understood, Master Jiang." Upon receiving the paper, Qing Feng's expression instantly turned peculiar as he glanced at its contents. "Master Jiang, this." "Read." Jiang Xuan instructed calmly. Clearing his throat, Qing Feng began, "Esteemed colleagues, from today onward, the new regulations for the northern district are as follows. First, the rent for each stall and shop will be halved. Second, the market entry protection fee will be abolished and replaced with a membership protection fee. Citizens can freely enter the black market by registering for a 1-month membership. Third, enhanced protective measures will be implemented, prohibiting any oppression of citizens conducting business within the black market. Violators will face immediate execution. Fourth, dedicated reception personnel will be established to accommodate any reasonable requests from citizens entering the black market, ensuring their needs are met." In total, there were 10 stipulations, each sending shivers down the spines of the overseers present. These regulations were entirely modeled after a modern commercial establishment, emphasizing service quality and cost-effectiveness, with the aim of attracting customer traffic. However, to the ears of the overseers, this seemed akin to demanding that the northern district engage in charity. "Master Jiang, this matter seems inappropriate." One overseer stood up to voice. "In what way is it inappropriate?" Jiang Xuan inquired coolly. The overseer named Lei Wu responded, "Master Jiang, even under the current rules, we are struggling at the bottom in terms of performance. How can we possibly succeed with such a drastic reduction in rent and market fees? Moreover, your new regulations treat those lowly citizens as if they were masters. Why should we serve them?" "Indeed, Master Jiang, why should we?" The other overseers echoed in agreement. Jiang Xuan maintained an expression of serene composure. "Do you truly believe you can extract funds from their pockets without understanding the principle that the customer is king? This matter has been personally sanctioned by the hall master. Should anyone dispute it, they may seek out the hall master for clarification." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, daunted by the prospect of confronting hall master Zhu. After all, Zhu Hengfei, while appearing amicable towards Jiang Xuan, was regarded as a formidable figure by the other inner disciples, who would rather steer clear of him than challenge his authority. Engaging in discourse with him would lead to a demonstration of power rather than rational argument. Although the assembly remained mute, their palpable discontent was unmistakable. "Very well, since there are no objections, let us proceed to the next agenda item, a discussion on your work protocols." Jiang Xuan spoke lightly. "Work system?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Their duties merely consisted of occasionally patrolling the streets, checking accounts, and observing who failed to adhere to the regulations of the black market. Nothing more. What was there to discuss? Jiang Xuan held the roster in one hand and gazed at Lei Wu Dao, inquiring, Lei Wu, I ask you, is your daily duty to patrol and manage Taya Street? Indeed, but you patrol daily? For how many hours? Not exactly. Not exactly. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow during his tenure managing Qinghe Street. He had diligently reported to work every day to ensure that the entire street remained orderly, with no one daring to cause trouble. Master Jiang, it is as follows. According to the rules established by Master Zhu, we patrol one day and rest the next, effectively working one day and resting the next. While it is turn work, it essentially entails occasionally checking the accounts, with each patrol lasting no more than 2 hours. The remaining time is solely occupied by outer disciples taking turns patrolling the streets, as long as no incidents occur. Humph. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was infuriated and forcefully slammed the roster onto the table, unable to contain his wrath. What has happened, Master Jiang? In the hall. Upon witnessing Jiang Xuan's outburst as he slammed the roster, everyone's expressions shifted, and they hastily lowered their heads. They were unaware of the reason behind Jiang Xuan's inexplicable fury. This system is utterly unacceptable, provoking the ire of both gods and men alike. The outer disciples are merely thugs. How could they possibly care for our black market business? Should this new regulation be implemented, it would only lead to a continuous decline in performance in the Northern District. Moreover, if everything is left to the outer disciples, what purpose do the inner disciples serve in the black market? Are we to merely consume resources without contributing? Jiang Xuan's face was flushed with anger, and he spoke with righteous fervor. However, Master Jiang, it is not only our Northern District that is affected, other districts are the same. I have no concern for the other districts, but from this day forth, the regulations in the Northern District must be revised. The crowd, silenced by Jiang Xuan's outburst, dared not speak. From now on, each person must adhere to the new rules when serving the citizens of the black market. For every 6 days of work, there shall be 1 day of rest. Patrols will commence at the 3rd hour of the morning and conclude at the 9th hour of the evening, with a half-hour break for lunch. During all other times, I expect you to be vigilant and diligent. Those who are absent without reason will have their salaries docked. Furthermore, if anyone chooses to forego their day of rest on the 7th day, they may continue their patrols and will be rewarded for their overtime. Having said this, who is in favor? Who is against? At this proclamation, the crowd was taken aback, hardly believing their ears. According to Jiang Xuan's decree, did it not imply that they would work 6 hours a day, only to earn a single day of rest after 6 days? Was this truly a task fit for human beings? I oppose. Lei Wu stood up once more, filled with righteous indignation, and rebuked Jiang Xuan. Master Jiang, this is nothing short of exploitation. To treat us thus is akin to treating us as cattle. We are human beings, not beasts. Jiang Xuan cast a cold, indifferent gaze at Lei Wu and said calmly, very well, should you feel aggrieved, you may certainly lodge a complaint with Master Zhu. I assure you, there will be no place for you within the Xuanwu Hall. Lei Wu was momentarily stunned, grappling with the bewildering thought of how Master Zhu could employ such an old wretch to oppress them. Moreover, the relentless pressure of Master Zhu's name weighed heavily upon them. However, with the tension mounting and no option for retreat, Lei Wu rose in fury, brushing his sleeves aside as he coldly declared, Fine, I shall leave. I refuse to believe that if I do not remain here, there will not be another place for me. You old fool, if you disregard my brothers as mere pawns, why should they continue to follow you? Indeed, the moment those words escaped his lips, the ire of all the stewards within the Xuanwu Hall ignited, their eyes brimming with indignation. How could such egregious oppression be tolerated? Jiang Xuan's actions were utterly intolerable. How could anyone endure such a system? Jiang Xuan cast a glance at the crowd below, speaking calmly. If anyone still opposes, feel free to accompany him. A series of cold snorts echoed through the hall, as 3 to 5 figures stood up and made their way outside. Yu Xiu's brow furrowed slightly as she observed the departing individuals. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was of no consequence. A hungry dog would naturally return, and there was no need to pay it any heed. He was unwilling, yet there were plenty willing to take on the task. Upon hearing this, the managers in the hall grew increasingly incensed, lowering their heads and grinding their teeth, yet they dared not voice their anger. The reality was that the black market operated under a strict hierarchy, where a higher official could easily crush a subordinate. Jiang Xuan's allowance for them to report grievances was, in fact, a tremendous act of mercy. This old man was truly despicable. The exploitation they endured would surely lead to his untimely demise. Such inhumane treatment was utterly appalling. Rumor had it that he had served as a servant in the Li family for many years, and now that he had ascended to a position of power, He had become grotesquely twisted. How could he possibly conceive of such a malevolent system? Moreover, Zhu Tangzhu was equally culpable. How could he have appointed such a morally warped individual to oversee the northern district? Their hearts brimmed with resentment as they cursed Jiang Xuan. In their ire, they also held Zhu Hengfei in contempt, for it was Jiang Xuan who wielded authority as if it were a mere feather. Yet, some managers maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that Jiang Xuan's arrogance would not endure for long. Just a month. Let's see how this old tyrant justifies his actions to the Tangzhu when he fails to deliver results, they proclaimed. New officials often burn brightly for a short time. I refuse to believe he can maintain this for long. This old wretch is devoid of compassion. We shall see how he meets his end. However, they failed to comprehend that at that moment, Jiang Xuan was filled with confidence, exhilarated by the unfolding situation. Previously, when he proposed those ideas, he had been concerned about the black market's execution capabilities and the alignment of efforts. After all, good regulations require capable support. Yet Zhu Hengfei, in his attempt to sabotage Jiang Xuan, had relinquished all authority into his hands, simplifying matters immensely. It was only now that Jiang Xuan truly understood the mindset of those bosses from his past life. Indeed, an employee who takes a day off feels as though they have suffered a great loss. Damn, this was both ruthless and exhilarating. Jiang Xuan secretly chuckled to himself. He was confident that the new regulations and systems would undoubtedly boost the performance in the northern district. However, the black market had grown too comfortable. As long as one lacked ambition, one could languish here for a lifetime, fostering a multitude of idle and incompetent individuals. It was no wonder that despite their considerable power, they were still looked down upon. It was time to implement a strict remedy. With no further dissent, he dismissed the assembly with a somber wave of his hand. The crowd departed the deacon's hall with grim expressions, unable to contain their vitriol. Damn that old man Jiang. He truly deserves to perish. How could he be so shameless? How do we expect to oust him when those sent to see the hall master seem so indulgent towards him? I suspect that hall master Zhu is the one pulling the strings behind this old fool, emboldening him to such audacity, they muttered. Indeed, I refrained from opposing him for a reason. Shoo, keep your voices down, lest that old man hears and retaliates. Upon hearing this, the group quickly hushed, casting furtive glances around before hastily retreating. Though they were filled with reluctance, survival in the black market was preferable to starving outside. The harshness of the world beyond was far more daunting. Alas, those of us who navigate this treacherous path have yet to see the light of day. Even when exploited, we find no recourse for our grievances. Dreaming of a better life? Let me ask you, back when you sold pancakes, did you even earn a couple of silvers a month? Indeed, the black market at least offers more lucrative opportunities. So let us refrain from complaints and focus on our responsibilities. After all, we have families to support. I often advise my son to aspire to become a legitimate official, to escape this dreary existence. Even if he struggles with academia, if he excels in martial arts, he should seek out reputable sects. It is better than living in such a place. Huh? Do you think being an official is easy? The reputable sects are hardly as righteous as they appear. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, helplessness, resentment, and confusion, the Northern District gradually commenced the enforcement of Jiang Xuan's new regulations. At Xuanwu Hall, Zhu Xiaofei scrutinized a smooth, round elixir, marveling at its perfection. Indeed, this elixir exhibits impeccable quality. Old Jiang is truly remarkable. Reluctantly, he returned the elixir to its wooden box. Master Gao, grinning, accepted the box and remarked, not only remarkable, but Master Jiang is truly a master alchemist. Zhu Xiaofei expressed his astonishment. Oh, Hall Master Gao, are you certain you are not mistaken? Absolutely not. Gao affirmed with conviction. Hall Master Zhu, I hadn't anticipated such an exceptional alchemist among your ranks. Might we collaborate with your pharmacy? How do you propose this collaboration? Zhu Xiaofei inquired, raising an eyebrow. Gao smiled slightly. All the materials for Master Jiang's alchemy will be provided by my pharmacy, and I would only require a 30% share of the profits. Oh, Zhu Xiaofei was taken aback. The pharmacy, typically stingy, was suddenly so generous. Not only providing materials, but also only asking for 30%. Of course, I have a small request, Gao continued with a smile. Zhu Xiaofei's expression shifted to one of knowing anticipation. Please. Go ahead, Hall Master Gao. Gao glanced at Zhu Xiaofei and stated, I wish to invite Master Jiang to serve as a guest elder at our pharmacy to guide our alchemy. What do you think, Hall Master Zhu? Zhu Xiaofei pondered for a moment before breaking into a grin. That is acceptable, but it will be a 20% share. What? 20%? Gao gasped in shock, his face contorted in dismay. Hall Master Zhu, 30% is already our bottom line. Your hall taking 70% is quite unreasonable. Hall Master Gao. You may not be aware, but I have already allocated 50% of that to old Jiang. If you wish for an additional 10%, you may directly approach him. If he agrees, I have no objections. Very well, 20% it is. Gao gritted his teeth, realizing that one could not catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. His regard for Jiang Xuan outweighed any discontent over the 1%. Zhu Xiaofei, watching Gao depart, narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Xuan's background is impeccably clean, merely an old coachman from the Li family. However, he has increasingly exhibited an air of mystery, and now he has astonishingly transformed into a master alchemist. This inability to control his subordinate is quite unsettling. Old Jiang, how many secrets do you truly harbor? At this moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lei Wu rushed into the Zhu residence, accompanied by several managers from the Xuanwu Hall, their expressions filled with righteous indignation, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Zhu Hongfei's expression darkened immediately. You worthless scoundrels! Who allowed you to barge in here? Master Zhu, you must stand up for us, Lei Wu exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in a dramatic display, tears streaming down his face. Master Zhu, that old man Jiang is nothing short of a monster. He is utterly inhumane. Upon hearing this, the other managers who bore grievances against Jiang Xuan also fell to their knees, fervently accusing him of various transgressions. Master Zhu, that old Jiang has forced us to serve those lowly commoners. Not only that, but he requires us to patrol the streets for 6 hours every day, working 6 days before we can rest for just 1. It is utterly barbaric. Indeed, Master Zhu, Jiang's actions are tarnishing your reputation. He is deserving of punishment. At this rate, Master Zhu, Xuanwu Hall may very well perish under his rule. After listening to their complaints, Zhu Hongfei's lips twitched. It seemed Jiang Xuan truly regarded them, the managers of the black market, as mere subordinates. However, he realized he still needed Jiang Xuan to generate profits for him. As for a few inner disciples, he was well aware of who truly mattered. With this in mind, Zhu Hongfei adopted a stern expression. Brother Jiang's intentions are synonymous with the will of this hall's master. He speaks the truth. What use is there in sustaining a bunch of useless idlers in the black market? Get to work at once. The managers exchanged incredulous glances, utterly taken aback that Zhu Hongfei would side with Jiang Xuan in oppressing them. Master Zhu, I am suddenly afflicted with a terrible ailment. I often feel a heaviness in my chest, and fear I may no longer serve the master. Lei Wu's face was resolute, clearly contemplating resignation. A terrible ailment, you say? Indeed. If it is so difficult to cure, then perhaps we shall forego treatment. Allow me to grant you relief. Guards, take this scoundrel away and execute him. Furthermore, promote someone capable from the outer disciples to manage Taya Street. If you refuse, there are plenty who will gladly take your place. Lei Wu was taken aback, his countenance shifting dramatically, urgently protesting. Master Zhu, I seem to have recovered. My back no longer aches, and my chest feels fine now. Humph, worthless wretch. If you cannot endure such hardship, how can you accomplish anything significant? I shall dutifully adhere to your commands, Master Zhu and Master Jiang. Those who dare to slack off shall be the first to face my wrath. Lei Wu nearly wept, all the while cursing Jiang Xuan 100 times in his heart. That old Jiang was mercilessly squeezing them dry. Time flew by, and a month passed swiftly. During this period, Jiang Xuan implemented sweeping reforms, restructuring the black market workforce. And the atmosphere in the northern district transformed entirely. With rental prices halved, the area became exceptionally vibrant. Countless merchants and citizens sought to establish their presence in the black market's northern district. Even some vendors who previously operated at markets began migrating to the northern district, leading to stalls overflowing with customers. Thus, while rents appeared cheaper, the total income was, in fact, several times greater than before. Additionally, the market entry fee was replaced with a membership fee, prompting many citizens to register as members even if they did not frequent the black market often, resulting in increased revenue from protection fees. Moreover, the northern district's popularity could be attributed to one crucial factor: exceptional service. Oh, is that not old Jiang? What stall are you planning to rent today? Allow me to make some recommendations. Madam Shin, here to renew your membership? Splendid. I suggest you renew for 3 months. We can offer an additional discount. How outrageous. Who do you think you are, hindering this widow from selling her pancakes? Take him away. Uncle Li. You have rented here for 3 consecutive days. We have prepared this refreshing drink for you. Please, take a sip. You've worked hard. Such exchanges now echoed throughout the northern district, reminiscent of a grand ancient marketplace. Each street not only had a manager overseeing operations, but also a multitude of outer disciples acting as servers, formerly fearsome brutes now donned with professional smiles, welcoming merchants and citizens alike. Ah, it is only upon arriving at the black market that I truly grasped the essence of the customer as king. This is my first realization that conducting business can be so prestigious. Another remarked. Indeed, I must go rent for another month. Do not let anyone else claim my spot. As the number of merchants increased, so too did the influx of customers. With more customers, the merchants multiplied. Jiang Xuan's exemplary reforms enlightened the rough elements of the black market on the principles of customer supremacy and the paramount importance of traffic. Under this virtuous cycle, business in the northern district flourished beyond measure, showing no signs of slowing down. The overseers of the various streets in the northern district could hardly contain their glee. Their hands weary from the influx of cash. Naturally, they were elated, for the increased profits meant higher shares for them. Thus, these overseers transitioned from initially cursing Jiang Xuan for his perceived exploitation to a state of profound admiration, practically wishing to kneel before him. Now, Jiang Xuan commanded with unwavering authority. When he directed them east, they would not venture west, and vice versa, treating his words as sacred decrees. Faced with such a scenario, Zhu Hongfei was left in a perplexed state, at a loss for words. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly absurd idea would be successfully executed by Jiang Xuan? Bewildered, Zhu Hongfei gazed at the account ledger in his hands. What is the matter, Zhu Yi? Inquired attendants Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai. Take a look for yourselves. Zhu Hongfei replied, tossing the ledger to them. Upon examination, their expression shifted dramatically. What? Revenue has tripled. Indeed, under Jiang Xuan's stewardship, the northern district's income had surged threefold. Such astonishing results positioned Xuanwu Hall at the forefront of this month's evaluations, surpassing the other three halls in a single leap. Jiang Yi is truly a remarkable individual, Zhang Yuan exclaimed after a prolonged contemplation. Reclining in his tiger-skin chair, Zhu Hongfei stared at the ceiling, murmuring, who exactly is this Jiang old man? A mere coachman. And yet his profound cultivation and mastery of alchemy have led him to succeed in business as well. The intrigue only deepens. Unsurprisingly, Xuanwu Hall dominated the spotlight this month, ascending from the bottom to the top of the rankings. The deputy hall master, Mo Cho, was elated and lavished praise upon Zhu Hongfei and Jiang Xuan, urging the other three halls to learn how to conduct business instead of merely resorting to violence and theft. Observing Zhu Hongfei's triumphant demeanor, the leaders of the other three halls were nearly apoplectic with rage. Who was this Jiang Xuan, capable of achieving success in such a corrupt environment as Xuanwu Hall? It was utterly unfathomable. Thus, from that day forth, Jiang Xuan became the focal point of the entire black market. As business boomed in the northern district, the other three districts began to emulate its practices, joining the fray. The attendants of these halls lamented their plight, secretly cursing Jiang Xuan for threatening to overwhelm them. After all, they lacked Jiang Xuan's organizational acumen to manage such extensive projects with finesse. Indeed, in the following month, Xuanwu Hall's performance remained unmatched. The reason for this, of course, was Jiang Xuan himself. Not only was he a business savant, but he was also a skilled alchemist, collaborating with the apothecary hall to leverage the traffic from the northern district to sell a substantial quantity of medicinal pills. Despite being merely first-tier pills, the profits were exceedingly lucrative. Xuanwu Hall, solely from its black market dealings and pill sales, utterly eclipsed the performance of the other three halls. This led the leaders of the three halls to a state of desperation, some even contemplating the covert elimination of Jiang Xuan. However, they soon learned that Deputy Hall Master Mo Cho had personally hosted a banquet for Jiang Xuan, seeking his counsel on business matters, indicating a strong inclination to promote him once again. The two conversed late into the night, forging a bond akin to that of sworn brothers. Upon hearing this news, the four hall masters were thrown into disarray, particularly Zhu Hongfei, who sensed that Jiang Xuan was gradually slipping from his grasp. Such a development was hardly auspicious. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan was now in the ascendant, making it nearly impossible for anyone in the black market to confront him openly. During this period, the leaders of the Qinglong Hall, Baihu Hall, and Zhuke Hall reconciled, altering their strategies to court Jiang Xuan, eager to glean insights into his business acumen while harboring intentions to poach him. One day, they warmly invited Jiang Xuan to a lavish banquet. After several rounds of drinks, Yang Long, the leader of Qi Long Hall, raised his glass and enthusiastically proclaimed, "Brother Jiang, we three have met you rather late. We would like to invite you to become the deputy hall master of our three halls, to jointly manage the affairs of the black market. What do you say?" Finally, they had come to a realization. Unable to overpower him, they sought to recruit him instead. If Xuanwu Hall excelled due to Jiang Xuan's business prowess, why not invite him to their ranks and see who would prevail? They were confident in the success of their unique business ventures as long as the black market thrived. Jiang Xuan, fully aware of their intentions, felt a surge of delight within. He had long since Zhu Hongfei's unreliability. In an environment like the black market, depending solely on one individual could lead to significant losses, especially when jealousy could lead to treachery at any moment. Moreover, during his management of the northern district, he had discovered discrepancies in the accounts, leaving him astonished for quite some time. Zhu Hongfei had secretly embezzled 10,000 spirit stones, the whereabouts of which remained a mystery. Such a considerable deficit, if uncovered, could implicate him as well. Recognizing Zhu Hongfei's unreliability, Jiang Xuan resolved to distance himself from him, and accepting the role of deputy hall master in the three halls would be the first step. Naturally, he could not agree too readily, as it would appear suspicious. Thus, Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow and replied, "That may not be appropriate. I am currently the deputy hall master of Xuanwu Hall. How can I take on another role?" Brother Jiang, you are being too formal." Su Hu, the leader of Baihu Hall, feigned displeasure. "We are all one family in the black market. There should be no distinctions between you and us. I trust old Zhu would not be so petty. If Brother Jiang agrees, I will personally clarify the matter with old Zhu." Indeed, chimed in Yin Lin, the alluring leader of Zhk Hall, as she leaned closer to Jiang Xuan, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Brother Jiang, I have long admired you." Jiang Xuan let out a heavy sigh, expressing his gratitude to the esteemed leaders. "I am truly honored by your regard, but at my advanced age, I find that the elderly are often overlooked. The bustling black market business is overwhelming. How can I manage it alone? Those capable must bear more responsibilities, dear elder brother. Do not be modest. In that case, our Qi Long Hall is willing to allocate a 10% share of the profits to you, old Jiang. My White Tiger Hall will also contribute a 10% share. Even my Zhuke Hall can participate." The three hall masters launched a coordinated charm offensive, showering promises and benefits, determined to dig deep into the corners of Jiang Xuan's resolve. For the sake of wealth, people often meet their demise, and they were convinced that Jiang Xuan would be swayed. It is said that Jiang Xuan is a martial artist, and martial artists are known for their insatiable greed. Under their persuasive tactics, Jiang Xuan reluctantly agreed, his heart brimming with joy. This is what one might call a classic case of the clam and the snipe contending, allowing the fisherman to profit. One must ask, who in the black market could rival someone holding the four hall tokens? When Zhu Hongfei first learned of this development, his jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at the three hall masters, rendered speechless. "Damn it, is this how you go about undermining someone? And to think it's an old man," he thought. "Having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Surely, Zhu Hall Master understands this principle?" The Zhuke Hall Master smiled warmly. "Old Zhu, I must warn you, do not harbor any personal vendetta against old Jiang. He is now our lifeline." Su Hu grinned widely. "You all." Zhu Hongfei pointed at the four, utterly at a loss for words. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to confront Jiang Xuan directly. The old fellow had already established his position, and even if he fell out of Zhu Hongfei's control, there would be little that could be done. However, he was still a member of the Xuanwu Hall, and he would find a way to test Jiang Xuan's limits. Soon, Jiang Xuan took office, adorned with the tokens of the four halls, basking in the glory of his new role. The 996 work model was implemented across other districts. Not only were the managers required to adhere to this model, but even the attendants had to comply, as Jiang Xuan found it impossible to oversee everything alone. This shift caused considerable dissatisfaction among the attendants, who felt as though the sky was falling. Previously, managing the black market was referred to as resting. They merely needed to tally accounts, take attendance, and indulge in leisure for a month to get by. Now, they preferred to manage specialty businesses rather than sully their hands with the black market, leaving them utterly exhausted. Jiang Xuan paid no mind to their grievances. He was solely focused on the attitudes of his superiors. As long as he produced results, everything he did would be justified. Moreover, his prestige in the black market was on the rise, subtly eclipsing that of the four hall masters. One day, the Zhuke Hall Master, Yin, arrived at Jiang Xuan's residence with great enthusiasm. Accompanying her was a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure, who stood behind Yin, looking somewhat anxious. Do not be afraid. It is those of us who have lived longer who truly understand compassion, unlike your late husband. If you win his favor, I assure you, you will enjoy a lifetime of wealth and prosperity, Yin said with a comforting smile to the young woman. The woman replied, her voice barely audible. Is old Jiang home? Yin inquired softly. Jiang Xuan was seated in meditation within his chamber when he heard the voice of Yin Lin outside. He quickly rose to greet her. Master Yin, what brings you here? Jiang Xuan wore a curious expression. Technically, the other party was still his superior. Whenever there was a matter at hand, a simple call would suffice, so why go to the trouble of making a personal visit? Yin Lin entered Jiang's residence. Leading a stunning woman, her smile radiant. Jiang, my dear brother, you have worked hard during this time, and I have brought someone special to reward you. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the woman beside him. Clad in simple attire, she could hardly conceal her alluring figure. Her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, and her exquisite features were captivating enough to stir desire in any man who beheld her. What could the leader of the Yin clan be implying? Jiang Xuan's expression was one of astonishment. Yin Lin smiled softly. I have heard that upon your recent arrival in the black market, you eagerly redeemed the freedom of 2 young women, seeking to enshrine them in a gilded cage. This may have eluded others, but not me. Ah, well? Jiang Xuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and just as he began to offer an explanation, Yin Lin continued with a playful laugh. Do not fret, dear Jiang, while this may not align with the customs of our Vermilion Hall. I could never bring myself to criticize you. In fact, I have brought you a widow today. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Xuan coughed violently and, with righteous indignation, declared, the master must have misunderstood me. At my advanced age, I have long since freed my mind from worldly distractions and hold no interest in such mundane affairs. Ha ha, my dear elder brother is still putting on an act, Yin Lin teased, gently pushing the woman behind her forward into Jiang Xuan's view. Look at her figure. Her beauty, even in our Zhike tower, she would be the star attraction. And Yin Lin leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. This widow has only just arrived at our Zhike hall. Her gambling husband owed a substantial debt to the Qinglong Hall and was brutally killed on their wedding day. This young lady didn't even have the chance to enter the bridal chamber before being sold to us, so she is still quite untouched. My elder brother, being of advanced years and without descendants, surely requires someone to care for him. Those women of the world cannot be relied upon. What he truly needs is a home. Yin Lin winked, presenting herself as someone entirely considerate of Jiang Xuan's welfare. Her thoughts were indeed remarkably thorough. Jiang Xuan exhibited a moment of hesitation. The hall master is indeed considerate. But, what is this but? I extend my heartfelt intentions. Yet my dear elder brother seems oblivious to my gratitude. Yin Lin playfully nudged Jiang Xuan, her expression tinged with mock reproach. If my elder brother is unwilling, I shall have no choice but to deliver her to the Vermilion Bird Tower, leaving her to the whims of others. What a waste. Ultimately, after much coaxing from Yin Lin, Jiang Xuan reluctantly accepted her offer. Thank you, Hall Master Yin. Next month, I shall pay special attention to the business in the southern district to repay your kindness. Oh, how splendid. Yin Lin exclaimed with delight, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Xuan. You may simply call me Linner from now on. Should such fortunate events arise again, I shall be sure to bring them to you. It must be noted that although Yin Lin was in her 30s, her figure and beauty were beyond reproach, curves in all the right places, still possessing an enchanting elegance. Jiang Xuan, repeatedly teased by her, found his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. While many extol the virtues of youthful maidens, little do they realize that mature women hold the true treasures. No need for that. I am grateful for your generous affection, Hall Master Yin, but I am not worthy of such fortune. Jiang Xuan spoke with a serious demeanor, yet his gaze remained fixated on Yin Lin, unwavering. Oh, could it be that the elder brother has taken a liking to me? Yin Lin replied with a radiant smile. I dare not, he responded, though he felt no hesitation. If the elder brother truly appreciated her, she would gladly accompany him this very night. Elder brother, the hall master urged, please maintain your decorum. With a soft giggle, Yin Lin smiled coyly before departing, her face aglow with joy. From their encounter today, she discerned that Jiang Xuan was merely an old lecher masquerading as a respectable gentleman. Such a character was best handled with care. Once Yin Lin left, the lecherous glint in Jiang Xuan's eyes faded, replaced by a depth akin to an ancient well. Yin Lin sent you to keep an eye on me, did she? Ah? The woman gasped, collapsing to the ground, her exquisite visage betraying her anxiety. Master Jiang, there's no need for alarm. This is not a grave matter. Continue with your duties as you normally would. Do you understand? Jiang Xuan spoke with a calm demeanor. I understand. The woman trembled visibly. It was evident that she was a spy, subtly placed beside Jiang Xuan by Yin Lin, employing a well-worn tactic from the underworld. Both were acutely aware of the unspoken truth, yet chose not to expose it. However, it seemed this woman had not been fully tamed, leaving room for potential redemption. "May I inquire your name?" Jiang Xuan asked. "Xuan," she replied. Jiang Xuan nodded and proceeded towards the bathing chamber, speaking, "Come, from this day forth, you shall accompany me." "Shall we proceed directly to the bridal chamber, my lord?" Xuan inquired, her gaze cast downwards, her face flushed with embarrassment. As a widow, she was bound by numerous taboos. Now that she was being given to Jiang Xuan, she could at most assume the role of a concubine. A grand ceremony was out of the question. Yet, being offered in such a manner felt rather too casual for her. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, then took out a sound transmission jade tube and spoke, "Brother Jiang, I kindly ask you to make a trip to my residence to procure some items for me." The following day, at dawn, Jiang Xuan rose with a flush upon her cheeks, stretching languidly and unable to suppress a soft moan. "My lord, shall I assist you with your attire?" At that moment, a warm and soothing voice emerged from behind, revealing Xuan struggling to rise, remnants of her previous night's ordeal still evident beneath her. The ceremony they had hastily arranged was simple and unadorned, yet she found herself content and deeply grateful, although the person had changed. She had nonetheless traversed the most significant journey of a woman's life, thereby rectifying a past regret. "No need," she replied. "Please take the time to rest well." Jiang Xuan turned around, gently supporting her and gesturing for her to continue resting. Meanwhile, he pondered how to arrange for Xuan. To be fair, Xuan was not entirely comparable to the four sisters of Milan, Zhu, and Zhu. It would be inappropriate to simply leave her in another residence. Noticing Jiang Xuan's hesitation, Xuan softly grasped his hand and earnestly reassured him, "Rest assured, my lord, I am well aware of what should be said and what should remain unspoken." In her heart, she had already acknowledged Jiang Xuan as her man. It was his presence that ensured she would not be sent to the Vermilion Bird Tower, preserving her final shred of dignity. In unity, they shared both glory and misfortune. Jiang Xuan felt a stirring in his heart and pondered whether he had perhaps been too heartless. "Very well, this estate is quite spacious. You may choose any room to reside in, and I shall summon you should any matters arise. However, without my explicit instruction, you are forbidden to enter my chamber. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Xuan was filled with excitement, nodding fervently. "Yes, master." At that moment, Jiang Xuan's system task unexpectedly reached its completion. Ding! Congratulations on achieving first place in the assessment. Your task has been accomplished. Reward granted. Qingyun Sword. Qingyun Sword, superior treasure. This sword is forged from celestial dark iron, capable of severing hair with ease and boasting unparalleled sharpness. Infused with true energy, it amplifies the sword's might. The narrative is currently being recalibrated. Your remarkable performance in the assessment has earned you the trust of your superiors, who will entrust you with significant responsibilities. Please endeavor to fulfill them. Triggered task. Commission task requirements. Complete the assigned tasks as directed by the organization. Task reward. Tianqin Lingmu Qingjin Sword. Jiang Xuan held the long sword in his hand, his expression brimming with exhilaration. His dream blade had finally arrived. The sword, entirely enveloped in a shimmering azure hue, measured 4 feet in length. Its surface gleaming with a radiant luster, unmistakably a weapon of extraordinary caliber. With this sword in his possession, his combat prowess would ascend to a significantly higher echelon. What swordsman does not yearn to possess a supreme treasure by their side, to embark upon adventures wielding such a magnificent blade? As far as he knew, even in the black market, the number of warriors capable of owning a single treasured weapon was exceedingly rare, for most still relied on ordinary arms. Jiang Xuan stepped outside the mansion and arrived before a grand lake, the Chaqing Sword River. Holding the azure cloud sword, Jiang Xuan let out a thunderous roar, channeling boundless true energy into the blade. With a gentle flick, hundreds of azure sword energies converged into a magnificent river of sword aura, resembling a fierce python, surging towards the expansive lake before him. Bang! A tremendous explosion echoed, sending water soaring dozens of feet into the sky, a truly breathtaking spectacle. This colossal sound immediately alerted the masters of the black market within a radius of several dozen miles. The nearest, including Zhu Hongfei, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Bai from the Xuanwu Hall, rushed over, believing that a momentous event had transpired. Jiang Xuan gradually sheathed his sword, his eyes still gleaming with a hint of exhilaration. In the past, with an ordinary sword, he could unleash no more than 90 sword energies before the blade succumbed to the strain and shattered. However, wielding the Qingyun sword, He astonishingly managed to emit hundreds of sword energies in an instant, each with augmented power, truly living up to the illustrious title of Sword River. Though this sword technique may lack the intricacy of the flowing cloud illusionary sword, its destructive capability is nothing short of terrifying. Brother Jiang, what is this? Zhu Hongfei inquired with a furrowed brow. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile, remarking, "It is nothing. I merely felt a surge of inspiration and practiced my sword techniques for a while. I sincerely apologize for disturbing the hall master." Zhu Hongfei looked momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. No worries. Brother Jiang, your swordplay is truly formidable. I dare say even I might struggle to withstand it." The hall master jested. Jiang Xuan humbly smiled in response. Zhu Hongfei's prowess had already ascended to the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, mere steps away from attaining the master realm. While Jiang Xuan's sword techniques were indeed powerful, capable of dispatching ordinary practitioners of the returning origin realm, they would be far from sufficient against Zhu Hongfei. Unless, of course, he too could break through to the returning origin realm. Zhu Hongfei's eyes glinted as he patted Jiang Xuan's shoulder, saying with a grin, "Brother Jiang, I happen to have a rather unique business opportunity that seems tailor-made for you. Perhaps we should set aside matters pertaining to the black market and alchemy for the moment." A unique business opportunity? Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Was the peculiar business of the Xuanwu Hall not synonymous with the assassination trade? Since his induction into the black market, he had never engaged in such dealings. The three stewards of the Xuanwu Hall had distinct responsibilities. Zhang Yuan oversaw the black market operations, while Liu Bai and Song He were tasked with the assassination business. However, Song He had already met his demise at Jiang Xuan's hands. Generally speaking, the assassination duties were assigned to a select group of inner disciples, with stewards only intervening for particularly challenging targets. Yet now, bypassing the stewards altogether, they sought him. The vice hall master? His instincts warned him that Zhu Hongfei was once again attempting to ensnare him, though the specifics of his scheme remained elusive. Nevertheless, out of loyalty and propriety, he found it difficult to decline the hall master's request, as the Xuanwu Hall was, after all, his own establishment. Resolved, he thought, "Let them come. I shall meet them with all I have." Thus, Jiang Xuan spoke, "I am deeply honored by the hall master's trust. I am willing to serve. Ha. With Brother Jiang taking action, I have no concerns." Zhu Hongfei laughed heartily. "I was initially worried that Brother Jiang had become entangled with the other three halls, neglecting our Xuanwu Hall." As he spoke, Zhu Hongfei warmly grasped Jiang Xuan's hand and led him towards the Zhu residence to discuss this assassination assignment. Upon their return to the Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei poured Jiang Xuan a cup of hot tea and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, the situation is as follows. Recently, our Xuanwu Hall has received a particularly challenging assassination contract, and we find ourselves in a quandary. Today, witnessing your swordsmanship, I believe you are the most suitable candidate." Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel perplexed. "May I inquire, esteemed leader, what precisely is the nature of this assassination commission?" The inquiry seemed rather vague. Neither Liu Bai nor Zhang Yuan, the notorious assassins, appeared suitable for the task. Was it truly only an elderly man who could fulfill it? Alas! Zhu Hongfei sighed heavily and replied, "It is not merely a matter of the commission itself, but rather that this particular employer is exceedingly troublesome. She insists that the assassin engage in clandestine negotiations with her, with no one else permitted to be privy to this undertaking. In my assessment of the Xuanwu Hall, only you, Brother Jiang, possess both scholarly and martial prowess, along with extensive experience in the martial world, to bear such a significant responsibility." Jiang Xuan grew even more perplexed. Furrowing his brows as he remarked, "How audacious of this person. Does she not know the rules of the black market?" "Not only does she know them," came the reply, "but she maintains close ties with our Xuanwu Hall. She is absolutely not someone to be trifled with." "Oh, who is she?" Jiang Xuan's interest was instantly piqued. Zhu Hongfei took a leisurely sip of tea before responding with deliberate calm, "The city lord's wife." The city lord's wife? Jiang Xuan felt a jolt in his heart. This individual was indeed extraordinary. The lady of the city, known as Jiang Yulian, was the eldest daughter of the most prominent family in Yuzhou City, the Jiang clan. And she was renowned far and wide as a talented woman. Moreover, it was said that the current city lord, Yang Su, owed his position to the support of the Jiang family, wielding immense power and influence. Indeed, Zhu Hongfei remarked nonchalantly, "It is said that with the city lord gravely ill, nearly all power in Yuzhou City has coalesced around this woman. A formidable dragon cannot easily suppress the local snake, even in our black market. We must show her a modicum of respect." Jiang Xuan felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart and spoke, "Master, given the significance of such an employer. I have never served as an assassin, and I fear I may not be up to the task. Ah, it is precisely because Brother Jiang has never been an assassin that you are the most suitable candidate. Why is that? Jiang Xuan could not comprehend how such a significant business venture could render him the most suitable candidate. Was this not sheer nonsense? Zhu Hongfei remarked, Brother Jiang, you are unaware that this woman has collaborated with our Xuanwu Hall for many years, consistently proposing such clandestine partnerships. However, the assassins within our ranks are merely a cadre of fools, adept only at killing, utterly oblivious to the perils involved, and they accept any job without hesitation. A misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Over the years, several assassins have perished under her commissions, never to return. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Perished under her commissions? Are her tasks truly that perilous? Who can say? Zhu Hongfei replied, the specifics of her assignments are known only to the assassin themselves. He then raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance, saying, Brother Jiang, do not fret excessively. If you deem her commissions unmanageable, simply decline. She is not in a position to coerce us. Nevertheless, we must extend her the courtesy of a visit. Noticing Jiang Xuan's lingering hesitation, Zhu Hongfei chuckled. You are a wise man, possessing profound cultivation and rich experience in the martial world. Our hall leader trusts you. Here is the deal. For this commission, we shall split the reward 50-50. Typically, an assassin would retain merely 20% of the reward, with the remainder belonging to the hall. A 50% share is indeed generous. Very well, I am willing to serve the hall leader. Ultimately, after Zhu Hongfei's persuasive discourse, Jiang Xuan reluctantly acquiesced. Under the eaves, one must bow their head and cannot refuse. Moreover, he had a task to undertake. However, this particular assignment seemed fraught with peril. An instinct whispered to Jiang Xuan that this city lord's wife was far from the simple figure Zhu Hongfei had depicted. That night, the moon was obscured, and the wind howled ominously. Jiang Xuan, clad in simple white garments and donning a bamboo hat, exited the black market and made his way directly to a tavern, where he ordered a jug of wine. Before long, a gaunt man entered the establishment and took a seat across from Jiang Xuan. From his attire, he appeared to be a fisherman. However, a closer inspection of his gaze revealed a sharp intensity that set him apart from ordinary folk. Subtle fluctuations of true energy accompanied his every movement, indicating that he was, indeed, a practitioner of martial arts. Jiang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at the other and inquired, Fishing tonight? The fisherman turned to Jiang Xuan, his voice low and resonant, warning, the winds and waves are too fierce. Be cautious lest the boat capsizes. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish, Jiang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Their exchange was shrouded in ambiguity, indecipherable to outsiders. It was a prearranged code. Upon hearing this, the fisherman's gaze narrowed, and he hastily approached Jiang Xuan, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Esteemed sir, do you hail from the Xuanwu Hall? He asked. Astonishment etched upon his features, for he had not anticipated that such an elder would be dispatched by the other party. In the realm of martial arts, an old man was indeed a formidable presence. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. Sir, the lady has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, this way. The fisherman exhibited a look of delight, gesturing for Jiang Xuan to follow him. The two mounted the well-prepared steeds and rode forth towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City. As they traversed the long and winding road, Jiang Xuan turned to the fisherman and inquired, Might I ask your esteemed name? I am Ning Xuan, the fisherman replied. May I inquire your name, esteemed elder? Jiang Xuan, came the response. After exchanging names, a serene silence enveloped them. Time passed. Jiang Xuan gazed at Ning Xuan, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ning Xuan, as a master at the 9th level of qi condensation, how much reward do you receive monthly from the city lord's manor? Master? Ning Xuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Old sir, you jest. In this vast world, a practitioner at the 9th level of qi condensation is scarcely more than an ant. Jiang Xuan awkwardly touched his nose, remarking that one need not disparage oneself to such an extent. I am merely at the 9th level of qi condensation, he stated. However, he acknowledged that Ning Xuan spoke the truth. This world is vast beyond measure, and Qizhou is but a desolate small state, amidst a plethora of secular dynasties, most of which comprise ordinary folk. Let us not speak of the meager rewards, mere sustenance suffices, Ning Xuan added. Sustenance? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan could not help but furrow his brow. While the 9th level of qi condensation may be akin to an ant, achieving wealth and prosperity within the city of Yuzhou should pose no challenge. Why did it sound so bleak? Ning Xuan, why not accompany me to the black market? At the very least, your circumstances would improve, Jiang Xuan suggested with a faint smile. Ning Xuan, rarely seen smiling, grinned broadly and replied, "Old sir, you jest. We must prioritize our journey." He continued, "What is it? Do you look down upon the black market? Or perhaps you regard me with disdain? Or is there some unspeakable burden you bear?" Jiang Xuan's eyebrows knitted together more deeply, sensing that Ning Xuan was a man with a multitude of stories. There was an essence about him, reminiscent of those who emerge from the shadows of the black market, which was rather unusual. "Naturally, I must confess to you, esteemed sir, that I too once traversed the realms of the black market, though I have long since departed from that life." "You were also part of the black market?" Jiang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Which faction?" "The Xuanwu Hall," Ning Xuan replied nonchalantly. "Then what prompted your departure from the black market? Was it for fame? For power? Or perhaps to repay a debt of gratitude?" Jiang Xuan was filled with confusion. Live, Ning Xuan uttered a single word with indifference. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan fell silent. Did this imply he was at the mercy of others? To compel a martial artist to utter such a statement solely for the sake of survival suggested that the lady of the city lord was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had made thorough preparations for this journey. Otherwise, he might have truly panicked. Sensing Jiang Xuan's unusual gaze, Ning Xuan realized his slip of the tongue and quickly added with a smile, "I have spoken too much. It is more important to continue our journey." From that moment, the two fell into silence, traversing through the night towards the city lord's mansion. Throughout this passage, Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart, as if he were venturing into a den of dragons and tigers. After another half an hour of travel, a faint yellow light emerged at the end of the official road. A magnificent mansion gradually came into view, growing brighter and clearer as they approached. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a grand mansion outside the city of Yuzhou. Ning Xuan's expression grew even more stolid as he pointed ahead and said, "Esteemed sir, we have arrived. This is the place where you will meet your wife." After walking several hundred steps, Jiang Xuan found himself before an opulent estate, where the breeze carried an unusual aura. A cursory assessment revealed that within the mansion lay at least several hundred martial artists, guarding the premises with unparalleled vigilance. Indeed, this locale was a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Before the expansive mansion, two figures were seen moving. Under Ning Xuan's guidance, they proceeded a few more hundred steps until they were confronted by armored guards blocking their path. "Who goes there?" one of the guards demanded. "Have your eyes been blinded? Do you not recognize who I am?" Ning Xuan retorted sharply. The guard, drawing closer with a torch, squinted and then bowed slightly. "We meet you, head Ning. Stand aside. This is someone the mistress wishes to see." At the mention of the mistress, the guard's eyes betrayed a flicker of undeniable trepidation, and they hastily stepped aside. "Please, enter." Once inside the courtyard, Jiang Xuan dismounted gracefully, adjusted his attire, and proceeded toward the grand hall under Ning Feng's guidance. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xuan observed an absence of servants. Instead, guards were prevalent, forming a formidable perimeter akin to that of a royal estate. Jiang Xuan could not help but take a deep breath. From such behavior alone, it was evident that the city lord's wife was no ordinary person. Upon entering the grand hall, Ning Xuan welcomed Jiang Xuan to take a seat and instructed a maid, "Go inform the lady that the people from Xuanwu Hall have arrived." At that moment, in another chamber within the estate, the sound of gentle cooing could be heard. The room was furnished with two large beds, each occupied by a man. The one on the left was bound hand and foot by ropes, rendered desolate and hopeless. The man on the right, pale and devoid of vitality, gazed at Jiang Yulian with an expression filled with both fury and despair. Jiang Yulian, the city lord's wife, breathed heavily, her eyes alluring and her tones soft yet sinister. "Oh, are you very angry? Do take care not to injure yourself. You cannot afford to die just yet, understand?" The city lord, Yang Su, looked furious, his face contorted, lips slightly parted, yet he could not muster a single word due to his illness. This woman had seized his power while he was gravely ill, eliminated his concubine, and confined him in this wretched place, forcing him to witness this merciless scene daily. "Does it hurt? Jiang Yulian's voice dripped with seduction, her demeanor enchanting, eyes filled with mockery. "Yang Su, you beast. Have you ever considered that you might meet such a fate? Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die so easily. I intend for you to live. To see with your own eyes your wife engaging in unspeakable acts with other men, to watch as the position of city lord falls into my hands. Oh, by the way, did you not repeatedly claim that I was unable to bear children? I shall make you witness how I bring forth life." Jiang Yulian's tone bordered on madness. Were there anyone else present, they would likely perceive her as a complete lunatic, rather than the dignified city lord's wife they knew. Once upon a time, Jiang Yulian was a passionate woman, willing to sacrifice everything for the man she loved. Tragically, she fell for a useless scholar. A noble lady and a destitute scholar, their fates were doomed from the start. At that time, Jiang Xuan, still a minor official, murdered the man she loved to claim her for himself, leveraging the Jiang family's support to ascend to the position of city lord. What shattered her even more was the revelation that her family had conspired with Jiang Xuan in all of this. Yet, it did not end there. After rising to power, Jiang Xuan began to neglect Jiang Yulian, unjustly blaming her for his inability to conceive. Had she not been a Jiang family heiress, she would have surely been discarded long ago. From that moment forth, she vowed revenge, determined to reclaim everything that belonged to them. Just then, a tremulous voice echoed from outside. "Madam, the people from Xuanwu Hall have arrived." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xu's pupils constricted. It was Xuanwu Hall again. And this wicked woman was about to commit murder. For years, he had wondered why so many loyal subjects had inexplicably perished. The truth was that this vile woman had been hiring assassins. No wonder, as soon as he fell ill, his power was stripped away completely. At this point, he could only place his hopes in old Master Jiang, praying that he might discipline his daughter. He thought to ask for a moment's patience. Jiang Yulian grew increasingly deranged, relishing in Jiang Xu's expressions, her depravity reaching its zenith. After the passage of a tea's time, Jiang Xuan sat upright in his chair, suddenly opening his eyes. Outside the door, a series of light footsteps approached, as if someone were eagerly hastening over. As the sound drew nearer, the surrounding maidservants appeared tense, instinctively bowing their heads. Jiang Xuan turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a tall woman draped in a dark golden robe. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her legs, elongated and graceful, seemed to surpass his own waist in length, exuding an air of opulence. With a mere glance, Jiang Xuan sensed that this woman possessed an elegant and dignified demeanor, radiating an undeniable luxury. However, there lingered a subtle hint of youthful allure in her expression, her gaze somewhat distant, unmistakably revealing a sense of unfulfilled desire. With 70 years of experience, Jiang Xuan immediately discerned the peculiarities at play. How outrageous, he thought, that she had engaged in such activities before coming to meet him. Is this venerable gentleman truly the representative sent by the Xuanwu Hall? Jiang Yulian could not help but feel perplexed. Typically, the emissaries from Xuanwu Hall were robust men, yet this time, an elderly man had arrived, which was quite unusual. "Old Jiang Xuan, at your service, madam." Jiang Xuan rose and offered a slight bow to Jiang Yulian, their gazes briefly intertwining. Jiang Yulian's eyes had regained their tranquility, yet they resembled a profound and enigmatic abyss, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. Upon a second glance, Jiang Xuan's perception of this woman transformed. He sensed an enchanting aura emanating from her being. It was difficult to articulate her beauty, yet she possessed an irresistible allure that captivated his attention. Drawing his gaze incessantly towards her, Jiang Xuan could not help but exclaim, "Truly, she is the talented woman of yesteryears, now transformed into a queen. Please, have a seat." "My apologies for the wait," Jiang Yulian's melodious voice gently interjected, effortlessly surpassing the vast majority of sultry voices on the market. "Madam, please as well." Jiang Xuan graciously extended his hand, mimicking the decorum befitting the occasion. When engaging with someone of refined taste, one must reciprocate with equal sophistication. "Bring the tea." The two sat across from each other, sharing a knowing smile, remaining silent for a considerable time. Those aware understood this was a discussion of life and business. Those unaware might have mistaken it for a matchmaking rendezvous. Jiang Xuan's gaze lingered on Jiang Yulian, both deliberately and inadvertently, his heart filled with astonishment. He mused to himself that despite his many years and countless encounters with women, having seen numerous extraordinary beauties like Li Yingling and Luo Li, this woman was truly remarkable. Beyond compare, each glance evoked a distinct sensation, ineffable in its allure. Jiang Yulian, holding a tea bowl, brought it to her lips and gently blew upon it, saying, "If the esteemed gentleman wishes to gaze upon me, he may do so openly and without reservation. I do not mind." Jiang Xuan felt a sudden embarrassment, setting down the tea bowl and candidly remarking, "I truly apologize. The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. Though I have surpassed 70 years of age, I still cannot escape the conventions." The old gentleman was indeed forthright. Jiang Yulian took a sip of tea and spoke lightly, "You say I am beautiful, but I wonder where that beauty lies?" Truly, a woman of talent, she posed such a perplexing question right from the start. Or perhaps it is the case that women often inquire about the source of their own beauty. Jiang Xuan was immediately taken aback. Upon the utterance of those words, not only Jiang Xuan, but the surrounding maidservants also felt a surge of tension. The lady was capricious in her temper, should one inadvertently provoke her wrath. It was impossible to foresee the dreadful consequences that might ensue. The atmosphere remained palpably tense for several seconds. Jiang Xuan began, as an old man. I am not skilled in eloquence. I can only borrow the words of an ancient sage to express my admiration for the lady. Oh, you are also well-versed in poetry. I wonder which line it might be. Jiang Yulian replied with a smile that danced on the edge of laughter, gazing at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment. A faint smile gracing her lips, an ancient poet once wrote, a glance over the shoulder brings forth 100 charms, the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Surely. This refers to the lady. A glance over the shoulder brings forth 100 charms, the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Jiang Yulian murmured, her eyes momentarily reflecting a glimmer of recollection, which swiftly vanished. After a brief pause of 3 or 4 breaths, Jiang Yulian regained her composure. Offering a gentle smile, what a splendid poem. Indeed, it is a remarkable verse. I wonder which esteemed poet penned these lines. Though I consider myself well-versed in literature, I confess I have never encountered this particular phrase. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered with reminiscence as he sighed. Those are the ancient figures from the world of my dreams. He chuckled softly, revealing an unexpected wit, embodying the essence of a cultured gentleman. The dream world is indeed intriguing, most intriguing. Jiang Yulian smiled gently, her beauty rivaling that of the most exquisite blossoms, possessing a unique charm all her own, while Jiang Xuan found her smile entirely natural. The surrounding maids were ensnared in a web of anxiety and bewilderment, as if they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Being the lady's attendants, they were acutely aware of her usual demeanor, which was far from jovial. Even her smiles were mere fades, devoid of genuine emotion, and certainly not a display of such heartfelt joy. Yet here she was, laughing at the expense of a 70-year-old man. After a moment of laughter, Jiang Yulian delicately turned her teacup and remarked, however, while the poem is indeed a fine one, I find myself disinclined towards this particular line. Might I kindly request the esteemed gentleman to offer a different verse? Jiang Xuan furrowed her brow slightly. Dislike it? Why? Jiang Yulian replied with a languid tone. From the old gentleman's verse, it seems to describe a captivating beauty of the imperial harem. Yet, as history shows, beautiful women often meet untimely fates. I have no desire to dwell in that frigid palace, nor to become such a woman. I wonder, dear madam, do you aspire to be like her? Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yulian and cautiously inquired. Although this woman exuded no discernible aura of cultivation, her mere presence was suffocating, her charisma undeniably formidable. Such a person, it seemed, harbored ambitions of considerable magnitude. Jiang Yulian remained silent, her fingers lightly tapping the tea table, as if immersed in contemplation. After a few moments, she spoke with a smile. In the spirit of the day, allow me to compose a verse for your esteemed appraisal. I would not dare to impose. I have long heard of Madam's reputation as the foremost talent of Yuzhou City. I am all ears, Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Yulian's smile faded, returning to the composed demeanor she had when they first met, and she recited, with great ambition, I weave splendid dreams, a decree in hand to govern the realm. What say you, esteemed sir? Upon finishing, Jiang Yulian's eyes sparkled with mirth as she gazed at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan was greatly astonished. This woman possessed ambitions far beyond the ordinary. She aspired to be a figure akin to Wu Zetian. What a splendid poem, he remarked. Thank you for your kind praise. Esteemed sir, Jiang Yulian replied with a smile and a nod. At this moment, their gazes met, and they exchanged a silent understanding. Time lingered on. Jiang Xuan spoke softly. Madam, now that the poetry has been recited, let us turn to more pressing matters. Alas, it is not that I am unwilling to discuss serious affairs, but rather that the esteemed elder has yet to finish the tea in his cup, and I do not dare to proceed. As she spoke, Jiang Yulian approached the purple clay teapot to refill Jiang Xuan's cup with hot tea. Accompanied by the gentle sound of pouring tea, her words continued, I am aware that you martial practitioners are often quite haughty. One must employ certain tactics to engage you effectively. Jiang Xuan's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table, his eyes narrowing slightly. Madam, have you resorted to poison? Indeed. It is a poison of a particular kind, one designed specifically to target martial artists, Jiang Yulian replied, her demeanor unabashed, a smile gracing her lips as she met his gaze. What is it, old sir? Do you intend to take action against me? In that moment, she seemed to seek a glimmer of alarm in Jiang Xuan's eyes, her gaze filled with anticipation. However, her hopes were swiftly dashed. Jiang Xuan's expression remained as serene as still water, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Rest assured, madam, I am not so foolish. Your boldness in standing before an assassin suggests that you possess means of ensuring your safety. Jiang Xuan spoke softly. Jiang Yulian, feeling somewhat bored, withdrew her gaze and sighed. Dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed a relief. In the past, many assassins were eager to take my life. Such a pity. The old gentleman is truly a refined person, remaining unperturbed even in the face of calamity, quite unlike other assassins, whom I find most endearing. Jiang Yulian expressed her sentiments deeply, unsure whether she was complimenting or criticizing. She continued, rest assured, esteemed sir, once you have completed your task, I shall certainly provide you with the antidote. I would never go back on my word. After all, in the black market, I harbor quite a bit of fear myself. Despite her verbal expressions of fear, Jiang Xuan could detect no trace of apprehension in her eyes. They were extraordinarily calm. A person's eyes do not lie. While Jiang Yulian concealed her emotions adeptly, her gaze betrayed her. If one were foolish enough to believe that she would hand over the antidote afterward, they might find themselves enslaved for a lifetime. Undoubtedly, she was a woman of profound cunning. Does such a formidable lady not possess anything to fear? Jiang Xuan teased. Having seen through Jiang Yulian's ruse, Jiang Yulian raised an eyebrow. One moment she was filled with mirth, and the next, she became somber. As a woman, how could I possibly be without fears? If you doubt my words, you are welcome to return to Xuanwu Hall and see if they can assist you in unraveling this poison. Jiang Xuan, unfazed, shook his sleeves and remarked solemnly, Madam, there is no need to intimidate me. Simply convey your message. How forthright. Jiang Yulian, believing she had completely ensnared Jiang Xuan, chuckled. In truth, it is quite simple. I merely require your assistance in eliminating 2 individuals, and in return, I shall provide you with the antidote. Shall we not first discuss the remuneration? Jiang Xuan inquired. Remuneration? Jiang Yulian's eyes sparkled with mockery as she replied in a sultry tone. The payment has long been entrusted to someone from Master Zhu. I am merely awaiting your assistance in this matter. Jiang Xuan's expression subtly shifted, her gaze filled with astonishment. Though her words seemed to convey nothing, they appeared to convey everything at once. Damn it, Zhu Hengfei. One day, I shall ensure you soar. Jiang Xuan steadied his mind and continued to inquire. May I ask whom the lady intends to kill? Jiang Yulian dismissed the surrounding maidservants, lifted her teacup for a delicate sip, and elegantly set it down with a faint smile, replying, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang He. Why? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering the insanity of such a woman who could so ruthlessly contemplate the murder of her own father. Jiang Yulian's brows knitted slightly as she responded. The old gentleman is a killer. He merely takes lives. Why ask so many questions? A lady hiring a killer follows certain protocols, and the old man has his own rules for taking lives. Jiang Xuan straightened his posture, the aura of a warrior instantly surging forth, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Jiang Yulian. Do you truly believe you still possess the right to choose? Jiang Yulian toyed with the teapot, her demeanor calm and unruffled. Clearly, she had no desire to divulge too much to Jiang Xuan. As a shrewd woman, she would never make the common villain's mistake of foolishly revealing everything to him. Maintaining an air of mystery was ingrained in her very essence. Do you think you have me at your mercy? Jiang Xuan remarked coolly. Isn't that so? Jiang Yulian countered. Jiang Xuan did not respond. Instead, he retrieved a smooth and round elixir from his bosom and gently placed it upon the table. A detoxification pill? Jiang Yulian's pupils constricted, for this was an exceedingly rare third-tier elixir, practically priceless yet unavailable in the market. Its sole effect was to grant immunity to any lethal poison for a duration of 2 hours. This particular recipe was indeed found in the black market apothecary, yet no one had ever succeeded in concocting it. Jiang Xuan gazed at Jiang Yulian's astonished expression and chuckled softly. I have long heard that you are a person of meticulous thought. Had I not prepared thoroughly, I would truly hesitate to meet you here. To ensure the success of his endeavor, he had not only amassed a considerable supply of elixirs, but also equipped himself with precious artifacts, communication talismans, ropes, nocturnal garments, and an array of other items. Moreover, he had reinforced his preparations with the 5 thunder seals, leaving nothing to chance. Prior to this encounter, he had deliberately engaged in conversation with Ning Shan, harboring a vague suspicion that he was under the influence of some poison. Now, upon seeing him, his suspicions were indeed confirmed. Jiang Xuan, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained her composure, appearing unfazed. Instead, she complimented him, saying, "Ah, I never imagined that my little tricks would be seen through by you. Indeed, you are unlike other assassins, and it is truly impressive." Jiang Xuan smiled politely, saying, "Madam, you flatter me. With age comes the necessity of adopting more means of self-defense. May I inquire if you are now willing to hear the old man's rules?" "Of course. Please proceed, sir." Jiang Xuan slightly raised his head and spoke. "In my lifetime, there are 3 types of individuals I shall never harm. First, innocent children. Second, expectant mothers. And third, dear friends and family. Naturally, your father does not fall within these categories. However, I am most curious about why you would resort to such drastic measures against those close to you. Is it driven by hatred, greed, power, or some other ulterior motive? If you do not clarify this matter, assisting a daughter in slaying her father, a deed so profoundly rebellious, will weigh heavily on my conscience. In this world, some individuals commit acts of violence that haunt them for a lifetime. Thus, those who take on the role of assassins are often devoid of empathy and humanity. Yet, I do not consider myself an assassin, nor do I wish to betray my principles for the sake of a transaction. These 3 tenets represent my true convictions, and I seek to understand Jiang Xuan's intentions to avoid falling into a trap." Jiang Xuan pursed her lips and smiled. "Who would have thought that you, esteemed sir, are a man of such noble principles, a killer with a sense of righteousness? I truly admire you. Such righteousness is an exaggeration. A martial artist merely seeks to cultivate their true self," Jiang Xuan replied casually. "Ah, your curiosity is quite pronounced, dear sir. Perhaps you might propose other conditions? In exchange for assisting me in my endeavor, I could offer you gold, jewels, spiritual stones, or even unparalleled beauties, treating you as a friend." Jiang Xuan sighed. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xuan, as if attempting to glean something from his eyes. She was testing him, probing to ascertain whether he truly adhered to his principles. Truth be told, she did not believe him. Jiang Xuan lifted the teacup to his lips, taking a sip before rising to his feet. "Since you are unwilling to cooperate, I shall consider this evening as if I have never set foot here. I hope for an opportunity to collaborate with you in the future." His words were resolute, and an inexplicable heaviness descended upon the atmosphere, as if the flickering candlelight around them dimmed slightly. "Do not forget, sir, that this is my domain. Do you truly dare to take even a single step beyond this threshold?" Jiang Xuan's gaze darkened, her tone chilling instantaneously, devoid of the previous light-hearted banter and civility. This was both a reminder and a warning. Tap, tap, tap. Simultaneously, the air was filled with the sound of steady, synchronized footsteps, suggesting a significant mobilization of soldiers. The atmosphere grew tense, as if at any moment should the lady shatter her cup as a signal. The hidden warriors and soldiers lurking outside would surge forth, ready to reduce Jiang Xuan to mere pulp. Jiang Xuan remained composed, his expression as serene as still water. "May I interpret this as you threatening me, my lady?" he inquired. Jiang Xuan, with no pretense, responded with a faint smile. "If the esteemed elder insists on such an interpretation, I would have no objection." A threat, indeed. This was a blatant threat. Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Xuan before taking a resolute step towards the door. As he walked, his deep voice resonated, "In my lifetime, I have always abhorred being threatened by others, particularly by women. Since I have dared to come, I can just as boldly depart. I also possess a rather unfortunate habit of eliminating anyone who dares to raise a hand against me. Should you doubt this, my lady, feel free to test it. Witness whether it is I who spills blood on the spot, or if I shall cleanse this opulent residence entirely." His words were delivered with unwavering composure and strength, striking Jiang Xuan's heart like the tolling of a great bell. Jiang Xuan did not pause for a moment, striding purposefully towards the exit, his steps unwavering, as if he truly intended to depart from this place. The aura of determination emanating from him was utterly captivating. Witnessing this scene, not only did Jiang Xuan find herself moved, but even the concealed warriors and soldiers lurking in the shadows became solemn, their gleaming blades trembling uncontrollably. This inexplicable sense of oppression was suffocating. Ningshan was among them, gazing at Jiang Xuan's stooped figure, unable to suppress a sense of trepidation. Although he sensed that the other's cultivation might not surpass his own by much, he believed that should a confrontation arise, he would hardly last a single exchange against such a formidable presence. It was simply the overwhelming spirit of a warrior that he had lost since being subdued. Jiang Yulian's expression was imbued with an unprecedented gravity. For the first time, she grasped the weight of an old hand. The elderly man before her was entirely different from her lecherous father, profound, enigmatic, imposing, and fearsome, defying comprehension. While she could interpret Jiang Xuan's demeanor as mere bravado, her keen intuition whispered to her that the reality was far from that. As a woman of high standing, she had always trusted her instincts. This elder was not to be trifled with. In that moment, Jiang Yulian began to waver. Since assuming power, this was the first time she contemplated whether to compromise with others. Just as she hesitated, Jiang Xuan's figure had already crossed the threshold, turning the corner. "Old sir, wait." Jiang Yulian called out, her tone softened considerably, reminiscent of a forsaken young woman. Jiang Xuan paused momentarily, turned around, and said calmly, "Madam, have you made up your mind? The old gentleman truly is an extraordinary individual. I admire him greatly." Jiang Yulian first offered a compliment to Jiang Xuan, easing the tension in the air, and then added, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. I kindly ask the esteemed gentleman to accompany me." With this utterance, she signified her concession. With that, she stepped toward the upper floor, beckoning Jiang Xuan to follow. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by the woman's intentions and the tricks she seemed to be attempting. Nevertheless, he was both skilled and audacious, and he harbored no fear. The sound of footsteps echoed softly. Jiang Xuan followed Jiang Yulian up to the third floor of the pavilion and entered a study. Jiang Yulian gently pressed a mechanism, retrieving a wooden box from a concealed passage and handing it to Jiang Xuan. "What is this?" Jiang Xuan inquired, puzzled. This was precisely the reason the old gentleman desired. If one was unafraid of the traps set by the maid, they could open it and take a look. Jiang Yulian gazed intently at Jiang Xuan, seemingly wishing to see through the man before her. At this juncture, she still sought to test Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan smiled calmly. "Naturally, I trust my lady." As he spoke, he slowly opened the wooden box, ever ready to unleash his indestructible defense in case of any unforeseen circumstances. The moment the box was opened, Jiang Xuan secretly exhaled in relief, for it contained nothing but a pile of documents, devoid of anything extraordinary. "Old sir, you still do not believe me?" Jiang Yulian remarked with a gaze full of sorrow. She was keenly aware that Jiang Xuan still harbored suspicions, for a man's words could be deceiving. Such was particularly true for an elderly man. Before such a remarkable lady, how could I treat matters lightly? Jiang Xuan smiled indifferently as he slowly took out a large stack of documents, carefully examining them. "This is..." Jiang Xuan's astonishment grew with each passing moment, his eyes dancing with fervor. In the year 1452 of the Great Qin calendar, a devastating famine struck Yuzhou City, where Yangsu colluded with the Jiang family to embezzle 300,000 taels of silver allocated by the court for disaster relief, resulting in the starvation of countless citizens who perished in the streets, resorting to cannibalism. In 1454, Yangsu, in an effort to celebrate the birthday of Jiang He, the head of the Jiang family, unjustly arrested 500 virtuous young maidens on fabricated charges to serve his whims, leading to the ruin of thousands of households. In 1455, a full foot of documentation lay before him, each entry detailing the heinous crimes of the Jiang family and their son-in-law, Yangsu, whose offenses were so egregious that they defied adequate description. Jiang Xuan transitioned from initial astonishment to a state of numbness, his eyes glimmering with a subtle chill. Particularly notable was the first entry, chronicling the Great Famine that struck Yuzhou City in the year 452 of the Great Qin calendar. The original owner of this body was one of its victims. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to selling himself to the Li family. Though Jiang Xuan had traversed time, he bore the memories and emotions of the original owner. At this moment, his hands trembled uncontrollably, consumed by a profound rage, an unbridled fury. "Madam, do you possess any evidence for these accusations?" Jiang Xuan rasped, his voice strained. In that instant, he harbored a flicker of hope that these were mere fabrications concocted by Jiang Yulian. Otherwise, how could such a vile creature continue to exist in this world without consequence? Jiang Yulian, regaining her former icy demeanor, displayed no flicker of emotion in her eyes. "Of course, since I wed into the Yang family, I have been diligently gathering evidence, yearning for the day when these individuals meet their demise," she continued, a hint of shame creeping into her voice. "Initially, my sole intention was to seek retribution for being forced into marriage with Yangsu. I never anticipated unearthing such a shocking truth." Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yulian and said indifferently, "Madam, since you possess the evidence, why not report it to the court?" It must be said that Jiang Yulian's fervent sentiment of shared enmity was impressively conveyed, eclipsing the majority of Oscar actors from his previous life. Yet, Jiang Xuan could not suppress his skepticism towards her, still sensing a potential trap. Jiang Yulian forced a bitter smile, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Esteemed sir, at the end of the day, I am but a frail woman. How could I possibly contend with the formidable Jiang family? Not just me, but even Yangsu himself finds his life hanging by a thread, dictated by Jiang He's whims. The Jiang family's influence in Yuzhou far exceeds what you can imagine. Should I dare present this stack of incriminating evidence, I fear I would be intercepted before I even leave Yuzhou. Aside from assassination, I can conceive of no other means to confront the Jiang family. As Jiang Yulian began to recount her tale, tears flowed uncontrollably, stirring deep sympathy in those who listened. Within this narrative lay an intriguing anecdote that Jiang Xuan keenly observed. In his earlier years, Jiang He had roamed the martial world, establishing the vast Jiang family. Yet all of his biological sons had been slain by enemies, leaving only Jiang Yulian as his sole daughter. Ironically, this old man suddenly found himself incapable of further procreation. Though he could engage in intimate relations, he could never conceive again. In his desperation, he was compelled to accept Yangsu as his son-in-law, manipulating him to usurp the previous city lord's power, thus assisting him in ascending to the position of city lord. From that point onward, the Jiang family began its dominance over Yuzhou. Even more ironically, Yangsu too had lost his ability to father children and blamed Jiang Yulian for this predicament, leading her to become the darkened figure she was now. I have disclosed all that was necessary, both for justice and out of personal grievance. I wish for nothing more than the Jiang family's utter destruction. Will you lend me your assistance, esteemed sir? Jiang Yulian produced a handkerchief, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding an aura that evoked pity. It must be acknowledged that once a typically strong woman reveals her vulnerable side, even the most iron-hearted man cannot help but be moved, reciprocating her tenderness. Any other man in this situation, particularly a young and impassioned fellow, would undoubtedly find himself utterly captivated by Jiang Yulian, willing to sacrifice everything for her. However, Jiang Xuan was beset by conflicting emotions, his murky old eyes discerning the depths of human nature. He was convinced that Jiang Yulian had ulterior motives, perhaps an ambition for power. Yet, what did that matter to him? The reasons for murder were already ample. Furthermore, he could not forsake the system's mission. Naturally, the arrangement of hiring a killer while he executed the deed, exchanging payment for service, was entirely justified. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, indicating her acceptance of the business proposition. Splendid! Jiang Yulian exclaimed, her tears transforming into a smile, filled with joy. Old sir, I shall now present you with the defensive map of the Jiang family. She had always held a fondness for these chivalrous individuals. Wait a moment. Jiang Xuan interjected to halt Jiang Yulian, stating, Madam, the price is yet to be negotiated. Jiang Yulian was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a gentle smile, What nonsense is the old gentleman speaking? I have already delivered the compensation to Master Zhu. Master Zhu has agreed, yet I have not. Whether we proceed or not is entirely at my discretion. Jiang Xuan maintained a serene demeanor as he spoke. Jiang Yulian, with an expression of astonishment, reflected on her understanding that assassins were typically obedient to their orders, having never encountered one who defied their superior's commands. This elder increasingly appeared to be anything but an assassin. Noticing Jiang Yulian's surprised countenance, Jiang Xuan offered a gentle smile. Madam, please do not take offense. While I am indeed willing to take a life, that life belongs to your biological father, and thus I feel a sense of guilt in doing so. An increase in compensation is necessary. An increase in compensation? Jiang Yulian momentarily paused, recalling how Jiang Xuan had previously exhibited such noble resolve that she had nearly forgotten he was, after all, an assassin. Assassins, at their core, are driven by self-interest. That is certainly acceptable. Jiang Yulian replied with a soft smile, her tone gentle. I shall ensure that the reward I previously promised to Master Zhu will also be extended to you, esteemed sir, upon the successful completion of the task. Jiang Xuan smiled subtly. That would be splendid. Although he was unaware of the exact benefits bestowed upon Zhu Hongfei, he was certain that the reward must be substantial. Given Jiang Yulian's wealth, there was no necessity to deceive him in such matters. However, it must be made clear that should the old gentleman fail to eliminate Jiang He, not only would this reward be withheld, but there would also be a severance of relations. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, assuring the lady, rest assured, I shall not give you a reason to turn against me. As long as Jiang He is not a master of the third realm, I am exceedingly confident in my ability to vanquish him and depart unscathed. The city of Yuzhou is but a small place, home to only 3 renowned masters. The first is the Mad Blade Elder, who gained fame a century ago, and, as rumor has it, was slain by a vengeful foe. The second is Mo Taishiu, a guest elder of the city lord's mansion, known for his unparalleled arrogance and disdain for others, to the extent that even the city lord cannot command him. The third is the enigmatic leader of the local black market, a figure as elusive as a dragon, seen only in fleeting glimpses. Beyond these 3, there have been no other masters of note in Yuzhou, making it implausible for any to remain obscure. This is why Jiang Xuan and the others were so astonished at the mere suggestion that Jiang Xuan might be a master. Observing Jiang Xuan's unwavering confidence, Jiang Yulian chose to say no more and smiled softly. The two then returned to the main hall, where they discussed information regarding Jiang He and handed over the defensive layout of the Jiang family guards to Jiang Xuan. According to Jiang Yulian, Jiang He himself is not a martial artist but is often accompanied by 2 shadowy experts. These 2 masters are shrouded in mystery. Jiang Yulian has only seen them once throughout her life, and their faces remain obscured. As for their levels of cultivation, Jiang Yulian candidly admitted her ignorance. For all who have confronted Jiang He have perished, including several experts of the returning origin realm. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing the predicament he faced. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. If he could not discern the methods of these 2 shadowy masters, acting recklessly could lead to a disastrous outcome. Although Jiang Xuan possesses great confidence, he is by no means arrogant. To underestimate the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically is a precious lesson from a great leader. Jiang Yulian gazed at Jiang Xuan and said with a gentle smile, "Do not worry, esteemed sir. During this period, I shall certainly assist you in uncovering the origins of this shadowy expert. There is no need for haste." Indeed. Jiang Xuan slowly nodded, resting his hands upon his knees, and calmly remarked, "Madam, since we have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave. I hope that tonight's events mark the beginning of a friendship for you, rather than an end." Jiang Yulian was momentarily taken aback, and then comprehended Jiang Xuan's implication. He feared that she might secretly conspire against him. This was a blatant warning, cautioning her not to undermine the very bridge she had crossed. The elderly gentleman was not only remarkable but also exceedingly prudent, truly deserving of his reputation as a steady elder. She did not deny that such thoughts had crossed her mind. How could she allow someone who harbored such a grave secret as hiring an assassin to remain at large? With a sigh, Jiang Yulian promptly expressed her sentiments. At this juncture, she was forthright. Yet the old gentleman still seemed reluctant to place his trust in this seemingly fragile woman. She held nothing but gratitude towards him, and nothing more. Jiang Xuan listened quietly, her heart devoid of any tumult. The words spoken by this woman were so implausible that even a ghost would dismiss them as nonsense. However, it mattered little. The mere intention to control her own missteps this night was already a path leading to her demise. The two had, in truth, become adversaries. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan departed gracefully under the personal escort of Jiang Yulian, as she gazed upon the not overly stooped figure of the elderly man. The smile on Jiang Yulian's face vanished entirely, revealing an unprecedented seriousness. "Ningshan, investigate this gentleman's background," Jiang Yulian commanded. For reasons unknown at that moment, this stranger she encountered for the first time seemed more formidable than her own father. This sensation was peculiar, ineffable, yet she trusted her instincts. According to the regulations of Xuanwu Hall, assassins were prohibited from returning to the black market before completing their missions, unless they declared their tasks a failure. After Jiang Xuan departed from Jiang Yulian's residence, he returned to the city and sought lodging at an inn near the Jiang family. This stay extended for the span of a month. During this period, Jiang Xuan devoted himself to two pursuits: cultivation and observing Jiang He. One day, he suddenly opened his eyes, his entire being resonating with true energy, as wisps of fine black mist emanated from various parts of his body. He had undergone the process of cleansing the marrow and returning to his origins, achieving the state of returning to origin. Upon entering this realm, a warrior's meridians and acupoints would gradually be unblocked, culminating in the opening of 12 meridians and the formation of 12 chakras, establishing a cycle of the cosmos within. With each meridian unblocked, the essence of true energy would undergo a qualitative transformation. For instance, the same strand of true energy wielded by a practitioner at the condensation realm might merely penetrate wood, whereas a practitioner at the returning to origin realm could pierce armor. This indicates that for warriors who have ascended to this level, conventional weaponry holds no significance. Furthermore, Individuals with unique physiques or those practicing specialized techniques may experience transformations in the nature of their true energy, yielding extraordinary effects such as fiery or icy true energy. However, the evergreen true energy that Jiang Xuan cultivated was remarkably unique. It lacked any additional effects, but its restorative properties were significantly enhanced, comparable to miraculous elixirs, allowing him to heal using true energy. This sensation was truly intoxicating. Jiang Xuan stretched and contracted his arms, reveling in the explosive power contained within. With the current magnitude of his true qi, coupled with the full force of the Qingyun Sword's Chongqing Sword River technique, he believed that no practitioner at the returning origin realm could withstand its entirety. Furthermore, if he were to incorporate the unexpected thunder seal and the cloud-piercing shuttle, he fancied himself capable of safeguarding his life even against a master. Having completed his training, Jiang Xuan rose and made his way outside the inn, preparing to continue observing Jiang He's movements. Initially, he had intended to infiltrate the Jiang residence directly using the defense map provided by Jiang Yulian, aiming to take the enemy's head and depart with nonchalance. How formidable could a mere Jiang family be? However, he soon realized he had underestimated them. The Jiang family possessed formidable strength, boasting 2,000 personal guards composed entirely of Qi Condensation Realm warriors, not to mention countless armored soldiers patrolling the premises. Such an arrangement was even more lavish than the city lord's guard. A direct assault would lead to certain death. Moreover, after a month of surveillance, he discerned that Jiang He was exceptionally cautious, rarely leaving his residence, and whenever he did, he was accompanied by a multitude of personal guards, along with 2 shadowy experts who never left his side. They remained concealed in the shadows, presenting no vulnerabilities. According to the information relayed to him by Jiang Yulian, these 2 individuals possessed cultivation levels at least at the returning origin realm, making them exceedingly difficult opponents. Had it not been for Jiang Xuan's meticulousness and adeptness at concealing his presence, he would likely have been discovered long ago. However, Jiang He had a particular habit. He visited the cold fragrance temple outside the city weekly to burn incense and devoutly pray. That temple became the perfect location for Jiang Xuan to make his move. Outside Yuzhou City, at Cold Fragrance Temple, an elderly man known as Old Jiang had inexplicably begun selling medicine. He claimed to be a descendant of a divine physician, asserting that his medical skills could cure all ailments, specializing in difficult and obscure illnesses. However, there was one rule. Patients had to seek him out personally. He refused to provide house calls. At first, visitors to the temple found this absurd and scoffed at the notion. Cure all ailments? What an outrageous exaggeration. Yet, as the tale of an elderly monk's inexplicable recovery began to circulate, more individuals started to believe. With a mindset akin to consulting a quack, many patients with perplexing maladies sought out Old Jiang, only to find their ailments miraculously resolved. Thus, Old Jiang's reputation spread throughout Yuzhou City, growing ever more fantastical, to the point where he was regarded as a celestial being. Have you heard? A divine immortal has come to Cold Fragrance Temple, capable of curing all ailments. Truly miraculous. Is that really true? Absolutely. I heard about an octogenarian who was on the brink of death, and after a touch from that immortal, she revived and even went for a swim in the river, completely unharmed. Goodness, is that true? How incredible. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. If anyone in your family is gravely ill, hurry and take them. It will be too late otherwise. Why is that? The blessings of the immortal are not endless. Only those with fate may receive them, and who knows when he might leave. Such absurd rumors rapidly spread throughout Yuzhou City, becoming a ubiquitous topic of conversation among the populace. This was the effect Jiang Xuan had meticulously crafted over the past month at Cold Fragrance Temple. To achieve this, he had employed Jiang Yulian's influence to spread the rumors, and soon they reached fantastical proportions. His sole objective was to exploit Jiang He's infertility as a weakness, luring him to seek treatment. With Jiang He so close at hand, Jiang Xuan felt confident in his ability to eliminate him before the 2 shadowy experts and numerous guards could react, after which escape would be considerably simpler. However, Jiang He, that cautious old fox, would not be easily deceived by mere rumors. Some tangible proof was required to compel him to believe. Coincidentally, Jiang Xuan possessed the Chaqing True Qi and was also an alchemist, making him more than capable of treating common ailments. One day, Jiang Xuan sat calmly in a corner of the temple's rear courtyard, patiently awaiting the arrival of his prey. Before him stood a table adorned with a sign proclaiming, "Healing the world, curing all ailments. At that moment, Jiang Xuan sat upright, one hand theatrically resting on a burly man's wrist, discreetly channeling a faint stream of cha-ching true qi into his body. Old immortal, am I still capable? The pancake vendor, Wu Da, looked uncomfortable, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. He had consulted countless renowned doctors in secret, all declaring his condition a congenital affliction, untreatable. His wife had been with him for 2.5 years, yet she remained untouched, subjected to the whispers of others, which had turned Wu Da's hair gray with worry. Upon hearing of the divine physician who had recently arrived at Cold Fragrance Temple, he decided to take a chance and, under the cover of fewer visitors, stealthily made his way to seek treatment. Unbeknownst to him, the information had actually been planted by Jiang Xuan's men, who had specifically lured him to test the supposed divine physician. At that moment, several warriors were secretly observing Jiang Xuan from a hidden corner of the temple. Cough, cough. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat softly, casting a discreet glance at the warriors concealed around him, a slight smile playing upon his lips. When one encounters an old man like me, it is only natural that success is within reach. With that, Jiang Xuan retrieved a small medicinal gourd from his waist and poured out a seemingly worthless pill, presenting it before Wu Da. Take this medicine back with you. Mix it with half a liter of young boy's urine and consume it. In less than a moment, you shall be restored to health. Wu Da cradled the pill, his face alight with excitement, his cheeks quivering with anticipation. Oh, venerable sage, does such a miraculous remedy truly exist in this world? Jiang Xuan did not respond. Stroking his chin while narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Wu Da for a moment, he inquired, Is your wife of the surname Pan? Wu Da was taken aback, exclaiming, Indeed. She is of the Pan clan. He had never disclosed his identity nor mentioned his wife, yet this esteemed physician, merely by taking a pulse, seemed to know everything. It appeared that he had truly encountered a venerable sage. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wu Da found himself at a loss for words, utterly disoriented by the magnitude of his emotions. He was simply too exhilarated. Jiang Xuan's brows twitched slightly as he waved his hand and smiled. To heal the world and save lives requires no thanks. Go now, and take good care of your wife. As Wu Da departed, the presence of the lurking warriors around them vanished in an instant, likely to verify the efficacy of Wu Da's medicine. The bait had been set. How could the fish remain distant? Jiang Xuan felt a swell of pride within. Old immortal, please save my father. At that moment, a melodious voice jolted Jiang Xuan back to reality. Turning around, he beheld a frail, elderly man with pale lips seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by a young maiden of ethereal beauty. The sight momentarily captivated Jiang Xuan. The elderly man was none other than the patriarch of the Li family, while the maiden was Miss Li Yingling. Since hearing of Li Huai's demise, the old patriarch had fallen gravely ill, his vitality waning with each passing day, now teetering on the brink of despair. Upon learning of the legend surrounding old Jiang, Li Yingling could hardly contain her eagerness to bring her grandfather to Hanxiang Temple in search of the divine healer. Old immortal? Seeing Jiang Xuan lost in thought, Li Yingling gently called out again, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. For some reason, the elderly man appeared strikingly familiar to her, yet she could not place him. This was hardly surprising. Jiang Xuan had undergone a profound transformation through his cultivation, now exuding an aura of ethereal grace and vitality. His current disguise rendered him unrecognizable from his former self. As Jiang Xuan reunited with an old acquaintance, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Upon hearing Li Yingling's call, he regained his composure and chuckled softly, Esteemed elder, please extend your hand to me. The Li family, father and daughter, found nothing peculiar in his words. However, the monks in the surrounding temple gazed in astonishment. The revered immortal, known for his aloof demeanor and solemnity at Hanxiang Temple, had never before shown such courtesy towards anyone, even utilizing honorific language. Trembling, old Master Li extended a quivering hand and placed it upon the altar. Jiang Xuan gently grasped the wrist of the elderly, slowly closing his eyes as he meticulously infused his feeble body with the nourishing essence of Qinglong energy. Amidst Li Yingling's palpable anxiety, this healing ritual persisted for a full incense stick's duration, ceasing only when beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Xuan's forehead. Throughout the entire process, the elder Li's complexion visibly brightened, and his posture became notably more upright. A miracle. The rumors were not unfounded. Indeed, the old gentleman was a celestial being descended to our realm. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding townsfolk were struck with awe, kneeling in reverence, their expressions filled with devotion, treating Jiang Xuan as if he were a deity. If not for divine intervention, How could a mere touch restore a dying elder to vitality? Thank you, venerable immortal, Li Yingling exclaimed with joy, preparing to kneel before Jiang Xuan, only to be gently supported by him. Please rise, miss. To save lives is a duty. No thanks are necessary, Jiang Xuan replied softly. Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback, despite his deliberate lowering of his voice. The familiarity of the term miss struck a chord within her. Could it be Jiang grandfather? In an instant, a bold thought flashed through Li Yingling's mind. The stark contrast between the two elders began to dissolve in her perception as they gradually merged into one. You are. Li Yingling's eyes widened, her lips parting slightly as she hesitated to voice her inquiry. Jiang Xuan offered a subtle smile as he presented a vial of elixir to Li Yingling, advising, "This medicine should be administered to the esteemed elder thrice weekly. It will gradually restore vitality and prolong life." Li Yingling gazed at the potion in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. Could he truly be the venerable Jiang? If not, what could possibly motivate such kindness towards us? Miss, your father's chronic ailment has been cured. You may proceed. Jiang Xuan waved his hand with a smile, his expression radiating nonchalance and tranquility. Li Yingling, regaining her composure, slightly bowed to Jiang Xuan before slowly departing with old Master Li, frequently glancing back at him. After leaving the temple, Li Yingling furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, "Father, that elder deity seemed remarkably like grandfather Jiang." "He is indeed Jiang Xuan," croaked old Master Li, his voice hoarse as he sat in his wheelchair, looking haggard. "What? Is that true, father?" Li Yingling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and delight. "Indeed, it was grandfather Jiang. But why has he transformed into an elder deity?" Old Master Li nodded slowly, a complex expression clouding his murky eyes. He too was baffled by Jiang Xuan's metamorphosis into an elder deity. However, having spent decades together, he would recognize Jiang Xuan even if he turned to ashes. Now in his 70s, he had truly aged. Yet Jiang Xuan still brimmed with vitality, appearing as youthful as a young man. The following day, a rumor spread throughout Yuzhou City, further embellishing Jiang Xuan's mystique. It was said that Wu Da, a vendor of baked pastries, had miraculously healed from a congenital ailment. Allegedly, insiders revealed that a cacophony of joyous sounds had erupted from Wu Da's home that night, with tumultuous revelry lasting until dawn. Countless young gentlemen, coveting the Pan family, wept upon hearing the news, lamenting that flowers had been wasted on cow dung. Upon receiving this news, numerous middle-aged wealthy merchants and officials in the city were stirred, hastily preparing carriages to rush to Hanxiang Temple, eagerly awaiting the elder deity's healing touch. Could it truly be this miraculous? In the Jiang residence, Jiang he sat regally in the main hall, twisting a large pearl and jade ring on his thumb, an unmistakable gleam of joy flashing across his face. "My lord, this is unequivocal." Several black-clad warriors knelt before him, excitedly reporting, "We witnessed it ourselves." Upon returning home, Wu Da immediately exhibited primal vigor, as if he had fully recovered. Jiang he stared blankly, murmuring, "Could it be that my devout prayers have moved the heavens?" For years, he had sought countless divine healers throughout the great Qin kingdom, yet none could cure his peculiar ailment. How astonishing that after such relentless searching, he found a remedy without effort. Initially skeptical, he could no longer afford disbelief as Jiang Xuan's reputation soared. "Summon the carriage, for I shall visit Hanxiang Temple to pay my respects." Meanwhile, in the residence of Jiang Yulian, she listened intently to Ning Shan's report, her lips curling slightly. "So Jiang he is preparing to visit Hanxiang Temple?" "Indeed, my lady. The head of the Jiang family is undoubtedly en route to the temple," Ning Shan replied, his expression unchanged. "How many attendants does he bring?" 100 of the most elite guards and 2 shadowy individuals, Ning Shan stated. "That old man is indeed quite cautious," Jiang Yulian mused, swirling her teacup, her gaze flickering. "Ning Shan, take my token and visit the city lord's residence to see Imo Taishu. Tell him that it is time he repaid his debt to me." Ning Shan hesitated. "But my lady, has not Lord Imo already refused to assist you against the head of the Jiang family?" "I fear." Jiang Yulian smiled knowingly. "Who said I intended for him to confront my father? Quite the opposite. I wish for him to avenge my father." "What?" Ning Shan was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp Jiang Yulian's intentions. She shot him a sharp glance, commanding, "Hurry along. Imo Taishi will understand upon seeing the token. There is no need for you to elaborate, understood?" "Yes." Ning Shan, drenched in sweat, quickly took the token and departed. The lady was truly formidable. Facing a woman of such cunning, one might find themselves sold out while still counting her profits. As he watched Ning Shan leave, Jiang Yulian's expression returned to one of amusement, her gaze fixed on the distance as she murmured, "Old sir, I wonder how you will respond this time?" 2 hours later, at Hanxiang Temple, in the tranquil courtyard of the temple, Jiang Xuan sat serenely, as he always did, devoted to the noble pursuit of aiding those in need, embodying the essence of an extraordinary sage. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, heralding the entrance of 100 elite guards, each a practitioner of the qi condensation realm, who burst in with commanding shouts to disperse the surrounding crowd of citizens and monks. "They have arrived." Jiang Xuan felt a sense of secret delight as he raised his gaze. Before him approached a man clad in an ornate robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, accompanied by 2 guards at the 8th and 9th layers of qi condensation. This individual was none other than Jiang He, the head of the most powerful family in Yuzhou City, the Jiang clan. He appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in his 40s, yet his actual age was likely nearing a century. From this alone, Jiang Xuan had already concluded that Jiang Yulian had deceived him. Jiang He could not possibly be an ordinary person, he must also be a martial artist. After all, how else could he enjoy such longevity and maintain his vitality? "Greetings, I am Jiang He, honored to meet the old immortal," Jiang He said, wearing a smile that radiated warmth, as if basking in spring sunshine, as he slowly took a seat before Jiang Xuan, appearing exceedingly amicable. If one were to judge solely by his countenance, one might mistakenly perceive him as a simple and honest man, were it not for the knowledge of his numerous transgressions. In response, Jiang Xuan remained silent, casting a dispassionate glance at the 2 guards beside him, his expression betraying displeasure. Jiang He's smile faltered as he waved his hand. "Withdraw. I wish to speak privately with the old immortal." "Yes, my lord," the 2 guards replied with a respectful bow, discreetly retreating to a distance of 3 feet, their vigilance scanning the surroundings. It must be said that Jiang He was indeed exceedingly cautious at all times. Once they were alone, Jiang Xuan spoke coolly, "Head Jiang, please extend your hand to me. Does the old immortal know me?" Jiang He was momentarily taken aback, having said nothing thus far. "Who in Yuzhou City does not know the name of Jiang He?" Jiang Xuan replied nonchalantly. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Then I shall rely on the old immortal." Jiang He complimented Jiang Xuan, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. He then readily extended his hand, displaying an air of complete ease. This was his territory, with his men all around and shadows lurking nearby. No one could harm him, even if they wished to. Moreover, he himself was not made of clay. Jiang Xuan gently grasped Jiang He's hand, surreptitiously channeling a faint stream of true energy, which caused Jiang He to shudder with an indescribable sensation of comfort. The old gentleman truly lived up to his reputation. Such profound true energy was beyond anything I had ever encountered. Jiang He gazed at him in admiration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "The world perceives the head of the Jiang family as an ordinary man. Yet little do they know he is indeed a master of the returning origin realm. You truly deserve your accolades, head Jiang." Jiang He's pupils constricted in surprise, and he forced a smile, saying, "It seems I cannot hide anything from you, esteemed sir. It is merely a trivial skill, hardly worthy of being called mastery." After a brief pause, Jiang Xuan released Jiang He's wrist and replied with a serene smile, "Head Jiang, I have diagnosed your condition." "Oh, what is the verdict? Is it treatable?" Jiang He asked, his breath quickening, urgency evident in his voice, for this matter pertained to his lifelong aspirations. If he could be cured of this peculiar illness, he could thrive abundantly, perhaps even generate 100 offspring, thereby no longer relying on his daughter and son-in-law. "There are some complications," Jiang Xuan sighed. "Some complications? Does that imply it can be treated?" Upon hearing this, Jiang He could not conceal the glimmer of excitement in his eyes and declared, "Please, esteemed sir, do not hesitate to speak. As long as I can be cured, I would willingly sacrifice my fortune to repay your kindness." Despite his words, he had already resolved in his heart to eliminate Jiang Xuan afterward, regardless of whether he was a celestial being or not. In his presence, even divine beings would fall. Jiang Xuan, however, was aware that although he could cure Jiang He's ailment, he possessed knowledge that was far too perilous. In the midst of Jiang He's eager anticipation, Jiang Xuan's smile faded as he stated, "Head Jiang, I fear you may not survive the day." Jiang He was taken aback, momentarily believing he had misheard, and forced a laugh, saying, "He, esteemed immortal, are you jesting with me?" Jiang Xuan slightly shook his head, saying, "Nay, what I speak is the truth. The head of the Jiang family shall not see the morrow." Presumptuous. Jiang He immediately rose, casting a hostile glare at Jiang Xuan. "Who are you to mock me in such a manner?" Jiang Xuan wore an expression of calm indifference as he spoke unhurriedly. I am but a spectral being, returned from the depths of the underworld to seek retribution from the head of the Jiang family. I wonder if the patriarch still remembers the famine of yesteryears? Jiang He's gaze narrowed, for how could he forget? At that time, he had colluded with Yang Su to usurp the 30,000 taels of silver allocated by the court, thereby laying the foundation for the vast fortune of the Jiang family. This was a capital offense, one that had necessitated the blood of countless innocents. Could it be that this man was a remnant of that period? A fish that had slipped through the net? Nonsense! Seize this old fool for his absurdity. Jiang He bellowed in fury, gesturing for the surrounding martial artists and guards to advance, while he himself retreated behind the crowd. Jiang Xuan remained calm and composed, his gaze fixed firmly upon Jiang He. Jiang family patriarch, I have foretold that you shall not survive the day. Upon the utterance of these words, Jiang He, who had been hiding behind a throng of martial warriors, suddenly turned pale, hastily raising his right hand to examine it. To his dismay, he discovered 5 peculiar lightning seals had inexplicably appeared on his palm, radiating a searing heat that seemed to harbor a terrifying energy. This is bad. Jiang He exclaimed in alarm, seizing the sword from a nearby guard, and without hesitation, he attempted to sever his own right hand. It is too late. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and lifted his hand to snap his fingers gently. Bam! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded, echoing through the heavens. Centered around Jiang He, torrents of thunder rained down, causing the entire back courtyard of the temple to erupt in a catastrophic explosion, reducing it to rubble. In that fleeting moment, the cosmos seemed to twist, and anguished cries filled the air. This was the 5 thunder incantation, ever since his hand was injured in a previous explosion. Jiang Xuan had diligently studied a more reliable method of casting the 5 thunder incantation. He finally discovered that it could not only be stored within his hand, but could also be transferred to another through the guidance of his vital energy, transforming the recipient into a ticking time bomb. The advantage of this method was that Jiang Xuan himself would not suffer any backlash once the thunder seal detonated. Aside from the indestructible Jiang Xuan, who could withstand it, everyone else would be engulfed by the explosive force of the thunder in an instant. Moreover, this time Jiang Xuan triggered the explosion of 5 thunder seals simultaneously, the power of which surpassed that of the previous incident on Qinghe Street. The force was greater, the range wider. He estimated that unless Jiang He was a master, his demise was inevitable. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xuan could only muster a shout, "Damn it! I'm taking you down with me." At that moment, countless citizens and monks within the temple heard the hair-raising explosion, their faces filled with dread. What happened? Why did the back courtyard explode? I don't know. It's terrifying. Just now, I seem to see thunder descending from the sky, obliterating the courtyard. Thunder from the heavens? Nonsense. How could that be in broad daylight? Let us go. Let us take a look. In an instant, monks and citizens gathered around, eager to uncover the mystery of the courtyard's calamity. Upon reaching the back courtyard, they were horrified by the scene, their faces turning pale. At a glance, the temple courtyard was riddled with destruction, charred remnants scattered everywhere, resembling a hellish nightmare. Ah, there are dead bodies. So many dead. Those with weaker constitutions gasped in horror, and some could not suppress their nausea and began to retch. Damn it, it's truly horrifying. As the wave of nausea subsided, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Was Jiang He, the head of the Jiang family, here just now? It seems so. Has Jiang He perished? It must be. I heard he drove away all the citizens seeking the old immortal's help just moments ago. Could it be that he angered the old immortal, resulting in the thunder's punishment? Perhaps. Ha ha ha, splendid. That wretched old villain has finally met his end. My offerings were not in vain. The Buddha has finally opened his eyes. Nonsense. It was clearly the old immortal punishing him. Your offerings had nothing to do with it. Ha ha ha, splendid. Old monk, I must offer another 100 incense sticks in gratitude. Daughter. Did you see? That old villain has finally perished. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted, as someone unknown set off the temple's firecrackers, followed by an incessant cacophony. Although it was already March and the beginning of spring, Huanxiang Temple bustled with the festive spirit of a new year. Furthermore, this lively atmosphere spread beyond Huanxiang Temple, quickly permeating every alley and street of Yuzhou City. Ladies and gentlemen, we have good news today. Free tea and sunflower seeds. Come in and listen to a tale. What segment are they narrating? The old immortal descends to capture evil spirits. Good, that sounds intriguing. I must listen. Everyone. My wife has declared that today is a joyous occasion. You may feast on pancakes at will. Joyous occasion? Has Wuda's wife conceived? Not yet. But it's still a joyous occasion. The streets echoed with laughter and chatter. Every household seemed to celebrate as if it were a festival. Not a word spoken about Jiang He's demise, yet everywhere the joy of death was palpable. Thus, it was evident that Jiang He was indeed a figure of universal disdain. His myriad transgressions, though they could deceive those above, could not obscure the truth from the common folk, who saw through it all with clarity. Most astonishingly, a sensational piece of news spread forth. The Hung courtyard was celebrating today. The madam was getting married, and to thank both new and old patrons, they offered free services for the day, first come, first served. In an instant, the place was overflowing with people, and Yuzhou City was thoroughly festive. Indeed, men are no good, a shrew scolded from the street. Of course, these were but later developments. At this moment, Jiang Xuan had detonated Jiang He and seized the opportunity to depart from Huanxiang Temple, pursued closely by two black-clad experts, the shadowy protectors who had been by Jiang He's side. Though these two possessed profound cultivation, having reached the 8th stage of returning to origin, they were caught off guard and suffered internal injuries from the thunder, helplessly watching as Jiang He was obliterated. This was a profound humiliation for them. Thus, they gritted their teeth against their injuries and pursued Jiang Xuan relentlessly. They could hardly believe he had escaped unscathed after such a tremendous explosion. They chased him all the way to the woods outside Huanxiang Temple, where they suddenly saw Jiang Xuan halt, standing still with a sword in hand, seemingly waiting for them. Not running anymore? Their pupils constricted as one spoke in a low voice. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Jiang Xuan stop, an ominous premonition arose within them. Jiang Xuan, wielding the Qingyun sword, stood tall with a straight back, gently stroking his beard as he chuckled. I have never contemplated fleeing. Rather, I am merely seeking a suitable resting place for the two of you. Humph, what audacious words. You old fool, we have seen through your tricks. Should you wish to explode us again, it would be nothing but a whimsical fantasy. The two shadowy figures gazed at Jiang Xuan with icy disdain, their eyes brimming with contempt. Although they had sustained some injuries, confronting an old man who had merely entered the returning essence realm should be a trivial endeavor. Should it not? What audacity does this old man possess? That explosion must have relied on some unique method, one that could not be easily replicated. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to flee. As long as they remained vigilant, they would not fall into his trap again. Contemplating this, one of the shadowy masters spoke with a chilling tone. You old wretch, who sent you as an assassin? Why must you seek the death of Lord Jiang, if you do not provide an honest account? Jiang Xuan raised his hand to interrupt the other's words. Speaking with indifference, I am too weary to engage in discourse with you. You are unworthy of my explanations. What? You old fool? Are you seeking death? The two shadows, enraged, ceased their idle chatter and unleashed their true energy, charging towards Jiang Xuan with lethal intent. Once they subdued him, they had a myriad of methods to compel him to divulge the truth. Long Qing sword technique, the sword sweeps across mountains and rivers. Jiang Xuan let out a cold shout, channeling boundless true energy into the Qingyun sword in his grasp, which instantly resonated with a resounding sound of sword cries. In the next moment, a tumultuous wave of sword energy erupted fiercely, coalescing into towering surges that charged towards the two shadowy masters like a raging tide. Witnessing this, the two masters' expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily transitioned from offense to defense, their true energy transforming into a colossal belt to withstand the onslaught of the sword river. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy poured down like relentless raindrops upon the great bell, ceaseless and overwhelming, reminiscent of the mighty Yangtze River. Such an assault undoubtedly demanded an immense expenditure of energy. They could hardly believe the opponent could endure for long. Once the true energy was depleted, it would be their turn to retaliate. Damn it! Such overwhelming true energy. Who exactly is this old man? After enduring thousands of sword strikes, the two shadows wore increasingly grim expressions, nearly bursting into curses. This consumption of true energy must be on par with that of a grandmaster, wouldn't it? Who could this old man possibly be? Crack, crack. As the sword energy continued to descend, upon reaching 1,500 strikes, the golden bell began to fracture, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the two shadowy masters were struck as if by a heavy blow, hurtling backward like kites with severed strings, crashing into dozens of sturdy trees before crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth. Already bearing injuries, they now found themselves grievously wounded anew, half of their bodies in ruin, rendering them a pitiful sight indeed. Jiang Xuan took a deep breath, retrieved a chi-replenishing elixir from his waist, and, wielding his long sword, advanced step by step towards the two individuals, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He harbored no intention of sparing their lives. How could he? Was this old man a monster? The two shadows vomited blood in panic, their faces a mask of terror as they desperately retreated. It was frightful. This elder was truly terrifying. For the first time, they felt the chilling proximity of death and were gripped by fear. One should show mercy when possible. Please cease your actions, esteemed sir. At that moment, a slow, resonant voice emerged, imbued with a tinge of melancholy and depth. Though the voice was soft, Jiang Xuan felt every hair on his body stand on end, and his expression turned gravely serious. Since acquiring his celestial bones, his perceptive abilities had matched those of martial artists one realm above him. Yet, he had sensed nothing of this person's presence until they spoke. This could only indicate one thing. The individual's cultivation far surpassed his own. They were a master. The realms of earth spirit, heaven spirit, and transcendence are collectively known as the three realms of masters. Upon reaching this level, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously converges around the individual, enveloping them in a protective aura of true qi. Even standing still, an ordinary martial artist would find it impossible to inflict any harm upon them. How astonishing it was that a master lurked hidden here. Jiang Xuan raised his gaze and beheld an elderly figure approaching from a distance. With hair as white as snow, a gray beard, and sunken cheeks, he donned a long gray robe typical of a scholar. In terms of attire, apart from his profound eyes, he bore little distinction from an ordinary old man, exuding an air of simplicity and authenticity. In fact, one might argue that Jiang Xuan appeared far more youthful and vibrant than this elder. However, the aura emanating from this man was extraordinary, for even while standing still, he instilled a sense of breathlessness in those who beheld him. Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Jiang Xuan's gaze was vigilant as he responded to the elder. Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two shadows exhibited expressions of surprise and struggled with excitement, seemingly attempting to rise and pay their respects. Master? Jiang Xuan's gaze narrowed as he realized that this man was indeed the master of the two shadowy experts. In that moment, he became certain that the elder before him was the rumored grandmaster. However, he remained curious about the elder's identity. The old man did not respond to Jiang Xuan's inquiry immediately. Instead, he sighed, casting a disappointed glance at his two disciples. He spoke, alas. I have long advised you to leave Jianghe as soon as possible. It is not that you did not heed my words, but rather that you have brought upon yourselves this unfortunate fate. The two shadows, visibly anxious, quickly bowed their heads, pleading, Master, we were wrong. We implore you to save our lives. The elder shook his head in resignation and turned his gaze back to Jiang Xuan. I am Emotai Su. I have just witnessed your noble act of protecting the people, and such formidable might truly humbles me. Although my two disciples have certainly strayed, their crimes do not merit death. I beseech you to show mercy and spare them. His tone was slow and profound, sounding both like a commendation and a negotiation. Yet, there was an undeniable authority in his words. After all, who could dare to slay a master's disciples before him? Emotai Su. Indeed, it was he. According to rumors, he served as a guest elder in the city lord's residence, yet he never adhered to the lord's commands, essentially serving as mere decoration. It was unexpected to learn that his disciples had such deep ties to Jianghe. Should this individual intervene, it would be impossible for Jiang Xuan to take action against them. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Xuan calmly replied, It is indeed commendable to have your disciples retreat from the brink of disaster. I kindly request that you take them back and discipline them properly. That is only natural. Emotai Su replied with a faint smile. Your compassion is admirable, and I hold you in high regard. Jiang Xuan slightly nodded, sheathed her long Qing sword, and turned to leave, only to be halted by Emotai Su's voice calling out, Wait a moment. Jiang Xuan paused his steps, turned around, and spoke in a calm voice. I have released the individuals. May I inquire what further business you have? A serene smile graced Emotai Su's lips as he replied, I have come not to rescue my two disciples, but rather to fulfill a promise made to an old acquaintance. A promise? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. He had an inkling that matters would not unfold so simply. Indeed, someone had beseeched the old man to avenge her father's murder. Emotai Su spoke candidly. Avenge the murder of her father? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's hair stood on end, a surge of fury igniting within him. Damn it, you are quite something, Zhang Yulian. Are you implying that today's confrontation is inevitable? Jiang Xuan turned to gaze at Emotai Su, his voice icy and resolute. There was no need for conjecture. This man was undoubtedly sent by Jiang Yulian to take his life. What a treacherous act of severing the bridge after crossing it. Emotai Su waved his hand, his aged voice resonating through the forest. Bound by obligation, loyal to my duty, I must, to repay a debt of gratitude, take your life. His words were few, yet they exuded undeniable confidence, as if Jiang Xuan had already become a mere corpse. Such was the unwavering conviction of a master. Jiang Xuan coldly smiled. You repay the kindness of others, yet how do you intend to repay my kindness? Your kindness? Mo Taisu responded with a faint smile, intrigued. Oh, what kindness have you bestowed upon me? Jiang Xuan gazed indifferently at the two shadows on the ground, his meaning unmistakable. He had spared Mo Taishu's disciple, and that was a gesture of goodwill. Ha ha ha! Mo Taishu laughed heartily, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes as he calmly remarked. Do you truly believe you can slay my disciple beneath my very nose? He chuckled with great amusement, realizing that he had merely been courteous to Jiang Xuan. Yet the latter seemed to think he was the one seeking favor. To take a life in the presence of a master, how effortlessly naive. Jiang Xuan remained silent. Yet a sudden glint of ferocity flashed in his gaze, and the air resonated with the sound of slicing wind. Whoosh! The Chuan Yin Su darted past Mo Taisu, landing squarely upon a massive tree behind the two shadows, instantly piercing a gaping hole through its trunk. Boom! The tree, thick enough for two people to embrace, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The two shadows were overtaken by sheer terror, as in that fleeting moment, they seemed to glimpse their own demise. The threat of death loomed ominously before them, as a concealed weapon of extraordinary caliber. The Chuan Yin Su moved with such velocity that even Mo Taisu was caught unawares, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, nearly impossible to trace. Mo Taisu's laughter abruptly ceased, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a solemn expression. The moment the Chuan Yin Su sliced past him, it managed to breach an inch of his protective true energy. Though it was but a mere inch, the shock it instilled within him was profound. A treasured artifact? Mo Taisu squinted, gazing intently at the Chuan Yin Su that Jiang Xuan had summoned back into his grasp. Jiang Xuan nodded slowly, neither denying nor affirming, and spoke. Had I wished it, my disciple would have already returned to the underworld. His words carried a profound confidence, for the two shadows had long sustained grave injuries. No matter the circumstance, they could not withstand the strike of the cloud-piercing shuttle. The moment Mo Taisu failed to react, their fate as mere corpses was sealed. Of course, Jiang Xuan did not truly intend to strike. He merely sought to demonstrate his capability to slay his adversary's disciple. Mo Taisu, keenly aware of this, fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Xuan. Your treasured weapon is indeed formidable, yet it cannot bring about my demise. Should you dare take the life of my disciple, you too shall inevitably meet a fatal end. Jiang Xuan's gaze was fearless, the cloud-piercing shuttle still firmly in hand. And he spoke coldly. Then I implore you to make your choice. Will you repay the kindness of others today, or the kindness owed to me? I am advanced in years and have but a few days left. At worst, we part ways. In that moment, the entire grove fell silent, save for the rustling of fallen leaves and the resolute echo of Jiang Xuan's words reverberating through the forest. The two shadows could not help but feel a sense of trepidation, coupled with a profound humiliation and frustration. Who could have anticipated that they would one day become lambs awaiting slaughter? With just a single word of dissent from Mo Taisu, they could meet their demise in an instant. They found such a predicament bewildering and utterly confounding. Most distressing was the realization that even their master, having entered the realm of the Grandmaster, had to succumb to threats from others to preserve their lives. The taste of such a reality was utterly intolerable. After a prolonged silence, Mo Taisu's expression softened, and he sighed. You possess remarkable skill, my good sir. It has been many years since I have felt such a threat. How nostalgic it is. I shall repay this favor, and you may take your leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan sheathed the cloud-piercing shuttle, shook his robes, and strode away with an air of nonchalance. Master, you cannot let him go. The two shadows cried out in despair. Be silent. Mo Taisu replied. His gaze narrowed as he watched Jiang Xuan depart. This man is far from ordinary. He is not to be trifled with lightly. His instincts warned him that Jiang Xuan had yet to reveal his true cards. Whether it was the initial thunderous explosion, the subsequent display of overwhelming sword techniques, or the final artifact he had brandished, Mo Taisu sensed there was more to come. Jiang Xuan's methods were numerous and increasingly terrifying, each more inscrutable than the last, instilling in him a sense of foreboding. Heaven knows what insidious tricks this old man had concealed behind his facade. If he were to act rashly, he feared the consequences would be dire. At the very least, the lives of his two disciples would be forfeit. His survival in the martial world for so many years and his ascension to the realm of the Grandmaster were attributed to his cautious and calculated approach. Engaging in a contest where success was uncertain was simply not worth the risk. After departing the woods and traveling 20 miles, Jiang Xuan felt the tension in his body dissipate, finally allowing himself to exhale in relief. The oppressive aura brought forth by the Grandmaster was overwhelming. Although he possessed the formidable defense of the indestructible Vajra, he was uncertain whether it could withstand multiple assaults from a Grandmaster. After all, this ability was not without its cooldown period. Given Jiang Xuan's current cultivation level, the indestructible Vajra could only be sustained for 5 breaths, followed by a cooldown of 15 minutes. Thus, it was most effective when deployed at pivotal moments. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing your entrusted task. Task accomplished. Reward granted. Heavenly Insight. Heavenly Insight. With this ability, your vision is significantly enhanced, allowing you to discern the myriad laws of the world and accurately exploit your enemy's weaknesses. Additionally, your mental prowess will far surpass that of ordinary individuals. And during direct eye contact, you can induce a fleeting hypnotic effect. As he pondered this, the system continued. You have successfully completed your entrusted task, yet you face jealousy from your peers. You must take action to reunite your fellow disciples within the bounds of protocol. Triggered task: unite the disciples. Task requirements: resolve conflicts. Foster harmony among peers. Task reward: a high-level martial art. Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, and the once murky pupils gleamed with a sudden flash of blue divine light, appearing as profound as a millennia-old ancient well, seemingly capable of piercing through the illusions of the world. With an unparalleled mastery of myriad laws and an extraordinary mental acuity, this brief state of hypnosis truly maximized his potential. This reward is indeed remarkable. Jiang Xuan continued to read, and upon reaching Unite the Sect, he could not help but twitch his lips. This task was evidently aimed at Zhu Hengfei. Could it be that the system could no longer tolerate him? That scoundrel Zhu Hengfei was perpetually scheming against him. His lingering presence was bound to become a calamity. It would be prudent to topple him sooner rather than later. However, prior to that, Jiang Xuan intended to undertake a matter of greater significance. You wicked woman, I swear I shall not be a man until you meet your end. Jiang Xuan took a deep breath, resolutely choosing not to return to the black market, but instead heading directly towards Jiang Yulian's residence, exuding an aura of lethal intent. That night, within the opulent hall of Jiang Yulian's estate, she sat poised, diligently reviewing various documents sent from the city lord's office, though her mind wandered restlessly. Today marked the day when Jiang Xuan would make his move, as well as her own. The most favorable outcome would be for Jiang Xuan to eliminate Jiang He, and for Mo Taishu to subsequently vanquish Jiang Xuan, allowing her to reap the benefits as an opportunist. Her motive for wanting to eliminate Jiang Xuan was, in essence, quite simple. 2 words: inner peace. Jiang Xuan's immortality left her in a state of unrest. However, in her estimation, Jiang Xuan was surely doomed. If the assassination failed, Jiang He would eliminate him. If it succeeded, Mo Taishu would do the same. In any scenario, death was inevitable. Dear sir, I sincerely hope for your success. Jiang Yulian sighed softly, speaking to herself. Once Jiang He was dead, she could boldly seize control of the Lord's manor and, in turn, dominate the entire Yuzhou city. Should fortune favor her, perhaps she might even have a chance to contend for supremacy in the realm. As her thoughts swirled, the great hall doors slammed shut with a resounding bang, causing the surrounding candles to flicker ominously, startling her. The sudden turn of events tightened Jiang Yulian's chest, and a flash of panic crossed her eyes, accompanied by a foreboding sensation rising within her. Her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. Rising from her seat, she searched the room, eventually fixing her gaze upon an elderly figure seated upon the guest chair. Clad in coarse linen garments, his eyes glimmered with a ghostly blue light, reminiscent of a specter in the darkness. Upon recognizing his visage, Jiang Yulian's complexion paled. As though she had encountered a ghost, she stumbled back a couple of steps. One delicate hand pressed against her lips, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you a man or a ghost? In her mind, she believed that with the Master's intervention, there was no chance for Jiang Xuan to survive. How could he possibly stand there unharmed? Could it be that he was a specter risen from the depths of hell? Was revenge now at hand? Jiang Xuan gazed at Jiang Yulian, the glimmer in his eyes gradually fading, as he chuckled softly. Madam, I trust you have been well. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yulian's pupils constricted, and her expression was nothing short of captivating. While she might have initially mistaken him due to the dim candlelight, this deep, resonant voice could belong to no one else but Jiang Xuan. In the realm she inhabited, few instilled fear in her, and only 2 did. Jiang He and Jiang Xuan. She could neither misremember nor mishear. Her countenance fluctuated between shadows and light, her thoughts racing through her mind, before she managed to smile and inquire, "Elder, did you succeed?" "I have fulfilled my duty." Jiang Xuan spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any emotion, with a chilling coldness. Jiang Yulian's pupils trembled. Her heart overwhelmed with shock beyond words, her usually astute mind momentarily faltering. How could this be? He had slain Jiang He, yet managed to escape from Mo Tai Su's grasp. Or was it that Mo Tai Su had never made a move at all? Contemplating this, Jiang Yulian forced a smile and said, "That is indeed a cause for celebration. You truly deserve your reputation as a killer of Xuanwu Hall, sir. I am in admiration. Rest assured, I shall present the reward with both hands." Jiang Xuan cast a detached glance, settling upon Jiang Yulian's countenance, and coolly remarked, "There is no need. I wish to alter the terms of our reward." "Oh, what is it that the esteemed elder desires?" "I seek the head of your lady upon my mantle." At this juncture, Jiang Yulian was already in a state of panic, her chest rising and falling as she endeavored to maintain her composure, responding with a forced chuckle, "Hee. Esteemed elder, you are truly amusing." With a frigid smile playing upon his lips and murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, Jiang Xuan remarked with chilling composure, "Madam, Mo Taishu has made his move." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yulian was as though struck by a bolt from the blue. Her phoenix-like eyes widened in shock as she trembled. "You? How are you still alive?" "Heh." Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and remarked with a hint of mockery, "What can a mere master do to me?" Jiang Yulian fell silent. The fact that Jiang Xuan remained unscathed after the master had made his move could only imply one thing: the opponent's abilities were beyond the reach of even a master, indicating a being of terrifying prowess far exceeding her imagination. "Come here." Suddenly, Jiang Yulian shouted loudly, but all that answered her was the rumbling of the wind. Nothing else could be heard. Ningxuan, the warriors, and the soldiers seemed to have vanished entirely. Jiang Xuan wore a smile, his fingers gently tapping on the table as he quietly observed Jiang Yulian's performance, creating a rhythmic dong-dong-dong sound. "My lady, there is no need to call out. Apart from you and me, no one else shall appear here." Long before entering the grand hall, Jiang Xuan had dealt with those lurking in the shadows one by one. Within this mansion, the highest cultivation level belonged to Ningxuan, who had merely reached the 9th layer of qi condensation. However, Jiang Xuan was no longer the same man he had been 2 months prior. Moreover, in the darkness of night, his Tianxin Lingmu was akin to a cheat, allowing him to see through the veils of obscurity, accurately locating each individual and subsequently hypnotizing, incapacitating, and eliminating them without a trace. After calling out a couple of times, Jiang Yulian ceased her actions. With her astute intellect, she could hardly fail to deduce that all her subordinates within this mansion were dead. "Hee. I did not anticipate that the old gentleman possessed such extraordinary abilities. I have indeed underestimated you." Jiang Yulian smiled with poise, seemingly at ease with the impending outcome. "I had long expressed my desire to befriend you, my lady, hoping to avoid any unpleasantness, yet you insisted on pursuing your own path." As Jiang Xuan's words echoed in her mind, the conversation from that night resurfaced, prompting a soft sigh from Jiang Yulian. "Old gentleman, you have yet to savor the taste of power. You cannot fathom its intoxicating allure. If you do not perish, my heart shall remain restless." Jiang Xuan fell into silence. He was acutely aware that the allure of power could compel an individual to risk everything, leading one to commit unspeakable acts. In a certain sense, were he to occupy Jiang Yulian's position, he too might choose to eliminate such an uncontrollable individual. However, at this juncture, further discourse would be futile. It was time for the old man to send the lady on her way. "Wait." Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's intent to take her life, Jiang Yulian bit her lip gently, presenting a pitiable demeanor. "I have been forthright with you, esteemed sir, and it is precisely due to a change of heart that I stand before you now. Should you be willing, I would gladly serve by your side, allowing you to savor the taste of power. What say you?" Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Jiang Yulian would resort to such tactics. He heard her gently coaxing, "With your esteemed abilities, it is truly beneath you to be entangled in the trivialities of the black market. With my assistance, you could effortlessly seize control of Yuzhou City, and perhaps even gaze upon the vast and resplendent landscapes of Deqian." With a captivating smile that could rival the beauty of 100 flowers, she added, "I find myself genuinely wishing to become one of your esteemed concubines." As she spoke, Jiang Yulian drew closer to Jiang Xuan, exhaling a sweet fragrance. her robe slipping from her shoulder to reveal her porcelain skin, enchanting and alluring. It must be said that Jiang Xuan was an exceptionally charismatic woman, possessing an unparalleled grace. While she may not be described as breathtakingly beautiful, she certainly ignited a man's desire for conquest to its fullest. Power, women. In the thrill of dominance, each was a potent poison, steadily corroding Jiang Xuan's resolve. Jiang Xuan's eyes gleamed with triumph. She could not fathom that any man in the world could withstand such temptation, least of all an older gentleman. However, in the next moment, she caught sight of a glint of cold steel. Before she could react with fear, a severed head flew forth, blood sprang, and with a thud, it landed on the ground, her eyes filled with profound disbelief. Until her last breath, she could not comprehend why Jiang Xuan had executed her so ruthlessly. Did he not covet power at all? Did he not desire her beauty in the slightest? Jiang Xuan cast a cursory glance at the lifeless body on the ground. A faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, how can a fierce tiger slumber soundly beside my bed? Sharing a pillow with a woman like her would surely deprive me of a peaceful night's rest. As night deepened and the rain grew heavier, Jiang Xuan lay dead. Yet, this was not the conclusion, for a pivotal figure remained hidden within this mansion, the city lord, Jiang Xuan. Though an official of the court, he was as corrupt as Jiang He, exploiting power for personal gain and one of the chief architects of the famine from years past. According to Jiang Xuan, Jiang Xuan was merely a puppet. However, Jiang Xuan's principles have always emphasized actions over intentions. He who acts must face the consequences. Thus, he too must meet his demise. Jiang Xuan activated his celestial perception, swiftly discerning an unusual presence within the mansion, the loft where Jiang Xuan had imprisoned the city lord. Jiang Xuan. At that moment, Jiang Xuan lay on the bed, his expression one of utter desolation, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. His form was emaciated, resembling little more than skin draped over bone, his eyes dark and hollow like abyssal pits, and his lips parched and cracked, a clear testament to inhuman torment. It was unimaginable that the esteemed lord of Yuzhou, once celebrated for his wisdom, would find himself in such a dire predicament, trapped in a fate where life was a burden and death an elusive escape. Perhaps this was the inevitable retribution he had long evaded. Jiang Xu's heart felt as though it had turned to ash, and he began to reflect upon his past transgressions. A poignant realization dawning upon him, one often does not reconsider their choices until faced with the brink of despair. It is said that in the face of impending death, one speaks with sincerity. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door. The barely conscious Jiang Xu's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld a figure entering the room. It was an elderly man, his hair white yet youthful in countenance, clad in a gray robe, with deep azure eyes that shone with an ethereal quality. He approached with measured steps, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Is Jiang Xuan dead? Jiang Xu's voice was frail, yet it trembled with an indescribable shock. He understood that unless Jiang Xuan had met her demise, no one else could possibly stand before him in that moment, save for the handsome plaything she had personally captured. She is dead. Jiang Xuan spoke calmly, do not misunderstand. I am not here to kill her because of you, nor do I intend to save you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. But soon a relieved smile appeared on his face. Old sir, you have come to kill me, haven't you? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow and inquired, what? Are you not afraid? Jiang Xuan let out a sorrowful chuckle. Living as I do today, death would indeed be a release. I am grateful to the old master for this. I owe you a debt of gratitude, though it shall only be repaid in the next life. Noticing Jiang Xu's resignation to death, Jiang Xuan sighed softly. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Before you depart this world, may I dare ask a favor? Jiang Xu's voice was hoarse and weary. What matter is it? The former city lord, Tian Feng, had a young son named Tian Rong, now an attendant in the city lord's mansion, who had taken the name Su Shiqiu. In truth, I have always known he was Tian Feng's son. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's gaze remained calm as he inquired, do you wish me to kill him? The question was devoid of emotion, yet anger stirred within Jiang Xuan. However, should Jiang Xuan dare to nod in agreement, he would not hesitate to end the man's life, denying him any further opportunity to speak. Engaging in conversation with such a person would only taint his ears. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan coughed heavily and shook his head. No, I have a decree hidden beneath my bed. After my death, I wish for the city lord's position to be returned to the Tian family, and I ask that you, esteemed sir, convey this on my behalf. In the great Qian dynasty, each city is governed by a lord, and the position can only be passed on through a decree from the court or chosen by the previous lord. Years ago, Jiang Xuan had coerced the former city lord Tian Feng into bequeathing the title to him, subsequently ruthlessly eliminating the entire Tian family, leaving only the young Tian Rong to escape. Years later, Tian Rong, under the alias Su Shirqiu, entered the city lord's mansion. And Yang Su was well aware of his identity, yet chose not to eliminate him. On the contrary, he had promoted him to the second-in-command position of attendant. This secret remained unknown even to Jiang He and Jiang Yuan. None could fathom Yang Su's true intentions behind such actions. With his death, his real purpose would forever remain a mystery, and therein lay his acceptance. Such a significant matter, do you trust me with it? Jiang Xuan asked, his expression complex. Though his murderous intent had somewhat dissipated, Yang Su, having no other choice, resolved to place his trust in the old master. Confident in his own judgment that Jiang Xuan was a man of honor and integrity. I believe so, he replied with composure. Jiang Xuan offered no verbal response, merely nodding lightly. The sudden demise of 3 key figures in Yuzhou City within a single day would undoubtedly lead to chaos. If someone were to rise and assume control during such turmoil, it would be a boon for the citizens of Yuzhou. In both sentiment and reason, he could not refuse. Yang Su smiled reassuringly. Thank you, esteemed elder. With this, I find solace. Jiang Xuan reflected, among all the individuals I have encountered, the city lord truly stands out as an enigmatic figure, difficult to fathom. To label him as a villain would be unfair, for he retains a semblance of humanity. Yet to deem him a good person is utterly absurd. Perhaps he is best described as a pitiable soul. My lord, it is getting late. We should embark. Yang Su chuckled and shook his head. There is no need to trouble the esteemed elder. By dawn, I shall meet a painful demise. Jiang Xuan, with a perplexed expression, stepped closer and grasped Yang Su's hand, his countenance shifting slightly. Poppy pill? It was astonishing that this individual had been consuming the poppy pill for an extended period to prolong his life. No wonder he had become such a ghastly figure. The poppy pill, hardly deserving the title of an elixir, is a toxic concoction that can sustain a breath during times of extreme weakness, albeit at a tremendous cost to the body. Given Yang Su's current condition, it was evident that should he cease taking the poppy pill even for a day, his demise would be inevitable. Jiang Yuan was indeed ruthless. That night, Jiang Xuan visited the lord's mansion with Yang Su's decree, nonchalantly casting the edict into Tian Rong's chamber before departing gracefully. Task completed, he withdrew without a trace, wishing not to entangle himself in the upcoming fierce power struggle within the lord's mansion. As an assassin of the black market, his sole desire was wealth. Indeed, he had taken the treasures and spiritual stones from Jiang Yuan's estate as his remuneration. To outsiders, it appeared as though Jiang Yuan had merely succumbed to the hands of avaricious thieves rather than perishing amidst a struggle for power, with the outcome being painfully clear. This also served to exonerate the newly appointed lord from any suspicion of murder. What is it? At that moment, Tian Rong, deep in contemplation within his chamber, heard a disturbance outside the window and hurried out to investigate, yet found nothing amiss. Upon returning, he was suddenly taken aback to discover a decree lying on his desk. His face paling in shock, Tian Rong swiftly approached, lifting the decree, and his expression transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions: surprise, satisfaction, confusion, and anger, a veritable medley of sentiments. He had schemed for a lifetime, vowing to reclaim all that belonged to the Tian family from Yang Su and the Jiang clan, yet had never found an opportunity to do so. Now, his desire had inexplicably come to fruition. In a single day, Jiang He had perished. Jiang Yuan had met her end, and Yang Su was also dead. The lordship had returned to the Tian family? Tian Rong's eyes glimmered with bewilderment, followed by a flash of astonishment. Could it be that the old immortal had indeed descended? Days later, a sensational piece of news swept through the streets and alleys of Yuzhou City, proclaiming the demise of Jiang He, the head of the Jiang family, his daughter Jiang Yuan, and son-in-law Yang Su, all suspected to have fallen victim to the wrath of the old immortal. Simultaneously, the lord's mansion's overseer, Su Shirqiu, produced Yang Su's decree and reclaimed the lordship, audaciously declaring himself to be the son of the late Lord Tian Feng. Thus, the lordship returned once more to the Tian family. Tian Rong's ascension averted unnecessary turmoil in Yuzhou City. He held the position justly and enjoyed high esteem, sufficient to govern the city. Overnight, Yuzhou City underwent a complete transformation. The Jiang family's stronghold crumbled entirely, with thousands of Jiang remnants captured and the powerful swiftly replaced. As word spread, fireworks erupted in every household, drums and gongs resonated, making the occasion more festive than the New Year. It was evident that the fall of the Jiang family was, in fact, a blessing for the common folk. According to insiders, The newly appointed Lord Tianrong's first act upon taking office was to visit Hanxiang Temple to pay his respects. And he even commissioned artists and craftsmen to recreate Jiang Xuan's likeness, casting a bronze statue, which he worshipped with great reverence. Clearly, he believed that divine intervention had occurred. Those who do good shall reap good rewards, while those who commit evil shall suffer just retribution. Heaven's principles are clear, and justice is inescapable. At that moment, Tianrong knelt with sincerity before Jiang Xuan's statue, silently reciting the small words inscribed on the decree from that day. He understood that this was undoubtedly a warning left for him by the old immortal. After completing his worship, Tianrong looked to the officials beside him and declared, the crimes of the Jiang family were committed solely by Jiang He, Jiang Yulian, and Yang Su. Since the principal offenders have faced divine punishment, it is unjust to implicate others. Let them all be released. But the official was left dumbfounded, attempting to dissuade him with great urgency. My lord, you must not. If you leave even a root, it may spring anew, and they could become your formidable adversaries. Tianrong remained unperturbed. When shall the cycle of vengeance cease? Today, I release them, for it is in accordance with the old immortal's directive. Should they wish to oppose me in the future, let it be a matter of skill. I harbor no fear. Upon hearing this, the surrounding officials were left bewildered, unable to comprehend this unexpected outcome. This lord was indeed unlike any other. Furthermore, from today onwards, a 3-day amnesty was declared in the city, with taxes for the common folk reduced by 30%, and those over 50 exempted from labor. The officials rejoiced. The Lord is wise. Yuzhou City was alive with fervor, while the orchestrator, Jiang Xuan, appeared oblivious, returning leisurely to the black market under the cover of night. After 2 months away, he found himself quite nostalgic for his grand estate. As the saying goes, it is easy to fall into luxury, yet difficult to return to frugality. My lord, you have returned. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan, Shuang'er could not contain her joy and rushed to assist him with his attire, only to be halted. No need for that yet. First, please visit my other residence and summon Milan, Zhu, and Chrysanthemum to celebrate. At his words, a blush swiftly crept across Shuang'er's cheeks, leaving her quite bashful. This was a task she had never undertaken. However, knowing it pleased Jiang Xuan, she acquiesced, shyly responding, of course, my lord. The first order of business upon returning home for Jiang Xuan was to indulge himself. A night of revelry ensued, with the sounds of laughter and merriment filling the Jiang household until dawn, a scene of delightful chaos. The following day dawned. Jiang Xuan stretched lazily, emerging from the vibrant floral thicket, his entire being radiating vitality. It must be said that after entering the return to origin realm, his physique had become considerably stronger, particularly his energy and vigor, which were utterly incomparable to before. Even without food or drink, and after a sleepless night, he remained spirited and lively. You all rest well. I shall first meet with Master Zhu. I shall forego breakfast, he instructed before donning a fresh set of garments, opening the door, and heading towards the Zhu residence at Xuanwu Hall. Within the Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei gazed at the impeccably unharmed Jiang Xuan before him, his astonished eyelids twitching uncontrollably. With a forced smile, he exclaimed, Ah, brother Jiang, is it you who has stirred up such a commotion in the city? Indeed. Are you the one who killed Jiang He, injured Shadow, and threatened Imo Taishu? Yes. Are you the notorious bandit who invaded Jiang Yulian's estate, committing murder and theft? Yes. What a bold declaration. Zhu Hongfei's expression became exaggerated as he rose to grasp Jiang Xuan's hand, filled with emotion. Brother Jiang, please, tell me truthfully. Is there anything else you are concealing from me? My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing rivers, relentless and overwhelming. You are truly remarkable. The assassins of Xuanwu Hall pale in comparison to you, akin to nothing more than repugnant refuse. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai, standing nearby, turned pale with disgust, muttering, Is there truly such repulsiveness? However, despite the distaste, the reality remained undeniable. Jiang Xuan had, as an assassin, effortlessly eliminated several key figures in Yuzhou City and had managed to escape unscathed from the hands of a master. Furthermore, he not only vanquished his foes but had also eliminated his employer, returning with a trove of riches, a feat utterly astonishing. You flatter me, Master Zhu. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, as if having performed an utterly insignificant deed. However, what a pity, Zhu Hongfei remarked with a tinge of regret, Brother Jiang, by slaying your employer. You violated one of our profession's cardinal taboos. I fear you can no longer continue as an assassin. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying it is of no consequence. I am a kind-hearted man and truly not suited for the life of an assassin. It is a pity that I can no longer serve the leader." Zhu Hongfei's lips twitched, inwardly cursing. How dare this old man utter the words kind-hearted? If this is kindness, then all the assassins in his hall must surely be paragons of virtue. Ha ha, brother Jiang, as for the reward, I shall have someone deliver it to your residence. The items you took from Jiang Yulian's estate are yours to keep, as a token of gratitude for your personal involvement, Zhu Hongfei said with a forced smile. After all, given the gravity of the situation, he dared not take even a single item. Who knows what endless troubles might follow? If it were possible, he would wish to expel Jiang Xuan from the Xuanwu Hall, urging him to leave as far as he could. Thank you, leader. Jiang Xuan replied with a polite smile before departing from the main hall. Truly terrifying, it was indeed terrifying. Zhu Hongfei gazed at Jiang Xuan's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Xuan's recent display of power genuinely frightened him, instilling a deeper sense of apprehension within. Lu Bai turned to Zhu Hongfei and cautiously remarked, Master Zhu, this old man Jiang is becoming increasingly formidable. His stature in our black market now rivals your own, and I fear that one day he may very well rise above you. He is acutely aware of the financial discrepancies within our Xuanwu Hall. Zhu Hongfei fell silent. While Lu Bai's words carried an undertone of provocation, they were not without merit. Among the four halls, Xuanwu Hall bore the greatest financial deficit, and should an investigation commence, he would find himself unable to bear the burden. Jiang Xuan, the overseer of the black market business, cannot possibly be unaware of the debts associated with the Xuanwu Hall. He is merely feigning ignorance. However, if one day Jiang Xuan ascends to a higher position, one cannot guarantee that he will not retaliate. Moreover, with Jiang Xuan's considerable skills in business, assassination, and alchemy, it seems implausible that he would remain subordinate to anyone for a lifetime, merely working to enrich them. It is only a matter of time before he surpasses others. Zhu Hongfei, twirling 2 emerald beads in his hands, quickly contemplated and said, Old Lu, go to the Huangga Tower immediately and inform those 2 from the Yuxiao sect that I wish to invite them to listen to music tonight. That night, at the Zhuke Tower, which is the brothel owned by the Zhuke Hall, resplendent and sophisticated, the young women inside are all stunning beauties, capable of enchanting song and dance. Naturally, such an upscale establishment demands a hefty price, frequented only by the affluent elite, and not by ordinary scholars. At this moment, in a private room of the Zhuke Tower, the melodious laughter of women occasionally echoed. Zhu Hongfei sat in the room with 2 men clad in Yunxiao sect robes, each embracing a beautiful woman, their hands roaming freely, their faces reflecting sheer enjoyment. In the Yunxiao sect, such indulgence would be a rarity. If Jiang Xuan were present, he would easily recognize one of them as Qi Hong, a disciple who had visited the Li residence, while the other was his uncle, Kongzhua. Brother Zhu, have you come to a conclusion today? Kongzhua stroked his octagonal beard with one hand while resting the other on his ample chest, addressing Zhu Hongfei. Hee. Our black market is a place of business. As long as the price is right, there is nothing that cannot be discussed, Zhu Hongfei replied with a sly grin. Then, shall we add 20% to what was previously offered? Kongzhua suggested with a smile. 20%? Zhu Hongfei was taken aback, astonished at the Yuxiao sect's generosity in immediately offering such an increase. After all, their previous terms were already equivalent to a year's profit for the Xuanwu Hall. It was simply a windfall. However, as a seasoned negotiator, Zhu Hongfei would not agree outright, continuing instead, Brother Kong, may I ask what grievance Jiang Lao has caused your esteemed sect to warrant such a hefty price? Kongzhua smiled mysteriously and replied, Oh, it's nothing. This fellow has killed 2 of our Yuxiao sect disciples, bringing shame to our sect, and we must eliminate him. Qi Hong, sitting nearby, cast a fleeting glance but refrained from speaking. After returning to the sect last time, he had meticulously examined the sect's records and discovered that Lu Dian had betrayed the sect for the sake of a supreme treasure. Such a treasure would be an extraordinary rarity even within the Yuxiao sect. Not even all the elders might possess one. Moreover, he had heard that Luo Li had gifted Jiang Xuan the protective jade of the previous generation's sect saint, Luo Xiaolan, leaving him utterly astonished. A 70-year-old man at the Qi condensation realm possessed 2 such treasures. Upon learning this, he swiftly returned to Yuzhou City, only to find that Jiang Xuan had transformed from the old coachman of year into the vice hall master of one of the 4 major halls of the black market. Basking in glory, with his newly acquired strength at the initial stage of the return to origin realm. Attempting to eliminate Jiang Xuan in the black market would be akin to a fool's errand. Left with no choice, he called upon his like-minded uncle, Kongzhua, to discuss how they could jointly acquire one of Jiang Xuan's treasures. Artifacts like the Chuan Yun Sua and the Long Feng Yun would certainly entice even those martial artists who had truly entered the realm of masters. And Kong Zhuo would undoubtedly not refuse. With his strength at the pinnacle of the return to origin realm, he stood on the threshold of becoming a master, proving to be a formidable ally. Yet, he underestimated the black market. The Yuzhou City black market is teeming with experts. And even the 4 hall masters would not be their match, not to mention the vice hall master and the enigmatic hall master lurking behind. Furthermore, this was merely a branch of the black market. If things escalated, facing the relentless pursuit of the black market's adept fighters would likely mean that even the Yuxiao sect could not protect them. The 2 disciples deliberated repeatedly and resolved to infiltrate the black market from within, aiming to eliminate Jiang Xuan. This avaricious hall master Zhu was the perfect target. Killing 2 of your sect's disciples? Zhu Hongfei frowned slightly, aware of this matter but still finding it suspicious, given Jiang Xuan's current standing in the black market. He found it hard to believe that the Yuxiao sect would pursue him relentlessly over the deaths of 2 low-ranking disciples. Life is often regarded as insignificant. Profit comes first. This principle holds true even among the reputable sections. The notion of chivalry in the martial world? Merely a facade. Nevertheless, recognizing the underlying intent. Zhu Hongfei smiled and said, "Gentlemen, although Jiang Laodu is despicable, he is still the vice hall master of the 4 halls. I am somewhat reluctant to act against my own kin." Upon hearing this, Kong Zhuo's expression darkened immediately as he remarked, "Hall Master Zhu, greed knows no bounds. I hope you will reconsider." "Ah, let us not dwell on that." Zhu Hongfei maintained his smile. "Business is business. Harmony leads to prosperity. Today, I primarily wish to forge a friendship with both of you. Please, enjoy yourselves first. 1%. An additional 1%. Kong Zhuo's face grew grim as he continued. Zhu Hongfei's smile remained unchanged, feigning ignorance. Kong Zhuo grew anxious, insisting that 2% more was the maximum he could offer. 3%, Hall Master Zhu. Leave room for future encounters. Zhu Hongfei could no longer contain himself, chuckling, "Let me propose a figure. 5%. If you can add another 5%, I shall gladly risk my life for you and take Jiang Laoda's head. Furthermore, all of Jiang Laoda's possessions will belong entirely to the black market. You shall claim none of it." As soon as the words left his lips, Kong Zhuo appeared as if he had been throttled, erupting in fury. "What did you say? 5%? I have already offered you a reward that constitutes the majority of our life savings. You wish for an additional 5%? You might as well rob me." Kong Zhuo roared in disbelief, truly taken aback by Zhu Hongfei's audacity, as if he were stripping him bare, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, even if he wished to comply, he could not produce the additional 5%. 3% was already the limit. At that moment, Qi Hong cleared his throat heavily and lightly nudged Kong Zhuo, which helped to quell his anger. "Impossible. An extra 5% would cost me my life." Zhu Hongfei remained unfazed, still smiling. "Brother Kong, temper your anger. Business is business, and harmony breeds wealth. We can collaborate again in the future." "You." Witnessing Zhu Hongfei's insistent demeanor, Kong Zhuo trembled with rage, pushing away the beautiful woman he had been caressing, unable to continue. At this juncture, Qi Hong spoke gravely. "Hall Master Zhu, we can agree to an additional 5%. However, the treasures belonging to Jiang Laodu shall be ours, and we shall not take a single cent from his other assets. What do you say, disciple, you?" Kong Zhuo gazed at Qi Hong in astonishment, only to be halted by the latter, who fixed his gaze upon Zhu Hongfei, demanding, "Hall Master Zhu, what is your decision? Should you decline? I will immediately leave with my uncle and not disturb your tranquility." Zhu Hongfei furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Treasures? What treasures do you covet from Jiang Laodu? Is it that sword?" In his recollection, Jiang Xuan possessed only the Azure Cloud Sword as a decent artifact. The rest were mere scraps of metal, hardly worth a pittance. Could it be that old man Jiang had other treasures? It must be that sword. Kong Zhuo immediately interjected, his voice eager. "Our clouds or sect specializes in swordsmanship. A fine blade is precisely what we need." "So that's it." Zhu Hongfei nodded slowly, though something still felt amiss. Was a single artifact truly worth such exorbitant terms? Yet, he could push no further. These 2 seemed utterly drained of resources. After a brief hesitation, Zhu Hongfei flashed a smile. "Gentlemen, we have a deal." Inside the Vermilion Sparrow Pavilion, Kong Zhuo and Qi Hong wore grim expressions as they glared at Zhu Hongfei's smug grin, their fingers itching to draw their swords. The thought of the staggering price they had paid soured their pleasures. The women in their arms no longer felt soft. The grapes in their mouths no longer sweet. A suffocating frustration weighed on their chests. "Fear not, my friends," Zhu Hongfei chuckled, casting them a sidelong glance. I have devised a flawless plan to ensure old man Jiang meets a wretched end. Oh, what brilliant scheme does Hall Masters you propose? Kang Zhuo forced himself to ask, barely containing his temper. Zhu Hongfei smirked mysteriously. Every man has a past, and every past holds a weakness. Once exposed, crushing him will be as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. Kang Zhuo and Qi Hong exchanged glances before murmuring in unison, the Li family? Precisely. Once the Li family faces calamity, do you truly believe old man Jiang will remain indifferent? Zhu Hongfei's eyes gleamed with cunning. The moment he dares intervene, I shall ensure he is driven from the black market in disgrace. And without the black market as protection, he'll be nothing but a stray dog, hardly worth fearing. Brilliant. Kang Zhuo's eyes lit up. But how does Hall Masters you intend to strike at the Li family? Zhu Hongfei scoffed. A mere merchant household? The black market has countless ways to ruin them. However, with old man Jiang watching, we must act discreetly. Pausing, he turned to Qi Hong. I hear you have ties to the Li estate? Qi Hong's eyelid twitched. The black market's reach was indeed formidable, even this was known. Not close ties. Merely a junior disciple from their family. Perfect. The success of this plan hinges on you, my friend. Zhu Hongfei's grin widened, oozing treachery. Soon, the chamber echoed once more with the tinkling laughter of women. The trio conspired and laughed as the victory was assured. Jiang Xuan's doom sealed. Masterstroke. A true masterstroke. Kang Zhuo roared with laughter. Who knew Hall Masters you was so resourceful? Truly, we pale in comparison. You flatter me, Zhu Hongfei demurred. As the room brimmed with mirth and revelry, the following day, the Li estate received an unexpected guest, Qi Hong, senior disciple and sworn brother of the third son, Li Huai. He bore shocking tidings. Li Huai had not been slain by a traitor, but by their own aged coachman, Jiang Xuan. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Li and Li Yingling remained stoic, but Madame Su Qin collapsed as if struck by lightning. Uncle Huai died unjustly. As his sworn brother, I must avenge him. Qi Hong wept, his face a mask of righteous fury, as though mourning his own flesh and blood. Yet when he had first seen Li Huai's corpse, his demeanor had been markedly different. Patriarch Li sighed, weariness etched into his features. Ah, what wretched karma. Let the past remain buried. In truth, he had suspected Jiang Xuan from the moment Li Huai died. But he knew his son had likely brought this upon himself by scheming against the old man. After encountering Jiang Xuan disguised as the immortal sage, his conviction had only solidified. Li Yingling bit her lip, her head bowed. In her heart, her brother Li Huai had never measured up to Jiang Xuan. He had been rotten to the core from the very beginning. Grandfather Jiang must have killed him. He truly deserved to die. In the hall, only Madame Su Qin shared the same indignation, gritting her teeth in hatred, weeping inconsolably. Master, this cannot be overlooked. My adopted son died such a tragic death. However, old Master Li remained silent, merely offering a brief reception to Qi Hong before returning to his room. Li Yingling cast a glance at Qi Hong and also departed. For some reason, she felt an overwhelming aversion towards him, akin to encountering a hypocrite. In the blink of an eye, only Madame Su Qin and Qi Hong remained in the grand hall. Remembering that Jiang Xuan held her secret, Su Qin felt both fear and loathing towards him. She immediately grasped Qi Hong's hand, panic written across her face. Virtuous nephew, you must help avenge my son. Qi Hong gazed lecherously at the undulating bosom of Su Qin, taking her delicate hand in his. Do not worry, Aunt, I have already devised a plan. Really? What plan? Su Qin's face brightened as she hurriedly inquired. I have a friend in the black market who has promised to deal with old Jiang. However what? Su Qin pressed anxiously. However, he has quoted a price of 30,000 taels of gold. Old Jiang is now the deputy hall master of their black market and cannot be easily killed. 30,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, Madame Su Qin's vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint again. Although the Li family was wealthy, they were not that affluent. Who could casually produce 30,000 taels of gold? Aunt, do not panic. I have a foolproof strategy, Qi Hong said with an air of mystery. Oh dear nephew, please tell me quickly. Do not put Aunt in difficulty. Su Qin was almost beside herself with anxiety. With a faint smile, Qi Hong began, in my youth, I learned a few gambling techniques from a Taoist. While I cannot claim to be a master, winning 30,000 taels of gold in the black market should not pose a problem. Gambling techniques? Madame Su Qin, being a gambling enthusiast herself, immediately perked up at the mention of it. Can you cheat? Indeed, it is gambling skills. Yes, gambling skills. What are we waiting for? Let us go at once. Madame Su Qin was suddenly filled with excitement. However, Aunt, I came down the mountain in a hurry and do not have enough chips on me. I fear it may not suffice. Fear not, dear nephew, we shall use my funds. I will accompany you to gamble, Suchin declared, taking charge and pulling Chi Hong towards the door, seemingly forgetting her son's death and her elation. The two of them took a carriage all the way to the Qinglong Hall gambling house. The Qinglong Hall was the largest gambling house in Yuzhou, where gamblers wagered vast sums of money, showcasing their extravagance. Of course, the majority were mere pawns, thanks to Zhu Hongfei's influence. Arranging a few underlings from Qinglong Hall to assist Chi Hong was a trivial matter. Virtuous nephew, which one shall we bet on? In the gambling house, Suchin stood at the table with a sack of silver, looking at Chi Hong for guidance. This time, she had brought only a little over 100 taels. This indicated that she still did not fully trust Chi Hong. Chi Hong glanced at the Qinglong Hall disciples above and immediately understood. Bet big. Good. Suchin's face lit up with joy as she placed all her silver on big. 4, 5, 6 big. The next moment, the dealer shouted the results. Oh, it truly is big. Remarkable. Suchin exclaimed in delight, hurriedly collecting her winnings, her eyes gleaming with excitement. In the black market, the Qinglong Hall gambling house was indeed the largest, where gamblers wagered recklessly, appearing very extravagant. However, most of these individuals were simply pawns, specifically luring wealthy heirs to gamble excessively. Initially, they would allow them to win small amounts, and as the stakes increased, they would eventually lead the unsuspecting players to financial ruin in just a few rounds, commonly referred to as killing the pig. In reality, within this gambling house, the dealer could manipulate the outcomes at will, ensuring that one would win or lose as desired. At this moment, Chi Hong was merely acting as the pawn, leading Suchin deeper into the mire of gambling, making it impossible for her to extricate herself. Ah, another win. Virtuous nephew, you are truly remarkable. Suchin beamed with joy, reveling in her winnings, almost convinced that Chi Hong was a gambling deity. In less than an hour, she had managed to win nearly 2,000 taels of silver. The thrill of such easy money was 100 times more exhilarating than their family business. At this rate, winning 30,000 taels of gold seemed entirely feasible. Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Aunt, this venue is too small. Shall I take you to a larger one? Chi Hong suggested, beaming as he accompanied Suchin in her gambling pursuits, subtly guiding her. His sole aim was to entice Suchin into wagering the Li family fortune, ultimately leading to a devastating loss. That sounds splendid. Suchin readily agreed, her enthusiasm for gambling overwhelming any reservations she had. The two departed the gambling table and ascended to the second floor, where the stakes were even higher, and bets of several thousand taels were commonplace. Igniting the fervor of those present, Suchin, brimming with excitement, followed Chi Hong's advice and wagered the 2,000 taels she had won, placing it all on the line. As fate would have it, she won once more. Another hour passed, and she had amassed nearly 50,000 taels of silver in this venue, nearly equivalent to the Li family's annual income. With a broad smile, her lips stretched nearly from ear to ear, nearly unable to contain her joy. And there's an even larger venue on the third floor. There, one can truly bet lavishly. Chi Hong coaxed, his tone persuasive. By now, Suchin had nearly surrendered herself entirely to Chi Hong, viewing him as a bringer of fortune, and she would hardly refuse his suggestion. Without hesitation, Suchin took her 50,000 taels in banknotes and ascended to the third floor of the gambling house. This level was even more resplendent than the first two, filled with individuals radiating confidence and exuding luxury. And this venue has no limit on chips. Feel free to bet as you wish, Chi Hong said with a confident smile. Suchin nodded slowly, took a deep breath, and staked all her 50,000 taels in banknotes, her expression tense with anticipation. 1, 2, 3, small. The dealer's loud voice rang out, announcing the result. Upon hearing this, Suchin felt as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, utterly at a loss. How could it be small? Ah, how could it be small? Chi Hong feigned surprise, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, Aunt, I apologize. I must be a bit tired, which led to this unexpected outcome. Ha, it's all right. Dear nephew, you are not a deity. How could you win every time? Suchin forced a smile, her heart heavy with disappointment, feeling as if the silver she had just won had slipped through her fingers. Aunt, shall we continue to gamble? Chi Hong asked cautiously. Yes. How could we not gamble? Suchin replied, her reluctance evident. You must return with me to fetch more silver. We shall come back to gamble later. Oh, no need. Chi Hong replied with a casual smile. The Qilong gambling house is also a bank. We can simply write an IOU and withdraw what we need. Well, when it came to borrowing money, Suchin displayed a hint of hesitation. She harbored an aversion to the sensation of being indebted, which left her feeling exceedingly anxious. Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Su Qin and calmly reassured her. Rest assured, Andy, once we win, we shall promptly return the money to the gambling house. After much deliberation, Su Qin acquiesced. At that moment, she unwittingly stepped into the second trap of the underworld, the loan scam. Once an individual embarks on borrowing money for gambling, it becomes an unending cycle. In no time, Su Qin formalized the agreement and borrowed 10,000 taels of silver from the Qinglong gambling house, plunging into reckless gambling once more. Consequently, she would find herself ensnared in a relentless repetition of her previous experiences, winning, until ultimately losing everything in a few rounds. Then she would borrow again and repeat the process until she was utterly destitute, even to the point of selling her children and her home. This is a time-honored scam that has thrived in the black market for millennia, an enigma that remains unsolved. Human nature is inherently greedy, cunning, and unwilling to accept defeat. No matter how rational a person may be, under such machinations, they ultimately lose their reason and descend into the depths of heartless gambling addiction. 3 days later, as dawn broke with the crowing of roosters, Jiang Xuan rose early to practice his cultivation. Suddenly, he heard a melodious female voice emanating from outside the residence. Brother Jiang, are you home? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He opened the door to find none other than Yin Lin, the leader of the Zhuke Hall. Leader Yin, what brings you here? He inquired. Oh, Brother Jiang, how can you remain so calm? A grave matter has arisen outside, Yin Lin exclaimed. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring, what brings the esteemed Yin Hall master to make such a personal visit? Yin Lin stepped forward, drawing closer to Jiang Xuan, and earnestly asked, Master Jiang, were you not previously the coachman for the Li family? Indeed, Jiang Xuan did not deny it. Then it is as I suspected. Are you not aware? The Li family has gone bankrupt. They have lost everything, Yin Lin stated gravely. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, hastily inquiring, what on earth is happening? Alas, for reasons unknown, their lady had fallen victim to the treacherous schemes of the Qinglong Hall gambling den, losing her entire fortune in the process. Even Yang Long remained oblivious to the details of this affair. It was rumored that old Zhu from your Xuanwu Hall had orchestrated this in secret. Zhu Hengfei? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of fury igniting within him, accompanied by a rising tide of murderous intent. How audacious of Zhu Hengfei to conspire against him by targeting the Li family. Such despicable tactics were enough to incite the wrath of both man and deity. Brother Jiang, there is one more matter. I implore you not to act rashly upon hearing it. Yin Lin suddenly recalled something and spoke urgently. What is it? Jiang Xuan asked, frowning. Alas, Yin Lin sighed heavily. Continuing, that lady from the Li family, in a moment of desperation, wagered her head and even pledged her beautiful daughter to the Qinglong Hall. She has now been sold to the Zhuke Tower to settle debts, and several dignitaries are vying to purchase her virginity. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was filled with rage, his true energy surging within him. Nonsense. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on the young lady. In that moment, his aura erupted dramatically, intimidating those around him, including Yin Lin, who was taken aback. Indeed, Jiang's cultivation was not to be underestimated. Such formidable true energy suggested he was not far from mastery. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, I merely apprehended her upon realizing the connection between you and Miss Li. Yin Lin stated with a playful smile. However, you must act swiftly to take her away, for Miss Li is exceptionally beautiful, and I fear she may attract countless admirers. The Zhuke Hall is not solely under my command. Moreover, do remain calm during this affair. Should you resort to violence in the territory of the Four Halls, the vice leader may hold you accountable, and it seems that this is precisely old Zhu's intention. He truly wishes to drive you away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan sighed in relief and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Hall Master Yin. Yin Lin smiled sweetly. Oh, Brother Jiang. There's no need for such formality between us. Should you rise to prominence in the future, do not forget to lend me a hand. At the black market. At the Zhuke Tower, several burly men found themselves blocked at the entrance, enduring a barrage of blows from numerous black market disciples. Their faces contorted with fury as they shouted, a pack of beasts, return our young lady at once. These men were the guards of the Li family, led by Wu Yong. Following the family's downfall, they had been expelled. However, upon learning that Li Yingling was to be sold to the Zhuke Tower, they were compelled by indignation to storm the black market. The thought of the lady they had devoted their lives to guarding being sold into such a den of iniquity was utterly intolerable. Yet, their strength was meager. They were no match for the black market enforcers, and soon they found themselves overpowered and subjected to a merciless beating. Stop! A deep voice suddenly resonated. Turning around, they beheld Jiang Xuan, clad in a blue robe, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his expression dark enough to reign. Upon recognizing him, the black market masters were taken aback and promptly ceased their assault. Bowing in unison, we pay our respects to Master Jiang. Master Jiang? Old Jiang. Wu Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up, bellowing, Old Jiang, you are the leader here? How dare you harm our young lady? Have you forgotten how she treated you back in the day? Wu Yang's face turned a shade akin to that of a liver, his fury palpable as he glared at Jiang Xuan. It was evident that he had misunderstood the situation. Silence. How dare you show disrespect to Master Jiang? Do you wish to die? A black market disciple stepped forward, reprimanding Wu Yang. Be silent. This is not a place for you to voice your opinions. With an irate glare, Jiang Xuan startled the surrounding black market disciples, causing them to retreat several steps. What madness has befallen this esteemed gentleman? The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even Wu Yong and his companions were momentarily taken aback, as the current Jiang Xuan exuded an aura of terrifying power that left them bewildered. From the essence he had just revealed, it was evident that Jiang Xuan was at least a master of the returning origin realm. When had this old man become so formidable? As the crowd remained in a daze, Jiang Xuan approached Wu Yong and gently patted him on the shoulder, speaking in a deep voice. Do not worry, old Wu. I have come today to take the young lady away, and I shall ensure that she suffers no grievances. With that, Jiang Xuan brushed past the onlookers and strode directly into the Vermilion Bird Tower. Upon entering the tower, a steward from the Vermilion Bird Hall promptly approached, wearing a beaming smile. Ah, if it isn't Master Jiang, what a pleasant surprise to see you at our Vermilion Bird Tower. Which young lady has captured your interest? Jiang Xuan cast a cold, indifferent glance at the individual before him. Tell me, where's the young lady of the Li family? The young lady of the Li family? The steward was momentarily taken aback, but soon realization dawned upon him. Oh, you must be referring to Li Yingling. Indeed, she is a vision of beauty, and moreover, she is still a maiden. However, I regret to inform you that you have arrived a moment too late. She has already been reserved by Lord Zhu's entourage and has just been escorted upstairs. If you do not mind waiting, perhaps once she has attended to her guests, she could serve you as well? As he spoke, the steward licked his lips, a lewd grin plastered across his face. Smack. Scoundrel. Before the steward could finish his sentence, Jiang Xuan delivered a swift slap. He then seized the steward by the neck, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Hasn't your lord already kept her under his control? The steward, struggling under Jiang Xuan's grip, emitted a voice reminiscent of a quacking duck. But Lord Zhu personally selected her. We are in no position to interfere. Scoundrel. Jiang Xuan, consumed by fury, delivered another resounding slap that sent the steward crashing to the ground. Drawing the Qingyun sword, he pointed it menacingly at the steward's throat. His tone icy. Reveal to me, old man, where he is located. Dare to hesitate for even a moment, and I shall sever your head from your shoulders. In room 1. The steward's complexion paled dramatically as he hastily replied. Humph. Jiang Xuan brandished his sword and charged directly into room 1. Cough, cough, cough. The steward coughed several times, his face a portrait of shock. What had possessed this old man? Inside room 1, Li Yingling sat despondently on the bed, clad in a stunningly beautiful gown, tears streaming down her face. She could never have imagined that she would find herself in such a wretched situation. Soon, she would be at the mercy of the man before her, the very culprit who had seduced her mother into gambling, leading to the ruin of the Li family. He was none other than her brother's master. Shi Hong, with a lewd grin, gazed at Li Yingling, lifting her chin with a finger. His eyes filled with mockery. Ah, my dear Linger, you are truly exquisite. Do you know that everything I do is for you? I must say, Master Zhu has kept his promise and delivered you to me. Li Yingling cast a disdainful glance at the man, unwilling to utter a word, feeling only disgust. Lingo, I offer you a chance. Serve me well and agree to be my concubine, and I shall find a way to redeem you from this Zhuke tower. What do you say? Shi Hong said with arrogance, leaning in to kiss her delicate lips, only to be instinctively evaded by Li Yingling. Bang! Shi Hong's expression darkened, and he slapped Li Yingling's fair face, snarling in rage. You ungrateful wretch. Still pretending to be the young lady of the Li family, are you? But it mattered not. I will surely teach you well, and soon you will understand your true worth. His countenance fluctuated between anger and amusement, resembling a deranged fiend. Pa! Li Yingling glared at Qi Hong with revulsion, spitting a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva at him, her eyes filled with defiance. Excellent. I appreciate that look in your eyes. Qi Hong said with a twisted smile, wiping the spit from his face, and then, astonishingly, he licked the bloodied saliva off his tongue, an expression of ecstasy crossing his features. Ah, the fragrance of a virgin. You can be stubborn now, but when a dozen men climb into your bed, I shall see how resolute you remain. Beast. Li Yingling's face turned pale with fear, yet she gritted her teeth, embodying unwavering tenacity. She had resolved that even in death, she would not allow this man to succeed. In that moment, her mind raced with thoughts of how to escape this fate, her eyes darting about. Just then, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Boom. The door of room 1 burst open, shaking the entire Shkate tower. Who the hell was that? Qi Hong fumed, relieved that he had not yet disrobed, lest he be frightened into submission. Turning to look, he saw a dart approaching him at an alarming speed, accompanied by a piercing whistle. In terror, he shouted, Chuan Yin Sua? At this distance, there was no way for him to evade it. He could only watch as death approached him head-on. Bang! In the next instant, the dart pierced through his skull, leaving a gaping, blood-soaked hole, blood splattering everywhere. Some even landing on the nearby Li Yingling. Ah! Li Yingling gasped, fear evident in her eyes as she beheld the figure stepping through the doorway. Her expression momentarily frozen. Grandfather Jiang. Miss. Upon seeing Li Yingling's vulnerable state, Jiang Xuan hastily removed his black robe and rushed to her side, carefully draping it over her. Grandfather Jiang. The moment Li Yingling saw Jiang Xuan come to her rescue, the last vestige of her strength crumbled, and she collapsed into his arms, weeping bitterly, resembling a heartbroken little girl. Grandfather Jiang, the Li family is no more, and my mother has died from their humiliation. Li Yingling sobbed uncontrollably, recounting the tragic fate of the Li family through her tears. The story was all too simple. One day, Madame Suqin had been deceived by Qi Hong into gambling, accruing a staggering debt in the Qinglong Hall, a sum so vast that selling the entire Li family estate would not suffice to repay it. Subsequently, disciples from the black market came to collect, seizing all of the Li family's possessions. Master Li and the servants were expelled from the Li estate, while Madame Suqin and her daughter Li Yingling were sold to the Jicquet Tower. The esteemed madam of the Li family, Suqin, unable to bear the humiliation, took her own life in a tragic manner, overwhelmed by emotions of despair, guilt, and regret. Had Jiang Xuan arrived even a moment later, Li Yingling might have met the same fate. Alas, my dear miss, you have suffered greatly. Jiang Xuan gently comforted Li Yingling, his eyes filled with compassion and affection, alongside an inexhaustible fury. One cannot be devoid of emotion, for who among us is as indifferent as mere wood or grass? After all, Li Yingling was someone he had watched grow up since childhood, treating her as family. Witnessing her in such dire straits ignited a wrath within Jiang Xuan, so intense that he felt as though his chest might burst. Zhu Hongfei, I vow that you shall meet a gruesome end. With these words, Jiang Xuan, brimming with indignation, shielded Li Yingling as they exited room number 1, making their way directly out of the Jicquet Tower. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the sight of several lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground, belonging to the guards of the Li residence. Wu Yong. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, hastily striding forward to confront a bloodied figure, none other than Wu Yong, the head of the guards. At this moment, his body was riddled with gruesome wounds, and the hand that once wielded a sword had been severed, with blood gushing forth from the stump, his vitality waning to a mere whisper. Uncle Wu. Li Yingling gasped in horror, her delicate features drained of color as she quickly covered her mouth, terrified of crying out. What had transpired? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, swiftly administering a pill to Wu Yong while channeling his Qing true qi to sustain his life, all the while inquiring, Old Jiang. Wu Yong weakly opened his eyes, gazing at Jiang Xuan and Li Yingling. Suddenly, as if revived from the brink, he lifted his head and bellowed, Leave, quickly. Old Jiang. You must protect the young lady. Wu Yong's face contorted in agony, his remaining hand gripping Jiang Xuan tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. After uttering these words, his vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness due to the severity of his injuries. What on earth happened? Jiang Xuan was both astonished and enraged. As he scanned his surroundings, he suddenly spotted Zhu Hongfei, accompanied by a multitude of formidable figures from the black market, alongside a lecherous man clad in the garb of Yunshao sect. Ah, how delightful. I wondered who it could be. and lo and behold, it's brother Jiang. Zhu Hongfei exclaimed with a facade of cheerfulness, feigning surprise. Brother Jiang, what has happened here? Why are there so many dead? Could it be that some rascals have come to cause trouble? The insincerity of his smile was palpable, as if the words "I am the culprit" were inscribed upon his countenance. Moreover, his timely arrival was unmistakably premeditated, suggesting he had been lurking for quite some time. Humph. Does the hall master truly remain oblivious to the reason behind the carnage? Jiang Xuan let out a cold snort, his smile lacking any warmth. Truly perplexing. Is there anyone here willing to enlighten me? Zhu Hongfei surveyed the crowd with a broad grin. At that moment, a disciple from the Zhuke Hall stepped forward and reported, Master Zhu, today Jiang Xuan has inexplicably brought a group of outsiders to our Zhuke Hall to cause chaos, and even abducted a young lady. Oh, abducted a young lady? Let me see. Zhu Hongfei feigned astonishment and stepped closer to scrutinize Li Yingling, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, she is a beauty, exquisite as a flower. Enough to stir the heart of this hall master. He then turned to the Zhuke Hall disciple, bellowing, You wretched creature. If Jiang Xuan has taken a liking to a woman, you should have delivered her to his residence. Why must Jiang Xuan come personally, huh? The Zhuke Hall disciple felt utterly wronged. Master Zhu, Jiang Xuan arrived unexpectedly and did not inform us in advance. He barged into the Zhuke Tower and even killed one of our esteemed guests, truly disrupting the order. Their exchange escalated theatrically, transforming the narrative into one where Jiang Xuan had violently stormed the Zhuke Tower, resulting in the death of the distinguished Qi Hong, creating a scene of utter chaos and many casualties. Qi Hong's nephew is dead. Kongzhu's expression shifted drastically. Their original plan did not account for this turn of events. That treacherous Zhu Hongfei had ensnared them all. Qi Hong's nephew, you have died unjustly. Fear not. Your treasured possession shall be reclaimed by your master. At this juncture, Jiang Xuan comprehended the situation. It was evident that this entire scenario was a trap set by Zhu Hongfei. Yet, it was likely that other forces were subtly instigating matters, eager for his demise. Meanwhile, in a private chamber of the Zhuke Tower, the three hall masters, Yang Long, Su Hu, and Yin Lin, gathered. Peering through a small window at the unfolding events below, their expressions varied. Do you two truly wish to eliminate Jiang Xuan? Su Hu of the White Tiger Hall stroked his chin, amusement glinting in his eyes. I have no such intention. Yin Lin of the Zhuke Hall was the first to deny, smiling sweetly. I merely relay messages. All actions are Zhu Hongfei's doing, not mine. Yang Long of the Qinglong Hall, with a solemn countenance, stated, My Qinglong Hall is merely fulfilling its duties. It is not my affair. Upon hearing this, Su Hu erupted into laughter. Ha! You two cunning foxes should cease your charade. Without your encouragement, could this old man have been cornered here? Zhu Hongfei played his cards excellently. After a moment of silence, Yang Long spoke gravely. Jiang Xuan is unfathomable, wielding power that brings no benefit to the four of us. In truth, although we all regard him as the vice master of the four halls, we harbor immense trepidation towards him. Just imagine. A single individual controlling the business of four halls. How terrifying is that? The equilibrium among the four halls is disrupted by his presence. In fact, he has ascended above them, rivaling even the vice-captain. In the black market, every player has their place. Should Jiang Xuan seek to ascend, he may soon turn against them. Thus, it would be wise to eliminate this variable. With this thought, Su Hu tempered his laughter and remarked, Indeed, it is quite peculiar for one to hold the position of vice-master across four halls. This time, Jiang has surely committed a grave transgression by daring to disrupt the operations of the four halls. Even the vice-captain may not be able to shield him. What do you think should be the outcome of today's events? Yin Lin smiled sweetly, gazing at Jiang Xuan below, and said, I believe today it is Zhu Hongfei who will be unable to wrap things up. In front of the Zhuke Tower, Zhu Hongfei listened to the reports from the Zhuke Hall disciples, his face a mask of distress. Alas, Jiang Xuan, your actions have rather breached the rules, placing me in a most difficult position. Jiang Xuan remained silent, his expression calm as he observed their performance. Oh, how about this? Zhu Hongfei clapped his hands with a mocking glint in his eyes. Brother Jiang, why not send this delicate young lady back to the building and treat my brothers to a night of pleasure? We can consider this matter settled. I will plead your case with the deputy leader. The worst that can happen is a beating. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the black market erupted in lewd laughter, their voices reaching a crescendo. Indeed, Master Jiang, such beauty should not be hoarded alone. Let us share in the enjoyment. Look at her figure, her face. Goodness, I can hardly contain myself. Zhuge is first. I claim the second position. Anyone who dares to contest me will regret it. Listening to the vulgarity surrounding her, the Yingling turned pale, trembling with a mix of anger and fear. At that moment, Jiang Xuan gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. She glanced at Jiang Xuan's expression, which was as still as water, and for some reason, felt a surge of reassurance. Although surrounded by nefarious individuals, she trusted that Jiang Xuan would lead her to safety. Master Zhu. Zhu Hongfei, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly paused upon hearing Jiang Xuan's call. He looked down and was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xuan flicked his wrist, sending a dart like lightning towards Zhu Hongfei's heart, causing a chill to run down his spine. He could never have anticipated that Jiang Xuan would dare to strike him publicly. Treasure. The threat of death loomed over him, and Zhu Hongfei's face drained of color. In a frantic attempt, he twisted his body to evade the dart aimed at his heart. Bang! A sound erupted as flesh and blood exploded. The dart pierced through Zhu Hongfei's right hand, obliterating his arm in a gruesome display. Ah! Zhu Hongfei clutched his mangled arm, letting out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered at midnight, filled with excruciating agony. I need my hand to eat, to wield a knife, to touch. The scene unfolded too swiftly for the surrounding black market disciples to comprehend. Just moments ago, Zhu Hongfei had been laughing, and now he was howling in pain. What just happened? Even the three prominent leaders above were left dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Su Hu swallowed hard. What transpired? He and Zhu Hongfei were of similar strength, both at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. If Jiang Xuan could sever Zhu Hongfei's hand, he could easily do the same to him. Is that a treasure? The leader of the Qinglong Hall observed Jiang Xuan's returning dart with a grave expression, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Yin Lin, flustered, patted her chest and forced a smile. I did say that Master Zhu might struggle to regain control. Chuan Yunsu? At that moment, Kongzhuo recognized the treasure in Jiang Xuan's hand, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Zhu Hongfei, in sheer agony, glared at Jiang Xuan and bellowed, "Everyone, attack! Turn this old fool into minced meat." The black market's elite were momentarily stunned but quickly reacted to Zhu Hongfei's command, charging at Jiang Xuan from all sides. These were all peak warriors of the condensing Qi realm, the elite assassins of the Xuanwu Hall. Against such numbers, even Jiang Xuan, who needed to protect an utterly powerless girl, seemed destined to fall. Zhu Hongfei gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with wicked delight. Damn you, old fool. Let's see if you survive this. As blades and swords descended upon him, Jiang Xuan unhesitatingly turned his back, shielding Li Yingling in his embrace, exposing his entire back. Does this old man truly not fear death? Su Hu gasped from the Zhuke Tower. Yang Long remarked gravely, it is said that Jiang Xuan possesses an invulnerable skill. Witnessing it firsthand today confirms the rumors. Goodness, how terrifying. Yin Lin smiled faintly. Zhu Hongfei was taken aback as well. He had heard Zhang Yuan mention this, but seeing it in person was utterly astonishing. These were not ordinary weapons. Each was a finely crafted instrument from the Xuanwu Hall. Yet they shattered upon contact with Jiang Xuan's back. Before anyone could process the shock, Jiang Xuan's eyes glowed with a blue luminescence, his expression devoid of emotion as he swiftly drew a sword, unleashing an endless wave of sword energy that cleanly severed the necks of all the black market warriors surrounding him. With a series of thuds, heads tumbled to the ground, and bodies collapsed around them. You old fool, how dare you kill my Xuanwu Hall's assassins? Zhu Hongfei roared in fury, realizing he had just lost his trained elite. In the next moment, Jiang Xuan vanished from sight, appearing before Zhu Hongfei with a chilling killing intent. Zhu Hongfei's face paled, and with his left hand, he unleashed his remaining energy in a desperate strike to counter Jiang Xuan's Qing'an sword. However, despite being at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, the loss of his hand had severely weakened him. He could barely muster 50% of his usual strength. In an instant, he found himself being relentlessly pushed back by Jiang Xuan, struggling to defend himself as his life hung in the balance. What should we do? Should we go down to help? Su Hu frowned from the Zhuke Tower. Let us observe how it unfolds, Yang Long replied impassively, showing no concern for Zhu Hongfei's perilous situation. In a similar vein, Yin Lin, the leader of the Zhuke Hall, watched with a smile in her eyes. Scoundrel, Kongzhuo, are you just going to stand by and watch? Come help me. Zhu Hongfei's face contorted in rage as he shouted. Kongzhuo remained unfazed, replying, Master Zhu, this is a matter for your black market. It has nothing to do with me. Scoundrel, if it weren't for your request to kill Jiang Xuan, would I have taken action? Zhu Hongfei's face twisted in frustration as he fought Jiang Xuan while hurling insults at Kongzhuo. His words caught the attention of the Zhuke disciples nearby, leaving them astonished. Master Zhu, you took an outside commission to kill your own? The revelation left the three leaders above speechless, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. It seemed Master Zhu's fate was sealed. Yin Lin smiled subtly, while the other two nodded with a semblance of seriousness. According to the rules of the black market, Jiang Xuan's misconduct would at most result in his demotion, followed by a severe beating and expulsion from the black market. However, Zhu Hongfei colluding with outsiders to harm one of their own was a grave offense. Such actions were explicitly forbidden in the black market, and if discovered, one would be deemed a traitor, subject to relentless pursuit and extermination. Zhu Hongfei's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had inadvertently revealed too much in his moment of panic. He hastily shouted, "Kongzhua, why aren't you taking action? If you don't, neither of us will escape the black market." He believed that if Jiang Xuan were eliminated, the matter would be settled. As the head of the Xuanwu Hall, who would dare hold him accountable? Yet, Kongzhua remained unperturbed, gazing at Jiang Xuan with a smile and saying, "Esteemed elder, I am Kongzhua from the Yushao sect. If you could return the treasured item, to me, I assure you, I shall not lay a hand on you." His words were quite astute, directly designating the as a treasure of the Yunshao sect, merely seeking its return. This was both reasonable and justifiable. Once the was in his possession, he could forego the reward he had promised to Zhu Hongfei, effectively killing two birds with one stone, a most splendid arrangement. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Jiang Xuan profoundly. Jiang Xuan remained utterly silent, relentlessly launching fierce attacks against Zhu Hongfei, exuding an air of intent to eliminate his adversary. "Esteemed sir, are you unable to hear my words?" Kong Zhu's expression darkened ominously. "Humph, old ghost Kong, this miserly old man will not part with a single thing. Do not harbor any hopes of him relinquishing anything." Zhu Hongfei bellowed, "Once you eliminate him, everything you desire shall be yours." Kong Zhu's gaze grew increasingly perilous as he pressed, "Old senior, I shall inquire once more. The cloud piercer, will you return it or not?" "Noisy, I shall return it." With an impatient shout, Jiang Xuan unleashed the cloud-piercing shuttle, directing it towards Kongzhua, who was startled into drawing his sword for defense. However, this time, the cloud-piercing shuttle lacked formidable power. It merely circled above Kongzhua's head, occasionally striking him. No one anticipated that Jiang Xuan could simultaneously engage in a fierce battle with Zhu Hongfei while controlling the shuttle to contend with Kongzhua. From a distance, it appeared as though the shuttle was toying with Kongzhua, while Jiang Xuan ambled leisurely in his confrontation with Zhu Hongfei, single-handedly overpowering two opponents. Such immense consumption of vital energy would likely overwhelm even a master at the intermediate third realm. Yet, what Jiang Xuan possessed abundantly was vital energy. Upon closer inspection, his body resembled an endless vortex, perpetually replenishing its vital energy, growing ever more ferocious in combat, causing Zhu Hongfei to lament incessantly. Had it not been for Zhu Hongfei's superior cultivation, he would have likely succumbed to Jiang Xuan's blade long ago. "Ah, Brother Jiang is truly formidable, fortunately. I am on his side," Yin Lin remarked with a beaming smile. "Shameless woman, when have you ever allied with anyone else?" Su Hu retorted disdainfully, though a flicker of fear shone in his eyes. Jiang Xuan is indeed terrifying, utterly unfathomable. Upon introspection, it is clear that he could not simultaneously compel both Zhu Hongfei and that expert from the Yushao sect to such a dire state. After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, Jiang Xuan grew increasingly formidable, unleashing an inexhaustible torrent of sword energy that surged forth like a majestic wave, pressing relentlessly towards Zhu Hongfei. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Hongfei, gravely injured, forced himself to channel his vital energy, desperately fending off the onslaught of sword energy. Ultimately, after repelling 2,000 strikes, his vital energy was completely depleted, and he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep pit several meters wide. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhu Hongfei's eyes were filled with terror as he pleaded, "Brother Jiang, please stop. Do not strike any further. You cannot kill me. It is too late." Jiang Xuan's entire being erupted with murderous intent as he unleashed a formidable sword energy, striking fiercely towards the ground where Zhu Hongfei stood. "Stop!" At that moment, a profound voice resonated from afar, echoing like a great bell, reverberating within the hearts of the onlookers. With a resounding crash, a powerful white sword energy followed suit, soaring like a rainbow and arriving before Jiang Xuan's attack could reach its target, precisely cleaving through the sword energy he had conjured, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Jiang Xuan's gaze narrowed, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had unwavering confidence in his Qinjian technique. Yet this unexpected sword energy had severed it effortlessly. The force of this sword energy surpassed his own, exhibiting greater speed, strength, and ferocity. Could it be that a master had intervened? He found it hard to believe that anyone within the Guiyuan realm could rival his swordsmanship. At that moment, the eyes of the entire audience turned towards the source of the sword energy, where a figure clad in a green robe emerged slowly, exuding an aura of terrifying power. A protective barrier of true energy surrounded him, confirming that he was indeed a master who had stepped into the intermediate third realm. Jiang Xuan's gaze narrowed, his heart shaken profoundly. If a master were to take action against him, today he would likely face dire consequences. The leader? A disciple from the Zhuke Hall exclaimed. We pay our respects to the leader. In the next moment, all the black market experts present knelt in reverence. Even Zhu Hongfei, who lay on the ground. His energy diminished, hurriedly rose to his feet, bowing his head in submission, unwilling to meet the gaze of the figure clad in green. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Haishi Yuzhou branch, Jun Hongchen. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, since his entrance into the black market. He had never set eyes on the enigmatic leader. It was rumored that the leader of the black market was one of the 3 grandmasters in Yuzhou City, possessing unfathomable strength. Jun Hongchen, donned in a simple azure robe, with a strikingly handsome visage that commanded respect without a word, turned his gaze towards the direction of the Vermilion Bird Tower and spoke in a deep voice. How long do you 3 intend to hide? In an instant, 3 figures descended with urgency. They were the 3 hall masters, Yang Long, Su Hu, and Yen Lin, who hurriedly knelt in a half-bow, panic etched across their faces. Subordinates pay their respects to the leader. In that moment, only Kong Zhuo remained standing, staring at the youth before him with a furrowed brow. Are you the leader of the black market in Yuzhou City? Yinshao sect? Jun Hongchen cast a dispassionate glance at him and said, So it is you who wishes to kill my black market's vice hall master? The words were spoken lightly, yet they bore an icy undertone, subtly revealing a hint of murderous intent. Kong Zhuo's heart trembled. For reasons unknown, he found the young man before him to be exceedingly terrifying, a feeling of dread creeping in. However, recalling that he was a disciple of the Yunshao sect, he thought, why should he fear the black market? With this thought, he suppressed his fear, straightened his chest, and declared, Indeed, I am Kong Zhuo of the Yunshao sect. Your subordinate Jiang Xuan has stolen my sect's treasures and slain several of my disciples. His crimes are unforgivable. However, if he is willing to return the treasures, I shall let this matter go, and we will not pursue it further. What say you? One must admit, Kong Zhuo's words were reasoned and dignified, reflecting the demeanor of a grand sect. At this juncture, forcibly reclaiming the treasures was impossible. He could only rely on the influence of the Yuzhou sect, firmly insisting that the treasures belonged to them, thereby compelling the black market to return what was rightfully his. Moreover, he shifted all blame onto Jiang Xuan, successfully placing himself on a moral high ground. In that moment, he felt a sense of admiration for his own cleverness and decisiveness. Unfortunately, he overlooked one crucial point. The black market was not a place governed by reason. Oh? Jun Hongchen responded with a slight smile. Is Yunshao sect truly so formidable? Upon hearing this, Kong Zhuo was momentarily stunned. His Yunshao sect was indeed one of the 5 most powerful sects in the Great Qian Kingdom. How could it not be impressive? Was there even any doubt? Kong Zhuo's expression darkened as he retorted, What do you mean by that? Do not presume that our Yunshao sect is easy to bully. You are but a young leader of a mere sect. I had thought you to be someone of significance. But it appears you were merely. Before he could finish, Kong Zhuo felt a flash before his eyes, a deadly aura striking him. When he regained his senses, he was met with the horrifying sight of his own decapitated body. He had been beheaded? How was this possible? Kong Zhuo's severed head gaped in disbelief, eyes wide with terror. He could not fathom how he had met his demise. Who had struck? He had seen no one make a move. It was as if his head had simply detached, without a single drop of blood spilling. Such a scenario was utterly horrifying. However, he had no time to ponder. His consciousness was fading into oblivion, a sword to the throat. Among those present, only Jiang Xuan could be deemed a swordsman, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Undoubtedly, that strike had been delivered by Jun Hongchen, and it had been executed with such swiftness that almost no one in attendance had witnessed it. Not even the unfortunate Kong Zhuo himself. It was said that grandmasters who specialized in swordsmanship could achieve a throat strike without shedding a drop of blood. Witnessing it firsthand today was indeed terrifying. Had he not possessed the heavenly heart's insight, he would have likely missed the fleeting sword intent entirely. Such a formidable swordsmanship was unlike anything he had encountered before, even among martial arts masters. The oppressive aura emanating from this leader far surpassed that of Mo Taisu from days past. Zhu Hongfei, realizing the gravity of the situation, was struck with horror upon witnessing Kongzhua's execution. It was evident that the leader was aware of his dealings with Kongzhua. Otherwise, how could he have so decisively slain a member of the Yushao sect? Surely, he would be next. Please spare me, leader. I momentarily acted foolishly. Zhu Hongfei trembled in fear, bowing repeatedly in a desperate plea for mercy, too terrified to voice a single word in defense. At that moment, the only comfort he found was that the leader had just saved him from Jiang Xuan. Surely, having saved him, he would not immediately turn to slay him again. Would he? Simultaneously, the three hall masters, half kneeling on the ground, were drenched in cold sweat, their backs soaked through. To be fair, they had also played a part in instigating this chaos. If the leader were to lay blame at their feet, they would surely find themselves in dire straits. This mysterious leader was capricious and ruthless. One could never predict his next move. Greetings, leader. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in blue robes hurriedly approached and knelt before Jiang Xuan. The newcomer was none other than the vice leader, Mo Cho. In the absence of the leader, all matters of the black market were managed by him. With such a significant upheaval occurring, the gathering of the four hall masters, and his delayed arrival, it was indeed a curious situation. Jiang Xuan cast a glance at Mo Cho and spoke indifferently, Brother Mo. Are you aware of the cause of such a disturbance in the black market? This. Mo Cho's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he replied, I am unaware. Please punish me, leader. Very well. Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed as he stated, in that case, you shall go to the punishment hall and receive 300 strikes. For the time being, you need not concern yourself with the affairs of the black market. What? The three hall masters were all taken aback. Everyone in the black market knew that the vice leader Mo Cho was not a martial artist, merely a frail scholar. His position as vice leader was largely due to being Mo Taisu's younger brother. Furthermore, he was indeed astute and extremely capable, having managed the black market efficiently over the years. Yet, 300 strikes would be unbearable, not only for him, but even for the three martial men. It would be tantamount to flaying alive. Was this a rhythm meant to kill the vice leader? Yet, vice leader Mo Cho did not argue. He merely maintained a stoic demeanor. Bowing his head in gratitude, thank you for your mercy, leader. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly before turning his gaze back to Zhu Hongfei, stating, Hall Master Zhu, you have misappropriated resources from the Xuanwu Hall to bribe officials and cultivate assassins. Thinking this leader is unaware, his words were delivered lightly, devoid of any emotion. Yet they sent shivers down Zhu Hongfei's spine, causing his head to buzz. Had he been exposed? How could he know? This was the thought racing through Zhu Hongfei's mind. I deserve to die. Zhu Hongfei trembled in terror, his entire body shaking. At that moment, he was so frightened that he could scarcely utter a word. It felt as though he were undergoing public execution. And you three, Jiang Xuan's voice paused as he cast a glance at the other three hall masters, continuing. You all schemed in secret, thinking I was oblivious? I deserve to die. The three hall masters were engulfed in panic, for the first time sensing the terrifying nature of their elusive leader. This fear surpassed even the mastery he displayed. A figure who had long been absent from the black market possessed such intimate knowledge of their every move. How could this not instill dread? As the four trembled in terror, Jiang Xuan suddenly smiled. Of course, we are in the black market. Minor transgressions are inconsequential. I'm not one to harbor a petty heart. However, whether scheming against others or one's own, the gravest sin is to betray one's own kind. I loathe traitors above all else. With that, Jiang Xuan gestured with one hand, and Zhu Hongfei was abruptly pulled towards him by an overwhelming force, as if he were a mere chick held in a grip. His eyes wide with horror. Master of the hall, Zhu, did you think that because I saved you just now, I would spare your life? Jiang Xuan's voice pierced the air, cold and devoid of warmth. At the front of the Zhuke Tower, Jiang Xuan struck, seizing Zhu Hongfei by the neck before his terrified gaze and applying pressure with his fingers. Ah! Zhu Hongfei's face flushed crimson as he writhed in agony, unable to utter a single word. I saved you because I intend to kill you myself, Jiang Xuan said indifferently, then with a sudden surge of strength, he crushed Zhu Hongfei's neck before the astonished eyes of the crowd, blood gushing forth. The splattering blood drenched Jiang Xuan and the three kneeling hall masters, painting a gruesome scene. Gulp. In that moment, countless disciples of the black market swallowed hard, their hearts racing in terror. They had heard tales of their leader's capricious wrath and his mercilessness. Witnessing it firsthand was 100-fold more terrifying than the rumors suggested. He had first slain a disciple of the Yushao sect, then punished the deputy hall master with 300 lashes, and now he had killed a hall master. Particularly for someone like Li Yingling, who had never encountered such a spectacle, her face paled in fright, nearly letting out a scream. but she quickly covered her mouth. Not just her. Even Jiang Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. The suddenness of the violence was overwhelming. He believed that anyone upon whom the leader's gaze fell would surely feel their soul leave their body, leaving everyone uncertain of who might be next to perish. "You must be Brother Jiang," Jiang Xuan said, directing his gaze towards Jiang Xuan, causing the latter's heart to skip a beat. His defenses ready. If the leader was inquiring about Jiang Xuan, then he must be addressing the elder. Jiang Xuan spoke calmly, "Indeed." Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly at Jiang Xuan and said, "With Zhu Hongfei dead, the Xuanwu Hall shall henceforth be entrusted to your stewardship. Do you accept this responsibility?" Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that after causing such a commotion, he had actually been promoted. If Zhu Hongfei were still alive, he would likely be infuriated to the point of passing away once more. Although he could not fathom the reason behind the captain's actions, the opportunity for unearned benefits was simply too enticing to dismiss. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xuan promptly bowed and expressed, "I am deeply grateful for your generous favor. Esteemed captain, I am willing to contribute my humble efforts." Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the surroundings, smiling as he addressed his comrades. "Brothers, you may disperse." Though his smile was present, it was overshadowed by the blood that adorned his face, rendering the expression far from reassuring and instead evoking a sense of dread. However, upon hearing his words, the disciples of the black market breathed a collective sigh of relief, finding this moment even more perilous than engaging in a brawl. No, if faced with this captain, they would much prefer to fight with others instead. The pressure was simply overwhelming. Jiang Xuan was supporting Li Yingling as they prepared to depart, when Jiang Xuan suddenly chuckled and said, "Brother Jiang, if you have time, do visit the Qilin Hall. This humble sect leader would like to discuss swordsmanship with you." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Xuan and the three hall masters were stunned. What level of cultivation did Jiang Xuan possess that he needed to discuss swordsmanship with Jiang Xuan? Nevertheless, since the sect leader had spoken, Jiang Xuan dared not disobey. He cupped his hands respectfully and replied, "This old man shall remember." Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, then vanished from sight in an instant, appearing and disappearing without a trace, leaving Jiang Xuan utterly dumbfounded. Too ostentatious. Absolutely, unbearably ostentatious. Just based on this movement technique alone, Jiang Xuan's estimation of the sect leader rose another level. Imagine being targeted by a supreme sword master who could come and go unseen, killing without leaving a trace. Such a thought would surely keep one awake all night. With Jiang Xuan gone, the three hall masters visibly relaxed and immediately surrounded Jiang Xuan with enthusiasm. After all, Jiang Xuan had now become the master of the Black Tortoise Hall, a clear sign of the sect leader's favor. His future was bound to be illustrious. "Ah, congratulations, Brother Jiang, on ascending to the position of hall master. I've long disliked that Zhu Hongfei." Suhu boomed with a hearty laugh, his expression brimming with boldness. Yang Long, who rarely smiled, managed a faint grin tinged with apology. "Ah, Brother Jiang, our subordinates were ignorant and actually aided Zhu Hongfei in harming your kin. A grave offense indeed. Rest assured, the Li family's assets will be returned in full, all under your control." Yan Lin also approached with a charming smile, gently taking Li Yingling's arm and sighing. "Ah, dear sister, it was all my fault. I nearly brought you great suffering. I went to inform your grandfather Jiang. But who knew our subordinates would be so foolish?" "Alas," Li Yingling responded with a polite smile. She was no fool. She knew these people were only being cordial because of Jiang Xuan's influence. She did not take advantage of the situation to make unreasonable demands. Faced with their effusive warmth, Jiang Xuan maintained a composed smile, choosing not to expose their hypocrisy. Had it been Zhu Hongfei standing here, their words would have been the exact opposite: sweet talk to a friend, venom to a foe. Their duplicity was on full display. Before parting, Yan Lin surreptitiously pulled Jiang Xuan aside and whispered, "Brother Jiang, let me offer you a word of caution. If you truly intend to spar with the sect leader, never approach him while he is asleep." "Why?" Jiang Xuan frowned in confusion. Yan Lin's expression turned grave. "Our sect leader has a habit of killing in his sleep. Once, a hall master sought him out while he was resting, only to be slain with a single stroke. The sect leader only realized afterward that he had taken a life. How terrifying." Jiang Xuan's lips twitched. "Isn't that Lord Chao's infamous habit? How did he steal that?" "I understand." On the way back to the Jiang residence, the system's voice suddenly chimed in Jiang Xuan's mind. Ding. Through your efforts, you have successfully resolved conflicts and united your sect. Mission complete. Reward issued. Heavenly Tread of the Void. Heavenly Tread of the Void, a 9th-tier martial art combining movement and defense. At its peak, it allows the practitioner to dissolve flesh and shadow, becoming untraceable while negating most attacks and achieving near invisibility, generating new plot developments. After you left home to cultivate, your family gradually declined. Restore your clan's former glory and lay the foundation for a legacy in the martial world. Mission triggered. Eternal Foundation objective. Revive your family's prestige and establish a martial dynasty. Reward. 1st-tier poison refinement art. An eternal foundation, HM? Jiang Xuan gazed at the task that unfolded before him, a wave of sentiment washing over his heart. This task, he feared, was the key to reviving the Li family. With his current standing, he could effortlessly rely on the black market to gradually establish a vast family empire. Yet, he did not believe that Jinling was merely a small pawn. He could not envision himself confined to the modest city of Yuzhou or even to the entire Deqian kingdom for the entirety of his life. Sooner or later, he would step beyond these confines and truly venture into the world, seeking immortality and wisdom. The 8 provinces of the realm, with the entirety of Qingzhou merely a corner of the vast expanse. That said, the first step must be to reclaim the Li family. After all, it was his novice village that he could not afford to lose. After departing from Zhuke Tower, Jiang Xuan temporarily brought Li Yingling back to his residence to ensure her comfort. Throughout the journey, Li Yingling appeared despondent, tinged with a subtle unease and fear. For reasons unknown, she felt that Jiang Xuan, upon their last meeting, had changed in ways that were profoundly different from before. Why has Grandfather Jiang become so formidable? How did he come to be the master of the black market? Is he still the same Grandfather Jiang we once knew? What fate awaits the Li family in the future? The Li family has encountered a significant upheaval, and the young lady is no longer the innocent and joyful girl she once was. Her mind is plagued with countless questions and a sense of trepidation about what lies ahead. Feeling somewhat constrained, Jiang Xuan cast a glance at Li Yingling and spoke. Miss, I must ask you to temporarily reside in my estate for a while. Once I have reclaimed the Li family's assets, I will escort you and the old master back home. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling froze for a moment, turning to kneel before Jiang Xuan. But he was quick to catch her. My dear miss, you mustn't. Li Yingling's eyes reddened, and she sobbed. Grandfather Jiang, thank you. Jiang Xuan smiled gently, turning to gaze at a vendor selling candied haws by the side of the black market street. He spoke, kindly provide me with a skewer of candied haws. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retrieved the largest skewer of candied haws and handed it to Jiang Xuan, his face brimming with a beaming smile. Master Jiang, here are the candied haws you requested. Jiang Xuan effortlessly took the initiative, retrieving a piece of broken silver from his person and offering it to the vendor. The vendor was taken aback, hastily waving his hands in protest. No, Master Jiang, how could I possibly accept your silver? Furthermore, this is not worth such an amount. Please, take it. It is merely a matter of conducting business. Jiang Xuan feigned displeasure and forcefully thrust the silver into the hands of the vendor, who, after some reluctance, finally accepted it. Thank you, Master Jiang. Jiang Xuan gently nodded. And then, under the astonished gaze of Li Yingling, he offered her the skewer of candied hawthorns with a faint smile, saying, My dear lady, I still recall the time when you were a child, enduring a scolding from your father, weeping inconsolably. It pained me to witness your distress. So I secretly took you to the market to purchase these sweet treats. Strangely enough, I never understood what made them so delightful, but once you savored them, your tears ceased. Years have passed, and I wonder if you still relish this delicacy. Jiang Xuan wore a nostalgic and sentimental expression, a smile gracing his lips. Tick-tock. Li Yingling accepted the candied hawthorn and instantly found herself in a state of stupor, rendered speechless for a moment, as tears cascaded down her cheeks, producing a crisp sound as they struck the ground. The young girl's eyes glistened with moisture, her bright gaze fixed upon Jiang Xuan, causing him to feel a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed that this was no longer effective. Jiang Xuan touched his nose, smiling somewhat bashfully. Li Yingling, suddenly coming to her senses, vigorously wiped the tear stains from her face, took a hearty bite of the candied hawthorn, and beamed with delight. It's delicious. This smile, akin to the thawing of spring, was utterly enchanting. That's wonderful. Jiang Xuan laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he advanced, saying, My dear lady, Do not scorn my humble abode. I have reserved the finest chamber for you. Excellent. Li Yingling, wiping away her tears, quickly followed in his wake. Grandfather Jiang remains the same loving figure he has always been to her. Grandfather Jiang, please refrain from calling me miss in the future. Like father, you may call me Linger instead. Oh, that will certainly take some getting used to. You will adapt swiftly. Grandfather Jiang, could you teach me martial arts? I aspire to be as formidable as you. What need does a young lady have for martial training? Would your father consent to such a pursuit? I care not. That girl surnamed Luo was quite impressive. And I heard rumors of your entanglement with her. Ahem, that is unfounded. Do not tarnish my reputation. The elderly man and the young girl walked side by side, exchanging laughter and conversation, reminiscent of their past companionship. Soon, they arrived at Jiang Xuan's residence. At the entrance, Shuang'o had been patiently waiting, holding the robe that Jiang Xuan typically wore at home, embodying the image of a devoted wife awaiting her husband's return. Upon seeing them approach, Shuang'o promptly stepped forward to assist Jiang Xuan in changing his attire, her gaze alighting upon the young girl beside him as she smiled softly and inquired, "Is this young lady the new mistress of the house?" Ahem, not quite. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but cough lightly and spoke. "She is the young lady of the Li family. Since the Li family has encountered misfortune, she shall stay with me for a few days. You must not neglect her." As he spoke, he turned to introduce Li Yingling, saying, "Linger, this is your sister Shuang'er. If you encounter any difficulties in the black market these days, you may seek her assistance." Li Yingling curiously examined Shuang'er and inquired, "Sister Shuang'er, are you the new wife of Grandfather Jiang? You are so beautiful." With a faint smile, Shuang'er replied, "Miss Li, you flatter me. It is said throughout Yuzhou City that the young ladies of the Li family possess unparalleled beauty. Upon meeting you today, I find myself truly humbled." As the two women exchanged smiles, the atmosphere became strangely awkward. In terms of age, both women were quite similar, each possessing captivating beauty. However, one was Jiang Xuan's newly acquired concubine, while the other was Jiang Xuan's former lady, their identities starkly contrasting, leaving both unsure of how to navigate their interaction. "Hiki." Jiang Xuan offered an awkward smile and spoke, "Shuang'er, please prepare the evening meal. I wish to properly entertain the young lady." "Certainly, my lord," Shuang'er replied obediently. Jiang Xuan turned to Li Yingling and smiled, "Linger, would you like me to show you around my residence?" "Certainly," Li Yingling replied with a radiant smile, brimming with curiosity. Prior to her arrival, she had resolved that no matter how humble Jiang Xuan's abode might be, she would not express the slightest disdain. However, upon stepping into Jiang Xuan's estate, she was astounded. The residence could only be described as resplendent, its opulence rivaling that of the Li family, with many aspects that perplexed her. For instance, a bath and dining room? Why must meals and bathing occur in the same space? That evening, as Li Yingling gazed at the lavish spread before her, she felt a tinge of astonishment. Lobster, shark fin, abalone, and bird's nest, each dish was a sumptuous delicacy. Although she hailed from the Li family, within Zhang's house, she felt as though she were a princess. Such a life was beyond her wildest expectations. She could hardly believe that after leaving the Li residence, Jiang Xuan had begun to thrive in such a manner. After a few rounds of wine, Jiang Xuan rose with a flushed face and chuckled, "Froster, tonight you shall accompany Linger and help her choose the finest chamber. I shall retire to another residence." Froster nodded slightly, softly acquiescing, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. After Jiang Xuan departed, Li Yingling, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Sister Shuang'er, does Grandfather Jiang not usually reside in this house?" Shuang'er smiled subtly, "He does, but he fears it may affect you." "Ah? Why?" Li Yingling exclaimed in astonishment. Shuang'er's smile deepened as she leaned closer to Li Yingling's ear, whispering softly, causing the young girl to blush profusely. It must be said that conversations between girls can be remarkably bold, far exceeding what men might imagine. Can he manage that? Oh, you truly underestimate your grandfather Jiang. Do not be deceived by his age. He is quite capable, sometimes even handling 5 at once. 5 at once? How embarrassing to discuss this. Sister, you are still young and do not comprehend that exquisite delight. Sister Shuang'er, we are practically the same age. Hee. As long as you remain innocent, you are still considered young. It has nothing to do with age. Is that true? Indeed, if you desire, you could join in. You would take the lead. Oh dear, what are you saying? How embarrassing. In the stillness of night, 2 stunning young maidens, nearly of the same age, whispered secrets to one another, their laughter ringing like silver bells. The next day, in another residence, Jiang Xuan removed his self-made jacket and rose from a chorus of murmurs, stretching lazily. It must be acknowledged that such a lifestyle can easily lead one to moral decay. "Master, are you leaving so early?" A chorus of delicate, reluctant voices arose. "As the newly appointed hall master, my responsibilities are significant," Jiang Xuan sighed. Soon, Jiang Xuan enjoyed breakfast served by the four maidens, donned his embroidered robes, and proceeded directly to the Xuanwu Hall. From this day forth, he would officially assume the role of hall master. Meanwhile, in the Xuanwu Hall, the attendants, Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai, awaited in the conference hall. Their expressions varied. Zhang Yuan wore a complex expression, never anticipating that the Jiang Xuan he had introduced would swiftly become his superior. Lu Bai appeared fearful, having previously maintained a close relationship with Zhu Hongfei. He had secretly tried to undermine Jiang Xuan and wondered if he might face retribution. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xuan entered the conference hall, where Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai hurried to greet him, their faces adorned with forced smiles. "Master Jiang," whom Jiang Xuan nodded lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "There is no need for the two of you to feel constrained. From now on, you may continue with your duties as before. Xuanwu Hall shall remain Xuanwu Hall." Upon hearing this, Lu Bai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that Jiang Xuan harbored no intentions of retribution. This was indeed a relief. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a precarious situation. Zhang Yuan then produced a ledger, respectfully presenting it before Jiang Xuan, stating, "Master Jiang, this is the entirety of the assets seized from Zhu Hongfei's estate. Please take a look." "Seized assets?" Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that the black market indeed resembled a scene where the tree falls and the monkeys scatter. The man had just passed away, and before the seventh day of mourning had even arrived, his possessions had already been completely seized. Truly, the black market thrives on profits and expenditures, each party eager to claim their share. What if he were to meet a similar fate in the future? The mere thought sent a chill down Jiang Xuan's spine as he picked up the bill to scrutinize it closely. To his astonishment, he discovered the staggering amounts listed: 80,000 taels of gold, 50,000 inferior spirit stones, and 10 treasured artifacts. Jiang Xuan stared in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the sheer corpulence of Zhu Hongfei. How much had he greedily amassed? His gaze then drifted downward, and an expression of bewilderment began to creep upon his countenance. One legitimate wife, 2 daughters, a staggering 120 concubines, and over 1,000 maidservants. Such decadence, truly, is beyond comprehension. Jiang Xuan shook his head with a sigh, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Zhang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xuan and, with a lewd grin, remarked, "Master Jiang, behold these women." Ahem. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat with a deliberate cough and stated solemnly, "I am a man of compassion. Misfortune shall not befall my family. Allow the lawful wife and daughter of Zhu Hongfei to depart from the black market. It is the code of the Jianghu that one must not torment or persecute widows and orphans." Excellent. Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai both raised a thumb in admiration. Flattering Jiang Xuan. "Master Jiang, what shall we do about these concubines and maids?" Jiang Xuan stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "Let us proceed in this manner. Those women who are willing to remain shall be allocated to the brothers in the hall who are in need. As for those who wish to depart, let us provide them with some silver coins to facilitate their leave. It is imperative that we do not compel them. Nor should we ever consider selling them into brothels. Should such actions come to light, do not blame this old man for his lack of courtesy." Jiang Xuan does not consider himself a virtuous man, yet he does not see himself as a villain either. He is reluctant to coerce women against their will. However, the underworld operates under its own set of circumstances, compelling him to focus solely on his own conduct, indifferent to the affairs of others. In light of this arrangement, Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai exchanged glances, and for reasons unbeknownst to them, a sense of respect for Jiang Xuan began to stir within them. Indeed, an elder like him embodies benevolence and magnanimity. "Certainly, Master Jiang," Zhang Yuan replied with an eager smile, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Master Jiang, if there are any particularly striking individuals among those who remain, shall I send them to you first?" Jiang Xuan's expression darkened as he rebuked, "Nonsense. Am I such a person? Do not inquire again." He continued, "From now on, you shall be entirely responsible for Zhu Hongfei's assets. Be sure not to make a single mistake." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. "Yes, Master Jiang. The wealth of Zhu Hongfei was immense, and being in charge of it meant there would be considerable profit to gain. Master Jiang, you were truly generous." After Zhang Yuan finished his report, Lu Bai approached with a roster of names, offering it to Jiang Xuan with a beaming smile. Master Jiang, this is the roster of our hall's assassins for your perusal. In the past, Jiang Xuan was solely responsible for the dealings of the black market. However, now that he has assumed the role of the hall master, it is only natural for him to take charge of the assassin business as well. Jiang Xuan glanced at the roster and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Over 500 assassins? What purpose do they serve? They only eliminate a few individuals each month? Lu Bai was momentarily taken aback. Master Jiang, the scale of our Xuanwu Hall's assassins has always been this way. Lord Zhu, ahem. Zhu Hongfei even thinks it is insufficient. Humph. Jiang Xuan let out a cold snort, forcefully slamming the roster onto the table, and furiously berated Zhu Hongfei. Are you also a fool? With so many incompetent assassins under your command, it is no wonder that Xuanwu Hall languishes at the bottom. Cut the numbers. Immediately reduce the assassins to a mere 100, retaining only the most elite among them. The rest shall either patrol the streets or pack their bags and leave. Furthermore, the 10 assassins with the poorest monthly performance must be dismissed, replaced by others to ensure a steady influx of fresh talent. To reduce it to 100? Lu Bai was taken aback, questioning how a Xuanwu Hall with only 100 assassins could still be deemed an assassin's hall. You know nothing. Jiang Xuan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Bai and continued, From today onward, I shall establish several rules for our assassins. First, our hall has 3 prohibitions. No matter the price, we shall not accept certain contracts. I will personally draft these rules and display them prominently in our hall. What? Upon hearing the first rule, Lu Bai was taken aback. Assassins kill for money. What could these prohibitions possibly mean? To forego profit is sheer folly. Second, once a contract is accepted, our assassins must not only execute the target but also gather intelligence on the target beforehand, ensure the safety of the employer during the operation, and maintain confidentiality regarding the incident afterward. It is imperative that we leave no trace, allowing the employer to carry out the deed with complete peace of mind. Do you understand? I understand, Lu Bai replied, a look of resignation on his face. This is not the work of an assassin. It resembles more the duties of a caretaker. Previously, the assassins of Xuanwu Hall lacked professionalism and would divulge all information about their employers for a mere sum. This led to many employers suffering retribution after the deed was done. Perhaps this is why few dared to collaborate with Xuanwu Hall. Not even Jiang Yuyan. A woman of considerable influence trusted them, let alone the common folk. Third, effective immediately. The assassins of Xuanwu Hall must take the initiative to conduct a widespread survey each month in Yuzhou City, seeking out potential employers with murderous intent. They are not permitted to idly lounge about in the hall. After outlining these 3 rules, Jiang Xuan turned his serious gaze towards Lu Bai. Have you committed them to memory? Yes, Master Jiang, Lu Bai replied with a smile that was more pained than joyful, cursing inwardly. This old man was clearly settling a personal score. Such measures seemed designed to drive him to his demise. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. During this time, Jiang Xuan had exerted considerable effort and finally managed to locate and reunite the servants dismissed from the Li household. He settled them, including the elderly, in a residence outside the black market, awaiting the return of the Li family's assets so they could reclaim their former glory. One day, Jiang Xuan received word from Yang Long that the assets of the Li family had been fully accounted for and that he should come to Qinglong Hall to finalize the transfer. Thus, Jiang Xuan brought Li Yingling to the Qinglong gambling house, prepared to reclaim the Li family's fortune. At that moment, Yang Long, the master of Qinglong Hall, stood at the entrance of the gambling house. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan approaching with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Jiang, I have awaited your arrival." He grasped Jiang Xuan's hand with fervor and welcomed them both inside with great enthusiasm. Witnessing this scene, many disciples of the black market were taken aback. When had the typically stern master of Qinglong Hall ever shown such warmth? His face nearly beamed with delight, even tinged with a hint of obsequiousness, causing Jiang Xuan to frown slightly. Had this man taken leave of his senses? Although he was now also the master of Xuanwu Hall, their statuses were comparable. There was no need for such sycophancy. Moreover, today he had come to reclaim assets, not to offer gifts. Yang Long led Jiang Xuan on a tour of the Qinglong gambling house, cheerfully detailing every game available: dice, pai-gow, horse racing, flower club, lottery, and cockfighting, an extensive array. He provided thorough explanations, akin to a shopkeeper showcasing his wares to a prospective buyer. After much ado, he failed to mention the matter of the Li family's assets at all. Jiang Xuan halted his steps, casting a glance at Yang Long, and furrowed his brow as he inquired, Master Yang, your purpose in seeking me today surely cannot be merely to escort me on a tour of the gambling den? Hee. Yang Long donned a broad smile and replied, certainly not. I have prepared something for you, my dear elder brother. With that, Yang Long clapped his hands, instructing the steward within the hall to bring forth a wooden box. Dear brother Jiang, within this box lies the deeds to the Li family's residence and all their commercial properties, which shall be returned to Qinglong Hall in their entirety and unchanged. Regrettably, all the silver from the Li family has been dispersed by my subordinates, and it will take some time to retrieve. I hope you will not take offense. Oh. Jiang Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he effortlessly took the wooden box and handed it to Li Yingling beside him, saying, Linger, could you please check if there is anything missing? In truth, the loss of some silver was inconsequential. Money could always be earned anew. What truly mattered were the property deeds from the cloth shops, for these constituted the most invaluable assets of the Li family. Li Yingling's eyes also radiated surprise. Her expression tinged with excitement as she opened the wooden box and began to examine each document meticulously. In that moment, her hands trembled slightly. She could hardly believe that the Li family's fortune had been so easily reclaimed. This wealth was the fruit of her grandfather's lifelong toil, cherished as a treasure. Yes, Master Jiang, everything is here, she reported with a gentle smile after a thorough inspection, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Jiang Xuan. Had it not been for him, she might never have regained it in her lifetime. Indeed, only strength and status could accomplish what was unattainable for ordinary people, a notion that would appear utterly delusional to the average individual. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xuan stroked his beard and smiled, feeling greatly relieved. In my younger days, I accompanied the old master to visit each of these cloth shops. They are indeed precious. Though he modestly downplayed his role, it was still a cherished memory. Master Yang, I owe you a favor this time. My sincere thanks. Jiang Xuan gazed at Yang Long and spoke with a smile. This time, the downfall of the Li family, although attributed to Madame Li falling victim to the schemes of the Qinglong Hall, was ultimately a result of her own folly. She had no one to blame but herself. The true culprits, Qi Hong and Zhu Hengfei, who could be held accountable, had already met their just deserts. Yang Long's willingness to return the favor indeed constituted a significant act of kindness. Hop ha ha, brother Jiang, you were too courteous. Yang Long bellowed with laughter. For it was precisely Jiang Xuan's goodwill that he sought. Otherwise, how could he possibly make such a sacrifice? He continued, Brother Jiang, to be frank, I do have a matter to request of you, and I would greatly appreciate your counsel. Oh, what is it? Jiang Xuan was not surprised and inquired calmly. Yang Long's peculiar behavior today, along with his generous relinquishment of the Li family's assets, had led Jiang to surmise that the other party must have a request of him. Yang Long, with an awkward smile, began to speak. Elder brother, it is as follows. In the past, our performance in the black market's 4 major halls had always seen Xuanwu Hall at the bottom. However, since your appointment, Xuanwu Hall has thrived and has now become the one to drag down my Qinglong Hall. Last month, I heard that you had restructured the assassination business of Xuanwu Hall, and the results were remarkable. The hall master has repeatedly praised you, urging us to learn from your example. Do you know what the brothers are calling you now? How are they addressing me? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. The brothers have taken to calling you the god of wealth, privately referring to you as Jiang Kaishan. Yang Long said with a wistful expression. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan was not drinking at that moment. Otherwise, he might have choked. It was simply too much to contain. He had become the god of wealth again. Elder brother, do you think there is room for improvement in the gambling house of my Qinglong Hall? After all, you remain our vice hall master. We cannot favor one over the other. Yang Long eagerly sought his guidance. At this point, Li Yingling also turned her gaze towards Jiang Xuan, her eyes filled with curiosity. Coming from a merchant family, as the eldest daughter of the Li family, she was somewhat knowledgeable about the ways of business. Yet, she could not fathom how Jiang, who had recently been perceived as a benevolent sage, had transformed into a god of wealth in the black market. Could it be that Jiang also possessed acumen in the realm of gray industries? Jiang Xuan stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Very well, Master Yang. I shall do my utmost to repay your kindness. Now tell me, what troubles does your Qinglong gambling house currently face? Yang Long shook his head and sighed, expressing his lament. Alas, my dear brother, you are unaware of the challenges besetting the Qinglong gambling house. It has become increasingly difficult to operate. The wealthy today are exceedingly astute, and we hardly glean any profit. At this juncture, Yang Long discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Li Yingling, lowering his voice, to speak candidly. The sum from the wife of the Li family is the most substantial profit we have seen in nearly a year, and now it has all been returned to you." Though his voice was barely above a whisper, both Jiang Xuan and Li Yingling exchanged peculiar glances. His implication suggested that Su Qin was the only fool to have been duped in the past year. Ahem. Jiang Xuan covered his mouth and coughed lightly before speaking. "If that is the case, it appears that your gambling house indeed harbors some issues. Allow me a moment to ponder. Linger, being a businesswoman herself, you might offer some insights as well." "Of course," Li Yingling replied with a sweet smile. "Absolutely." Yang Long exclaimed with great delight. For the next half-day, Yang Long, resembling a devoted servant, warmly entertained Jiang Xuan and Li Yingling, leading them around to inspect the gambling operations and discuss various business models. In comparison to the casinos of his past life, Jiang Xuan experienced a moment of inspiration and smiled as he spoke. "I've got it, Master Yang. Allow me to present you with 3 brilliant ideas that will surely make your gambling house thrive and attract a wealth of fortune." Within an elegant chamber of the Qinglong Hall gambling establishment, upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Yang Long was filled with delight and eagerly inquired, "Oh, what wonderful strategies do you have in mind, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Xuan stroked his beard and said calmly, "As for the first suggestion, Master Yang, I advise you to cease the operation of the pig-killing scheme. Eliminate all cheating mechanisms within the gambling house, eradicate every form of trickery, and employ every means to ensure fairness and justice within the establishment." Upon hearing this, Yang Long was utterly astonished. No cheating in the gambling house. How would he make a profit? "Brother Jiang, this is the Qinglong Hall, not a charity organization. Without cheating, how could we possibly earn any money?" Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, Master Yang, please remain calm and allow me to continue. Although the Qinglong gambling house does not generate vast sums, it collects gambling fees. Each wager incurs a fee extracted at a specified ratio, which constitutes one of the means of profit. Collecting fees? Taking money before the gamble? How could the common folk possibly consent? Yang Long inquired, puzzled. Li Yingling furrowed her brow slightly, yet appeared to be pondering deeply, and then spoke. I understand. Grandfather Jiang, it is because of fairness. Precisely. Miss, you are indeed exceptionally astute. Jiang Xuan cast an appreciative glance at Li Yingling and spoke. The common people fear the deceit of gambling houses. Presently, among 10 establishments, 9 engage in trickery, while only 1 operates honestly. Over time, how can the populace dare to wager? Gambling has devolved into a mere artifice of deceit, stripping the joy from the experience for ordinary participants. If the Qinglong Hall were to establish a gambling house free from such underhanded tactics, would not those who lack such skills yet possess a penchant for gambling flock to it? Indeed, splendid, Yang Long exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he clapped his hands fervently. Yet, a frown soon creased his brow, but, dear brother, this means the profits would be significantly diminished. Previously, he had employed ruthless schemes to leave others destitute. Now, merely collecting a small portion of the betting fees seems far too paltry. Jiang Xuan cast him a glance and replied, Master Yang, it appears that not only are you inept at business, but your arithmetic skills are equally abysmal. Consider this. If a person's entire fortune amounts to 100 taels, employing a gambling scheme would yield you at most that same 100 taels, after which the individual would vanish. However, if you were to collect his gambling fees daily, accumulating over time, the total would far surpass that initial 100 taels. Furthermore, with sufficient allure, the number of patrons at your gambling house could multiply 10-fold, 100-fold, and that figure could further escalate exponentially. Do the math. It would amount to astronomical sums. True entrepreneurs earn only limited profits, as exorbitant gains cannot be sustained in the long run. Hiss. Yang Long inhaled sharply. Though he was not a businessman, one does not ascend to the position of hall master without possessing intellect. Suddenly enlightened, he grasped the underlying principle. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming admiration for Jiang Xuan. Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkable. Li Yingling, too, gazed in astonishment, recognizing that Jiang's acumen in business surpassed even that of his father. To think one could wield such influence within a gambling establishment. Grandfather Jiang was truly a person of hidden talents. Yet, it was not quite so. He had once been a servant. And what significance would it hold if he revealed himself? Who would take it seriously? Come now, Brother Jiang, please share your second idea. Yang Long could hardly contain his excitement. Jiang Xuan placed his hands gently on his knees, a faint smile gracing his lips. The second idea is rather simple. I have already executed it in the black market. 2 words, membership. Membership. Yang Long immediately comprehended, exclaiming eagerly, Brother Jiang, Are you suggesting we entice? No. Recommend individuals to the gambling house to obtain membership, thereby allowing them to place bets with a proportional reduction in gambling fees? Astute, he grasped the concept with remarkable clarity. Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile, stating, having acquired a membership, I assure you that he would feel utterly uncomfortable if he were to refrain from visiting the gambling house for just a day. What membership? Li Yingling inquired, perplexed. As someone unacquainted with the underbelly of society, she naturally did not grasp the significance of membership. Jiang Xuan took the time to elucidate the concept, and she soon experienced a moment of clarity. The essence of membership could be distilled into two words: retention. The underlying principle was beyond her comprehension as a person from antiquity, known technically as sunk cost. In truth, it bore resemblance to a pig-slaughtering scheme, albeit executed in a gentler manner. My heavens, Grandfather Jiang, you are truly a god of wealth. Li Yingling exclaimed in awe, unable to restrain her admiration. The membership system was not only applicable to gambling houses, it was universally suitable for any industry. Should this concept circulate, one could only imagine the monumental transformation that would befall the world of commerce. She could scarcely fathom the number of gamblers that the Qinglong gambling house would attract if such a system were implemented. Upon hearing this, Yang Long was nearly overcome with excitement, personally pouring Jiang Xuan a cup of tea and ingratiatingly asking, Grandfather Jiang, what is your third suggestion? In that moment, Yang Long's address to Jiang Xuan had evolved from older brother to Grandfather Jiang. Such respectful terms were rarely employed by him. As for the third suggestion, Jiang Xuan, with an air of mystery, rose and made his way towards the door, chuckling, Master Yang, I kindly ask you to accompany me. Yang Long and Li Yingling, utterly bewildered, followed suit. The trio arrived at the entrance of the Qinglong gambling house, where Jiang Xuan gazed at the bustling street and inquired, Master Yang, have you discerned anything? Yang Long, glancing left and right, scratched his head in confusion and, with a hint of bitterness, replied, Master Jiang, I am but a mere martial artist. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Jiang Xuan gazed at Li Yingling and chuckled softly, My lady, do you notice something amiss on this street? Li Yingling's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she suddenly raised a finger, her clever mind illuminating with insight. Ah, it is the absence of carriages. There are no carriages here. As a lady of status, she was accustomed to traveling by carriage. However, at the entrance of the Qinglong gambling house, not a single carriage was in sight. This was quite illogical. Yang Long, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback and replied helplessly, Master Jiang, it is as follows. I deemed the carriages at the gambling house entrance to be too chaotic, obstructing the flow of wealth. Thus, I instructed that no carriages be allowed on the street. Ha ha ha, Master Yang, by doing so, you have effectively blocked your own path to fortune. Ah, Brother Jiang, what should I do now? Yang Long asked anxiously, for though he did not fully comprehend the situation, he regarded Jiang Xuan with utmost reverence, believing that whatever he said must be correct. Jiang Xuan stepped out of the doorway and picked up a twig to draw a square parking space beside the gambling house. As he sketched, he chuckled, Master Yang, whenever the affluent venture forth, they invariably travel by carriage. To shoo away their carriages is to bar them from entry. The chaos of carriages is overwhelming. Let us designate a specific area for them, a parking space, if you will. All carriages arriving at the gambling house must be parked within this designated area, thus enhancing the overall aesthetics. Moreover, you could seize the opportunity to charge them a parking fee. How delightful that would be. By heavens, what a brilliant idea, Yang Long exclaimed, his realization dawning upon him. He was so struck by admiration for Jiang Xuan that he nearly fell to his knees, expressing his heartfelt sentiments. Brother Jiang, had I encountered you sooner, I could have spared myself the hardship of enduring a lifetime in this despised trade. Just a slight stratagem, Jiang Xuan humbly replied. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and teased, Master Yang, is the wealth of the Li family truly worth it? Indeed, it is exceedingly worthwhile, Yang Long exclaimed with delight, grasping Jiang Xuan's hand tightly. Elder brother, tonight I shall treat you to the Zhuke Pavilion for some music. We must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Upon hearing Zhuke Pavilion, Li Yingling's face flushed with a hint of crimson, instantly comprehending the implications behind their words. Ahem. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat and said with a warm smile, Miss, you may return home now. I still have some important matters to attend to with Master Yang this evening. Oh, Li Yingling replied, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Grandfather Jiang is admirable in every aspect, yet somewhat lecherous. In the city of Yuzhou, at the Li residence, on a certain day, after Jiang Xuan retrieved the land deed from the Li residence in the textile shop, he returned the old Master Li Yingling, and a multitude of servants back home, ensuring their comfort once more. Gazing at the wooden box containing the deed, old Master Li's eyes glistened with moisture, his trembling hands revealing his overwhelming excitement. This was the family fortune he had painstakingly accumulated over a lifetime, now regained. The emotions swirling within him were truly beyond words. Ah, Jiang Xuan. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Old Master Li's voice quivered as he struggled to rise from his wheelchair to pay his respects to Jiang Xuan. Times have changed. Although Jiang Xuan had been a chauffeur for a lifetime, he had now ascended to a status beyond the old master's reach. To cling to the old ways would be to misjudge the current circumstances. And a businessman, above all, is keenly aware of the shifting tides. Observing this scene, Jiang Xuan, quick-witted and agile, promptly intervened, saying, "Old master, you flatter me. I shall never forget your kindness and support." With a faint nod, old Master Li, weakened, turned his gaze toward the Li family, hoarsely instructing, "From now on, Jiang Xuan is to be regarded as our second master. You all come forth to pay your respects." Second master, the servants of the Li family approached, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they bowed to Jiang Xuan. Among them were Wu Yong, who had lost a hand, and the steward Lu Wanquan. Once, they had shared drinks and laughter as mere subordinates, often gossiping about the master and mistress in private, and had even schemed against one another. Yet, time had shifted the balance, and Jiang Xuan had now risen to become their master. This transformation was indeed a sentiment difficult to articulate. Old master, this. Jiang Xuan's expression revealed his dilemma. Theoretically, he was no longer a servant of the Li family, and his ties with them had significantly diminished. His assistance in reclaiming the family's assets was motivated not only by the task at hand, but also by a sense of compassion for the Li family's plight. Jiang Xuan, do not refuse, Mr. Li implored, grasping Jiang Xuan's hand earnestly. I am aware of the matters concerning Su Qin and Yi, and I bear no ill will towards you. However, with no one to oversee the vast Li estate, my days are numbered, and I find myself deeply troubled. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, and then replied with a bitter tone, "My lord, you jest. You possess a long life ahead." Lord Li sighed deeply and gently shook his head. "No, I am acutely aware of my own condition, though you have managed to extend my breath for a moment. Death is inevitable. It is simply the will of fate. Rest assured, I understand that your ambitions lie elsewhere, and I have no intention of binding you to the Li family. However, Lingo is still quite inexperienced and cannot yet uphold the family's business. She will require your guidance for a while longer. This is my final wish." Jiang Xuan fell into silence. Mr. Li, ever the seasoned veteran, was well aware of every matter at hand. However, as long as he remained in Yuzhou City, it would be no trouble to lend a hand to the Li family. Little did he anticipate that upon returning to this familiar place, he would not merely be a servant of the Li family, but rather assume the role of its master. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. With this thought, Jiang Xuan sighed softly and inclined his head slightly, saying, "Then, as you wish, I shall do my utmost." Mr. Li displayed a faint smile, forcing a chuckle as he replied, "Old Jiang, you have served my family for decades. I trust you implicitly. How about this? I shall grant you the hand of Lingo in marriage, and from henceforth, the Li family shall become the Jiang family. We shall be one and the same." "Ah?" Li Yingling gasped in astonishment, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Father, what are you saying? Grandpa Jiang is an elder. How could this be?" Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly declined, saying that is absolutely out of the question. "You are overstating the matter, my lord. The Li family will always remain the Li family, and I harbor no intentions of usurping their position. As for the young lady, I regard her solely as a junior, with no ulterior motives whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as she truly did not know how to confront the situation otherwise. "Ah, very well," sighed old Master Li, a hint of resignation in his smile as he murmured, "Old Jiang, great kindness need not be acknowledged. I shall depart this world without regret." This smile, however, was ambiguous, reflecting neither pure joy nor complete resignation. In his lifetime, he had achieved considerable success, establishing his textile business as the finest in Yuzhou City, yet his family life was in utter disarray. 2 of his 3 sons had fled, and 1 had passed away. He had taken a younger wife who betrayed him, squandering his wealth. In the end, he found himself entrusting his legacy to Jiang Xuan, a mere outsider, which could be seen as a rather disheartening conclusion to a life once filled with promise. After reclaiming the Li family's fortune, the task assigned by the system remained unfulfilled. Jiang Xuan could not help but feel perplexed. Could it be that merely reclaiming the family assets of the Li clan was insufficient? Revitalizing the Li family's heritage amounted to little more than the textile trade. It must be so. Given the system's tendencies, it was improbable that he would be tasked with an outlandish requirement such as establishing an everlasting dynasty. It had to be something more grounded in reality. In the ensuing month, Jiang Xuan began to assist the Li family in reorganizing their textile business and soon uncovered a significant issue. After the business was taken over by the black market, a multitude of capable merchants and employees had fled. Meanwhile, with the patriarch of the Li family in ill health and Li Yingling still lacking experience, the Li clan found themselves in a predicament. Although they had regained their textile business, they were utterly at a loss as to how to conduct it. However, such a dilemma posed a challenge for the Li family but was of no concern for Jiang Xuan. What was his current identity, status, and influence? Engaging in business? It was far too simple. Jiang Xuan, struck by a sudden inspiration, decided to summon reinforcements from the black market under the pretext of teaching them the art of commerce. Little did he anticipate that this would bring immense joy to the disciples of the fourth hall. At this juncture, who among them was unaware that Jiang Xuan was a deity of trade, akin to a manifestation of the god of wealth? Not long ago, following Jiang Xuan's reforms, the Qilong gambling house experienced a meteoric rise in performance, transforming the establishment into a bustling marketplace, overflowing with gamblers. The atmosphere was electric, with patrons exclaiming in excitement, while Yang Long, the master of the Qilong Hall, wore a broad smile. These gamblers had never witnessed such an equitable gambling environment, where martial artists served as vigilant human cameras, ensuring that no one could cheat. Any attempt at deception would result in immediate execution. Yang Long lamented. Had he known Jiang Xuan was indeed a divine benefactor, he would never have engaged in such unscrupulous enterprises. Upon hearing these words, the entire black market erupted in fervor, as everyone clamored to seek Jiang Xuan's insights on the business. This was particularly true for the Zhuke Hall and the Baihu Hall, whose leaders were nearly driven to madness. Yin Lin, the head of the Zhuke Hall, personally approached Jiang Xuan with 3 extravagantly dressed widows, only to be graciously declined under the guise of needing to nurture one's health. Subsequently, Su Hu, the master of the Baihu Hall, brought a 3,000-year-old ginseng as a gesture of goodwill, which Jiang Xuan also respectfully refused, claiming it was too heating. The 2 hall leaders were beside themselves with anxiety, nearly wearing down Jiang Xuan's door with their persistent knocks. In truth, Jiang Xuan felt quite helpless himself. He was no deity. He did not possess the acumen for the brothel and auction house businesses. Moreover, to thrive in such establishments would be to exploit the young women involved. Now, upon hearing of Jiang Xuan's recruitment, the 2 hall leaders responded with fervor, dispatching their most astute disciples to assist him, demonstrating their utmost generosity. They sought nothing more than to learn a few tricks from Jiang Xuan to benefit their halls, believing that once one understood the principles of commerce, all avenues would open. However, it seemed the 2 leaders overlooked a crucial point. The likelihood that these individuals would not return to the black market was a matter of uncertainty. Thus, Jiang Xuan raised his arm in call, and a multitude of disciples from the black market eagerly volunteered, unstoppable in their enthusiasm. Furthermore, many individuals from outside the black market, having heard of this renowned god of wealth, flocked to witness him for themselves. In a short time, the Li family was bustling with activity, teeming with prospective applicants. Jiang Xuan wore a beaming smile as he instructed the servants to set up tables and chairs. He proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Li family. It is a great honor for me to have your esteemed presence today. In the future, as the Li family's business flourishes, you shall undoubtedly reap the benefits. I hereby declare that the Li Fabric House recruitment fair is officially underway." On this day, at the entrance of the Li family, Jiang Xuan sat upright at a wooden table, upon which lay a stack of white paper, resembling resumes. Beside the table stood a yellow flag inscribed with the words, "Li's Fabric Shop is hiring." Li Yingling stood nearby, occasionally pouring tea for Jiang Xuan. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed the scene. It was her first time witnessing such a multitude of candidates. She wondered how long the recruitment would last. Furthermore, among them were individuals prone to deception, leaving Jiang Xuan feeling perplexed. "Are you Lu Shaohua, applying for the accountant position?" At that moment, Jiang Xuan gazed at the sniffling man before him, his brow furrowed in dismay. It is well known that one must be astute in matters of calculation. Yet this fellow appeared to be merely a bumbling fool, akin to those on the street who stammer awkwardly at women. "Why yes, Master Jiang," Lu Shaohua stuttered. "One piece of silk cost 1,600 coins. How much would it be for 32 pieces? 53,200 coins. Calculating so swiftly?" Jiang Xuan was slightly taken aback and inquired, "What about the 48 steeds?" 39,200 coins. And what are the two steeds? 78,200 coins. Outrageous. Jiang Xuan's face was clouded with fury as he bellowed, "Next." "Greetings, Master Jiang." In the next moment, an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, approached. Trembling all over, Jiang Xuan furrowed his brows even deeper and inquired, "Are you here to apply for the position of a henchman? How old are you this year? Have you ever practiced martial arts?" 40 years old, and I have never trained in martial arts. Get out. Jiang Xuan was exasperated. Numerous individuals had arrived. Yet each one was more absurd than the last. It is no wonder that the role of HR is so challenging. Jiang Xuan took out a blank sheet of paper and swiftly inscribed a series of details including names, places of origin, ages, business experience, desired positions, and expected monthly salaries. Upon completion, he stood up and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, the recruitment for today concludes here. Henceforth, any applicants for positions at the Leaf Fabric Shop must first submit their resumes, which must be approved before any interviews can take place." The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was not a governmental office, after all. Why should one need a resume just to apply to a fabric shop? Yet, they had no choice. The atmosphere was bustling with energy. Those unwilling to comply would find themselves outnumbered, as many were eager to learn from Jiang Xuan, aspiring for a life of wealth and splendor. At that moment, Jiang Xuan finally grasped the necessity of collecting resumes. The process of hiring was indeed quite arduous. Thus, the Li family fervently continued their recruitment efforts for several days, striving for excellence, and eventually assembled a complete team for the fabric shop. However, as the saying goes, a different trade is as distant as a mountain. Most of these individuals hailed from the black market or other industries, lacking any understanding of the fabric market, making it challenging for them to compete with other fabric shops. The Li family, renowned as the foremost fabric establishment in Yuzhou City, found itself facing desolation upon reopening, with business faltering. Doubts began to creep into the minds of many black market disciples. Is Master Jiang truly the god of wealth? I beg to differ. Not only are they concerned with the affairs of the Li family, but individuals from the black market are also discreetly observing the Li family's business, curious to see if Jiang Xuan remains as formidable as before. On this particular day, Jiang Xuan accompanied Li Yingling to the Li textile shop, where Li Huan was the first to greet them with a beaming smile. "Ah, Master Jiang. Indeed. This is the same Li Huan who once served as an assassin for the Xuanwu Hall. And he was the first individual from the black market that Jiang Xuan came to know. To his surprise, this fellow harbored aspirations in business, prompting Jiang Xuan to retain him. Coincidentally, he too shares the surname Li. Jiang Xuan slightly nodded and inquired, "How's the business faring?" Li Huan sighed deeply, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Master Jiang, I cannot discern whether this is a deliberate ploy against us. In recent days, other fabric shops have been holding grand promotions, offering textiles identical to ours, thus drawing all the customers away. Our initial opening has been dishearteningly bleak. It seems that the future may be quite challenging." Jiang Xuan furrowed his brows in disbelief. Is such a thing possible? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling, standing nearby, expressed her indignation with a flushed face, exclaiming, "Grandfather Jiang, those merchants who once belonged to our Li family have not only defected to other families but have also revealed the secrets of our fabric. It is utterly despicable. Each fabric merchant possesses their own commercial secrets, such as sources of materials, processing techniques, and dyeing methods, which are typically known only to the owner. However, the Li family placed considerable trust in the managers of these merchants, entrusting them with full authority. This decision bore both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that the managers wielded greater power, enabling them to make more informed decisions for the merchants. Consequently, the Li family's fabric business thrived, eventually becoming the foremost in Yuzhou City. Yet, the drawback is the current predicament. Should these individuals betray their trust, they would become the greatest adversaries of the Li family's enterprise. After comprehending the situation, Jiang Xuan nodded slowly, acknowledging, "Indeed, these individuals are troublesome. How outrageous." Li Huan also erupted in anger, declaring vehemently, "Rest assured, Jiang Yi, I shall return to Xuanwu Hall tonight to rally our forces and eliminate these traitors." Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Li Huan, engaging in business is one thing, but how can one resort to murder?" "Oh, Master Jiang, I comprehend now." Li Huan responded with an expression of sudden enlightenment, his lips curling into a grin. "I shall resign from my position at once and return to eliminate them," ensuring that the Li family remains entirely uninvolved in this matter. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, a blend of amusement and exasperation crossing his face. "You, my young friend. possess a rather skewed perspective. No need for that, he continued. I have my own methods. Li Huan nodded eagerly, a grin spreading across his face. All right, Jiang Yi. Let us orchestrate a grand promotional event and outshine them. That is hardly necessary, Jiang Xuan replied. Such loss-incurring promotions can only last a few days before they fizzle out. Instead, we shall bide our time and gradually outmaneuver them. Yes, we shall outmaneuver them. How shall we do that? Just follow my lead, Jiang Xuan instructed. Striding confidently into the shop, Li Huan and Li Yingling exchanged curious glances and followed closely behind, eager to discover what scheme Jiang Xuan had in store. Jiang Xuan entered the shop and surveyed the surroundings, discovering that most of the fabrics sold by the Li family were suitable for making women's garments. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Li Huan, I entrust you with 3 significant tasks. It is imperative that there be no mistakes. Yes, Master Jiang. Li Huan replied with a sycophantic grin, thumping his chest. Rest assured, Master Jiang, I shall comply with your orders, and I will not flinch. Whether faced with a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, there is no need for such extremes. I have reiterated countless times that we are in the business of commerce. Jiang Xuan wore an expression of utter disbelief, exclaiming, I require you to attend to 3 matters immediately. First, summon the 100 finest tailors in the city, each tasked with crafting a uniquely exquisite garment, ensuring there are no duplicates. Second, return to the black market and seek out Master Yan, procuring 100 of the most beautiful and statuesque women, specifically the top courtesans from each establishment. Third, you must locate 100 of the most skilled painters in the city, particularly those adept at portraying women, including those specializing in sensual art. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing these words, Li Yingling and Li Huan were left in a state of utter shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Li Huan, somewhat bashful, raised an eyebrow and remarked, Master Jiang, transforming this place into a brothel seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Get lost. Jiang Xuan chuckled and delivered a swift kick to Li Huan's backside, exclaiming, You've messed it up, and I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, Master Jiang, it is foolproof. Came Li Huan's cheeky voice from outside the shop. Jiang Xuan, stroking his beard, shook his head in resignation. He then turned his gaze towards Li Yingling, smiling as he said, My dear lady, you are renowned as the beauty of Yuzhou City. I would appreciate it if you could provide a demonstration for everyone shortly. Ah? Li Yingling gasped in shock, trembling as if struck by lightning. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she shyly replied, Grandfather Jiang. What are you saying? At that moment, her thoughts raced. Could it be? Oh heavens! What should I do? Just escape the tiger's den. Only to fall into the wolf's lair? Jiang Xuan immediately realized that Li Yingling had misunderstood and couldn't help but chuckle while scolding. What are you thinking? You silly girl? If Li Huan is foolish, does that make you foolish as well? Do you truly believe that I intend to open a brothel? Ah, is it not so? Li Yingling blinked her eyes and murmured softly, first a tailor, then an artist, and now a beautiful woman indulging in extravagant pleasures. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but press his forehead in exasperation. Am I truly such a person? I merely need to find some models for our fabric shop. Grandfather Jiang. What is a model? Li Yingling furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed. Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before elucidating. You may perceive this as a form of demonstration. Although our fabrics are exquisite, there are many who lack the discerning eye to appreciate them, unless one is a skilled tailor or a dexterous woman. Most individuals remain oblivious to their true value. If we were to craft a distinct style for each fabric and have some enchanting ladies don them, the impact would be immediately apparent. From that point onward, the common folk need not comprehend the intricacies of purple cloud silk, soft smoke gauze, green cicada wings, or phoenix fire. They simply need to recognize that this batch of fabric is akin to that worn by the Misli. Once our reputation is established, we can replicate our success and extend our fabric business beyond Yuzhou City, even throughout the entire Great Qian Kingdom. At that juncture, even if others were to offer identical fabrics, what difference would it make? At this juncture, Jiang Xuan suddenly turned to Li Yingling, stroking his beard with a smile, and remarked, Miss, should everything proceed smoothly, you might become a renowned figure celebrated across the vast lands. The essence of Jiang Xuan's intention is, quite simply, to establish a brand for the fabric business. Once the brand effect takes shape, the intrinsic quality of the goods becomes secondary, and this model represents the initial step. Heavens! Li Yingling exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain her surprise. Grandfather Jiang, how did you come up with such an idea? My father truly should have entrusted the management of the fabric business to you. Jiang Xuan smiled silently, Every world is replete with talented individuals. But what it lacks is a proper stage. Armed with the experiences of his past life, he traversed into ancient times, theoretically positioned to thrive splendidly. Alas, his status as a slave obliterated all opportunities. Who would heed the counsel of a servant? You propose reform, and it shall be done? On the following day, Li Huan summoned the 100 most skilled tailors and accomplished painters of women in the city. It must be said, the efficiency of the black market is astonishing. Under the enthusiastic cooperation of Yin Lin, the steward of Zhuge Hall, Kai Feng personally escorted 100 exquisite beauties to Li's textile shop, resembling celestial maidens descending to earth. Such a grand spectacle drew the attention of countless onlookers. My goodness, such beauty, such grace, such long legs, have I arrived in paradise? A young gentleman exclaimed on the street. With so many stunning women, where can they possibly be headed? It seems they are bound for Li's textile shop. Let us hasten to witness this. Could it be that Li's textile shop is transforming into a brothel? Bah! You scoundrel, dare to step outside, and I shall break your legs. In an instant, the entire street erupted in commotion as the populace flocked to Li's establishment. After all, who does not relish a gathering of beautiful women? Alas, the moral decay of society. Li's textile shop has succumbed to such shameless tactics. The owner of Chao's textile shop gritted his teeth in indignation. Fear not, such antics cannot endure. Unless they intend to transform into a brothel, which could, in fact, serve our interests well, the manager of Chao's shop sycophantically remarked. Simultaneously, numerous individuals within the industry turned their gaze toward Yuzhou City. The Li family, once the foremost textile merchants, though their commercial secrets had been divulged, still possessed a formidable legacy, prompting others to regard them with caution. Moreover, such a significant display even attracted the attention of the authorities. What on earth is Li's textile shop up to? Resorting to such means to draw attention? This is simply a degradation of propriety. My lord, the business world is indeed merciless. Yes, stay vigilant. Should the Li family brazenly open a brothel, we shall arrest them all. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Jiang Xuan remained composed, savoring tea and delicacies as he conversed with Kai Feng of Zhuge Hall. Master Jiang, this time Zhuge Hall has truly invested considerable resources. We have invited the premier courtesans from every establishment. Do not forget our hall master's generosity, Kai Feng said with a beaming smile, subtly seeking recognition for her efforts. Jiang Xuan stroked his beard, a slight smile gracing his lips. Little Feng, are the contracts of these young ladies available at the Zhuge Hall? Kai Feng, perplexed, replied, in response to Master Jiang, they are indeed. Is it possible to redeem them? Kai Feng hesitated for a moment, her expression troubled as she spoke. Master Jiang, these young ladies are the prime attractions of their respective establishments. If we were to redeem them, our establishment would surely collapse. However, if you truly take a liking to them, you may have them attend to you in rotation, or perhaps receive 1 or 2 as gifts. Beyond that, I fear the hall master would not consent. Ahem. Jiang Xuan could not help but choke slightly, waving his hand and saying, there is no need for that. I am focused on nurturing my health. If it cannot be redeemed, so be it. What I mean to convey is that this time, your Zhuge Hall is poised to reap substantial profits. Kai Feng exclaimed with surprise. Master Jiang, are you going to assist our Zhuge Hall in business? Not quite, he replied. You will understand shortly. I fear that each of these young ladies will transform from wild chickens into phoenixes. Jiang Xuan smiled mysteriously, leaving Kai Feng utterly perplexed. Shortly thereafter, at the entrance of the Li family's cloth shop, the most enchanting beauty of Yuzhou City, Li Yingling, emerged, adorned in a flowing, ethereal purple gown. The delicate fabric, akin to mist, shimmered with elusive hues, draping over her like celestial raiment, stirring hearts with its allure. As the saying goes, a sister in purple possesses unparalleled grace. Li Yingling, already possessing extraordinary beauty, typically donned modest attire that lacked extravagance. Thus, she appeared somewhat unadorned. However, today, clothed in this exquisite gown fashioned from precious purple cloud gauze, she was nothing short of breathtaking. My heavens, is there truly such an otherworldly beauty in existence? Among the crowd, a young gentleman's face flushed with admiration, his eyes sparkling with affection. Oh, her dress is stunning. Another woman gasped in awe. In an instant, a throng of onlookers was captivated by Li Yingling, her presence wielding an irresistible charm that ensnared people of all ages and genders. Kai Feng, taken aback, could only stare in astonishment at Miss Li's remarkable transformation. Jiang Xuan gently stroked his beard and smiled as he inquired, Little Feng, upon seeing Linger in this attire, What was your immediate thought? I want to buy it, exclaimed Kaifeng, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, responding without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Oh, precisely. At the entrance of the Li family's textile shop, Li Yingling stood shyly. Adorned in a long gown crafted from purple cloud silk, exposed to the gaze of the crowd, instantly captivating all who beheld her. At that moment, countless young men drooled, their eyes sparkling, while numerous young ladies gazed at Li Yingling with admiration. She was stunning, so breathtakingly beautiful. Some pointed at the maiden, while others gestured towards her exquisite attire. Regardless of the details, one thing was certain. It was a sight that left an indelible impression. Suddenly, a 60-year-old gentleman, who was diligently sketching Li Yingling, experienced a nosebleed, foam spilling from his mouth, and with a resounding crash, he fainted. He continued to murmur, "So beautiful, truly too beautiful." "Master Jiang, the painter has fainted," called out a young servant. "Useless, throw him out." Jiang Xuan's expression darkened, and he promptly rose to his feet, seizing the bronze gong as he stepped outside. With resolute strikes, he announced, "Greetings to all esteemed elders and fellow villagers. I am Jiang Xuan, the esteemed steward of the Li family." Upon his arrival, the crowd's gaze shifted toward him, filled with curiosity and confusion. Jiang Xuan, calm and unhurried, wore a gentle smile as he addressed the gathered villagers. "Esteemed elders, allow me to introduce Miss Li Yingling of the Li family. I trust many young gentlemen here are already acquainted with her. What I wish to emphasize is her exquisite garment. What do you all think? Beautiful, simply breathtaking. A peerless enchantress," exclaimed an enthusiastic young man. At this, numerous young ladies cast him disapproving glances, prompting him to retract his statement with an apologetic smile. "What I meant was, the dress worn by Miss Li." This clarification resonated with the ladies present. Indeed, the garment was stunning. "Oh, if only I could don such a dress, my wretched husband would surely cease his daily visits to the brothel," lamented one. "How can such a beautiful garment even exist?" Another echoed, "It's simply splendid. I am utterly envious." It must be noted that when an exquisite outfit adorns another, one cannot help but envision themselves in it, believing it would suit them just as well. No one perceives themselves as unattractive enough to be unworthy of such attire. It is human nature. The young ladies were nearly moved to tears by their envy. Yet, among the assembly, a few perceptive young gentlemen observed quietly, their thoughts concealed. No matter how splendid the dress, it would not suit the frame of a corpulent figure. Truly, the ugly oft create their own misfortune, they mused internally. However, such sentiments remained unspoken, for fear of inciting the ire of the ladies around them. Jiang Xuan observed the reactions of the crowd and spoke with a warm smile. "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, this exquisite gown, as beautiful as a celestial being, is none other than the latest creation from our Li family fabric shop. The purple cloud silk plus any customer who purchases the same style as Miss Li from our shop will receive a complimentary design sketch of this garment." Jiang Xuan's words were delivered with poise, strength, and an unmistakable flair for promotion. Indeed, upon hearing this, the young ladies below erupted with excitement, eagerly exclaiming, "Shopkeeper, quickly bring me a bolt of purple cloud silk." "Shopkeeper, I too desire the purple cloud silk, but it is rather costly. Could you perhaps offer a discount?" "Shopkeeper, is your fabric truly identical to what Miss Li is wearing?" With a gentle smile, Jiang Xuan raised his hand and spoke soothingly, "Ladies, there is no need to rush. I assure you, everything in this humble shop is guaranteed to be genuine. If you find anything that resembles Miss Li's attire, it can be exchanged without hesitation. However, I must caution you that the Ziyun gauze is exceedingly rare and thus quite costly. I fear many of you may find it beyond your means. Nonetheless, the mission of the Li family's fabric shop is to enable every young lady to don such exquisite garments. To this end, we are launching a significant discount event known as Splendid Cuts." Upon hearing the steep price of the Ziyun gauze, the expressions of the gathered ladies dimmed momentarily. Yet, when they heard Jiang Xuan's subsequent announcement, their eyes sparkled with renewed excitement as they eagerly inquired, "Shopkeeper, what exactly is Splendid Cuts?" "A splendid question." Jiang Xuan laughed heartily, clapping his hands, and commanded his attendants to raise the previous knife-throwing wheel, which was divided into several sections, varying in size, each filled with various numbers. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the numbers on this wheel represent money. Henceforth, for every friend you invite to my fabric shop to purchase cloth, you shall have the opportunity to throw a knife. The number it lands on will determine your discount, potentially reducing the cost to nothing at all. However, be mindful. You may invite no more than 5 friends each day." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the numbers on the wheel. My heavens! The largest number can reduce the price by 2,000 coins in a single throw, amounting to a staggering 10,000 coins over 5 throws. This could allow one to acquire most fabrics for free, exclaimed a mathematical prodigy. Is this truly the case? How extraordinary! It's as if they are giving it away. A young lady exclaimed with delight. What on earth has the Leaf family embarked upon? Are they engaging in charity? Lamented the owners of other fabric shops, their voices rife with despair. Among the crowd, a modestly dressed girl felt her heart race with excitement at the thought of possibly adorning herself in such exquisite fabric. Initially, she merely admired the beautiful garments worn by Miss Lee, secretly envious yet too timid to voice her thoughts. She was acutely aware of her family's financial situation and, as a prudent woman, did not wish to impose an undue burden. Yet, what woman could resist the allure of beauty? Now, she felt the enchanting garments were within her reach and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, is what you say truly valid?" "Indeed, it is," Jiang Xuan replied with a smile. As this news rapidly spread, the young women of the entire street erupted in excitement, flocking to the entrance of the Leaf fabric shop. Within a mere half-day, the once desolate shop transformed into a bustling hub, teeming with people. Newcomers gathered in clusters, whispering excitedly, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Their eyes occasionally darting toward Li Yingling, filled with admiration. "How beautiful! If only I could wear such splendid garments." One exclaimed, "Indeed, whoever gifts me such a lovely dress, I would gladly marry him." Another lamented, "Oh heavens, it's breathtaking. How can anyone be so stunning?" Upon hearing such remarks, not only the ladies were stirred, but the young gentlemen also buzzed with enthusiasm, many arriving as if to a grand festival. "What on earth is that old man up to?" grumbled several fabric shop owners, witnessing their customers being drawn away. Upon inquiry, they learned that the ladies had gone to the Leaf fabric shop. Observing the swelling crowd, Jiang Xuan glanced around and, sensing the momentum was sufficient, raised his voice. "Esteemed elders, family, and friends, I have another delightful announcement. The Leaf fabric shop offers not just one, but 100 styles of fabric available for discounts, allowing all the young ladies to choose from. I hereby declare that in 10 days, we shall host a fabric appreciation event, inviting 100 of the most exquisite beauties from Yuzhou to showcase our latest fabric collection. The knife-throwing activity will also coincide with this event. Whatever style you fancy, you may aim for it. Dear friends, do not miss this opportunity. May every young lady have beautiful garments to wear." As the days passed, the anticipation for the event grew. In the time leading up to it, Yuzhou became abuzz with the news that the Leaf fabric shop would host a grand fabric appreciation event, featuring 100 stunning beauties to model the garments, inviting all citizens to come and admire. Furthermore, the Leaf fabric shop would introduce the knife-throwing activity, selling fabrics identical to those worn by the beauties and offering free clothing design sketches. With this announcement, the literati and gentry of the city erupted in excitement, eagerly awaiting the event. Good heavens! The owner of the Leaf fabric shop is a true benefactor. I must see these beauties, no, these garments. Have you seen the portrait of Miss Lee at the entrance? She is simply breathtaking. While Miss Lee is indeed beautiful, her status is too exalted for someone like me to approach. Is there a more ordinary beauty to behold? There are, indeed. I hear there will be 100 such beauties at the appreciation event. All of them are of unparalleled grace. Is that truly so? If it is, I must attend. The excitement was not confined to the literati. The young women of the city were equally captivated. Oh dear, have you seen Miss Lee's gown? It is so lovely when worn. Indeed, if I could possess a gown like that, I would die content. Did you hear? The Leaf fabric shop is hosting a fabric appreciation event, and there are supposedly 100 stunning dresses, some of which can be obtained for free. Is that true? Then I must go and see. On this particular day, the weather was delightful. The streets of Yuzhou were unusually barren, evoking the desolation of a frigid winter. Yet in front of the Leaf fabric shop, the thoroughfare was thronged, a sea of heads encircling the entrance. A magnificent stage had been erected, adorned with a splendid red curtain, and above it hung an enormous sign proclaiming, "Fabric Appreciation Event." To the uninitiated, it might have seemed that a royal opera troupe had come to perform, the spectacle immensely grand. Despite the early morning chill, the area buzzed with the lively chatter of those gathered to witness the Fabric Appreciation Event. The literati, gentry, and young ladies from various esteemed families had all arrived. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the wealthiest and most influential families of Yuzhou were in attendance. Consequently, the surrounding inns and tea houses had raised their prices exponentially. Fully booked, all to gain a vantage point from which to behold this spectacle. Naturally, some harbored ulterior motives, namely, the owners and managers of rival fabric shops. How does it stand with Lord Zhao? Inquired Chao Renqi, the owner of the Chao fabric shop, as he idly twirled his teacup. Beside him, a scheming manager clad in ornate garments, Du Zaitan, smirked and said, "Fear not, Boss Zhao. I have successfully sent both Widow Li and Widow Wang to Lord Zhao's residence. He has assured us he will attend." "Very well," Chao Renqi grinned, his jowls quivering. Today, if the Li fabric shop dared to host this appreciation event, he had every intention of ensuring the Li family faced dire consequences, all of them confined within the walls of the prison. The method was simple enough, by bribing officials to label the Li family as proprietors of an illicit brothel. According to the laws of Deqian, operating a brothel required official permission, and not just anyone could open one. Moreover, he anticipated that many shop owners would hire warriors to create chaos at the event. Once the situation erupted, the event would be ruined. However, Du Zaitan hesitated, his words trailing off. "What is it?" Chao Renqi probed. "I have heard whispers that the head manager of the Li fabric shop, Jiang Xuan, is rumored to have connections to the black market. This could pose some complications." "Humph. In broad daylight, what of the black market? Do they dare oppose the authorities?" Chao Renqi scoffed, dismissing the concern. In his view, the black market was merely a den of petty criminals, hardly worth worrying about. As for any potential retaliation, he had never taken it seriously. How could the black market possibly reach him? If they had the guts, they should retaliate against the officials instead. Meanwhile, within the Li's fabric shop, the vibrant phoenix of Zhuke Hall wore a look of hesitation as she gazed at Jiang Xuan and spoke. "Master Jiang, are you truly not considering summoning some of the brethren from the hall to assist today? Should any disturbances arise?" Jiang Xuan took a delicate sip of tea and replied with a gentle smile, "There is no need. I do not wish for the Li family to be entangled with the black market. In the eyes of the common folk, we are hardly viewed as virtuous individuals, and it might adversely affect our business." Kai Feng chuckled softly. "Indeed, your foresight is commendable, Master Jiang. However, I fear there may be some oblivious individuals who could cause disturbances." "Whom do you refer to?" "The others are of little concern, primarily the authorities." Kai Feng responded without hesitation, her expression turning serious. "Master Jiang, although our black market possesses considerable strength, we still fall short compared to the government. Moreover, with the commotion you have stirred here, the authorities will not remain indifferent. You are well aware of the origins of those young ladies." "It matters not." Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, assuring, "You need only ensure the success of the garment appreciation event. I have already made preparations on the official side." His words exuded such confidence that Kai Feng found it somewhat perplexing, and a possibility began to stir within her mind. Could it be that Lord Jiang has already infiltrated the government? It is quite common for many individuals from the black market to collude with officials. But how long has Jiang Xuan been in the black market? Has he extended his reach so far? In truth, Jiang Xuan has not only penetrated the government, but has directly infiltrated the most powerful figure within it. A few days ago, he penned a letter to the current city lord, Tian Rong, elucidating the benefits of the Li family's textile business model for the governance of Yuzhou. This letter bore no signature, yet it left Tian Rong astounded, prompting him to rise in shock. The reason for his astonishment lay in the final line of the letter, which mirrored a phrase from a recent imperial decree: "Those who cultivate virtue shall reap virtuous rewards. Those who commit evil shall face just penalties. The heavens are clear, and retribution is certain." These words, which he had never disclosed to anyone, had once again manifested before him. Could it be the old immortal? With this thought, Tian Rong immediately commanded his subordinates, "Go investigate the Li family's textile business at once." Soon, the auspicious hour arrived. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, bathing Yuzhou in a golden glow. As the crowd eagerly awaited, the doors of the Li family's textile shop finally creaked open. An elderly gentleman clad in resplendent robes emerged, gracefully ascending the stage, smiling down at the throngs of people below. Although this man's hair and beard were completely white, giving him an appearance of advanced age, his complexion was smooth, and he possessed a youthful demeanor, exuding an air of ethereal elegance and extraordinary grace. His opulent attire immediately conveyed to all that he was a person of distinction. This gentleman was none other than Jiang Xuan, making his grand debut before countless onlookers. "Wow, what a handsome old man. Is this esteemed gentleman the head of the Li family's textile business? He certainly carries himself with remarkable poise. This old chap is not to be underestimated." Upon seeing Jiang Xuan, the people of Yuzhou began to murmur amongst themselves, each offering their own opinions and judgments. Jiang Xuan gazed upon the throngs of people below, his smile warm and inviting. "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I am Jiang Xuan. the principal manager of the Lee Fabric Shop. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for gracing us with your presence at this cloth appreciation gala. In this gathering, our Lee family has invited 100 exquisite ladies to grace the stage and showcase our shop's latest fabric offerings. Simultaneously, the knife-throwing event shall commence, allowing you to invite your friends and family to select their preferred fabrics, which they may take home to craft splendid garments. Jiang Xuan's voice resonated with a profound clarity, exuding strength and stability. Despite the absence of any amplifying device, every individual present could hear him distinctly. This was the art of transmitting sound through true energy. While the ordinary folk remained largely unfazed, the martial artists in attendance began to regard him with growing seriousness. Such a robust manifestation of true energy indicated that this elder was undoubtedly a master. In that moment, many who had initially harbored ill intentions began to temper their thoughts, refraining from rash actions, including several formidable practitioners. Who could have anticipated that the steward of a merchant family was also a warrior of considerable prowess? Jiang Xuan cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, noticing a subtle stillness among those concealed in the shadows. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he spoke again. Esteemed guests, I shall not indulge in unnecessary chatter. I trust you are all well aware of the established protocols. I sincerely hope that no unpleasant incidents arise to disrupt this grand gathering. I hereby declare the garment appreciation ceremony officially commenced. Appreciate my foot. You old fool, meet your demise. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from all directions. Whoosh. Simultaneously, numerous figures clad in black surged forth, brandishing gleaming blades as they charged at Jiang Xuan. The suddenness and swiftness of this scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Master Jiang. Be careful. Below the stage, Li Huan and Kai Feng gasped in shock, their hearts sinking. I knew it. Alas, Master Jiang has overestimated himself. Had he summoned the brothers from the hall to maintain order, we would not find ourselves in such a precarious situation. Who knew there were so many assassins lurking within? Assassins? Jiang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He was now the leader of assassins, and these individuals dared to engage in such juvenile tactics before him. He had long since detected their presence and had intentionally revealed a modicum of his prowess, employing a strategy of civility before aggression to intimidate these killers into restraint. However, it is often said that good advice falls on deaf ears. These assassins were of meager strength, mostly inconsequential martial artists, likely dispatched by the hidden masters of other factions. To his surprise, it was not only Li Huan who harbored misguided morals, but such individuals were indeed plentiful. Given this reality, he had no choice but to settle the score with each of them. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Jiang Xuan lifted his gaze toward the approaching assassins. His expression calm and unruffled, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, standing resolute and still. How dare they underestimate us? One masked assassin, his eyes glinting with malice, swung his long blade viciously toward Jiang Xuan's head, unable to suppress a smirk of arrogance. Humph, the audacious old fool, unaware of his impending doom. Yet, in the very next instant, the assassin's expression froze in disbelief. His blade, aimed at Jiang Xuan, passed through his form as though cleaving through mere air. A phantasm? The assassin gasped in horror, unable to contain his astonishment. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan's figure became ethereal and translucent, wisps of white mist emanating from his body, while a blue ethereal glow ignited in his eyes, exuding an otherworldly aura. With the heavenly gang's void step, a series of resounding impacts echoed as the onlookers witnessed Jiang Xuan's figure blur momentarily. In an instant, the surrounding assassins shrieked in agony, flying backward and crashing violently onto the stone pavement below, creating several meters deep craters upon impact. Upon closer inspection, one would note that the locations where they landed were identical, each one gushing blood profusely. This spectacle unfolded with breathtaking swiftness, almost in the blink of an eye. From the sudden assault by the assassins to their collective flight into the ground, the entire ordeal transpired in less than 3 breaths, and the battle was concluded. An eerie silence enveloped the venue. For Jiang Xuan, the act of dispatching such weaklings was exceedingly simple. Empowered by the insights of the heart of heaven and the heavenly gang's void step, he could pinpoint the weaknesses of these assailants within a single breath, effortlessly neutralizing them without alerting anyone. Swift, precise, and ruthless. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, the panic induced by the assassins dissipating before being replaced by profound shock, followed by a cacophony of awestruck gasps. Heavens, how did these assassins fall in an instant? A martial artist rubbed his eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. What transpired just now? How did so many people suddenly find themselves hurled to the ground? A bewildered commoner murmured, how could this be possible? One of the concealed faction leaders stood gaping in astonishment. So impressive. Although I have no idea what just happened, this gentleman exudes an air of undeniable charisma. A young lady exclaimed. Is this some sort of performance orchestrated by the Li faction? How thrilling. A curious young man whistled, brimming with excitement. In that moment, the common folk were not in a state of panic. Rather, they regarded the scene as a captivating display akin to a fashion show. At this point, within a high-rise tavern overlooking the fashion show, a striking woman clad in red twirled her hair, gazing out at the event with a beaming smile. Han Feng. Can you match the prowess of this esteemed gentleman? Beside her stood an exceptionally refined gentleman in scholarly attire, his eyes narrowing slightly. His speed is remarkable, and his precision in targeting vulnerabilities is impeccable. Such reflexes rival those of a martial artist of the earth spirit realm. Yet, it is still insufficient. The man spoke with utmost confidence, for he was indeed a martial artist of the earth spirit realm. Had others been present, they would have been astounded to see such an individual respectfully standing beside a woman, even referring to himself as her subordinate. Clearly, these two were not natives of Yuzhou City. I find him rather intriguing, the woman mused, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xuan. I've heard he is affiliated with the black market. At the fashion show, Jiang Xuan surveyed the assassin sprawled on the ground, howling in agony, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. He then turned his gaze upon the astonished Li Huan and Kai Feng, subtly signaling with his hand at his neck. Realizing his intent, Li Huan and Kai Feng hurriedly rushed forward to bind the assassins. The meaning conveyed by Master Jiang is rather straightforward. He intends to employ these assassins to identify and eliminate everyone associated with this matter, without exception. How audacious to brazenly assassinate the leader of the assassins in public. It is as if one is courting death. Alas, a life has been taken. At that moment, an unknown voice from the crowd cried out, and soon commotion erupted from a distance, seemingly the sound of soldiers being mobilized, accompanied by a cacophony of chatter. The authorities are conducting an investigation. All bystanders, disperse. Are there still experts among us? The multitude of citizens was struck with panic. How could the Li family host a clothing award ceremony that has devolved into chaos with assassins and officials alike? Will there be no opportunity to admire the beauties? Some young gentlemen were seething with rage, their teeth nearly grinding to dust, as their trousers threatened to fall, caught up in the spectacle. Jiang Xuan raised his gaze and observed a path forming amidst the crowd, as a corpulent middle-aged man clad in an official robe ambled towards him. Flanking him were soldiers standing in two neat rows, effectively partitioning the common folk, exuding an air of utmost arrogance. This middle-aged man, known as Zhao Cheng, served as the military supervisor of the city lord's residence, wielding immense power in Yuzhou City, marked by his brazen demeanor. At this moment, Zhao Cheng, with a protruding belly, regarded Jiang Xuan, nostrils flared in disdain. I have received reports of a brothel operating openly in this vicinity, accompanied by acts of violence and murder. Is this truly the case? Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile, saying, My lord, you jest. We are merely honest merchants, selling some fabrics here. Oh, merely selling fabrics? Zhao Cheng replied with a sidelong glance at the blood-soaked ground in the distance, his voice turning cold. What do you call this? It is clearly the aftermath of a death. Some ruffians merely fell down. Jiang Xuan maintained his cheerful demeanor. Do you think I am a fool? Zhao Cheng scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. With a wave of his hand, 300 armored soldiers behind him brandished their silver spears, swiftly encircling Jiang Xuan on the stage. Seeing Jiang Xuan easily trapped, Zhao Cheng laughed boisterously. Ha! Old man, considering your advanced age, you may be imprisoned for 30 to 50 years. But you shall eventually be released. Remember, in this city of Yuzhou, conduct your affairs with more discretion. Jiang Xuan's expression remained calm and unperturbed. It seemed that this individual was not of the same ilk as Tian Rong. Otherwise, he would surely be aware that an agreement had already been established with the city lord. Jiang Xuan gazed calmly at Zhao Cheng, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Is there no law left? I am merely here to set up a stage for business. Pray tell, which decree of the great Qian have I transgressed? Are you perhaps seeking to exploit your position for personal gain? Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng burst into raucous laughter, his mirth almost maniacal. Ha ha, law? In Yuzhou City, I am the law. If I declare you guilty, then you are indeed guilty. Old man, it seems you are weary of living. Zhao Cheng furiously gestured. Seize him. 300 armored soldiers, without a moment's hesitation, charged at Jiang. Oh no, Master Jiang. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Li Huan was nearly beside himself, furiously stamping his feet. Why is business so difficult? The officials have arrived. What are we to do now? Kai Feng, her face etched with helplessness, replied, I warned Master Jiang long ago, yet he would not heed my counsel. One cannot offend the authorities so carelessly. What now? What else can we do? We must return and report to the deputy leader. He is well acquainted with the city lord and may be able to rescue Master Jiang. Gritting his teeth, Li Huan nodded. Very well, you stay here and keep watch. I will return to the black market to gather support. From a nearby tea house, Charanchi, the owner of the chow cloth shop, observed the commotion with a sly grin. Old Du, you've done well. Indeed, Lord Zhao has come. And now our position is secure. I never expected that your former loyalty to the Li cloth shop would turn so mercilessly against your own master. Du's eating. His face a mask of flattery, replied, Chow Leoi, you jest. I am now your loyal servant. Who could possibly remember the Li cloth shop? You shall henceforth be the preeminent merchant in Yuzhou City. At that moment, facing the onslaught of 300 soldiers, Jiang Xuan stood rooted in place. His hands clasped behind his back, not even lifting his eyelids, exuding an air of lofty composure. Truth be told, even if 1,000 soldiers surrounded him, he would not bat an eye, treating them as if they were mere chickens or dogs, utterly disregarding their presence. As Lord Guan would say, they were but a rabble. True masters possess such unwavering confidence. How dare you? Zhao Cheng roared in fury, his greatest disdain being for those who flaunt arrogance before him. He bellowed. Do not capture him. Kill this old fool on the spot. Even if the city lord were present, he could not save your wretched life. The soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with murderous intent, their silver spears aimed at Jiang Xuan's vital points, intent on taking his life. For someone of Zhao Cheng's stature, the accidental death of a cloth shop manager was inconsequential. No one would bat an eye. With a single command, Jiang Xuan was as good as dead. Just as the soldiers were about to strike Jiang Xuan down, a chilling and furious voice rang out. How dare you? At the sound of this voice, the soldiers froze, their long spears halting mere millimeters from Jiang's head. Zhao Cheng, taken aback, exclaimed, Who dares? In Yuzhou City, who would be bold enough to thwart his orders? In the next moment, a contingent of armored soldiers adorned in luxurious helmets surrounded the silver-armored troops. The city lord's guard? Witnessing this sight, countless martial artists were taken aback, eyes filled with trepidation. Recognizing the elite guards, Zhao Cheng's face drained of color. These black-armored warriors were the most elite of the city lord's personal guard, each a formidable warrior of at least the 7th or 8th level of chi condensation. In that instant, Zhao Cheng was struck with realization. Only one person in Yuzhou City could command such a force, the current city lord. The city lord had personally arrived. Suddenly, Zhao Cheng noticed a figure of imposing demeanor bowing to Jiang Xuan, and all the black-armored soldiers followed suit, collectively proclaiming, We greet the old immortal. Jiang Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm as he looked down at Zhao Cheng and Tianrong, unable to suppress a crooked smile. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as astonished gazes filled the air. The old immortal? Zhao Cheng trembled, as though struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. This ancient figure was the very one who had slain the 3 great leaders of Yuzhou City and assisted Tianrong in ascending to the position of city lord? Good heavens, had he truly offended such a formidable killer? Moreover, he had managed to provoke him to such an extent. If he were so powerful, why hadn't he revealed it sooner? In this day and age, was it still appropriate to speak of the Dragon King's return? This was akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple. At that moment, Zhao Cheng felt his legs quaking, already cursing Chao Rinchi and Du Zitong in his heart, sending their ancestors to the heavens with every utterance of his wrath. Who would not know that the old immortal was not only the benefactor but also the idol of the current city lord, who even visited Hanxiang Temple weekly? One could jest and play, but one must never make light of the old immortal. At this juncture, the assembled citizens were equally astonished, gradually recovering from their shock, unable to restrain their exclamations. The shopkeeper of the leaf fabric shop truly resembles that old immortal from Hanxiang Temple. Indeed, the likeness is striking. I can't believe I didn't recognize him. That old immortal once cured my father's ailment, and I never got the chance to express my gratitude. Wasn't he, the old immortal, a divine healer? How had he transformed into a mere shopkeeper? No wonder the leaf fabric shop promotes charitable activities. It appears the old immortal seeks to benefit the common folk. Meanwhile, both the black-armored and silver-armored soldiers were on edge. Do they realize who this individual is? He is the old immortal who, in a single night, had eradicated all the actual power holders of Yuzhou City. Tianrong quickly stepped forward, respectfully and humbly stating, I am Tianrong, a junior, and I pay my respects to the old immortal. Since receiving Jiang Xuan's letter a few days prior, he had launched an extensive investigation into its origins, ultimately tracing it back to Jiang Xuan. To his astonishment, he discovered that Jiang Xuan was indeed the old immortal from Hanxiang Temple, who was, in reality, a killer from the black market. By a twist of fate, this had inadvertently brought him to prominence. Upon learning this, Tianrong rushed to the garment award ceremony, only to arrive just in time to prevent a confrontation between the authorities and the old immortal. As the saying goes, if one respects me by a foot, I shall respect them by a mile. The city lord was exceedingly courteous, and Jiang Xuan, not wishing to maintain an air of aloofness, raised his hand and said, I am Jiang Xuan. I dare not claim to be the old immortal. You are too kind, city lord. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing felt as if struck by lightning. His mind blank, muttering, City lord, you must have mistaken the person. How could such a mere traitor be that powerful? Humph, how could that be impossible? Tianrong shot a cold glance at Zhao Cheng and retorted, and you, Zhao Cheng, who gave you the audacity to mobilize the silver-armored guards? HM? I received a report that someone was operating a brothel here. Zhao Cheng's face turned pale with fear, stumbling over his words. Before he could finish, Tianrong's icy gaze fixed on him, coldly inquiring, where is this brothel? Why have I not seen it? Zhao Cheng fell silent, rendered speechless. The charge against him was baseless, leaving him with no ground for rebuttal. Tianrong snorted coldly, commanding with authority, Zhao Cheng has unlawfully mobilized the silver-armored guards, disrupting public order. Seize him, strip him of his official robe, and throw him into prison. In an instant, two well-trained black-armored soldiers surged forward, swiftly subduing Zhao Cheng, removing his official robe and placing shackles upon him. Excellent. The city lord is formidable. A cheer erupted from the crowd. City lord, I have grievances to report. This wicked official forcibly took my daughter and has occupied my wife. He is nothing but a beast. A citizen loudly accused, my lord, this vile official abuses his power, feasting for free in my shop, and even encourages his subordinates to beat me. It is utterly inhumane. In a moment, with the walls crumbling, countless citizens stepped forward to denounce Zhao Cheng's misdeeds, their voices fueled by righteous indignation. Hearing these accusations, Zhao Cheng's complexion drained of color, leaving him utterly speechless. Tianrong's expression darkened further. He was somewhat aware of these transgressions, having long been troubled by the inability to rectify the corruption within the officialdom. With the old immortal present, however, the citizens had found their courage to speak out. Tianrong cast a half-concealed glance at Jiang Xuan, noticing that as the accusations continued, Jiang Xuan's demeanor grew increasingly indifferent. He was genuinely angered. The old immortal was angered? This could not stand. Something must be done to salvage the reputation of the government. With a fierce expression, Tianrong declared, issue a decree. Take this scoundrel away. At noon tomorrow, let him be executed in public. Furthermore, within 3 days, root out all those associated with this scoundrel and eradicate them completely. Zhao Cheng's face changed abruptly as he fell to his knees, frantically bowing his head, my lord. Spare me. My lord, have mercy. Not only him. Upon hearing this proclamation, both Boss Chow and Manager Du in the distant tea house turned pale with fear, equally terrified. Were they not also among the rebels? Did that not mean they too would face execution? What now, Lord Chow? Du Zitong's voice trembled, gripped by terror and regret. He had merely wanted to conduct business. Why had he sought to provoke others? And now, he found himself entangled with the wrath of an immortal? Run! Chao Renshi suddenly leaped to his feet, panic-stricken. We must flee Yuzhou City immediately. The farther, the better. All right, I shall return home to pack my belongings. Pack! Chao Renshi thundered, slapping him, his teeth clenched in frustration. Do you think the government is idle? It will be too late to flee. Woe is me. But I still have 2 new wives at home, and we Haven Tea even had our wedding night. Du Zitong covered his face, looking utterly aggrieved. Useless fool. I have over 30 concubines. If you wish to survive, run now. Elsewhere, in a tavern high above, a woman in red observed the scene with keen interest, inquiring, how curious. Why does the city lord show such reverence towards a man from the black market? Is the influence of the black market in Yuzhou City truly that formidable? Han Feng, once this matter is concluded, we shall pay a visit to the black market. Understood, Your Highness, Han Feng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Hearing this, the woman frowned slightly. How many times must I remind you not to address me in such a manner in public? Yes, Mississippi. With a deep sigh, she lamented, you truly are a dull man, even more so than the elderly. Nevertheless, this garment award ceremony is becoming increasingly intriguing. At this moment, Jiang Xuan stood upon the stage. Watching Zhao Cheng being taken away, his face blossoming with a renewed smile. Dear elders and kin, due to a few trivial matters, the garment awards ceremony has been delayed, and I sincerely apologize for my oversight. He continued, now, I hereby declare the commencement of the garment awards ceremony. As Jiang Xuan's deep voice resonated, cheers and jubilant shouts erupted once more from the gathered populace. Old immortal, let the festivities begin. We can hardly wait to see the beautiful maidens. Indeed, old immortal, summon forth the fairies. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, raising his hand to clap, prompting Li Huan and Kai Feng below to immediately signal the elegantly dressed young ladies to take the stage. One by one, the stunningly beautiful girls, with enchanting figures, donned in vividly colored and uniquely styled garments, gradually ascended the platform, their alluring forms fully exposed to the gaze of the onlookers, causing many innocent young men to blush profusely. Goodness, this must be a celestial palace. I have seen fairies, exclaimed one dashing young man, his excitement palpable. Such beauty! To marry a woman like that would render my life complete, mused a cultured scholar, his heart yearning to compose poetry with the enchanting maidens throughout the night. Disarray, disarray! A voice cried out. Master Zhang, what is the matter? Doctor, help! Master Zhang has fainted from the beauty. Someone shouted urgently. Jiang Yu, it's dire. Yet another artist has succumbed. A young servant reported helplessly. Incompetent fools, get them out. Jiang Xuan replied, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, the young ladies on stage wore gentle smiles, gliding gracefully across the slender platform, their autumn-like eyes scanning the crowd, stirring the hearts of many. Each possessed a distinct style, their garments exquisite, and all were skilled in song and dance, resembling a celestial choir from ancient times. This overwhelming visual spectacle caused many infatuated young men to bleed from their noses, while the admirers among the maidens squealed in delight. That outfit is stunning. Oh heavens, that one is beautiful too, exclaimed a girl, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Someone buy me that dress, and I shall marry him, shouted a bold woman. My word, these garments must be from the heavens. Anyone wearing them would undoubtedly look divine. You, weighing 180 pounds, would be better off without trying, retorted the tavern owner, stamping her foot in frustration, her bosom heaving. At the clothing appreciation event in the tavern, a lady in red observed the lively scene below with a gentle smile. This old gentleman truly knows how to have fun. How splendid it would be if Tianjin were filled with such vibrant scenes. She then turned to Han Feng, asking, who do you believe is more beautiful? The ladies of the palace or those here? Han Feng, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, replied coolly, Miss, naturally the palace. These are but painted faces. Oh, is that so? The lady in red's eyes sparkled as she smiled. I find the palace rather lifeless, far inferior to the vivacity of the ladies here. At her words, a flicker of emotion passed through Han Feng's normally calm gaze, though he remained silent. As the clothing appreciation event continued to thrive, Jiang Xuan wore a smile, taking the opportunity to introduce the knife-cutting activity to the public, stating that it would be a permanent attraction aimed at benefiting families, earning him wild support from the crowd. Quick, summon my useless adopted sons. It's time for them to prove their worth. I shall gift a knife to every beauty present. He declared, Husband, I wish to purchase that lady's phoenix fire outfit. It is so lovely. Fear not, my dear. I shall head to Chunxiang Pavilion to gather people. You have been mingling with those unsavory characters? Oh my, look at that lady. She struck a 2,000 won discount. How enviable. Go fetch my 80-year-old second uncle to assist me. I refuse to believe I cannot get a 2,000 won discount. In an instant, the young men and women were ablaze with enthusiasm, rushing to share the news, eager to summon friends and acquaintances for the chance to participate. This excitement stemmed partly from the novelty of the event, as many had never experienced such an activity, and also from the genuine desire to acquire the beautiful garments the maidens wore, akin to celestial beings. Hey, Tainyo, come quickly with me to cut a knife. A bashful girl urged a man. Cui Hua, are you out of your mind? The burly man replied, confused. You truly are a simpleton. You don't understand a girl's thoughts. Just follow me, and you will see, she teased, exasperated. Soon, Tainyo was led by Cui Hua to the clothing appreciation event, where he beheld the array of stunningly beautiful, uniquely styled women on stage, causing him to be utterly mesmerized. Each clad in ethereal gowns, some performing talents, others walking gracefully, and some greeting the audience, creating a delightful spectacle. Oh dear. Where are you looking? Cui Hua playfully scolded, pinching Tainyo's arm and directing him towards a crowded section of the audience. Go there and help me cut a knife. I wish to wear that black silk swan gown and show it to you. The black silk swan? Tainyo, puzzled, gazed at the girl in the black silk gown, wiping the drool from his mouth and grinning foolishly. All right, I shall cut a knife for you right now. As Tainyo approached, he saw numerous spinning wheels set up at the entrance of the leaf fabric shop, with young men and women forming long lines. Excitement evident on their faces as they engaged in the knife-throwing activity. Above the wheels hung several prominent banners proclaiming, "If you are a brother, come help me cut a knife. The first batch of spring fabrics, come help cut her a knife. This knife cuts into her heart. Wow, a discount of 1,500 won. Congratulations." A servant shouted loudly. "Hurry, go." At that moment, a girl nudged Tainyo forward. All right. This scene of vibrant enthusiasm pervaded the clothing appreciation event, creating a bustling atmosphere. Were outsiders to visit, they would be utterly astonished by the immense response to such a commercial activity, far exceeding the liveliness of the New Year celebrations, akin to an emperor's grand procession. Although Yuzhou City is known as the capital of commerce, this was indeed extraordinary. As the crowd swelled, Mayor Tianrong felt both joy and concern. The success of this business model would undoubtedly elevate the political standing of Yuzhou City. Yet he worried about the chaos such a bustling scene might incite, necessitating the deployment of thousands of black-armored and silver-armored guards to maintain order. He silently marveled at the old immortal's prowess. With a mere gesture, he had surpassed the limits of ordinary merchants. In just a few hours, the inventory of Leaf Fabric Shop was entirely sold out, resembling a scene of robbery, with not a single piece left. Witnessing this, Li Yingling, Li Huan, and Kai Feng were left speechless, utterly in awe of Jiang Xuan's prowess in business. "Jiang Yi, all our fabrics are sold out. What shall we do?" Li Huan exclaimed excitedly, overwhelmed by the success of their first venture. "We four are truly remarkable." "What? Sold out? How can this be? I just cut 1,000 won," lamented a girl in line, her face filled with despair. "Indeed, sold out. What shall we do?" "Oh no, Xiaohua next door bought a bolt. She will become a fairy, and I do not wish to live anymore." "Sell." Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and, with a warm smile, addressed the gathered villagers. "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, feel free to continue your purchases. The Li Family Fabric Store has an abundance of materials at your disposal. However, I must inform you that after your purchases, there may be a short wait before you can collect your goods, as we are introducing a new pre-sale model at our store. Rest assured, as long as you place your orders, the Li Family Fabric Store will issue you a voucher. When the time comes, you can present this voucher to redeem your fabrics, and we shall not default on our promise." Upon hearing this, the townsfolk exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. To be frank, it was not a matter of distrust towards the Li Family Fabric Store or Jiang Xuan's credibility. Rather, the notion of paying upfront without immediate gratification left them hesitant. After all, the principle of exchanging money for goods is paramount. Jiang Xuan cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, capturing their reactions with a knowing smile. "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers," he began, "I have yet to conclude my discourse. For those who choose to participate in the pre-sale, Li's Fabric Shop shall reward you with points commensurate to your orders. These points may be redeemed for any fabric of your choosing at our establishment. For instance, if you reserve 5 bolts, you shall be entitled to exchange them for 1 here." How does that sound? A murmur of excitement rippled through the assembly as the eyes of the common folk, young gentlemen, and ladies sparkled with renewed interest. "Old Sage, I wish to place an order," cried one. "Old Sage, I too wish to place an order. I no longer desire this piece. I'm afraid that once taken, items cannot be returned." "Oh, very well." As the fabric shop buzzed back to life, Li Yingling, Li Huan, and Kai Feng exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Master Jiang, you are truly remarkable." Li's Fabric Shop. Li Huan grasped Jiang Xuan's arm and led him into the shop, her voice laced with caution. "Master Jiang, where do we acquire such an abundance of fabric? Are you not intending to deceive us?" At that moment, Li Yingling and Kai Feng also turned their gaze towards Jiang Xuan, their expressions reflecting concern. After all, emerging from the black market, deceit seemed a likely possibility. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. "Li Huan, you have been following me in business for several days now. How can your perspective remain so misguided? As merchants, we uphold the utmost principles of integrity. How could we possibly betray that?" Li Huan chuckled lightheartedly. "I am but a simpleton, and it is your guidance, esteemed Jiang, that enlightens me." Jiang Xuan adjusted his beard, a slight smile gracing his lips. "This matter is quite simple. We shall sell the fabrics from other merchants to them. He turned to Li Huan. I entrust this task to you. Reach out to all the fabric merchants in Yuzhou City and inform them that our Li family fabric shop is willing to sell their fabrics, provided it is under our name. In time, I assure you, the only fabric shop left in Yuzhou City will be the Li family, achieving complete monopoly. Master Jiang. That's brilliant. Li Huan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, but then he furrowed his brow. However, Master Jiang, would they be willing to entrust their fabrics to me for sale? Unwilling? Jiang Xuan chuckled coldly, stating, after today, I doubt there will be any fabric shops reluctant to engage. Rather, they will likely be eager to seek your favor. Li Huan nodded. Though he did not fully comprehend, he sensed the wisdom in Jiang's words. Master Jiang, the portraits of these beauties are complete. At that moment, a young servant approached, holding several portraits of enchanting women, showcasing the captivating appearances of the esteemed courtesans adorned in resplendent attire. Each figure was stunningly beautiful, ethereal, and enchanting, evoking a thrill just by gazing upon them. Quite splendid. Jiang Xuan took the painting and examined it, even feeling pleased. He handed it over to Kai Feng and said, Kai Feng, when the time comes, take these paintings to seek an audience with the city lord. Inform him that I wish to collaborate on a business venture, requesting him to have these paintings replicated in 10,000 copies to be displayed throughout Yuzhou City. We shall pay an additional 30% in taxes to the government. What? An additional 30% tax? Is that true, Master Jiang? Kai Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile, assuring, rest assured, it will be worthwhile. At this moment, his singular desire was fame. Fame equated to traffic, and traffic translated into profit. In a virtuous cycle, it would indeed be bizarre if the Li family did not monopolize the fabric trade in Yuzhou City. Moreover, he could potentially extend this business model beyond Yuzhou, aiming for a monopoly over the entire fabric industry of the Great Qian nation. Of course, he found such endeavors tedious, nearly setting a precedent for the Li family. Future affairs would be entrusted to Li Yingling, providing a sense of closure for the elderly. Kai Feng received the paintings of the young women, her heart racing. At that moment, she suddenly comprehended Jiang Xuan's desire for these girls' contracts. Good heavens! Once these portraits were displayed, these young women would become celebrities in Yuzhou City, each more precious than gold. It was indeed a transformation of humble beginnings into something magnificent. No, she must return to inform Master Yin to ensure these girls were safeguarded, revered like ancestors. Henceforth, unless a fortune of millions was offered, no one should dare to touch them. Zhuke Tower was destined to become Phoenix Tower. Thus, an extraordinarily lively clothing appreciation event continued until dusk, with the young master and ladies reluctantly taking their leave. Some wore expressions of joy, others bore wistful faces, while a few were filled with regret. Alas, such a grand occasion might never be witnessed again in this lifetime. Surely, there would be more, for with the old immortal present, life is replete with miracles. At that moment, as the crowd began to disperse, a striking woman clad in red approached the entrance of the Li family fabric shop, accompanied by a towering figure resembling an iron pillar. The woman stood gracefully, her simple red attire exuding an ethereal elegance, as if she were about to soar with the wind, captivating all who beheld her. However, her face was rather ordinary, a stark contrast to her commanding presence. Each woman possessed her own unique charm. For instance, Li Yingling was delicate and enchanting, Luo Li was lively and adorable, Jiang Yulian was dignified and poised. Yet, this woman struck Jiang Xuan as spirited, carefree, and radiantly proud. A person's character can often be discerned through their gaze. In this era, where traditional views on women prevailed, it was rare to encounter such a defiant spirit. Such a girl was typically beyond the grasp of most. With a single glance, Jiang Xuan swiftly formed a judgment of this woman. Additionally, the imposing man behind her was equally mesmerizing. Though his cultivation was indiscernible, Jiang Xuan felt a pang of trepidation. There was but one explanation for this sensation. He was a master. This fabric shop is closed for the day. Please return tomorrow to purchase cloth. A young servant approached the woman and spoke. She smiled, her features, though plain, became enchanting in her laughter. No matter, I have come to seek this esteemed gentleman. As she spoke, her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, turned towards Jiang Xuan, and with a composed smile, she inquired, might the esteemed gentleman indulge a discussion with a humble lady? Upon hearing this, Li Huan, Kai Feng, and Li Yingling exchanged peculiar glances, their thoughts varying but likely akin to, wow, as expected of Master Jiang, a beauty invites him so swiftly. Master Jiang, even at 70, remains as vigorous as ever. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Could this be some lingering romantic entanglement from his youth? She does not resemble him at all. How could one not be awed by such a grand presence? Jiang Xuan gently stroked his beard, a warm smile gracing his lips as he instructed Li Huan. Prepare a private room for me and this young lady, the most exquisite one available. Master Jiang, our shop lacks such elegant accommodations. Begone. Thank you, esteemed sir. The woman in red smiled gracefully as she entered. Soon, Jiang Xuan, accompanied by several individuals, settled into the most modest of rooms, neglecting even the courtesy of serving tea. Jiang Xuan's face displayed a look of genuine regret as he sincerely expressed, "My dear lady, I sincerely apologize. Today's business has been exceptionally bustling, to the extent that we have run out of tea to offer. I hope you can forgive this oversight." Li Huan nearly lost his composure, thinking to himself, "Master Jiang, we are merchants of fabric, not purveyors of tea. Who claims we have run out of tea?" Li Yingling's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, this was a consequence of Master Jiang's emotional entanglements, now beginning to irritate others. Haha. The woman in red chuckled while shaking her head. It is no surprise that you, esteemed elder, being a person of the black market, possess such a unique approach to hospitality. Jiang Xuan spoke with an air of serene wisdom. Rest assured, young lady, you shall soon grow accustomed to this. The two sat facing each other, and from the very outset, their conversation descended into an impasse. Jiang Xuan closed his eyes, appearing indifferent and refraining from speech. This demeanor caused the woman in red to furrow her brows, her displeasure growing. As a dignified princess of the royal family, she had never been subjected to such treatment. Had it not been for the intriguing garment exhibition today, sparking her curiosity towards this gentleman from the black market, she would have been reluctant to attend. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xuan cast a glance at the woman in red and, with a warm smile, said, "I must apologize, for I have completely forgotten to inquire about your esteemed name and the purpose of your visit." Upon hearing this, Li Huan and the others nearly stumbled in disbelief. "Sir, how could you forget something so fundamental? It is clear you are intentionally ignoring her." The woman in red stifled the urge to roll her eyes, thinking that had she not insisted on staying, this old fellow might never have recalled such a matter in his lifetime. It was evident that Jiang Xuan had no intention of asking further. The atmosphere had grown awkward, and he simply sought to break the silence with this opening remark. "You amuse me, sir. My surname is Tang," the woman in red replied. "Ah, a fine surname indeed." Jiang Xuan adjusted his beard and spoke with an air of profound sentiment. "The Tang surname is indeed one of noble heritage, exuding an exceptional grace intertwined with elegance. How fortuitous that the royal family of our great Qian state also bears the Tang name. Could it be that you, my dear lady, are of royal lineage?" The lady in red could no longer contain herself and rolled her eyes in response. There are countless individuals with the surname Tang in the world. She could hardly believe that mere nomenclature could unveil her identity. Did he truly consider himself a celestial being descended to earth? This old fellow was clearly trying to vex her. Moreover, he seemed overly concerned that she might not perceive the underlying insincerity in his exaggerated tone. "Oh, my apologies," he added. Jiang Xuan's tone grew somewhat indifferent as he continued to inquire. "May I ask for your esteemed name, fair lady?" Miss Tang replied with irritation. "I am simply named Yan." "A lovely name." Tang Yan?" Jiang Xuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Old sir, why are you so startled?" Tang Yanran's brows knitted tighter, fearing that the old man had truly guessed something. She deliberately omitted a word, yet it seemed to have only intensified his shock. "Oh, it's nothing." Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, his face brimming with admiration as he remarked, "Your name evokes memories of a dear friend, a woman of unparalleled beauty. If you too are an actress, it would be even more delightful." In that instant, Tang Yanran felt an overwhelming surge of indignation, nearly succumbing to the impulse to overturn the table. Had it not been for her status as a daughter and her ingrained virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, she would have surely unleashed a torrent of invective upon Jiang Xuan. Was there truly a way to insult someone so creatively? In this era, actresses and singers were relegated to the lowest social strata, many of them being courtesans. Although she was presently in disguise, it did not warrant such derision. Did she truly appear to be of that ilk? In truth, she had genuinely misinterpreted Jiang Xuan's intentions this time. However, the reasons eluded Jiang Xuan's ability to explain. Li Yingling, standing off to the side, instinctively covered her face, overwhelmed by a profound desire to sigh at the heavens. "Grandfather Jiang, if you are not adept at conversation, it would be best to refrain from speaking." It is no wonder that after 70 years, you remain a solitary bachelor. There must be a reason behind it. He, Tang Yanran, exasperated and speechless, laughed in frustration. You are indeed a remarkable individual, dear sir. Yet I find myself quite curious as to why you are so unwelcoming to me. Is it truly necessary for me to take my leave immediately? Jiang Xuan broke into a smile, just about to speak, when Tang Yanran raised a hand to interrupt him. Old sir, please refrain from uttering any more vexatious remarks. If you can provide me with a clear explanation, I shall turn on my heel and depart without lingering for even a moment in this place. Jiang Xuan stroked his beard and pondered. Do you wish to hear the truth, my lady? Indeed. Will you not be angered? Indeed. Very well. Jiang Xuan was sat upright, his expression turning serious. The reason is quite simple. This place is a realm of commerce, and I have no affinity for disturbances. It is evident that you, my lady, are a considerable inconvenience. Upon hearing this, Tang Yanran was left speechless. What do you mean? I am a trouble. What inconvenience have I brought upon you? How can one so boldly label me as a nuisance? Let us consider this from another angle, the moment I speak. Does your business not take flight in the great Qin kingdom? Encountering me is a stroke of fortune, a blessing from your ancestors. Wherein lies the trouble? Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile and spoke. Firstly, esteemed young lady, your status is extraordinary. You are either of noble birth or royalty. I possess a modicum of knowledge in martial arts, and the individual accompanying you likely possesses strength that does not fall short of the earth spirit realm. Such a person willingly serving as your protector is indeed a rarity within the great Qin realm. Secondly, the visage you present is at FAOD. Your name is a mere alias, and your identity is fabricated. With such a noble status, your unassuming demeanor raises my suspicions regarding your true intentions in coming to Yuzhou City, or perhaps you have clandestinely escaped. Thirdly, our acquaintance is non-existent, and my approach may not bode well for either of us. Moreover, your tendency to look down upon others suggests you have been accustomed to arrogance since childhood, relishing in the discomfort of others. In light of these observations, I must conclude that your presence poses an immense inconvenience. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. With that, Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, issuing a cold decree for her departure. Tang Yanran found herself momentarily speechless, her heart racing with astonishment. The seasoned veteran saw through her facade with remarkable clarity. She had merely taken a seat, and he had discerned even the color of her undergarments, articulating his insights with near-perfect accuracy. Firstly, she was indeed a princess, and thus her status was undeniably exalted. Secondly, her current appearance was indeed a disguise, and she had stealthily escaped, evading an imperial betrothal. Thirdly, a hint of arrogance might be attributed to her character. In that moment, Tang Yanran felt that even if she were to reveal her royal identity, this venerable gentleman would remain unperturbed, as if everything were within his foresight. The sensation of being so thoroughly understood was profoundly unsettling. The atmosphere grew tense, lingering in silence for several breaths. Among those present, Li Huan, Li Yingling, and Kai Feng were all on edge, particularly upon learning that the towering man was a master, leaving them utterly bewildered. Good heavens! How could a master of such elusive prowess be associated with the role of a mere bodyguard? What noble status does this young lady possess that warrants such protection? Could it be that she truly is of royal lineage? The gentleman's sharp intellect was indeed commendable, and the young lady was genuinely impressed. After a prolonged silence, Tang Yanran sincerely complimented him, a smile breaking upon her lips. I must admit, I have concealed certain truths from you, esteemed sir. However, when abroad, one cannot easily lay bare their heart. My presence here is merely to request a small favor from you. It hardly constitutes a significant inconvenience. Alas, the young lady had indeed broken her word. Jiang Xuan sighed helplessly. Please speak plainly. If it cannot be done, I shall not impose. If it cannot be done, you shall not impose? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Tang Yanran's eyes as she smiled gently. I wish to join the black market. Might you be able to provide a recommendation, esteemed sir? Jiang Xuan, Li Yingling, Kai Feng, Li Huan? Why? Jiang Xuan was quite perplexed. How could a distinguished young lady of such noble status resolutely declare her intention to join the black market? Was she seeking to experience life in its rawest form? Observing the bewildered expressions of those around her, Tang Yanran could not help but reveal a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Esteemed sir, she began, as a newcomer to Yuzhou City, I find myself utterly alone and vulnerable. I seek merely the protection of a powerful faction to shield me from potential harm. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. Was there truly any merit to her claims? with the imposing figure of the burly man standing behind her. Who among them would dare to bully her? Did she not have a place to stay and seek refuge in an inn? Instead, she aimed to engage in trifling matters within the black market, entangling herself with me. Jiang Xuan, with an expression of utter disbelief, firmly declined. My dear lady, the black market is no place for someone of your stature. Is it truly impossible? Tang Yinren inquired, her eyes glimmering as she spoke softly. If the esteemed elder assists me, I assure you, there will be ample rewards. Absolutely not. Jiang Xuan rose to his feet, exuding an air of dismissal, for he dared not provoke such a calamity. Seek refuge in the black market? It would be a miracle if she did not dismantle the entire operation. The old gentleman failed to inquire about the advantages. Tang Yinren scrutinized Jiang Xuan's eyes, as if attempting to discern something profound within them. Yet, unasked, it was simply out of the question. The old man could not compromise the established order. Jiang Xuan's face bore an expression devoid of compassion. If you do not depart soon, I shall be compelled to report you to the authorities. My dear young lady, I trust you do not wish to find yourself in the clutches of the law? With a resigned sigh, Tang Yinren rose to her feet, feigning injury as she remarked. Since you, esteemed sir, do not welcome my presence, I shall take my leave and refrain from further prattling. Hanfeng, let us be gone. We ought not to overstay our welcome as unwelcome guests. Indeed, miss, Hanfeng replied, his voice as cold as ice, resembling a mere automaton finally breaking his silence. As the pair exited the fabric shop, Li Huan lowered his gaze and, with a sly grin, remarked, Master Jiang, that woman appears to be dripping in wealth. Why did you not acquiesce to her? Acquiesce to her? Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. You truly possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Are you capable of managing her? Moreover, Jiang Xuan gazed towards the entrance, his eyes narrowing slightly. I cannot ascertain whether it is merely my illusion. But the moment this young lady stepped into the fabric shop, I sensed several formidable auras sweeping in our direction. This is indeed the gravest concern. Li Huai inhaled sharply. Astonished. Are you suggesting that there are several experts safeguarding this young lady? Jiang Xuan shook his head and remarked, whether to protect her remains uncertain. Perhaps it is merely a matter of surveillance. With such an extraordinary woman arriving in Yuzhou City, it seems that tranquility may soon be disrupted. In the ensuing days, after meticulously organizing the affairs of the Li family's fabric business, Jiang Xuan returned to the black market. During this interval, he diligently instructed Li Yingling on the intricacies of the business model, leaving Li Huan and Kai Feng to assist her at the Li fabric establishment. If all goes as anticipated, the Li family could potentially ascend to become the foremost fabric merchants in the great Qian kingdom, perhaps even in Qizhou. The extent of their success, however, will ultimately hinge upon their own destiny. Simultaneously, the infernal system task was finally completed. Ding! Under your guidance, the family has risen anew, laying the foundation for eternity. Task accomplished. Reward granted. Level 1 Poison Crafting Technique. With mastery of this technique, you shall adeptly comprehend all poisons in the world, eliminating foes from the shadows without a trace. As new plot developments were being contemplated, a crisis struck the sect. You, the hero, emerged to rescue the sect from peril, crafting a poignant and legendary tale in the annals of your life. Task triggered. Sect crisis task requirements. Step forward and resolve the peril task reward. Advanced sword intent. Advanced sword intent? Jiang Xuan widened his eyes, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The reward presented was rather extraordinary. Warriors who have mastered the intermediate sword intent are already exceedingly rare, while those who have attained the advanced sword intent likely number no more than a handful throughout the vast Qian Kuan kingdom, each a formidable master of the sword. Should he be fortunate enough to claim this reward, once he ascends to the middle third realm, his power would surely reach a terrifying level. However, Jiang Xuan had come to understand the peculiar nature of the system's rewards. The more challenging the principal task, the more remarkable the reward. By this reasoning, the difficulty of the current task must be substantial. Could it be that a great catastrophe is looming over the black market? Name, Jiang Xuan. Age, 8 cultivation level, 8th stage of returning to origin technique, evergreen sword art, 2nd layer, martial skills, horse stance sword, flowing cloud illusion sword. 5 thunder seal, heavenly gang void step talents, celestial bone, indestructible, intermediate sword intent, heavenly mind's eye, level 1 alchemy, level 1 poison crafting treasures, cloud piercing shuttle. Dragon and Phoenix Jade, Azure Cloud Sword. Upon returning to the black market, Jiang Xuan began to devote himself to relentless training. Aside from occasionally overseeing the operations of the black market and the Li family's affairs, Unlike before, Jiang Xuan's current status ensured he would no longer lack resources for cultivation. Spirit stones, elixirs, and blood food, items he had previously found scarce in his youth, he now sought to acquire in abundance, longing to make up for lost time. After stepping into the returning to origin realm, Jiang Xuan's progress could be described as meteoric, his growth akin to that of a rocket. The dominance of his celestial bone, the marvel of his techniques, the accumulation of resources, and the system's extraordinary advantages had forged a formidable prodigy. In a mere few months, he had successfully opened 8 of the 12 meridians within him, forming 8 chakras, his internal true chi robust and vigorous. With only 4 more meridians to open, he would ascend to the middle third realm. Calculating carefully, he had traversed from the chi condensation stage to the 8th stage of returning to origin in just half a year. Such an astonishing pace of cultivation, were it to be revealed, would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar throughout Qingzhou. Moreover, this past half year had not been solely devoted to cultivation. He had diligently studied techniques, martial arts, alchemy, and even poison crafting, leaving no stone unturned. An astonishing feat indeed. However, the final 4 meridians were notoriously difficult to open, particularly since Jiang Xuan had already surpassed 70 years of age, causing his meridians to solidify, making the task even more arduous. This was the very reason why the vast majority of warriors remained stagnant at the returning to origin realm, unable to transcend to the master third realm in their lifetime. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan might find a solution to this dilemma within the black market's Hidden Skill Pavilion. The Hidden Skill Pavilion was not a place accessible to just anyone. It could be regarded as one of the black market's most crucial locations, containing the entirety of the techniques and martial skills collected by the black market. Only those who had made significant contributions to the black market could be granted permission by the leader to select one technique or martial skill. Moreover, it was typically the case that only core members who had been part of the black market for a full year would hold this privilege. However, due to Jiang Xuan's remarkably impressive performance since joining the black market, rapidly ascending to the position of hall master among the 4 great halls, and having reformed numerous black market operations while earning the deep affection of its disciples, he had gained this exception. The Hidden Skill Pavilion? One could only hope it holds what I seek, Jiang Xuan murmured to himself as he clutched the certificate given by the leader. On that day, Jiang Xuan entered the Hidden Skill Pavilion, the certificate in hand. As he stepped inside, the dim light and the musty air filled with dust greeted him, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a desolate place. Who goes there? Do you possess a certificate? At that moment, a raspy voice echoed, startling Jiang Xuan greatly. Jiang Xuan lowered his gaze and beheld a disheveled old man half reclining on the ground at the entrance. He appeared to be even older than Jiang, clutching a half-finished bottle of liquor in his hand, utterly intoxicated and oblivious to his surroundings. Could this be the guardian of the Kangong Pavilion? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brows slightly, attempting to discern any fluctuations of true energy emanating from the old man before him, yet he found himself utterly unsuccessful. It is worth noting that with his current perceptive abilities, even a master of martial arts at the Earth Spirit realm would leave some traces to be detected. An ordinary old man. Surely, that is implausible. Such a significant place as the Concealed Power Pavilion would not be entrusted to the watch of a mere commoner. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside these distracting thoughts. With a resolute demeanor, Jiang Xuan produced a credential from his person and presented it to the elder, stating, "I am Jiang Xuan, the head of the Xuanwu Hall, and this is the credential bestowed upon me by the leader." Jiang Xuan? The old man squinted at Jiang Xuan through a haze of inebriation, belched, and with a grin said, "You're quite an interesting fellow. Go on in." Jiang Xuan was utterly perplexed, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity emanating from the old man, though he could not articulate precisely what felt amiss. If he were compelled to use a descriptor, it would be dangerous. How could an unassuming old man evoke such a sense of peril? The Concealed Skill Pavilion boasted 3 levels. The first floor housed rudimentary martial techniques. The second floor contained fundamental cultivation methods, while the third floor was dedicated to more rarefied or advanced techniques and skills. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan ascended directly to the 3rd floor of the Kangong Pavilion. The rudimentary techniques and martial arts on the 1st and 2nd floors failed to pique his interest in the slightest. Now, standing before the shelves on the 3rd floor, Jiang Xuan began to peruse the collection of techniques and martial arts housed there. 5th-tier martial arts, such as the earth-shattering fist, 6th-tier techniques, including the fiery blade method, and superior yellow-grade fire attribute techniques, such as the crimson flame decision. one cannot help but commend the eclectic collection of the black market, which indeed dazzles the eye. Techniques are exceedingly precious, and even yellow-grade techniques are sufficient to elevate a martial family in the great Qian kingdom, ensuring their legacy for generations. Here, however, the least of the collection is of superior yellow grade, with a considerable number of mysterious grade techniques present as well. As for martial arts, they are classified into 9 tiers, with the first being the most rudimentary and the 9th the most advanced, beyond which lie ultimate skills, secret arts, and divine abilities. Martial arts of the 5th tier or higher are deemed high tier, making them exceedingly rare in the great Qian kingdom. Yet, the collection here is predominantly high tier, featuring numerous 6th and 7th tier techniques. It is worth noting that the premier martial art of the Yunxiao sect, the flowing cloud illusion sword, is merely an 8th tier technique. However, despite the quality of the offerings, none captured Jiang Xuan's discerning eye. Having been accustomed to excellence, his elevated perspective, shaped by the system, led him to view most of these as merely mediocre. After searching for a considerable time, he found himself unable to select a suitable technique or martial art. It was not a matter of disdain. Rather, he deemed it a waste of time to practice these techniques when he could devote himself to refining his true energy. Sighing, he thought to himself that he might as well choose something at random. Rubbing his temples in mild frustration, he felt an unwillingness to leave empty-handed. After all, why would one refuse an opportunity when it presented itself? If nothing else catches my eye, I might as well check the last row, he mused. As his thoughts swirled, a raspy voice suddenly pierced the air, startling him. Was that the old man's voice from downstairs? What the devil? The sound seemed to resonate directly in his ear, clear yet inexplicably strange. Was it a transmission of true energy? This old fellow indeed concealed profound abilities. Jiang Xuan regained his senses and made his way towards the dimmest corner of the last row, beginning to peruse the contents. Although the area was shrouded in darkness, his innate celestial perception rendered him impervious to any visual impediments, allowing him to swiftly discern the inscriptions before him. Intermediate-level techniques of the profound rank, Blood Demon Technique. Superior-level techniques of the profound rank, Heart Sutra of Enchanting Women. 8th tier martial arts, Soul Devouring Curse. Hiss. Jiang Xuan inhaled sharply, his expression shifting slightly. Good heavens, the final row is filled with the forbidden malevolent arts and techniques expressly prohibited by the great Qian kingdom, and they are all of considerable rank. It is no surprise, given that this is the black market. He ought to have anticipated the existence of such items. Regrettably, he is a man of integrity, a sunny elder who naturally disdains the practice of such sinister arts. Just before his departure, Jiang Xuan inadvertently caught a glimpse of an ancient purple tome, upon which were inscribed 4 striking characters: The Return of All Poisons. The Return of All Poisons? A fleeting glimmer danced in Jiang Xuan's eyes, instantly piquing his interest. What a coincidence! Did he not just possess a first-level talent for poison crafting? Without further hesitation, Jiang Xuan extended his hand to retrieve the ancient tome, flipping open the first page to begin his perusal. This was a low-grade, earth-level technique, a poison attribute cultivation method entitled The Convergence of All Poisons. It was created by the renowned poison healer, Jiang Xuan. Practitioners must sample myriad poisons to harness their potency, thereby expanding their meridians, transforming their true energy, and condensing poison pills to ultimately achieve the state of being immune to all toxins. Like Shannon tasting 100 poisons? Intriguing indeed. This was the first time he had encountered an earth-level technique. According to the subsequent small print, this method was divided into 4 realms: the 10-poison realm, the 100-poison realm, the 1,000-poison realm, and the 10,000-poison realm. Each progression was accompanied by complete mastery over an increasing number of lethal toxins, enabling a significant acceleration in cultivation speed. Moreover, the toxic true energy, once condensed into poison pills, did not conflict with the pre-existing true energy in the Dantian. What did this imply? It signified that he could simultaneously wield 2 distinct attributes of true energy. Although the evergreen true energy was commendable, it lacked the destructive prowess of attributes like ice or fire in combat. If he could also master a form of toxic true energy, how formidable would he become? The introduction to this technique resonated deeply within Jiang Xuan's heart, as he endeavored to break through the final 4 meridians of the return to origin realm. He had been troubled by the issue of meridian solidification. This method appeared to be the perfect solution, truly a match made in heaven. However, As Jiang Xuan's gaze continued to scan the annotations, he found himself utterly astonished. The master of toxicity, the esteemed poison healer, had misled his disciples, writing in disarray. I shall now amend these teachings, rendering the toxins even more potent and the cultivation speed swifter. This technique had been subject to alterations. It possessed a plus version as well. Upon reading this line of annotations, Jiang Xuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The elder of heavenly poison, the master of toxicity, is afflicted with mental incapacity and has succumbed to his own poison. This technique has been revised by me, ensuring safety. Feel free to consume. Jiang Xuan stood in stunned silence, realizing he had inadvertently succumbed to his own poison. A true genius. However, as his gaze continued downward, he became utterly bewildered, rooted to the spot in shock. Goodness! The subsequent annotations followed a uniform template, all expressing the ire of later practitioners who condemned the previous wielder of the technique for leading disciples astray. Upon revising it once more, he found that the next individual who attempted the practice also met a fatal end. It appeared that no one had survived the cultivation of this technique to the very end. With a sudden darkness enveloping his vision, Jiang Xuan trembled as he turned to the next page, which was filled with an extensive tirade from this formidable figure. I, the sovereign of 10,000 poisons, beseech you, those of you who resemble hidden dragons and phoenix chicks, to cease your reckless alterations. You are inexperienced and yet indulge in frivolities. Do you have any idea that over 100 of my disciples have perished due to your meddling? Can you fathom the anguish that torments my heart? This version, unearthed through my scholarly pursuits, is the most authentic rendition crafted by the master of poison doctors, safe and free of toxins, allowing for assured cultivation. Lastly, I implore you, do not dare to alter it further. Beasts. The Hidden Skill Pavilion. Jiang Xuan perused the 10,000 poisons unification and was struck by a wave of dizziness, nearly rendered unable to see clearly. The entire text of the technique was a cacophony of colors, utterly displeasing to the eye. It was discernible that the original manuscript, authored by the master of poison, had been inscribed in black ink. However, red script had since obscured it, followed by a multitude of other colors that covered large portions of the text. Ultimately, this so-called Lord of 10,000 Poisons had forcefully revised it from beginning to end in white ink. One cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of these hidden talents. Where on earth did this extraordinary technique originate from in the black market? Jiang Xuan wore a perplexed expression, his heart entangled in a web of indecision for quite some time, yet he ultimately resolved to take the tome of martial arts. Fortune favors the bold. He yearned to take a gamble. As he exited the pavilion of hidden techniques, the elderly man cast a glance at the manual in Jiang Xuan's hands and grinned, saying, "Old chap, do be cautious while practicing this technique. It is missing 2 pages. Take care not to inadvertently bring about your own demise." Missing 2 pages? Jiang Xuan halted his steps, his lips twitching involuntarily as he fought the urge to curse. He opened the martial arts manual only to discover, to his dismay, that 2 pages were indeed missing. Heaven! Is there any justice in this? Among the numerous earth-level techniques, how many can be found throughout the entirety of Qingzhou? Do you think it is so easily discarded? The old man mocked. I see now. Thank you for the reminder. Jiang Xuan slightly cupped his fist in a gesture of respect towards the elder, who appeared even older than himself, then turned to leave. Are you not going to exchange a book? The old man inquired, somewhat puzzled. No need, Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Xuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Having felt a surge of inspiration while perusing the manual of 10,000 poisons, he intended to revise this tome from beginning to end. As long as the essence remained intact, the absence of a page or 2 of explanations was of little consequence. Why undertake this revision? The reasons were twofold. Firstly, he harbored a degree of skepticism towards the master of 10,000 poisons, suspecting that this so-called sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks had ultimately succumbed to their own venom. Secondly, he possessed unwavering confidence in his innate talent. The system's bestowed level 1 poison craft allowed him to swiftly analyze the toxicity of any poison and devise an antidote, enabling him to concoct it as well. As long as he grasped the nature of each toxin with clarity, the fear of succumbing to poison was unfounded. Thus, it was evident that someone with his extraordinary gift was the most suitable candidate for revising this lethal art. For others to attempt such practices would be tantamount to courting death. Upon returning to the Xuanwu Hall, Jiang Xuan summoned Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai, directly inquiring, "How many varieties of lethal poisons do we have in the black market?" Lethal poisons? Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai gasped, their voices trembling. "Master Jiang, whom do you intend to poison?" Given Jiang Xuan's current stature, employing such underhanded tactics would typically be reserved for those of at least the rank of hall master. Could it be? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow. If it doesn't kill anyone, then I shall partake myself. Partake yourself? Jiang Yuan exclaimed in shock. His voice filled with despair. Master Jiang, why do you think so hopelessly? Alas, Master Jiang, may you journey well. Lu Bai said, his face etched with sorrow. Why do I see such joy on your faces? Jiang Xuan questioned. Lu Bai's expression shifted, and he hurriedly feigned wiping away tears. What do you mean? With Master Jiang's departure, it is as if my black market has lost a crucial pillar. Jiang Xuan let out a cold, disdainful laugh, showing little inclination to expose their pretense. I require these potent toxins for the cultivation of my poison techniques. The greater the variety and potency, the better, he stated nonchalantly. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan and Lu Qi simultaneously gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Master Jiang, you are indeed skilled in the art of poison? Truly remarkable. This is nothing short of extraordinary. They recalled that Jiang Xuan was also an alchemist. Mastering both alchemy and poison, you are truly formidable. Merely a superficial understanding. He replied modestly. Jiang Xuan calmly remarked, remember, it must be an exceptionally potent poison, ideally one that can affect even master-level warriors. A third-grade toxin would be optimal. The highest level of poison refinement can only master third-grade toxins, which correspond to third-grade elixirs in alchemy. Such potent poison can indeed exert some influence on warriors in the earth spirit realm. However, this kind of lethal toxin is exceedingly rare, and it may not even be available in the black market. Third-grade poison? Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai exchanged glances and spoke. Master Jiang, third-grade poisons are exceedingly precious. We do have a few in the black market, but at present, there is only one that remains in stock. Oh? Which one? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yuan stole a glance at Jiang Xuan and grinned. Dragon coupling powder. If one comes into contact with even a trace of it, and does not engage in intimate relations within half an hour, they will bleed from all 7 orifices and perish. I fear even a master would find it hard to withstand. Cough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan coughed heavily and calmly stated, what a disgraceful substance. Why did you not mention this sooner? Ensure that this poison is delivered to my residence tonight. I wish to study it thoroughly. Understood, Master Jiang. Zhang Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. Also, within 7 days, you must gather 100 varieties of second-grade or higher rare poisons to present to me, or you shall face my wrath. Jiang Xuan declared sternly. 7 days? Lu Bai exclaimed, isn't that too long? Perhaps 3 days? No, 7 days will suffice. Lu Bai's face contorted in frustration, cursing Jiang Xuan inwardly. What a wretched old schemer. May you be poisoned instead. That very night, Zhang Yuan indeed delivered the dragon coupling powder to Jiang Xuan's residence. Jiang Xuan gazed at Shuang'er, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Shuang'er, please go and invite Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu to come over tonight. I require their assistance in my training. Yes, my lord, Shuang'er replied shyly, nodding her head before swiftly departing with light steps. Jiang Xuan smiled broadly, then proceeded to take out the manual for the 10,000 poisons returning to origin technique, delving into its intricate teachings with great care. Nodding to himself in quiet approval, the essence of this technique was profoundly esoteric, in simpler terms. It involved the ingestion of poison followed by a unique method of circulating one's vital energy, utilizing the toxicity to refine both body and energy, ultimately culminating in the formation of a poison core, thereby ensuring immediate access to this formidable power. However, there existed a singular risk. Should the practitioner fail to contain the poison, they could meet with a fatal demise during their training. Conversely, if one were to consume an antidote, the toxicity would dissipate, rendering the practice impossible. Thus, for a novice like Jiang Xuan, the dragon's embrace powder presented a commendable option, offering sufficient toxicity with a high margin for error. Alas, this meant that the 5 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Shuang, would undoubtedly endure considerable hardship as a result. According to informants from the black market, Jiang Xuan's first night of training would be pivotal. The Jiang family was in a state of tumult, with vibrant energy filling the air and the sounds of revelry soaring to the heavens, awakening many a cultured scholar. Truly, a wise adage holds, caution steers a ship safely through the ages, prudence can ensnare the fleeting cicada. A sharp pain coursed through him as he was gently pushed aside. The sounds around him fading, his fingers rendered immobile. I have succeeded. The next day, Jiang Xuan gently pushed aside the pristine white covering, a smile blossoming on his face. After refining a third-tier poison, he distinctly felt the blockage in his 8th meridian loosening significantly, the vital energy surging through his channels. Merely sampling one type of poison had yielded such remarkable effects. It was truly astonishing. It was no wonder that many had perished from poison. Yet it could not deter the relentless pursuit of those who dared to approach the flame. The ability to cultivate through poison, to unify all toxins, was terrifying indeed. Moreover, after a night of experimentation, Jiang Xuan seemed to have mastered this unique method of cultivation, freeing him from reliance on external forces to suppress other poisons. Possessing such absolute control over toxins, this technique was tailor-made for him. In this moment, he longed to proclaim, "I possess the potential of a poison emperor." In the grand capital of the great Qin Empire, situated 1,000 miles from Yuzhou City, lay the most opulent and spiritually enriched locale, cradled by a celestial meridian. Within the capital stood an expansive and lavish residence, grander in appearance than even the imperial palace. A resplendent plaque hung above, inscribed with the majestic characters, Wei Guofu. The owner of this estate was none other than the formidable Wei Yuan, the foremost power in the great Qin, currently holding the position of Grand Preceptor. Wielding immense authority and revered for his virtue. His daughter, Wei Wuqian, was a paragon of beauty, recently elevated to the status of empress by the aging emperor, basking in unparalleled affection. Truly, her smile could ignite 1,000 charms, rendering the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Within 3 years of entering the palace, the old emperor had promoted this favored concubine to empress, relegating the original empress to the cold palace, which led to her untimely demise, attracting considerable criticism. Henceforth, the current emperor of the great Qin neglected state affairs, astonishingly setting a record of 3 consecutive years without attending court, indulging in pleasures with Empress Wei. Increasingly enamored with feminine allure as the years passed, drawing the ire of many. The ensuing events grew ever more outrageous. Empress Wei had a penchant for lychees, prompting the great Qin emperor to dispatch skilled individuals to procure fresh lychees from thousands of miles away. She also had a fascination with snakes, resulting in countless lives lost each year. If there was someone she disliked, even a high-ranking official, they risked imprisonment, silencing the masses in terror. Extravagance reigned supreme, with lavish feasts and debauchery. Each of these acts of defiance against the heavens stirred the grievances of the populace. Yet, despite her exalted status, Empress Wei harbored an unshakable thorn in her heart. It remained uncertain whether the emperor retained a sliver of conscience or if the former crown prince's popularity among the people was too formidable. For he had yet to dethrone the heir apparent in favor of a younger successor. This great Qin crown prince, unlike his father, was known for his benevolence and wisdom, earning the deep affection of the officials, and harbored a profound disdain for the Wei family, often denouncing Empress Wei as a sorceress. Once the old emperor departed this world and the crown prince ascended, her favorable days would come to a close. However, the crown prince was a formidable force, and for a time, neither Duke Wei nor Empress Wei could contend with him. Who would have thought that the turning point in this tumultuous situation would hinge upon a runaway princess? One day, a white-haired elder with a wolfish countenance and hawk-like eyes was engrossed in a game of chess, a black-clad figure half-kneeling beside him, respectfully reporting, "Esteemed Grand Preceptor, I have received word that the princess seems to have escaped to Yuzhou City for leisure. The black market has been notified." The elder's expression remained impassive as he gently lifted a chess piece and placed it on the board, his voice hoarse. "Instruct them to be thorough." "Understood, Grand Preceptor," replied the black-clad figure, who then vanished without a trace. Such a display would leave any onlooker astounded, revealing yet another masterful expert in the great Qin. Indeed, this elderly figure was none other than the renowned Duke Wei, Wei Yuan. Upon hearing these words, the youth across from him trembled, nearly losing his grip on the chess piece, stammering, "Father, do you intend to kill Yanran?" Tang Yanran was the old emperor's most cherished princess and the only sister of the crown prince, having grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Ironically, Wei Yuan sought to marry his daughter to the emperor, while the emperor planned to wed his most beloved daughter to Wei Yuan's son, Wei Yun, hoping to forge tighter familial bonds. However, Tang Yanran despised the Wei family and would never consent to such a marriage. She fled the capital before the wedding, and her whereabouts remained unknown. At this moment, Wei Yun, who had yet to rejoice in the news of his fiancée, was stunned to hear his father's intent to kill her. How could he not be shocked? How could his own father be so wrathful? Over a mere elopement. Was he truly willing to take a life? Wei Yuan cast a disappointed glance at his son, his tone indifferent. Your disposition is lacking. You are overly concerned for a single woman. Wei Yun's eyes widened in fear as he replied, Father, though Yin and has fled, she is merely being mischievous. I bear no resentment towards her, and I cannot bear to see her lose her life. He understood that with his father's capabilities, quietly eliminating a princess was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet how could he, a devoted admirer of Tang Yinran, endure the thought of her demise? Humph. Wei Yuan scoffed, his next move more forceful. You worthless wretch, I do not intend to kill her. I merely wish to make use of her. Do you really believe that a mere girl could escape the capital unscathed? At these words, Wei Yun looked up in astonishment, incredulous at his father's revelation. Could it be that his father had orchestrated his fiancée's elopement? Was there truly such a father? In that moment, Wei Yun cursed his father 1,000 times in his heart, yet he dared not show any sign of displeasure, exclaiming in shock, Father, what do you mean? Wei Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his eyes deep and inscrutable as he regarded Wei Yun. Rest assured, I will retrieve her. Before that, she must make some sacrifices, or else the heavens of the great Qian shall never change. Wei Yuan's words, though calm, were laden with a chilling ambition, causing Wei Yun to break into a cold sweat. If the emperor were to hear this, the Wei family would likely face annihilation. Change the heavens? Did he plot a rebellion? The current court was not solely dominated by the Wei family. The crown prince stood as a formidable counterbalance. How could a mere princess bring about such upheaval in the great Qian? The black market? The princess? As Wei Yun's thoughts raced, a sudden realization struck him, causing his complexion to pale. Father, have you already taken control of the black market? With a clatter, a fruit dropped from the hands of a maidservant passing by, who gasped in horror, falling to her knees, trembling. Please spare me, Grand Preceptor. Wei Yuan's gaze flickered with a glint of coldness as he shot a warning look at Wei Yun before rising to gently assist the maid. A smile breaking across his aged face. Little girl, you seem unfamiliar. Are you new here? How many others are there in your household? Please, Grand Preceptor, spare me. I am new here. The maid, overwhelmed with fear, wept and babbled incoherently, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication, to the extent that her delicate forehead was left with a gory gash, rendering her unconscious. Wei Yuan's smile gradually faded. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned away, leaving behind a dispassionate remark. Yuner, I am fatigued. You shall handle this matter. Remember to keep it tidy. Days passed by, and before long, a month had elapsed since Jiang Xuan's return to the black market. June had arrived, bringing with it the sweltering heat of summer. The streets and alleys of Yuzhou City buzzed with life, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. During this time, Jiang Xuan had successfully refined the wand poison into the 100 poison realm, mastering 100 varieties of toxins in varying degrees, thus earning the title of a master poisoner. Should he choose to become an assassin now, any martial artist below the master realm would likely perish upon mere contact, their demise occurring without a whisper of awareness, truly terrifying in its subtlety. Furthermore, having entered the 100 poison realm, he had also unblocked 2 additional meridians within his body. Achieving the 12th stage of returning essence, he finally reached the 10th tier. This caliber of expert is often referred to as a quasi-master, with considerable promise of advancing into the intermediate 3rd realm in the future. On this particular day, Jiang Xuan received a message, indicating that the leader sought to select some skilled individuals within the black market for a significant undertaking and requested his presence for discussion. A significant undertaking? Jiang Xuan gazed at the exuberant Zhang Yuan, his brow furrowed in confusion. Brother Zhang, he inquired, what exactly is this grand venture you speak of? I have endured your incessant chatter about it for half a year now. It is worth noting that this very business was the impetus for his initial foray into the black market, driven by a straightforward desire to acquire cultivation resources, lest he be left destitute. Yet now, although he was not yet swimming in riches, he had managed to carve out a respectable existence in the city of Yuzhou and had gradually forgotten this matter. With the past now resurfacing, a sense of caution crept in, for he recalled the inherent dangers it entailed. Master Jiang, I cannot say for certain, Zhang Yuan replied, a hint of anticipation in his gesture as he rubbed his hands together. All I know is that the leader holds it in high regard, having received a secret order from the main branch. He chuckled, such a significant business has not graced our black market in years. Could it be that the authorities are finally getting involved? Ha. Although he intended this as a jest, Jiang Xuan's expression darkened, and he admonished softly, What nonsense are you spouting? Is that not tantamount to rebellion? And what of rebellion? Jiang Yuan retorted with a scoff, unfazed. Master Jiang, the current emperor of the Great Qian is feeble and incompetent. The bureaucracy is rife with corruption, and warlords are rising everywhere while the common folk suffer. I have long harbored disdain for these officials. He continued, moreover, we are in the black market, existing outside the bounds of the law. What consequence would there be in openly rebelling? At this, Jiang Xuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter his assertions. The state of the Great Qian was indeed far from favorable, and the plight of the common people was grievous. It was no wonder the black market had grown so formidable. For the majority of ordinary folk, who would willingly toil in the black market if they had a stable life, dreams of poetry and distant horizons pale in comparison to the warmth of home and family. Thus, it seemed that those who thrived within the black market harbored some resentment towards the Great Qian. Fortunately, in a remote place like Yuzhou, far removed from the imperial court, the lives of the common people appeared somewhat more stable and peaceful. However, pondering further, one could only surmise that the scale of the black market in other regions of the Great Qian was likely even more colossal, a force that could evoke sheer terror. Enough, Jiang Xuan said, dismissing the topic with a wave of his hand. In that moment, he resolved that should the black market ever harbor ambitions of rebellion, he would not hesitate to depart, leaving no traces of his presence behind. The rationale was clear. While the royal family of the Great Qian may be inept, the black market was no sanctuary of righteousness, devoid of any notions of national duty. Furthermore, his aspiration was to pursue the path of cultivation, not to become embroiled in an endless struggle for secular power. Ultimately, he wished to avoid witnessing the chaos of war, for such turmoil would only plunge the common folk deeper into suffering. However, one must acknowledge that in the world of martial arts, one is often bound by circumstances. Without absolute strength, it is sometimes impossible to evade what one does not wish to confront. One must face the inevitable. Jiang Xuan rose from his seat and departed from the Xuanwu Hall, making his way directly towards the Qilin Palace. The Qilin Palace serves as the very heart of the black market, a realm where only the lord and deputy lord possess the privilege of unrestricted access. Others are strictly forbidden from entering without summons. At this moment, the grand doors of the palace stood firmly shut, guarded by 2 adept warriors of the black market. After the passage of half an incense stick's worth of time, the doors creaked open with a resounding sound. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe emerged, his face etched with worry, none other than Yang Long, the master of the Qinglong Hall. Master Yang, what troubles you? Jiang Xuan inquired, perplexed. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan, Yang Long's expression softened slightly, and he managed to muster a faint smile. Brother Jiang, the Lord has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. You shall discover the matter upon entering. With that, he sighed heavily and departed, leaving Jiang Xuan in a state of utter bewilderment. What could be so troubling about the Lord's affairs? Master Jiang. The 2 guards at the entrance, upon noticing Jiang Xuan's approach, immediately bowed in respect, not daring to show any negligence. To speak frankly, given Jiang Xuan's current standing in the black market of Yuzhou City, he was second only to the lord and deputy lord. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, instructing, please enter and inform the leader that I have arrived. Yes, Elder Jiang. One of the black market experts bowed respectfully before moving to announce within the Qilin Hall. Just then, a resonant voice echoed from within, Brother Jiang, please come in swiftly. This call came from the vice leader, imbued with a sense of urgency, as if eagerly awaiting the arrival of a much-needed savior. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, a subtle unease stirring within him, as if an immense trouble awaited his inevitable plunge. Nevertheless, having come this far, retreat seemed an implausible option. He cast aside his chaotic thoughts. Jiang Xuan gracefully swept his robe and stepped into the grand entrance of the Qilin Hall. Within, 2 figures occupied the main seat. Seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation, their brows furrowed with concern. The individual on the right, possessing a refined demeanor and a subtle smile, was none other than the deputy leader, Mo Cho. To the left, with striking eyebrows and a commanding presence, sat the leader, Jun Hachen. Jiang Xuan was already acquainted with both leaders. Jiang Xuan entered the room and offered a slight bow. The vice captain was the first to rise, smiling as he gestured for Jiang Xuan to come closer. Brother Jiang, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Please, take a seat. No need for excessive formality. Jun Hachen also nodded at Jiang Xuan, making a gesture that encouraged him to sit down. Despite the simplicity of this action, it was a rare display of respect from the domineering captain, who usually regarded others with disdain, as if they were mere refuse. Observing the warmth exuded by both leaders, Jiang Xuan sensed that matters were far from straightforward, and that he was likely to face some challenges ahead. Alas, with age comes an abundance of worries. Jiang Xuan, feeling a surge of emotions, adjusted his robe and gradually took a seat. He began, "Esteemed leaders, may I inquire about the matters that prompt your visit?" Mo Cho and Jun Hongchen exchanged a glance before handing Jiang Xuan a confidential decree. With a sigh, they remarked, "Brother Jiang, please peruse this for yourself. This time, the significant business of the main branch has indeed fallen upon our shoulders." Fallen upon our shoulders? Jiang Xuan mused, implying that this venture was not originally destined for them. Was it not fortunate? Why then did both leaders wear such a somber expression? Jiang Xuan wore a look of bewilderment as he took the secret order into his hands, nearly popping his aged eyes in astonishment. Kidnapping the princess of Deqian? Captain, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Xuan gazed at the information inscribed on the secret order, a shiver coursing through him, leaving him utterly unnerved. The audacity of the black market had always been whispered about. It was said that for sufficient profit, they would not hesitate to abduct even a princess. Yet, never did he imagine he would find himself entangled in such a scenario. Was this not exceedingly brazen? Mo Cho, with a complex expression, turned to Jiang Xuan and said, "Brother Jiang, you have not misread this. This is indeed the secret order just issued by the headquarters. A year ago, we were instructed to prepare ourselves for a matter of utmost significance regarding the survival of the black market. However, we did not anticipate that this troublesome affair would fall upon us. Should this matter come to light, it would spell disaster for the black market and for the city of Yuzhou." His words rang true, despite the formidable power of the black market. If the imperial court were resolute in their intentions to eradicate it, they could easily devise countless methods to do so. The most straightforward and brutal approach, given the current temperament of His Majesty the Emperor, would be to unleash a military force to obliterate the black market, especially if his beloved princess were discovered to be kidnapped. In such a case, the iron cavalry of Deqian would sweep through, leaving the entirety of Yuzhou barren. Brother Jiang, you are the master of Xuanwu Hall, and your experience in the Jianghu is profound. What do you think we should do in this situation? Mo Cho inquired. Jiang Xuan exhaled slowly, gazing at the two leaders with gravity. "Esteemed leaders, I have several inquiries. Might you indulge me with your insights?" "Please, go ahead," replied the elder brother. "My first question pertains to this significant matter. Is it not peculiar that the main branch has issued a secret decree without dispatching any formidable allies to assist us?" Upon hearing this, the two leaders exchanged glances. Jun Hongchen replied calmly, "Dear brother Jiang, you may not be aware that our black market branches have traditionally operated independently, refraining from meddling in one another's affairs. The main branch, situated thousands of miles away in the imperial capital, seldom intervenes in the matters of the branches, merely issuing secret edicts." "But how do they govern the black market across the realm?" Jiang Xuan inquired, perplexed. "By eliminating those who are disobedient or incompetent," Jun Hongchen continued. "The main branch's experts are tasked solely with this duty, thereby restructuring the branches as necessary." Sweat. A cascade of perspiration. Jiang Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the black market was a realm of unparalleled eccentricity. At that instant, he began to comprehend the source of Yang Long's perpetual frown. Now, he too was engulfed in worry, for the burden was simply insurmountable. The higher-ups merely assigned tasks without offering any assistance, and failure to complete them would result in execution. The pressure was utterly explosive. From a management perspective, the black market truly maximized the subjective initiative of its employees, ruthlessly extracting their potential. Those who falter are cast aside without a trace of mercy, disregarding any notions of camaraderie. If you falter, there are countless others who can succeed. As for the second question, what benefit does capturing the princess confer upon our black market? Jiang Xuan massaged his temples and continued to inquire. This time, Jun Hongchen responded succinctly, uttering just 3 words. "I do not know." "Do not know?" Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. At that moment, he seemed to discern 3 words emblazoned across Jun Hongchen's face. Tool man. Such audacity and reckless behavior. As the principal orchestrator of this operation, how could he calmly utter the words "I don't know"? What colossal fortitude that must require. Truly, he is a man worthy of being a helmsman. Were it him in that position, he would likely have fled under the cover of darkness, rather than maintaining his composure in this very spot. With this thought, Jiang Xuan took a deep breath and turned to the 2 helmsmen, inquiring, "For the 2 of you, which is more fearsome, the court or the main branch?" Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 helmsmen responded in unison. The reasoning behind their answer was rather straightforward. Jun Hongchen is a master, and Mo Cho has a masterful brother. To put it bluntly, even if the entire black market branch and the city of Yuzhou were to be obliterated, they could escape unscathed. Even if it meant becoming fugitives and seeking refuge in another black market elsewhere. However, if they were to attract the attention of the masters from the main branch, there would be no escape, no matter where they fled. This is precisely why no one has ever dared to betray the black market. Having posed 3 questions, Jiang Xuan closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, resting his hands on his knees, no longer speaking as his mind raced. Truth be told, Jiang Xuan was not fond of the feeling of being led by the nose. To capture the princess would be a grave offense, potentially leading to the extermination of 9 clans, or even endangering the entire city of Yuzhou. Yet, refraining from capturing her could invite relentless pursuit from the formidable masters of the black market. It was indeed a monumental dilemma. Observing his contemplation, the 2 helmsmen remained patient, refraining from interrupting Jiang Xuan. It had become an unspoken consensus that Jiang Xuan was an omnipotent figure within the black market of Yuzhou. Even the primary and secondary helmsmen held him in high regard. Such was his reputation. After a considerable pause, Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and sighed, "Esteemed helmsman, in my humble opinion, this matter likely pertains to the strife within the court, and our black market is perilously entangled within it, potentially becoming a mere pawn." After much deliberation, he felt that the black market had indeed been drawn into the vortex of court intrigues, a scenario he dreaded most. Upon hearing this, Mo Chao's eyes lit up, and she responded, "Elder brother, what do you mean by that?" Jun Hongchen's gaze flickered, and he too turned to Jiang Xuan, eager for clarification. Jiang Xuan lifted a teacup from the table, took a sip, and slowly articulated, "I surmise that the headquarters must have been instigated by some influential figure within the court to dare to abduct the princess. Regardless of that individual's intentions, it is certain that we shall not escape unscathed. Conspiring with the black market to kidnap a princess is a capital offense that warrants the annihilation of one's lineage. Who would permit anyone privy to such a secret to remain alive?" Mo Cho and Jun Hongchen exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They too sensed the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, they would not have sought Jiang Xuan's counsel and would have already begun taking action. Those who have navigated the underworld to such a position are hardly fools. It is not just that influential figure who desires their demise. The headquarters would likely wish for their silence as well. Yet, the logic is clear. Is it not all the same in the end? Brother, what do you believe we should do? Should we proceed with the abduction or refrain from it? Mo Cho inquired, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Alas, I am no immortal. The key to unraveling this predicament likely resides with that esteemed princess. If we could discern the direction of the court's turmoil, perhaps a glimmer of hope may yet emerge. Currently, we are overly passive. To act rashly could lead to irretrievable consequences." His implication was clear. They were in a state of profound uncertainty and needed to gather intelligence before making any decisions. Jun Hongchen hesitated briefly before presenting Jiang Xuan with the dossier on the princess, stating coolly, "Brother Jiang, your prudence and resourcefulness in handling affairs are unmatched. This task is rightfully yours." That night, beneath the resplendent full moon, summer was at its zenith. Fireflies danced in the skies above Yuzhou City, while the night was alive with the chirping of insects. Nearby, the canal flickered with the soft glow of fishing lights, as bare-chested fishermen toiled under the rare coolness of the evening, casting their nets while singing merrily. The streets and alleys were infused with the vibrant essence of life. Although it was nighttime, the atmosphere was even more bustling than during the day. At this moment, Jiang Xuan donned a loose, airy robe, his face unobscured, as he strode purposefully towards a brightly lit and known as the Dragon Gate Inn. This establishment was peculiar. Despite its location in the heart of Yuzhou City's most prosperous thoroughfare, the street was eerily devoid of people, as if it had been isolated from the vibrant scenes of the surrounding streets. Jiang Xuan walked for several hundred steps, finally arriving at the entrance of the Dragon Gate Inn. Inside, he beheld a slender figure clad in red, leisurely holding a wine cup, her demeanor languid, and her gaze seemingly tinged with melancholy. This young woman was familiar to Jiang Xuan. She was the very same lady who had visited the Li family's cloth shop. However, her expression now bore little resemblance to that day. Gone was the defiance, replaced by an air of poignant sorrow. Furthermore, she possessed another identity, the princess of Deqian, Tang Yanran. It was indeed perplexing to witness a princess of a mighty nation seated alone in an inn, drowning her sorrows in wine. Notably, her guard was absent, leaving her looking as haggard as a captive. The moment Jiang Xuan laid eyes on Tang Yanran, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet, a flash of understanding illuminated his gaze, and many previously perplexing matters suddenly became clear. Though he had harbored suspicions before, he was now more convinced of his thoughts. This young lady seemed to have been exploited. Old sir, upon noticing the figure at the inn's entrance, a flicker of surprise crossed Tang Yinran's delicate face, causing her to sit up a little straighter. Miss Tang, I trust you are well. Jiang Xuan smiled subtly, casting a discreet glance around before stepping into the vast inn. At this moment, the expansive establishment lay desolate and silent, eerily quiet as if it were devoid of life. Not a single trace of human presence could be felt, and even the outside world was devoid of the chirping of insects, creating an atmosphere that was inexplicably chilling. Jiang Xuan approached Tang Yanran, leisurely taking a seat beside her. He poured 2 bowls of wine from a jar, the liquid cascading with a delightful sound. With a gentle tone, he continued, Miss Tang, since our last parting, I trust you have been well. Now that we meet again, should I address you as Miss Tang or Your Highness? At these words, Tang Yanran paused momentarily, then smiled coyly, replying, Old sir. Have you come to abduct me this evening? Jiang Xuan lifted a bowl of wine and took a sip. The princess pondered, Have I truly fallen victim to your schemes? Indeed, Tang Yanran replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding her head. Tonight, regardless of who comes, they may very well seize me. As she spoke these words, she appeared remarkably composed, as if jesting, yet there lingered an air of resignation in her voice. Jiang Xuan fell silent, his mind already piecing together the situation. It was evident that this noble princess was under some form of control, seemingly awaiting the arrival of individuals from the black market to abduct her. At this moment, should Jiang Xuan decide to rescue her, it would undoubtedly be alarmingly effortless and devoid of any hindrance. Why? Jiang Xuan remained composed, inquiring casually. Tang Yanran twirled her wine glass, her ruby lips parting gently, because tomorrow, a rumor will sweep across the entire Deqian kingdom. The princess of Deqian has fled from her marriage, and the crown prince has colluded with the black market to capture the runaway princess, intending to seize military power under the pretext of quelling a rebellion. Jiang Xuan raised her brows slightly, questioning the credibility of such absurd rumors. The fact that the current emperor believed them was sufficient. Tang Yinran's expression remained impassive, as if she were recounting someone else's affair, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, there was an undercurrent of resentment in her tone, perhaps directed towards the emperor of Deqian, or perhaps rooted in her grievances against her own father. Jiang Xuan gently stroked his beard, furrowing his brow as he inquired, May I ask, is this situation in accordance with the princess's wishes? Tang Yinran shook her head lightly, responding, We are merely pawns in this game. I have only just come to this realization. With that, she cast a smile at Jiang Xuan, teasingly asking, Old sir, are you not going to whisk me away? This is hardly an appropriate venue for a conversation. No need to rush, he replied. Today, I am in high spirits and would gladly engage in an enlightening discourse with the princess. Jiang Xuan remained unhurried, a light smile gracing his lips. Observing the scene, the warrior lurking at a distance from the inn wore an increasingly peculiar expression, his anxiety mounting. What were these two discussing within the inn? Was the old man unwell? Were they truly from the black market? Why the delay in abducting someone? Could they not hasten their pace? Their procrastination was maddening. One could liken them to a tortoise. The urgency was palpable. If the black market operatives succeeded in abducting Tang Yanran tonight without a hitch, their mission would be largely accomplished. Subsequently, they would merely need to collaborate with black market factions across the region to disseminate rumors, thereby alarming the capital's authorities. To this end, they had deliberately cleared the area within a 10-mile radius, ensuring the abduction would proceed smoothly and without concerns. However, as half an hour elapsed, Jiang Xuan showed no signs of emerging from the inn, leaving the anxious warriors scratching their heads, desperate to ascertain the situation. Were these two gentlemen truly engaging in some clandestine affair inside? I could have completed my task by now, damn it. Meanwhile, within the inn, Jiang Xuan and Tang Yanran were exchanging cups and engaging in a spirited discussion about life. Rather, they were deliberating on court matters. The situation was rather straightforward. The emperor, indulgent in carnal pleasures, was inept and foolish, while Grand Minister Wei Yuan sought to unseat the crown prince, aiming to consolidate power within the court. Thus, knowing full well that Tang Yanran harbored a deep-seated aversion to the Wei family, Wei Yuan proposed a marriage alliance to the emperor, intending to wed his son to the princess. Following this, he covertly assisted her in fleeing the capital, actually orchestrating her abduction via the black market, intending to frame the crown prince for the act. Moreover, to ensure absolute certainty, he dispatched numerous skilled operatives to lurk behind Tang Yanran, eliminating any court personnel sent to locate her, guaranteeing her safe delivery into the hands of the black market. One must concede, the machinations of prominent figures are impeccably meticulous. Every detail was accounted for, leaving no room for oversight. Unbeknownst to Tang Yanran, it wasn't until she arrived in Yuzhou City that she began to sense the looming threat. Upon her arrival, the elite operatives dispatched by Wei Yuan brazenly confined her, forbidding anyone from approaching, biding their time for the black market to execute the abduction. It was as if they had cast aside all pretense. After hearing all this, Jiang Xuan was taken aback, realizing just how treacherous the political waters ran, even ensnaring the crown prince and princess in a web of deceit. Wei Yuan's scheme was nothing short of a triple-edged sword. Firstly, by implicating the crown prince through the black market, the inept emperor might genuinely harbor suspicions against him. Secondly, with the princess abducted, the court would undoubtedly seek to eradicate the black market to salvage its reputation, possibly granting Wei Yuan an opportunity to seize military power and leverage his position. Lastly, the black market had long been a blight upon the realm of Deqian. He was skeptical of the so-called minister's sincerity in collaborating with the black market, foreseeing a future betrayal once he had secured his interests. Moreover, it was evident that this Grand Minister Wei had made some irresistible promises to the black market's headquarters, compelling them to ally with a predator. Yet, such a duplicitous figure could not be trusted. One could easily find themselves ensnared in disaster. Contemplating this, Jiang Xuan exhaled slowly and spoke softly. Your Highness, the black market is a place of commerce. Whether I choose to abduct you or assist you lies entirely within your hands. Abduct me or assist me. Tang Yanran paused, momentarily taken aback. Old sir, do you truly possess such a choice? Indeed, Jiang Xuan replied with a slight nod, exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, Tang Yanran fell silent, her heart seemingly caught in a whirlwind of indecision. In her eyes, Jiang Xuan must have been sent to abduct her. Should he choose to assist her, it would equate to betraying the black market, inevitably inviting its wrath. They were strangers. What compelled him to act altruistically on her behalf? Was it merely because she was a princess? Did the righteousness of her nation hold any sway over the hearts of those within the black market? Admittedly, she felt inclined to confide in Jiang Xuan, perceiving in him an ethereal demeanor and a chivalrous spirit, harboring a flicker of hope within her heart. However, it remained but a flicker. Should she trust him? Setting aside these tumultuous thoughts, Tang Yin feigned a light-hearted demeanor and remarked, Old sir, you are truly unlike others from the black market. I admire your character. However, should you choose to aid me, the dangers within the black market could prove perilous. Jiang Xuan cast a glance at Tang Yanran and sincerely praised her. It is indeed rare. As a princess and the sovereign of a nation, you still express concern for my safety. However, rest assured, since I have chosen to assist you, I possess the means of self-preservation. This compliment was not mere flattery. Though rumors portray the great Qian princess as arrogant and overbearing, it is remarkable that she would consider the safety of others in such matters. Typically, one would expect a royal to wish for their subordinates to lay down their lives at a mere command. Of course, it is also possible that she is shrewdly testing my intentions. As for why Jiang Xuan harbored the desire to help her, there were two primary reasons. Firstly, the black market is hardly a sanctuary. He had long contemplated his departure. In the small realm of Yuzhou City, he had previously found no better alternatives beyond the black market. However, times have changed. His strength has surged, nearing a breakthrough to the realm of a master. And he possesses various means that equip him for the trials of the outside world. Unbeknownst to him, 70 is indeed the prime age for adventure. Secondly, his instincts warned him that the esteemed Minister Wei Yuan was certainly not a benign figure. He was likely a treacherous minister capable of causing turmoil in the court. Collaborating with such a person is akin to courting disaster, and he would inevitably find himself plummeting into a bottomless abyss. Upon receiving this business proposition, he resolved to extricate himself at the earliest opportunity. As the saying goes, calamity is often born from fortune, and fortune can hide within calamity. While this beleaguered princess appears to bring misfortune to the black market, she might also serve as the catalyst propelling him toward his next destination. Upon receiving Jiang Xuan's affirmative response, Tang Yanran's eyes shimmered with emotion, her heart racing with excitement as she could not help but exclaim, Please, esteemed elder, save me. What must I do for you to assist me? Very simple. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile. I require a promise from the princess that henceforth she shall not place any undue burdens upon me, treating this as a simple gesture of friendship. I trust the princess will not misconstrue my intentions, believing that my assistance to you implies an obligation to follow your commands in the future as a means to coerce me. Those of you in the halls of power possess the most cunning minds, and I cannot withstand such trials. I lay this out clearly, so I hope the princess finds it amusing. Is that all? Tang Yinran's gaze narrowed, her disbelief evident. Indeed, that is all. Tang Yinran, intrigued, inquired, why is that? Does the esteemed gentleman not seek any form of recompense? Titles, wealth, status, or even beautiful women would suffice. Jiang Xuan poured a glass of wine for Tang Yinran and sighed. Having lived to this age, I regard fame and fortune as mere fleeting clouds, ephemeral and inconsequential. My sole desire is to pursue my true self, free from any constraints. That is all. He continued, not long ago, I undertook a business venture at the behest of the local lord's wife. What began as a mere transaction turned sour as she sought to manipulate me, ultimately leading to her demise at my hands. I trust the princess will not engage in such folly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yinran displayed a hint of admiration, exclaiming, indeed, you are a person of extraordinary character, esteemed sir. I hold you in high regard. It is clear that your wisdom comes with age. However, she recognized that despite Jiang Xuan's eloquent words, he did not truly disregard fame and fortune. Rather, he remained skeptical of her intentions. Throughout history, every page is inscribed with the pursuit of fame and wealth. Who is indifferent to it? Who does not desire it? After exchanging a few more words, Tang Yinran lowered her voice and inquired, esteemed sir, given the current circumstances, do you possess any effective strategies? Jiang Xuan gazed into his cup of wine and uttered 4 words. The golden cicada sheds its shell. The golden cicada sheds its shell? Tang Yinran's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she eagerly inquired, old sir, how should I execute this golden cicada's escape? Jiang Xuan gazed at Tang Yinran, producing a smooth and polished poison pill from his possession, which he discreetly placed in her palm, calmly uttering 4 words, take the poison and perish. Upon hearing this, Tang Yinran was taken aback, clutching the poison pill in her hand, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan strode out of the inn with an air of nonchalance, making his way back to the black market, exuding an aura of untroubled elegance. Observing this scene from a distance, the martial artists who had been covertly watching were left utterly astonished, unable to fathom the situation. What on earth? I've stripped down. And this is what you show me? Whether you're from the black market or not, who would swagger into an inn like that, confronted by such a beauty? A solitary man and woman, and no thought of seizing an opportunity? Curse it, what trickery is this old man up to? Is he truly affiliated with the black market? He must be, for who else would dare approach this place tonight? By the heavens, could it be that this old man has engaged the princess? What sort of individual has the black market dispatched here? You, go inform Han. We need to confront this old man. Darn it, daring to toy with me. Leaving me here with a head full of bites. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xuan walked down the street, listening to the chirping of insects in the tranquil night, a slight smile crept upon his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, ahead lies the black market. Proceed further, and charges will apply. With both heavenly heart perception and immortal bone. He rendered the ordinary martial artist's attempts at concealment utterly futile, an endeavor even the most skilled masters could not accomplish. As his words lingered in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with no one daring to speak. Humph, do you think this old man is attempting to deceive you? Jiang Xuan let out a cold snort, swiftly twisting his wrist as the cloud-piercing shuttle shot forth like a beam of icy light, a sharp gust of wind surging outwards, startling a man in the corner who hurriedly dodged. What a terrifying treasure! The onlooker gazed at the hole punctured in the wall, unable to suppress an exclamation. With Jiang Xuan's current prowess, that single shot was sufficient to effortlessly penetrate the skull of any martial artist below the master level. The individual could not help but swallow hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Had that shot struck his head, it would surely have shattered like a watermelon. This old man is indeed a master. Jiang Xuan stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority, as if awaiting the surrounding warriors to emerge on their own. In the next instant, numerous formidable figures flashed into view, swiftly encircling Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan maintained an air of composure, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding martial artists, as if counting heads. 1, 2, 3. 20 adept practitioners of the return to origin realm. It seemed that this master way was quite extravagant. In the darkness of night, a full contingent of 20 returned to origin masters encircled Jiang Xuan. Such a display would leave even a grandmaster in a state of distress, drenched in sweat, with dire consequences looming. Moreover, these 20 were not the entirety of the forces lurking around the inn. Through Jiang Xuan's perceptive senses, he discerned that there were at least 50 more individuals of no lesser stature than returned to origin masters, tasked with observing every move of the princess. Additionally, he sensed the faint presence of grandmasters among them. However, grandmasters possessed the ability to conceal their aura so effectively that even he could not perceive them clearly. Yet this possibility could not be dismissed. Such a show of force would likely be beyond the means of the black market to deploy casually. This masterway truly wielded considerable influence. "May I inquire, esteemed senior, are you affiliated with the black market?" inquired the foremost figure, a masked individual clad in black. "Indeed." Jiang Xuan replied coolly. "Indeed? So you are truly a person of the black market? Then what is the purpose of abducting the princess? What does it mean to merely take a stroll inside?" "Damn it." The masked man was taken aback, nearly letting loose an expletive, but he restrained his anger and retorted, "My lord, have you not forgotten something of utmost importance?" Jiang Xuan instinctively glanced at his hands and smacked his forehead. "Ah? I have forgotten to return with the wine. I am doomed. Now I shall incur the wrath of the leader. Thank you for the reminder." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan made to depart, but was intercepted by several figures clad in black. "Old fool, cease your pretentiousness and stop feigning ignorance." Jiang Xuan cast a piercing glance at the man, unleashing a terrifying aura characteristic of the 10th level of the return to origin realm. His tone turned chillingly serious. "The road is vast, and we shall each take our own path. I am merely purchasing a bottle of wine. Are you overstepping your bounds? Master of the precepts." The figure cloaked in black was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Jiang Xuan was, in fact, a master of the precepts. Though both were at the return to origin level, the distinction between a master and an ordinary practitioner was as vast as the sky and the earth. The difficulty of unlocking the final 4 meridians was well understood by those who knew. Once opened, the true energy surged forth like a mighty river, flowing unceasingly. This old man not only possessed precious artifacts but also wielded considerable power. He was not to be trifled with lightly. With this realization, the formerly arrogant demeanor of the cloaked man diminished slightly as he cautioned, "Esteemed elder, you appear to be in a hurry. Is there some urgent matter at hand?" "Me? In a hurry?" Jiang Xuan responded with a hint of amusement. "I am quite at ease, thank you. From where do you perceive my haste?" "Oh, it must be that I had a poor night's sleep. How vexing. I was up far too late last night. I shall return to catch up on my rest and not disturb your fine gathering." Jiang Xuan feigned ignorance while fully aware of the situation, exhibiting a bewildered demeanor that showcased his remarkable acting skills. His eyes sparkled with innocence, and his expression bore the weight of a world-weary sage who had seen through the myriad illusions of life, driving the several cloaked figures to the brink of madness. "Stop right there." One of the men in black growled, his teeth grinding in frustration as rage simmered within him. This old fool couldn't he possibly be senile, could he? Surely, he must have neglected to consult the calendar before venturing out. How unfortunate they were to encounter such a formidable yet mentally unclear individual. No matter, tonight, he must abduct the princess. The cloaked figure enunciated each word with palpable irritation, practically forcing the sentence through clenched teeth. "Esteemed elder, I noticed you heading towards the Dragon Gate Inn, seemingly in search of someone. Is there an important task at hand?" Fearing his warning was insufficient, he hastily added, "Are you perhaps looking for a young lady?" He nearly blurted out, "For heaven's sake, the black market wants you to abduct the princess. Hurry along." Yet, Jiang Xuan maintained his bewildered facade, turning around with an awkward smile and replying, "Young man, your concern is appreciated, but at my advanced age, I must prioritize my health and have no need for such young ladies." The cloaked figure nearly choked on his frustration. Was this old man truly deranged? Did he not comprehend human speech? Who suggested he seek out a courtesan? The command was to abduct the princess. "Enough," Jiang Xuan proclaimed, his benevolent smile unwavering. "Gentlemen, it is a dark and windy night. You should return to rest. I must make my way home. By the heavens!" The insincere smile from Jiang Xuan ignited the fury of the leading figure, who could no longer contain his rage. "Attack! Eliminate this foolish old man." Observing the situation, one of the other cloaked figures quickly restrained the leader, exchanging nervous glances. "Brother Luo, calm down. If possible, let the black market handle the abduction. Forcing the princess into their hands might leave us with a scandalous burden. That could lead to the annihilation of our entire clan. Do you wish to commit murder? Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he paused, turning to face the group of black-clad individuals with a countenance as gentle as a warm breeze. Humph. I perceive that this old man is merely feigning ignorance. He must be a coward, frightened. One of the black-clad men sneered, deliberately provoking Jiang Xuan. Indeed. He must be terrified, pretending to be oblivious to our intentions. Another chimed in. Who would have thought that the black market was so pathetic? Bold enough to take on a job, yet too timid to follow through? Truly wretched, bah? The crowd of black-clad men exchanged jibes, seemingly mocking Jiang Xuan's reluctance to abduct the princess. At that moment, they were certain that this old man was intentionally playing the fool. Am I afraid of death? Jiang Xuan smiled calmly, his gaze directed at the group of black-clad figures with a disdainful air, akin to that of dismissing refuse. Gentlemen, he began. We bear no enmity towards one another, yet you have wronged my elder and insulted me by suggesting that I am fearful of death. How about we make a wager instead? What sort of wager? The leader of the black-clad men retorted, his eyes almost ablaze with fury as he spoke. Jiang Xuan immediately assumed an air of a sage and calmly remarked, If you dare to strike at me, I wager that there is no true energy within you. What? Upon hearing this, the group of black-clad men erupted into hearty laughter, their mirth echoing like thunder. Ha ha ha, Brother Luo, I take back what I just said. This old man is not afraid of death, he is truly senile. Ha ha ha, I know very well whether I possess true energy or not. This is the first time I have encountered such a wager. It is utterly laughable. Old man, have you lost your wits? Jiang Xuan's expression remained unchanged, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If you do not believe, feel free to test it. I shall stand here, allowing you to strike. Should I fall, you emerge victorious. Conversely, should I prevail, your demise awaits. His words were spoken with a calm demeanor, yet they carried an air of imperiousness that suggested he was unfazed by the threat. Upon hearing this, the group of dark-clad individuals fell silent, casting peculiar glances at Jiang Xuan. What could possibly instill such confidence in this old man? With his hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Xuan maintained an air of nonchalance, beckoning with a finger. Come, strike me. The group of black-clad men exchanged glances, clearly intimidated by Jiang Xuan's imposing presence. Humph. Enough of this charade. The leader of the black-clad men bellowed, swiftly moving to deliver a palm strike to Jiang Xuan's chest. A sharp crack echoed through the air, resonating with a clarity that sent shivers down the spine. As the others focused their gaze, they realized the sound emanated from the leader's own palm, which had exploded upon making contact with the protective aura surrounding Jiang Xuan. Ah! The black-clad man shrieked in agony, staring in horror at his mangled hand. Disbelief etched across his face. Impossible! Where is my inner energy? What? The realization struck like a thunderbolt. Where had the leader's energy gone? What had transpired moments ago? Panic rippled through the ranks, their expression shifting to sheer terror as they regarded Jiang Xuan. This display had effectively left them in a state of shock. Damn it, this old man is utterly uncanny. Could he possibly be a ghost? Otherwise, how could the leader's energy have inexplicably vanished? Ah, my energy is gone too, a black-clad man exclaimed, incredulity written all over his face as he stared at his hands. With a sudden, futile effort, another black-clad warrior attempted to unleash a strike. Yet it produced not the slightest ripple in the air, rendering the act rather comical. How can this be? In the next moment, the 20 elite practitioners of the Return to Origin realm began to act as if possessed, frantically performing calisthenics in place, incessantly throwing punches into the empty space. They were desperate to ascertain the existence of their inner energy. They refused to accept the notion that after decades of martial training, they had utterly lost their inner energy and cultivation. Such a devastating blow was unbearable. Yet, their fierce movements, while seemingly powerful, failed to generate even a hint of energy fluctuations. Woe is me, I am ruined. One black-clad man collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, filled with a profound sense of despair. Jiang Xuan continued to stand with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a glance at the utterly ludicrous scene before him. Unable to suppress a smirk. How absurd, he mused. He had anticipated a treacherous scheme, yet he never imagined it would descend to such depths, almost pushing him to his limits. Why were these cloaked figures devoid of any vital energy? The explanation, upon closer inspection, was rather straightforward. After Jiang Xuan mastered the art of the 10,000 poisons Return to Origin, he became a formidable amalgamation of toxins, capable of unleashing a myriad of lethal energies at will. Just moments ago, during his conversation with the cloaked figures, he subtly released a trace of barely perceptible toxic energy. This faint toxin is incredibly insidious, infiltrating the bodies of martial artists without detection. However, if one fails to promptly circulate their vital energy to suppress the poison, they will be utterly defenseless. At this moment, the poison affecting these cloaked individuals is derived from a substance known as kneeling immortal, capable of temporarily obstructing an enemy's dantian's vital energy. It is one of the rare third-tier toxins found in the black market. Once poisoned, even martial artists at the Earth Spirit realm will find themselves unable to circulate their vital energy for half an hour, rendering them akin to true invalids. I have long proclaimed that there is no vital energy within your bodies. Jiang Xuan cast a mocking gaze upon the group of black-clad figures, an aura of lethal intent radiating from his being. It seems you have met your defeat. Prepare to perish. Retreat. We must flee. This old man is uncanny. The leader of the black-clad men, trembling in fear, turned to escape. In that moment, Jiang Xuan appeared to him as a veritable demon. How else could he have so stealthily rendered his vital energy null? No. Even a demon could not achieve such a feat. This old man was far more terrifying. The other black-clad figures quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces paling as they turned to flee without a backward glance. By my grandmother, this is utterly preposterous. Having spent the better part of his life as an assassin and bodyguard, he had never encountered such an outrageous circumstance. They would never have imagined it, even in their wildest dreams. Jiang Xuan's true energy is toxic. Esteemed guests, do you not think it is too late to depart now? Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. He was not a benevolent elder, and naturally would not easily let his enemies go. In an instant, a terrifying surge of true energy rushed forth like the ocean, its might exceedingly fearsome. The Cha-Ching sword technique, a sword that sweeps across mountains and rivers. With a flick of his wrist, the Qingyan sword appeared in his hand, into which boundless true energy was infused. Simultaneously, a torrent of sword energy erupted, coalescing into a river of sword chi that fell upon the fleeing figures in black like raindrops, their screams echoing relentlessly. This cursed old man. Who on earth is he? I never expected that after years of wandering the martial world, I would meet my demise at the hands of an unknown elder. I refused to accept this. Yet, no matter how unwilling they were, it was of no consequence. If they still possessed true energy, the 20 or so masters of the returning Yuan realm could each have dealt with Jiang Xuan with a single strike, leaving him in a state of disarray. However, now, devoid of any true energy, they were nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In but a fleeting moment, under the relentless downpour of sword chi, 16 of the 20 black-clad figures lay dead, leaving only 4 trembling on the ground, on the brink of death. Just then, a golden light flared in the distance, and an even more terrifying surge of true energy swept in, instantly shattering the sword chi of the Chongqing sword technique and saving the remaining individuals. At this sight, Jiang Xuan's expression grew solemn as he gazed into the shadows beyond. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was a master-level powerhouse, and such figures were scarce in Yuzhou City. Moreover, accompanying him were dozens of concealed auras lurking in the dark. There was no need for speculation. These individuals were certainly part of Wei Taishi's forces, all undoubtedly masters of the returning Yuan realm. Damn it. The streets are now teeming with returning Yuan masters, while the condensing chi practitioners are as insignificant as dogs. At this moment, a man resembling an iron tower emerged from the darkness, his visage stern and exuding a palpable aura of menace, unmistakably formidable. This was none other than Han Feng, the bodyguard who had previously protected Tang Yinran. Tang Yinran had mentioned before that Han Feng had suddenly vanished, possibly having been eliminated by Wei Yuan's men. Nonsense. This traitor had clearly defected long ago. Upon seeing Han Feng, the remaining 4 black-clad figures rejoiced, rushing towards him as if he were their savior, clinging to his legs and wailing, "Han, our brothers have been killed by this old fiend. You must seek justice for us." The black-clad figures were utterly terrified, their pants soaked through, desperately clutching Han Feng's trousers, fearing he would abandon them. "Useless fools, get away." Han Feng's anger surged, and driven by rage, he kicked away the black-clad figure clinging to him, trembling with fury. The man, having no true energy to protect him, was sent sprawling, his chest caving in from the force of the kick, blood gushing forth. "Han, you." With that, the black-clad figure breathed his last. Han Feng furrowed his brow. That kick had not been particularly forceful, yet it had killed him outright. It appeared these individuals were indeed bereft of true energy. How strange. With this thought, Han Feng's gaze towards Jiang Xuan grew more wary, his heart beginning to feel unsteady. He recognized this elder as the proprietor of the previous cloth shop. His strength was commendable, but he should not have been Han Feng's match. However, In just over a month, Jiang Xuan's aura had become even deeper and more unfathomable, rendering even him unable to discern the elder's true capabilities. How could this be? Even the fastest progress made by ordinary martial artists could not result in such a transformation within a month. Did he truly believe that everyone could achieve enlightenment overnight and ascend to the intermediate third realm? Could it be that this elder had been concealing his strength all along? Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Han Feng coldly inquired, "Esteemed elder, who exactly are you?" "I am a person of the black market." "Then, why do you not fulfill your obligations? Are you instructing me on what to do?" Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, placing his hands behind his back as he prepared to depart. Indifferent to Han Feng. "Halt!" Han Feng shouted fiercely, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "You neglect your duties while causing casualties among my people. Do you intend to oppose the Grand Master?" Jiang Xuan paused momentarily, turning around with an equally frosty gaze. "How about we make a wager?" he suggested. Resorting to the same old tricks? Here we go again. Upon hearing these words, the remaining three figures cloaked in black trembled in fear, instinctively scooting backward, leaving only Han Feng with a furrowed brow. "Is this old man truly that formidable?" he questioned coldly. "What kind of wager?" Han Feng demanded. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. "Should you dare to strike against me, I wager that there is no true energy within you." Han Feng was immediately taken aback, unable to suppress a laugh. "What nonsense! How could I lack true energy?" "Boss, do not engage in this bet." Upon hearing this, the remaining three figures clad in black were struck with horror, shouting in unison as they rushed to grasp Han Feng's pant leg, pleading earnestly, "Boss, please do not gamble with this old man. That fellow Luo Qing lost his true energy due to a wager with him. If you continue to bet, something dreadful is bound to occur." Han Feng was momentarily dazed by their words. As a mere martial artist, his already limited intellect felt utterly overwhelmed, nearly unable to process the situation. Could it truly be so sinister? His eyes darted about as he wrestled with the dilemma of whether to attack this old man. Truthfully, he found it difficult to believe such extraordinary occurrences could exist in the world. Surely, the old man must have employed some trickery. Poison? Unlikely, as they meticulously inspected their meals. Sorcery? Also improbable, for no insects could escape detection. It was baffling. How had these individuals lost their true energy? As Han Feng's thoughts boiled over, Jiang Xuan casually cleared his ears and stated, "So, will you wager, or not? If not, I shall take my leave. However, heed my warning. Should you lose the bet, your life shall be forfeit." "Impossible." Han Feng bellowed in anger, clearly flustered. He summoned his true energy and struck a palm, not directed at Jiang Xuan, but toward the nearby wall. Boom. The wall exploded, a testament to the fact that Han Feng's true energy remained intact. "Ha ha ha, old man. I am a master, surrounded by 3 feet of protective true energy. No force can breach it. My true energy is still here. How do you explain that?" His face twisted, his throat convulsing in a mixture of laughter and rage. It was evident that he had been genuinely anxious, fearing he might fail to unleash his true energy. That would indeed be a most extraordinary misfortune. Of course, Jiang Xuan noted every subtle detail, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Young man, you are ultimately too inexperienced. Your reluctance to bet against me stems from your fear of striking me. Yet, I assure you, should you make a move against me, your true energy shall vanish, and you will meet your demise without question. I have a bad habit of eliminating anyone who dares to strike me. The black-clad individuals from earlier serve as a cautionary tale." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan's pupils turned a deep shade of azure, his gaze sweeping coldly across the shadows where dozens of figures lurked. "To speak candidly, the moment you revealed yourselves, your true energy was already within my grasp. Whether present or absent, it lies entirely at my command." Jiang Xuan's voice resonated with a deep confidence, imbued with an aura of unassailable authority, as if he were the unequivocal sovereign of this realm, possessing the power to dictate the life and death of anyone with a mere thought. This extraordinary self-assurance rendered Han Feng speechless, unable to muster a smile. The hidden practitioners of the Return to Origin realm felt similarly suffocated, their expressions grave. It was evident that Jiang Xuan's words were not solely directed at Han Feng, but at them as well. They prided themselves on their ability to conceal their presence, believing that even a master would struggle to perceive them. Yet, before the old man's eerily blue eyes, they felt utterly exposed, as if they were parading in the open without any defense. How could an old man exude such an overwhelming sense of intimidation? The 3 cloaked figures who had nearly met their demise at Jiang Xuan's hands trembled uncontrollably, fear etched upon their faces, nearly succumbing to the urge to flee. Had they not heard? This old man would annihilate anyone audacious enough to strike against him. The mere fact that they had survived was a stroke of incredible fortune. At this moment, their only desire was to escape this treacherous place and retreat from the world of martial arts, cherishing the lives they had salvaged, living each day as a precious gift. Han Feng's teeth clenched, producing a grinding sound, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his back. Ever since his ascension to the Master Realm, he had traversed the lands of the great Qian kingdom with unparalleled ease, rarely experiencing such trepidation. Yet, the mere presence of this old man standing before him enveloped him in an unrelenting pressure that was utterly terrifying. Although he was inclined to believe that Jiang Xuan was merely posturing, he dared not gamble on that slim possibility. What if, in truth, Jiang Xuan had indeed lost his vital energy? For a master, such a loss would be more agonizing than death itself. However, if he were to let Jiang Xuan go, what would become of the princess? Wouldn't he, the Grand Tutor's plans, be thwarted? As he pondered these thoughts, he noticed Jiang Xuan moving farther away, on the brink of vanishing into the shadows. Blast it! I refuse to believe this. I'd rather die than submit. Han Feng shouted defiantly, steeling himself. Faced with the prospect of offending Grand Tutor Wei, he would prefer to be slain by Jiang Xuan on the spot. In an instant, Han Feng's figure flickered, and he appeared before Jiang Xuan, channeling all his vital energy to deliver a powerful palm strike to Jiang Xuan's chest. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Xuan did not flinch or evade. Instead, he channeled his true energy and struck his palm against Han Feng's chest, seemingly prepared to exchange blows. Han Feng's strike was infused with immense true energy, exuding a force akin to a mountain collapsing or a sea surging, overwhelming in its grandeur. In contrast, Jiang Xuan's counterattack appeared feeble and insubstantial, almost weightless. The disparity in strength was evident to all. Had this old man lost his senses? Did he truly intend to perish alongside the young master? The crowd of black-clad figures was taken aback. Clang! In the next moment, Jiang Xuan took the full brunt of Han Feng's mighty strike, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, as if he had struck a colossal bronze bell, reverberating painfully in the ears. Astonishingly, after receiving the blow from the master, Jiang Xuan only staggered back 4 or 5 steps, flicking his sleeve, utterly unscathed. On the other hand, Han Feng also endured Jiang Xuan's strike, retreating a mere 1 or 2 steps, appearing equally unharmed. Were they merely playing house? Was the thunderous roar merely a pretense? Trained by the same master, could they truly not break through each other's defenses? The black-clad observers were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend this spectacle. However, one thing became clear to them. They were elated to discover that Han Feng's true energy was indeed intact, contrary to the old man's claims of its disappearance. This old man was clearly feigning. Han Feng took 2 steps back, his gaze filled with malice as he glared at Jiang Xuan. Old fool. Let us see how you intend to intimidate me this time. Although he was astonished by Jiang Xuan's physical resilience, he was even more delighted that his own true energy remained undiminished. As long as his true energy was intact, he was a master, and he feared no one. Jiang Xuan stood in place, brushing off his robe, and couldn't help but scoff. A dignified grandmaster, yet you don't even trust your own protective true energy. Who else can you possibly believe? No wonder you are destined to be someone else's dog in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's fury intensified, veins bulging on his forehead as an endless rage surged within him. Very well, old man. Once I slay you, I shall crush your frail bones to dust and feed them to the dogs. At this moment, Han Feng's anger had reached its zenith. It was unfathomable that a grandmaster of his stature could be toyed with to such an extent by a septuagenarian. If word of this incident were to spread, how could he ever maintain his standing within the circle of grandmasters? Jiang Xuan merely waved his hand, his expression warm and inviting. Young man, do not act impulsively. How about we engage in a wager? He continued. I bet that you truly possess no true energy this time. Curse you. Han Feng's anger erupted completely. He lifted his palm once more to strike at Jiang Xuan, his roar resonating even louder than before, exuding an extraordinary aura, while his previous strike had been restrained. This one was imbued with murderous intent, fierce and unyielding. Regardless of whether one belonged to the black market or not, he resolved to eliminate his opponent first. Such an old man should be fed to the dogs. As Han Feng charged forward, Jiang Xuan remained motionless, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Seeing Jiang Xuan stand there, indifferent and disdainful, Han Feng's fury intensified. Damn old fool, how dare you underestimate me? I shall send you to your demise with a single strike. The black-clad onlookers shared a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the old man's audacity. After all, Han Feng was a master in his own right. At such a close range, even another master would suffer grave injuries from such a blow. The old man was being utterly reckless. He was surely doomed. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the black-clad individuals froze in shock. Bang! Han Feng's thunderous palm collided with Jiang Xuan's chest, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering bones, followed by a piercing scream. This sound resonated eerily familiar, yet terrifying to the ears of the three black-clad figures. It was as if they had heard it before. Heavens, it happened again. Indeed, Han Feng's palm had exploded. Ah! At that moment, Han Feng shrieked in agony, his face drained of color as he held his shattered hand in horror. Disbelief etched across his features. Impossible, 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 he muttered frantically. The truth dawned upon him. His true energy had vanished entirely, leaving him utterly powerless. The striking force of his palm, once aimed at Jiang Xuan, had backfired, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a smirk, his heart brimming with laughter. Yet his visage remained a mask of compassion as he sighed. Ah, I have warned you before, that should you dare to strike against me, your vital energy would be utterly depleted, yet you remained unfazed. The entirety of Han Feng's predicament unfolded with remarkable simplicity. As a master who had entered the third realm, he could emanate vital energy to shield himself within a 3-foot radius, rendering him impervious to ordinary energies. Effectively, he was invulnerable to all forms of attack. However, if one's vital energy surpasses that of his opponent, the situation becomes drastically different. Unfortunately, Jiang Xuan's poisonous energy was evidently weaker than Han Feng's. Thus, he could not fall prey as the earlier batch of black-clad individuals had. There was but one recourse: to exchange palm for palm, forcibly injecting the toxic energy into the opponent's body, leaving no room for negotiation. Having failed to intimidate him, the only option left was to truly annihilate him. Consequently, Jiang Xuan appeared even more enigmatic and fearsome in the eyes of the black-clad figures. Damn it, can this ancient sage truly manipulate another's vital energy? How are we to proceed? In the shadows, those lurking nearby, masters of the returning origin realm, were drenched in sweat. Their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. They had never encountered such a bizarre circumstance in their lifetime.